What is this?
Content warning.
Seriously?
Just read it, Oirion.
Themes include graphic violence, sexual content. Really?
There are references to rape and sexual assault, are there not?
For God's sake, Oirion, just read it.
Depictions of war and combat trauma, murder, torture and ritual sacrifice, emotional and psychological abuse. That is not what it is about. This is stupid.
Ha ha ha. It is mostly about Shannon, so seems pretty spot on to me.
Death, grief and severe loss. Why are we doing this?
Because there are people who like to be offended by things, and so we cover our bases.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Religious and political conflict. Supernatural horror.
Don't forget about the demonic possession and dark magic.
Right. Look, love, it's a book all about you and Shannon.
Not funny, Salma.
Ha ha ha, poor Oirion. Come on, let's go do this.
This is a work of adult epic fantasy, exploring intense themes through complex characters and morally grey decisions. Ha ha ha.
I remind you that you agreed to this, Oirion. Ha ha ha.
I am about to change my mind.
Regent's Way, Book 3 of the Saga of ShaHaNon, by Angela MacDonald, copyright 1993. Chapter 1, Lord Regent. Standing alone on the high balcony of the king's palace, Oirion could hear the bells of the great cathedral calling out to midday mass. He felt a small twinge of regret that he couldn't be there. His soul could use a little peace right about now. Somehow he doubted he would ever be at peace again. He felt a stab of resentment towards Shannon for his fate, but almost as quickly it turned to grief for the loss of the bond with Jamie. In the back of his mind, he knew that ultimately it had all been his own choices that had put him where he was now. Well, not on the balcony exactly, he thought to himself. He sighed and shifted his cloak about his shoulders, against the sharp wind that tugged and pulled at its length, continually putting it out of place. Trying to get his mind off his dark mood, he turned his focus out to the city. From where he stood, he could see not only the great spires and steeples of the holy building, but also the famous Walden's Way, the bridge that spanned the river in the middle of the city of Brosten. Just off to the right, and only slightly lower on the hill, was the great King's Theater. Oirion had been to all those places before, but he had been a different man then. So much had happened since coming to Brosten with Jamie. It seemed so very long ago. The strange and twisted path his life had taken since then was hard for him to explain even to himself, let alone to others. It had only been 14 months ago. He counted the months in his head again to be certain. His soul felt tired, as if he had been running on sheer momentum for too long. He wasn't even Oirion ShaHaNon anymore. He didn't have the same face or body or even the same voice. He had traded being a downcast bishop under constant harassment from a corrupt church to being regent of all of Pert. More difficult to deal with was that his very soul had been torn apart and remade. In a whirlwind of war and rescues, he had ended up a very different man indeed. How much of his emotional upheaval was lack of Jamie, he wondered. Where once the golden light of a healer had been, was now the knot of shields and ice-cold power that was Shannon. Dwelling on it did not help, he reminded himself. What was done and could not be undone. Armand himself had reworked their bonds. As much as Oirion wanted to rebel against it, he was forced to accept and to trust Armand, not only as the angel he appeared as, but also as the boy he had been born as. Travis would never set him up to be destroyed, and so there had to be a way to make the bond between a priest and a demon work. He didn't understand it, but he was trying to be at peace with it.
The vote of confidence is touching, but I really am very tired,
he muttered to Armand as he rubbed his eyes. He lifted his cup of dark coffee. It had long grown cold, but he didn't mind it that way. Most of the people of the southern kingdoms adored coffee like the northern kingdoms adored wine. They drank it a number of ways, the most popular being boiled with cream and sweetened. They had little shops that served coffee like a tavern might serve ale or beer. Even the nobility went to those shops. It seemed all the latest craze. He wondered briefly where the beans for the coffee came from. He had no idea what race even grew them. The weather of late, though, was sure to cut into the trade, and the kingdoms were going to suffer wicked withdrawals. He chuckled at the thought of riots over the loss of their favorite beverage. The newspapers might read, "Lack of coffee. Sets off civil war." A sudden gust of wind blew his long hair up over his shoulder into his face as well as into his drink. The weather was chill. He sighed and set the cup down, tossing his hair back over his shoulder. The weather. It was a serious issue. His thoughts went back to real matters that needed to be addressed. It was cold. It felt merely cool to him, but he had lived much of his life along the Norwood border where snow came while this city was still basking in summer, and his Pertan blood did not feel the cold as once it had. Even so, for this time of year this far south, it was shockingly cold. Never in record had it been this cold. The river had ice along its banks, and plants that were native to the area were frostbitten, struggling to stay alive if they weren't already dead. People had taken to building massive fires in the courtyards, burning anything they could. They all crowded close to the blaze to try to stay warm. Oirion had allowed it, as it was helping to clean up the trash in the city, but before long it would be more than broken crates and battered wagons. It would slowly progress until either the weather warmed or the city was burned to the last stick of wood. Most homes here had no way to heat them, as it had never been needed before. The warm waters of the ocean currents and the southern location made Brosten a warm city. The chilliest weather just enough to make the breath steam only on the coldest of winter nights. Until now. At 30,000 years as capital of Fairwah, this city was young. It was not built like the ancient fortresses of the age past. The old places were built when magic storms warped the land and hurricanes, tornadoes, and tsunamis slammed into cities with the force of an enemy siege. In those days, Brosten had been a small fishing village tucked near the river, overlooking the harbor. Unlike most other great older cities of Pert, even if a new king was found for Fairwah, the light and heat offered to the masses would be very limited. The ancient lines just had not been woven through the city with the same extensiveness as in the ancient places, but at least the main buildings would offer some shelter. Anything would be better than nothing. The recent storms that hammered against them had been fairly regular, and all laced with energy and power that, if not soon dealt with, would begin to warp things, starting with little spells, insects, and simple plants, but the warp would grow to include trees, animals, and even people. The populace was scared, and they should be, but it was not elves that sent the storms as most thought, but the barrier shield itself. The planet was heaving under its great weight. The truth of that was far more troublesome than any feared invasion. Storms like no one alive had ever seen had been set off, and what they felt today was just the reflected remnants of the power from a year ago. No one had been ready for this. All over Pert, the strain was being felt. The last news Oirion had heard was of riots, looting, and several civil wars on the brink of spilling over borders into other kingdoms. Most of the kings of the empire were desperate to hold on to their thrones under Shannon's rule, and yet had no idea how to deal with the weather, blaming the change in leadership of the empire for it, or other races, or any other thing they could cling to. None of them seemed to understand the truth behind it all. Oirion had argued in the council in Brosten the truth of the weather and tried to point out the causes, but the human lords were young and blind. They resented him and were still angry that he had denied them crowning their prince to the kingship when the old king had died. Oirion was here to prevent that foolish boy from having any taste of power and to find a true king. He understood why he had to be the one to do it, but he hated the whole thing. He almost snarled at Shannon for making him deal with this task. How the devil was he supposed to find a true king? To find a person with the right bloodlines to activate the power of the wells of Pert was hard enough, but to try to find one who would be able and willing to be a king, let alone a good king, was a task that seemed impossible. He had been here for 6 months already, spending every free moment he could searching, and had found nothing, not a single heir to the line of angels, neither old nor young, no one. The bloodlines were so forgotten, and with the rash of murders that had targeted those very lines for the last few years, anyone left was hidden well enough demons couldn't sniff them out. How was he supposed to do what they had failed at?
Your Grace, the constable is here to see you.
The page at the door of the balcony said. It grated on Orion's nerves to be waited on by pages and guards. Being always watched made him uneasy and irritable, but to deny such would be to diminish the rank he held in the eyes of the court here. His threats and presence alone held them from making Prince Amaron king.
Show him in,
Oirion said. The constable, of all the men here, Oirion considered a decent man. It was the constable who had gotten him and Jamie here a year before and set everything into motion. It was a shame he could not let the man know who he truly was inside the body he wore now. He turned from the balcony wall as the constable was led in. The constable was a pertinent man whose age was impossible to guess at, but he was likely older than any human in the court or of any comparable rank. He had been the constable of the city for at least 60 years, and that Oirion knew for a fact, but little beyond that. It was rare for a pertin to hold rank, let alone one that was built on promotion. The prejudice against pertins wasn't as bad here as in other places, but Oirion was the only pure pertin in the High Court of Brosten. All others were human. A few lords had some pertin blood in their far past, but for the majority, they were as human as the King of Ramdal. The constable came to him and dropped to a knee at once.
Your Grace,
he said. Oirion hated that as well, but the game of rank and power had rules, and this one he couldn't cast off. Again, he had to enforce his rank to keep order and control of the court and its lords.
Constable,
Oirion offered his hand. The man caught Orion's hand and lifted it to his forehead to show that the constable deemed himself unworthy to kiss the hand of the regent. Oirion almost grumbled at that. If any man in Brosten was worthy, it was this one.
What can I do for you?
Oirion asked, withdrawing his hand and motioning the man to stand.
Would you care to step out of the wind?
Honestly, Your Grace, I would rather we stay outside for what I have to say,
the constable said. Oirion nodded.
Bring us something hot to drink,
he told the page. The page bowed and was gone.
What's on your mind, Tyvan?
Oirion asked.
I did not get to the position I am in or keep this rank without insight,
Tyvan said with a nervous glance to the door.
I have a skill for knowing things,
he said, and turned his focus on Oirion. Oirion turned his back on the city and leaned against the low but thick stone wall that was the balcony rail. He folded his arms over his chest in a most unprincely manner, but in a less intimidating stance. The constable was tense, and it showed.
You imply that you do not know those things the way most men do,
Oirion said, trying to help the man get to the point.
I see things,
Tyvan said.
Like in a dream, and yet not. More like...
You're a seer?
Oirion asked, a little impressed and curious.
Not exactly. It is like that in a way, but even more rare.
I don't suppose you have any blood of angels in you to get such a gift?
No.
Tyvan smiled faintly.
My great-grandmother was a Gibson with a history of such in her line. I am not a Vel by any means.
He half smiled as if flattered at the thought of being a Vel, with a whisper of angelic blood, or a Von with the pure, traceable lines.
My point is that I know things. I see them, and while I cannot always understand or explain what I see, I have learned to use that insight well. That is how I was able to find the sights I found, to know to trust Gallus, that it was imperative that Oirion and Jamie came to Brosten. I knew these things.
He glanced over and fell silent moments before the page returned with 2 mugs of coffee. They each took one, and the young man fell back.
And how I know your page is for sale,
he muttered behind his mug as he took a sip.
I trust, then, that you came here for a reason and that you were motivated by what you see,
Oirion said softly as he took his own sip of the hot, bitter drink.
That is indeed the case,
the constable said. He held his cup near his chest, his fingers wrapped around it to stay warm.
Step inside, boy,
Oirion told his page, a young man about 19 years of age, whose name Oirion wasn't sure he knew.
You look ready to pass out with the chill. This is mild for Norwood, but your body is not used to it. Step in and warm up, child.
He spoke as if he simply had not noticed before. The page bowed and happily ducked in, far more interested in heat than the conversation he might hear over the wind. Oirion looked back to the constable.
I fear I am not used to it either,
Tavin said a bit ruefully.
Thank God I am Purton. The poor humans are even worse off.
A few days and you will adjust and find it cool, but not unpleasant as such. We were born of days far colder than the world knows now. That is a conversation we can have inside near a fire, though. So what is on your mind?
The Duchess,
Tavin said.
The one who has of yet to speak up at any council meeting can't be so much as 20. That one?
Yes, that one. She is...
He paused to think of the word.
She is special. She will somehow be linked to the king. I know you will find him.
He stressed the word to make his point.
But not without her. I know he's not young, that he is not acceptable in the eyes of the nobility, but as rough as he might seem, he is a worthy king. Even as some might say David Saylor is a pirate and should be in chains, not sitting as king of Kraus. Many will not like him, and yet I know he is a worthy and good king, and Pert is lucky to have him.
The girl Duchess is the key to me finding a king for Fairwah?
Oirion asked skeptically. It seemed most unlikely. Tavin took another sip of coffee and looked out to the harbor. He squinted away.
Soon Brosten will suffer like no city in Pert has suffered since the War of Angels. We sit upon soft ground that could easily slip under the waves, shearing off the stones. I do not seek to put out political fires or physical fires, but to send people to the country to distant family, to go inland with what they still own.
He sighed sadly and heavily. He looked back to Oirion.
You must believe me, Your Grace.
I want to,
Oirion admitted.
I know you're a good man, Tavin. I know Gallus trusts you, but you're asking me to put a lot of faith in a girl who seems as if she is about to wither under the weight of her own silk gowns. You are going to have to give me more than that if you want me to turn from the focus I am using now.
Tavin shifted on his feet and looked again to the harbor.
There is a rumor that you are the descendant of Oirion Silverwood, the adept of Krent, but I know the truth,
Tavin said, not looking to Oirion, but watched the harbor beyond the cloud of smoke from the great fires built throughout the city.
And what is that?
Oirion asked carefully.
That we have met before,
Tavin said, looking over. Oirion took a slow drink of his coffee.
I have met a lot of people in my life,
he said. Tavin set his mug on the wall top and looked out over the city, as if searching for what to say. He nodded and seemed to change the subject.
I had a pitcher of ale with Oirion Hennon once. Very stressful time in my life, though. There was a great deal of darkness in my city. I knew beyond all doubt that he was needed to save Gallus and to stop whatever was happening with the blood rings. But it was hard for me to look at him. An odd thing. It startled me every time I saw him, as I never got used to his face. In my mind, he was something else. And to see him looking like such a normal human man at the end of his prime was very unsettling. The moment I looked away, I knew why Armand needed his help, why he might be able to protect Gallus, why he mattered so very much. But to look at him was to see an illusion that hid his very soul.
He looked over at Oirion.
Like I said, I know who you are.
Oirion set his mug aside and rested his hands on either side of him, holding the edge of the cold stone wall. The idea was very unsettling, and worse that perhaps on some level Tavin was speaking of things deeper than that he had been Oirion Hennon until 8 months ago.
Nothing is that simple, Tavin.
Tavin searched for the words, meeting his eyes.
You are who you always were. I don't know how else to say what I see, but while you no longer wear a mask, you are still not just the face you wear.
Oirion made sure the boy was still inside. He could see him through the window, standing by the fire with his back to the heat, hands held behind him to soak it in. Tavin was walking a very dangerous line that made Oirion very uneasy, but he had to know just what the constable knew. There was something about himself not even Oirion himself dared to look at too closely. It was just too perilous.
All right,
Oirion said carefully.
Say I believe you, and I only would because of Gallus. Take a moment and tell me something that you know I need to hear.
Tavin watched the skies as dark clouds began to roll in from the south. getting close enough to see the lightning low and near the water. Not normal at all. It seemed to snake out over the surface of the ocean, as if trying to avoid the sky. As they began to hear the rumble of the incoming storm, he looked to Oirion.
I know that you will not be king of any one kingdom, but more than one of your sons will wear a crown.
More than one of my sons?
Oirion asked and almost laughed.
I'd have to have more than one son for that to happen.
You don't already?
Tavia asked, truly surprised. Oirion gestured vaguely.
I won't believe I have any until I see it. Travis hinted at such, but never spoke of crowns.
You would doubt Armand?
Tavia asked, shocked.
No.
Oirion almost laughed at the man's reaction.
I would doubt my own fertility. The chances are very slim for one and less for more than that.
Well, I see it. I know that if the barrier comes down and Pear lasts another generation, more than one of your sons will wear crowns. Maybe they aren't all born yet. That I don't know.
I don't know, Tavia.
Oirion half chuckled as he turned to look out at the harbor, standing with his back to the building.
I still think you're asking an awful lot and could easily be playing the game of deals and demons. You'd understand why I would be cautious even of those I might want to trust.
He picked up his cup.
Come inside and warm up.
He turned to lead the way to the door.
He is afraid he'll hurt you,
Tavia said quickly. Oirion stopped.
It's why he sent you so far away. He has been so alone so long and in such pain that he is afraid he won't be able to help himself and will get too close and hurt you. The idea terrifies him.
Tavia took a step towards Oirion, desperate to get him to believe.
It's why he makes a joke of the whispers of your being his consort. It's the only way he can distance himself from it and yet not deny it.
I am not his consort,
Oirion said, knowing at once who Tavia spoke of.
It is a soul bond, not a physical one.
That I do not know. That I do not care about. What is a body compared to a soul? You don't understand. I know who you are.
There were almost tears in his eyes.
I know. I see it right now. I see it always.
This is who I am,
Oirion said.
I am not wearing a mask.
Yes, you are,
Tavia whispered.
Even from yourself, and I know that. Somewhere in your heart, the idea that I see past the mask is terrifying to you. Tell me honestly, you don't feel a deep panic threatening to come up at the mere idea I can see your soul for what it is, and I know who you are.
Oirion felt a chill creep up his back. He dared not even think about it, and slammed up shields against his own thoughts. On the steps of Ulambach, he had given his everything to open that damned gate and to save Shannon, and it had cost him his life. In that moment, he had known a truth so great and so fantastic that powers of ages past had risen up to make certain all who saw it forgot it, to make it mean nothing to their minds if they did recall. Or if that failed, they would be driven insane so no thoughts would be noticed and their words discarded.
I know who you are,
Tavia said again.
Please, talk to her. Just talk to her at least. That's all I ask.
Come inside, Tavia,
Oirion said softly, swallowing his fear and his tension.
You're freezing.
Oirion handed the mugs to the page, who went at once to get them refilled. They both moved to the fire to take the boy's place and warm up a little. Orion's chill was not from the weather, though, and no fire was going to make it vanish so easily.
What am I supposed to talk to her about?
Oirion asked, standing beside Tavia.
I don't know. I just know she is the key to finding the king,
Tavia said softly, the way those who have just had a serious fight and are trying to make peace do. It was a very uneasy feeling for them both.
You know I can't very well leave the city. The lords are barely under control as it is. If they crown Amaran and I find another king, there will be civil war.
If you must leave to find him, my men and I can keep order until you get back. And if we can't stop a coronation, we can make the people turn against him in force, and his crown will mean nothing.
You can do that?
I know I can,
Tavia said, looking over and smiling timidly.
Like I said, I did not get where I am without knowing things.
Sometimes knowing things is dangerous,
Oirion responded, very worried for the constable. Some truths are better hidden, and he knew it.
I know that as well,
Tavia nodded.
I also know I'm not the one you need to worry about. You must find that man. If you fail, Then a dark storm will crush Brosten and bury Fairwah in such darkness, I fear I will be dead and know nothing for this world.
Oirion left the fire to take his fresh mug of coffee from the page and moved to a small side table with a set of chairs under the grand windows. Tavia joined him, still a bit uneasy.
How is Gallus?
Tavia asked.
Ulumbak seems very far away just now, and if I did not know him as a friend, I would have such doubts. But I do know him and worry for him. Is he well? Is he truly bonded to Jamie?
Oirion didn't care to talk about it, really, but Tavia was Gallus's friend, and the two men had risked a lot to reach out to him and Jamie a year ago.
The magic he has stepped into is something that must seem very strange and difficult to deal with. The power of the bond changes a man, and while most are bonded as teenagers and woven together slowly over time, Gallus stepped into a bond that was adult and well mastered. He will have a difficult time adjusting to it, but he and Jamie were friends before, and it is a bond created and blessed by the hand of Armand himself, so they will both be all right.
And Father James? He has to have a hard time adjusting to life without Oirion Hennon and his power.
Jamie is a strong man and will be able to adjust and find balance faster than any other man could hope to.
They say that you are Orion's older cousin. I wasn't aware Lord Hennon had any other children than his daughter.
He had a son,
Oirion said, taking a sip.
A rebel who was killed in Amdor before I was born.
Tavia sipped his hot drink.
How did the classes work? Has it helped the young guards?
Oirion asked of the classes Jamie had taught the year before.
Some have embraced it, but others struggle too. We have long been taught the evils of magic, and fear runs deep.
Time will heal that,
Oirion said.
Magic is our heritage, all of our heritage.
Tavia set his mug down.
I should go, Your Grace, to dress for the dinner tonight, so with your leave.
He rose and Oirion gestured the man he could go. The page hurried to open the door for Tavia and closed it behind him. Oirion watched the young man, well aware the page had been put where he was, as a spy of sorts. If Oirion was Shannon, he would just dismiss the boy and find someone loyal to him, but he wasn't Shannon. Anyone he found here would be for sale. That was the nature of a court that was under the influence of greedy powers for too long.
What do you think of the constable?
Oirion asked the young man.
He does a noble service to the kingdom. Brosten is a safer city because of him,
he said.
He has served the kingdom a long time.
The boy had a head for political words, and that would likely make him a man of power one day. The idea was rather sad to Oirion. The custom in Fairwah was that every night until a king was crowned, there would be a court dinner. It was supposed to be a time of gathered mourning. It was really anything but that at this point. Even when the old king had been newly dead, there had been music and food. Now it was nothing but time for people to scheme and dance and seek to outdo each other. Oirion hated the game, and he hated the stink of perfume and wealth. He hated the way people treated each other, looking down their noses and using their power to gain finery on the pain and suffering of others. If it was up to him, he would be somewhere in a deep wood. The walls here felt oppressive, and the crowds were worse. He understood court, though, and being related to the Lord Hennon gave him a certain power not even the Regent of Pert had on his own. The options for the Emperor were clear: send Oirion alone or try to find an army to do the same job and still not have the grip Oirion did. Oirion never entered on the main floor, but by the balcony where he could stand and watch the court below, seeing who spoke to whom and for how long they lingered. Such things mattered more than many realized. He stayed by a pillar to half shield himself from sight, wondering why it was that Tavia could not be of the bloodline needed so he could drop a crown on him and get out of this kingdom. The longer he was away from Shannon, the harder the bond fought to force them together. Such long-term separation could lead partners into places they would never go naturally. He felt a crushing weight of depression starting to settle on his shoulders, pressing the air from his lungs. He had not been this lonely or miserable since he had been 13 years old. He shifted his stance and forced the feeling away, making himself focus on the moment. Both he and Shannon were strong-willed men with a job to do, and they would be fine. Glancing around, he spotted the Duchess Tavia had come to talk to him about. She was young and pretty under her heavy gown and painted face. She did not enter on the floor either, but stayed to the other side of the balcony and watched the crowd below. She had never once spoken up, and he wondered if her voice was as weak as she seemed to be. He drew in a breath. Trusting Tivan, he circled around the wide balcony to the west wall and joined her at the rail. He reminded himself that once he had thought Theo to be weak, and that he needed to try to give everyone a chance.
Your Grace,
she said, surprised, and bent a knee low to him in a formal bow.
Duchess,
he caught her hand and had her stand.
I am quite certain that is not needed at the moment.
My lord, you are the Regent of Pear, blessed by Armand himself. I am quite certain it is needed.
He smiled a little, seeing a flicker of strength and honor to her.
You are a young, powerful woman. I wonder why you do not take advantage of that with the crowd below,
he said, letting her take back her hand, even as he changed the subject.
I do not wish to play games with the young men of court. I am here only as required until the king is found, and then I will retreat to my home.
You do not enjoy the court?
I certainly do not,
she said with a flicker of that hidden strength again.
Nor do you seem to, your grace, if I might say so. People have noticed that you do not play the games most men of rank play after the formal tasks are done.
There are many games men of rank often play. That is how they got the rank they hold, but not all men are such.
Your rank is from the new emperor, von Shannon.
She nodded.
I hear many rumours, whispers and conflicting stories.
Games of men seeking power. Men of power who fear to lose power will say whatever they need to, and will assume all others do as well.
May I ask?
She said, then shook her head.
It is not my place.
You may ask, but if you do, then I expect you to believe the answer.
What did you do before you met him?
I was a ranger,
he said, keeping his truth a hidden thing, his past as dead as any.
It is a Norwood version of a hunter.
You were a priest?
I suppose I am still a priest,
he said, showing her his left hand and the ring of gold on his little finger, a ring he could not pull off despite the fact he was certain that he no longer held the light of the ordained.
You hunted vampires, though?
Yes, as well as other things far darker than they.
How did you meet von Shannon, then? I thought he was King of Norwood.
I met him as a child, sort of ran into him.
Ran into him?
Physically ran into him.
He gave her a wary smile.
I was not the most graceful child ever.
That must be quite the story.
Not really. I was in trouble with a local bully gang and was running as hard as I could in the woods and ran right into him. He killed them and walked me home. My guardians were mortified,
he explained. It wasn't a total lie. It was close enough to the truth. He recalled it now, most of it, and what he didn't recall, he did not want to. He was certain of that. It was difficult to be both Shane the Regent and Oirion. Lies would be felt, but truth had to be ever hidden. He rested his hands on the rail of the balcony, delicate and beautifully cut stone that must have been done by dwarven masters at least 4,000 years before. Orion's mind strayed a little to the seeming ancientness of the palace they stood in, and yet, compared to the greater cities of Pert, it was still so new.
And he kept track of you for that? You must have been a very special boy,
she said, bringing him back from his thoughts to the conversation. Oirion laughed softly.
Armand has a way of getting what he wants. He made certain we kept running into each other.
Armand's will.
She nodded.
Looking back, we can both see that. But often when such things are unfolding, that is not how it seems.
And it is Armand's will you are here,
she said.
It is his will that the old king died in time for you to put a true king on the throne and not Amaron.
I have to believe that, although at the moment I am having little luck finding what I seek.
If I were the line of angels, I would not live in Brosten,
she said.
Between the prejudice against full-blooded Pertons and the seeming curse of Jerome on them, I would hide away where none would know me.
They hide well. I scan the countryside and find no one.
There was a great master once. He lived in a school in a province not far from here, until about 300 years ago. He was one of the last magic strongholds, and it is said he had his inner students hidden away so that they could protect the magics and the truths. It is to such men I would go to hide if I was a Vel. I would seek out such places as that and follow those trails, not try to follow lines of descent.
And where is this place?
He asked. She looked over at him.
I will take you to the place they were said to hide while the battle went on, where the master commanded them to stay.
You would take me there?
he asked, a bit skeptically. She lifted her chin just a little.
It is in my estate. I can take you there. It is also the only way I can get out of these horrid dinners.
If not for Tyvan, he would have refused and walked away right then. But he sighed and nodded.
Horseback,
he said.
That's fine,
she replied.
No staff,
he warned.
No aides at all, no guards, no one.
I don't need them. We can make it in 4 days if the weather holds.
He leaned on the rail, letting his eyes take in the crowd below, to see if anyone noticed him talking to her.
I will need to find a way to be certain Amaran doesn't take the crown while I am out. I'll let you know,
he said, and left her as he saw Tyvan enter the hall below. He would need to set up Tyvan in a way to keep the prince off the throne. End of Chapter 1. Continue with Chapter 2, Tavia. Regent's Way, Chapter 2, Tavia. Tavia lifted her hand up to the great golden butterfly that had arrived in her garden. It came to her and landed on her finger. It breathed with the slow rhythm of its wings, resting on her support. Most of her life she had been in the condition she was now, pregnant with a child she feared and feared for, trapped in a palace and ignored beyond that. She had wept and slept as much as she could for weeks. Now sleep just brought dreams of being a happy child that she could not recall being. She lowered her hand, wondering if the butterfly recalled being a caterpillar. She could not recall her youth. She could not even fully recall being a young woman, almost as if the elves had wiped her mind of the truth of who she was. She had never heard about that sort of magic, but that didn't mean such didn't exist. She recalled the magics that twisted inside her and remade her. It had been horrible and painful. She still had nightmares about it at times, but even then, she had not been a child, nor even young. She could not count the years she had been Tepu's concubine, but she could recall every child. Beyond that, there was nothing there.
My lady.
Her young maid brought her a cup of tea with a faint smile. She was a pretty girl, a human, with auburn hair and green eyes, an easy tan coming on with the summer sun. Tavia took the drink, letting the butterfly go, but it came right back to land on her knee.
Thank you, Victa,
Tavia said. The young woman sank to the ground to sit at Tavia's feet. She was a very nice young woman and truly meant well, and tried very hard to serve Tavia in every way she could. Tavia had chosen Victa as a maid after she had firmly dismissed the noble women who had tried. Victa was the daughter of one of the groundskeepers, and Tavia had simply pointed to her and said, her, when Grimm insisted she have at least one maid.
What is it, Victa?
Tavia asked, seeing the girl was a bit uncomfortable.
Lord Grimm has asked that I extend an invitation to you for the dinner tonight. I know you do not wish to go, but he says it would be good to have the people see you.
What is the dinner for?
It is the feast of Armand tonight, a holy day to mark the day that Armand set up camp on the cliff top, here, where Ulambak's palace now is. It is where he gave his first great teaching of truth and took the people from the caves they hid in to camp in the open. It was the beginning of the empire.
She hesitated.
Did you not know that?
No,
Tavia replied.
I have not studied the ancient histories of Pert's holidays.
But you were his mother,
Victa said.
To me, Victa, he was just Travis. I knew he was a holy and powerful soul, but I did not dwell on it or ask with what voice he spoke when he did. To me, he was my little boy, whose cuts and bumps he ran to me to kiss, and who slept in my arms. He might be something else to others, but to me...
She shrugged.
And now he is gone.
No?
Victa said gently with a warm smile.
Oh no, my lady, he is still here. In the holy cathedral, a flame burns without fuel or wick that comes just from him, as proof he is here. My grandmother told me she saw him once, standing with the emperor when he was addressing the people after the last great storm. She is not a priest, but she sees things. I believe her. In fact, I imagine he comes here often and watches over you like a good father, as you once watched over him as a good mother. I do not at all mean to doubt your grief, but my lady, he would never just be gone.
You're a sweet girl, Victa, and I know you mean well. But to me, he was just a boy, not a god. That side of him is not the part I miss.
I am very sad for the loss.
Victa said honestly.
But you know he loved Pert. He loved Pert so much, he gave his life to save us from the impostor. Do you not love us that much as well?
Of course I do,
Tavia said, a little surprised.
Why would you think I do not love Pert?
The people need you, lady, but you hide from them.
I do not wish to stand beside the Emperor like a puppet, but that does not mean I do not care.
Please come to the dinner tonight,
Victa implored.
No one thinks you a puppet. They think you are angry to have been forced to marry him, and it makes humans and Pertons resent each other even more. Some say that you, as mother of Armand, should sit the throne alone, and others say it is an insult that you resent being his wife. It causes much tension in the palace and all the empire.
Tavia didn't understand, really.
What do you mean? I am here, am I not? What would they expect of me?
Victa got the saddest look Tavia had ever seen on her. The girl knelt before her empress and took her hands as if suddenly understanding.
Don't you understand? You are not a concubine, you are Empress of Pert. You are free and powerful, and could command armies. You could tell people to do things you know need to be done, and they would do it. You could pay them lavishly, or demand they do it for no pay at all.
I have been given no such authority by the Emperor.
No,
Victa said with a little smile.
You were given that authority by Armand. He made you mother to all Pert. All the children, all the people with hurts, look to you for comfort, and you can pick them up and kiss their hurts. You do not need to hide away.
I don't know how to do that,
Tavia said slowly.
And I am not certain I can. You do not know the Emperor the way I do. He does things a certain way and does not like things to be done in conflict to his actions, and they should not be.
Whatever you do, you're not a captive here. You are Empress. We could go out to the city, down to the beaches and pick clams if you wanted, or out to the orchards to picnic with the locals, or we could go to the market and spend money to help the merchants and craftsmen. You could go to the church and hand out coins to the beggars. You could bring toys to the orphan homes. None of those things would possibly be disruptive and would mean so much.
Tavia smiled a little.
I will think about it,
she said. Victa got up and brushed the grass from her skirt.
Should I get a gown ready for you for dinner then?
Tavia laughed at the young woman. She was very good at getting her way at times. The sincerity and the almost childlike innocence and yet wisdom the girl held was hard to ignore.
Yes, Victa, you win. Go find me something to wear, and something for you that will match nicely, as you will be at my side the entire night.
Victa beamed with happiness, bowed, and hurried back inside. The dress was very beautiful, a summer-cut gown of sky blue with little green and yellow flowers embroidered in place. They went over her shoulder, crossed over the front and down her hip, halfway to the floor. That splash of color seemed to accent the top of her belly that was just now starting to show a round curve. Victa brushed Tavia's hair and put a gold cord around her head. Tiny gold flowers made a necklace that matched the gown, clearly having been made as a set. Tavia had to admit she liked it. Victa wore a gown that was likely the finest she ever had before. It was a light shade of green that was almost the same cut with just a few blue and yellow flowers on hers. The two dresses matched well without seeming to copy one another. It was a style that Tavia liked.
You are beautiful,
Victa said, looking at her empress in the mirror.
People will fall in love with you.
Tavia smiled and took the girl's hand.
And you, Victa, will have every young boy watching your every move. Are you ready for that?
I am Gibson. I do not get bothered with such games at my age.
She laughed.
They will just have to wait.
All right, then,
Tavia said.
Shall we go?
They left arm in arm from the chambers that Tavia so rarely ventured from. As they walked, Tavia barely recognized the halls. They had been stripped of the golden wall plaques, sculpted stone accents, tapestries, statues, and all else that had covered the ancient walls. For the first time in over 1,000 years, the white stone that had been beneath was visible. Along the ceiling and around every window and every door, the only art seemed to be the beautiful lines that in the daylight seemed to be a whiter white than the white of the walls. Tavia knew that as evening drew, they would begin to cast light, first of soft white and then of blue, depending on the number of people in proximity to them. There were holes in the walls where all the mind-boggling wealth had been attached. In some places they had been mended to hide the scars, but in many places the walls were just too scarred and still held stains from the edges of the ornamentation that Jerome had covered them with. The two women came to an inside balcony that overlooked a great hall below. A vast skylight had been opened up and showed the sunset on the tangle of clouds above the city. Golds, pinks, and brilliant oranges cast a warm glow down into the great hall. The room itself was full of people, and the music was soft in the corner, just enough to dance to. Talk filled the room as people milled about, moving from the tables along the wall with little plates of food. At the far end of the room, two thrones stood side by side under the tapestry of the holy albatross. Dave sat on a lesser chair beside Shannon, looking as pirate as ever, but a wealthy one. His colors and layers were as unlike Shannon in his dark green robe as could possibly be. Despite the wardrobe difference, she could see the similarities in the two men more than ever, but it was all she could do to think past Shannon. Tavia had to stop and catch her breath at the sight of him. Mortal men just could not be that perfect, not that strong, not that calm in his place. As if he felt her eyes on him, Shannon looked up. Her breath stopped in her lungs, and she felt torn between excitement and the desire to flee. She tightened the shield she wore to hide her emotions, and was ready to tell Victa it was a bad idea, but the man at the top of the stairs brought down his cane to crack it on the stone with a sharp sound 3 times. The room all looked up.
Her Majesty, Tavia von Shannon, Empress of all Pert, Mother of Armond, Grand Duchess of Norwood.
He called out who she was in a whisper that could be heard by all, and yet was neither loud nor a yell in any manner. Tavia needed Victa to pull her forward, and the young woman delivered, helping her make the first steps forward. She and Victa walked down the steps together. Tavia tried not to look at Shannon or Dave, but it was almost impossible. Both of them rose and stood side by side. She couldn't look at Shannon, the power of him, the touch of that power, the insight into it. The magic hurt and twisted inside her, and yet it was Shannon and she loved him as she always had. He was breathtaking and all that he should be. Part of her wanted to cry in fear and run away, and part of her wanted nothing more than to have him greet her warmly and smile at her, whisper that he missed her, and put his arm around her. The two sides were at war, and she feared that due to the magic of the lure and the touch of demon and vampire, that the war would always be there, and would always hurt. She had a sudden insight to Oirion, and wondered if how she felt was anything like how Oirion felt, being a hunter and also a friend and comrade to Shannon. The war had to have been enough to drive a lesser man insane. No wonder Oirion fought with him on everything. Shannon moved to step down to the floor level and offered his hand. Tavia seemed unable to move. She could feel the whisper of his presence against her shields. She could smell him, hear the brush of the hem of his robe on the floor, the soles of his boots on the cool marble. She could not meet his eyes, but got close enough to see that his neck was exposed, and with it the faintest proof that his heartbeat was more than just a trick of magic, but truly moved blood through his veins. She could see his skin flutter with every beat. Her breath caught in her throat, both in joy for him as well as grief for the loss of her child. She loved him and bitterly hated him. She made herself accept his hand. She rested her palm on top of his gloved hand. There was no way she would ever take it any other way, and he knew it. He caught her fingertips ever so gently with his little finger, holding them just as they curved over the back of his hand. He turned to walk her up the 2 steps to the thrones. She could barely keep her heart in her chest with both fear and excitement at that softest of touch. A chair had been rushed up for Victa to sit on beside her, and Victa let go of her empress to stand and wait for the emperor to sit. Tavia sat, trying not to tremble. Terrified Shannon would feel it. He bent to kiss the top of her hand. his breath on her skin, his lips real, warm with power and life. She tightened her shields, so at least he would have no chance to feel her inner war. He turned and took his seat. Only then did Dave sit, and Victa only after Dave had retaken his throne. The music and the talk began again, and Tavia tried to relax.
It's good to see you, Tavia,
Dave said, leaning forward with a pirate's ease. He smiled.
I wasn't sure you were going to join us.
Neither was I.
She smiled to her friend, looking past Shannon to the King of Kraus.
Victa was very convincing.
I'm glad,
Dave said.
I was going to come find you anyway. I'm going to have a trade festival later this month, when the first harvests come in. I'd love if you came.
A harvest festival?
She asked. Thankful Dave was there to distract her, but she was all too aware of Shannon anyway. She couldn't help but smile at her friend, as his unbound and uncombed hair tumbled over his shoulders in the wavy curls of a Purton who had not combed the curls out. Dave's hair was fantastic with red and blonde streaks, telling the world that while his father was Purton, his mother was most certainly not. He had grown into everything he had hinted at when she had first met him over 10 years ago in Bracken.
Mostly it's so I can buy up all the food in the kingdom and set it aside for rations this winter. Kraus is going to have a very hard time. If I have it all bought up with few knowing that truth, then I can trickle it out to the people. There will be games and other trade, a few feasts and such, but mostly it's about the trade of food. It will be interesting keeping it all stored and not be found.
When are you doing that?
In a few weeks, I think. It's being put into motion now, but it depends a bit on the weather. I am trying to get up lodestones that will help protect the fairgrounds from storms.
Tavia was not certain she cared to go to a festival of that sort, but then again she would get out of the halls and be with Dave, and that might be fun.
I can't make promises, but if it works out, I might.
She leaned back and away from Shannon and closer to Victa.
How long must we stay here?
She whispered to her maid.
At least a few hours. Are you uncomfortable? I can get you a pillow.
Tavia tried to smile a little.
No, I'm fine.
She turned her focus on the crowd, as if she was aware of them and knew them and cared. She didn't, and she couldn't get the nearness of Shannon, both the good and the bad, out of her mind.
Your Graces,
a man stepped forward and sank to a knee before them.
We have tonight a singer from Pova. She is skilled beyond words and has come to serve in the music guild of the palace, and tonight she would sing for you. If you would do us the highest honor to dance together, for a blessing to your people as well as in honor of the day Armand planted his tent upon this very ground, we could ask no higher honor.
Tavia felt her heart stop and her hands go cold. She wanted to run away, to not have to even answer the man. Nothing could be worse than to be forced to turn all her attention on Shannon, and to do so with people watching only made it worse. The price if she lost control was more than her pride. It would be the fragile state of Pert. Shannon leaned forward slowly.
I certainly have no objections, and would be happy to dance to your most skilled music, Master Endlin, but I fear my wife is still experiencing the weariness felt by many women in this stage of motherhood.
Tavia saw the look of disappointment in the man. He was trying to hide it, and she knew it had taken all he could muster to make the request. To be turned down would be something he would remember all his life.
No,
she said, and smiled to him, for him.
Master Endlin, your skill as musician and music leader is very noted. I think I can summon the strength for one dance.
She had never heard of this man, but for him to be here at all meant he was someone skilled. She rose from her seat, wondering what in the hell she was thinking. She offered her hand over without looking at Shannon. Shannon took it, taking hold of her hand from below, his hand closing around hers, almost making her choke with the power and rush of such conflicting emotions. He rose and walked with her to the floor. She hoped she would know whatever dance Master Endlin would pick. To stumble would be to make this even worse. She stared at Shannon's chest, at the fine embroidery of the edge of his collar, and at his neck. Before he had always kept his neck covered, but now she could see it, and the pulse of his heartbeat there kept her focus. She tightened her shields as he put his hand on her left side and drew her right hand to his chest, holding it in his. She could smell the fragrance of his clothes, of his hair, of him. A blend of the finest oils were surely used on his clothes and hair. But she knew how he smelled, and that had not changed. He stepped sideways into the dance as the music started. She could feel everyone watching her, and never in her life had she been more uncomfortable and aware of her awkwardness.
Relax,
he breathed.
Just follow my hand.
He was trying to help, but his voice, so soft and so close, almost made it worse. She would not be beaten by this. She would not show weakness or be broken. If she could stand up and lift her chin to the abuse of Tepe, she could relax enough to let Shannon lead her in a dance. She let out a breath and forced herself to relax. She closed her eyes and tried to recall the dream she had of him just days before he showed up, to let herself for a moment have the side that wanted to be there win. Part of her mind became aware of the music of the singer and the high-soaring song that was beautiful, and of the distant past of the Druids' forest and the former glory of Malkut. Time seemed to stand still and yet to rush in a very strange way. When the song ended, she couldn't let go. She couldn't step away. She felt trapped like a tiny bird in an ogre's hand. It was all she could do to breathe steadily and not die of a heart attack. Shannon guided her from the floor, his hand on her back. She couldn't sit. She felt as stiff as a board, and nothing else in the world was there but her terrible effort to try to stay calm and her failure at it. He drew her hands to his lips and kissed each.
Sit down, Tavia,
he whispered to her.
I know that was hard, but thank you. Now sit,
he almost pleaded. There was a hint of fearful desperation in his tone, and that alone got her to sit down. She felt her body bend as she sank to her throne. He turned and was suddenly gone, too far away and yet still too close. His touch seemed to linger and almost burn, but also to chill. The crowd applauded, and another song began as she just tried to focus on breathing. Victor reached over and put a hand on Tavia's arm. It was warm and solid, and seemed to pull her out of her nightmare, like opening eyes to a beautiful morning from a dark and cold dream.
Did I do all right?
She asked her maid.
I didn't look like a clumsy oaf, did I?
Oh, no.
Victor smiled.
You looked beautiful, and as if all the world just dropped away, and there was nothing but the two of you. You could not have looked better. There will be ballads sung of it.
Tavia tried to smile.
I think I am ready to go,
she said, and rose. She and Victor went back behind the thrones to a small chamber where Tavia paused to catch her breath. She wanted Shannon to follow her and say something, but on the other hand, she wanted to run away before he had a chance. Half of her wish was filled when they left the small room and were headed up the hallway where Shannon met them. Victor bowed and stepped back.
Tavia, I hope you know how much that meant to the people. They want to see you, they want to know you. You have no idea what your attention could do for them, for all of Pert.
She struggled to figure out what exactly she was going to say before she said it, and choked down the knot in her throat to get it out.
I did know. That's why I did it. This is not the life I wanted, and I am doing my best, and that will just have to be good enough for you and for them.
I am not Tepe,
he said softly, switching to the language of Bracken.
Please don't behave as if I am. That's all I ask. Please, Tavia, don't deny the people because you hate me.
She was so startled by the fragility in his tone and his words, and the idea that he thought she hated him, that for one moment she did meet his stunning blue eyes.
I never said I hated you,
she said, surprised out of her inner war.
You fake it well if you don't,
he said. She held her hand for her maid. Victor caught her hand.
You're more aware of magics than that. Don't be so selfish,
she said, the angry side of herself getting the better of her tone.
Just leave me alone, Shannon, and be glad I had Tepe's training, or I'd have gone insane and you know it. So just leave me alone.
She stalked past him with Victor to her room. She didn't want to cry, but once inside her room she did. She just stood there hiding her face, crying. Victor didn't ask anything, but just held her. End of Chapter 2. Continue with Chapter 3. Brosten. Regent's Way, Chapter 3. Brosten. The storm hit with full force about midnight. Most storms came with seemingly no warning, but this one had been building to the east and came in with lashing rain and wind before the core of it hit. The power slammed the city like a sandstorm of lowen, but instead of sand, it was made of lightning and clouds. For the untrained who were caught in flashes of power, cores flared open, causing fears to explode into uncontrolled magics that often inflicted fatal injury to the person involved or to those closest to that person. At times, the powers twisted inside them, forever altering them from the inside out. Where the storm touched old or poorly built magics, those magics faltered, failed, or exploded. Anything those fragile magics were laid into or set on shared in the all-too-often sudden violent end, sending shards or material to add to the chaos of the storms, injuring even more people. The fear Jerome had instilled in the people was being confirmed and amplified. Something had to be done. Oirion sat in the dark of his room. The storms were not a threat to his cores exactly, but they wreaked havoc on the shields he and Shannon held between them, and with that came the nightmares that were Shannon's memories. The nightmares were bad enough, but they were added to by the storm's own darkness. There was a malice to the energy in the weather that could not be explained away by the energy of gates merely echoing off the barrier shield. There was more to it, and his mind kept going back to the demon rings of a year before. Something had been in Brosten, and now it seemed to have infected the storms of power with its own malignancy. There was nothing he could do for the city, or for the people who suffered through the storm. He tried not to think of the children who had the inborn power of magic in them, who would likely be stricken with pain and fear. Those defenseless little ones would be prime targets for demons to prey upon. Holding himself and Shannon secure was all he could do, and he knew it. If the kingdom had a true king, the shields of old, the wells of Pert, and the grace of angels would come to the aid of the little ones at very least. But he was failing them by not having found the king that the city and the kingdom as a whole so needed. Sealed in his shields, he tried not to think about the horror that was unfolding, but every time he put up shields against the storms, he found it more and more difficult to ignore Shannon. Where normally partners shared soul powers back and forth, making each stronger for the union, Oirion could not ever share. Shannon was not only a vampire, but something far darker and more powerful than that. If Oirion opened his soul, he would be destroyed. They had tried once, and the ramifications were still unfolding throughout Pert. Oirion tried not to think about it, reminding himself to focus on the moment. He bowed his head and gripped the arms of the chair he sat in, trying not to be swallowed by the grief of loss or the burden of failure that tried to consume him every time whispers of the past crept into his mind. He had lived a life unaware of who he truly was. If only he had remembered, he could have changed everything. But he had forgotten until the moment of death at Tyrell's orders. And then his soul had been cast back more than 10,000 years into the past to save it from a complete meld with Shannon. Somehow his soul had escaped, but still Oirion had failed. Despite it all, here he was, bound to Shannon with his soul desperately trying to pull everything back in line, but he was slipping in his hold. He choked on the reality that must never be known, that which no angel, no demon, no power of realms must ever know. In this time with storms that seemed to be targeting wizards, Shannon seemed a cool, soothing, calm presence that if Oirion leaned into it, he might find rest, even sleep, that he would be safe beside the soul that was known as Shannon. But his mind knew better. The lure of the vampire's magic was something he was trained to know, and a life hunting them had taught him well. There was no doubt that Shannon did not mean to be using such magic against Oirion. It was just part of the new partnership they were trying to figure out. Oirion forced himself to choke it all down and focus on something that would build a wall about his heart and soul. Jamie. Oirion missed Jamie. Part of the cost of this thing that was happening was that he had lost Jamie as his partner in trade for Shannon.
Trade a healer for a demon, not much of a trade,
he muttered. Oirion drew a shaky breath and reached for his cup of coffee. The storm was going to last all night at very least, and he would have no sleep until it passed. It was going to be a very long night indeed. He took a sip and held the cup, trying to block out the world, but also to hold apart the very deepest part of his soul. End of Chapter 3. Continue with Chapter 4. Salma. Regent's Way. Chapter 4. Salma. Gripping the rail of the ship, Salma watched the storm to the east, growing darker on the horizon. She could see the energy flickering and warning of the warp and power fluctuations in it. What looked like a bank of low, dark clouds to the crew, she knew was something far worse. As it neared the lands of Pert, the more it would build, and despite her warning, the captain had made little effort to get ready. She looked over as her son slid his arm around her waist and tucked himself up against her. She squeezed him gently. He watched the storm as well.
Will it reach us before we land?
He asked with concern.
I don't know.
She looked to the west, and the land they could see, almost enough to make out the details, was just far enough to still seem a solid blue formation. They were coming up the coast toward the harbor of Brosten, with the hope of safety in the empire of Pert.
I hope so.
She knew his fears. If their illusion failed, they would find themselves in a land where their race was unknown. The last storm had made the magic flicker a few times, but they had been tucked back in the dark, and no one had noticed. She tried not to think about it, but to focus on the route they would need to take to get to Valrine, and hopefully to Oirion. She looked to her son and touched the cheek of the illusion he had worn for years now. If only the illusion could last just a little longer.
Salma!
The first mate walked up, his usual hungry smirk on his face. He made no effort to hide his looking her over. Salma did not like the man at all, and in another place she would have ripped out his throat, but as it was, she stood her ground and tried to tolerate him. The first breeze off the storm breathed around them from the east and hinted at the power in it. She was amazed they could not smell it, but then again, her race could smell things humans simply could not even begin to understand, let alone detect. Most of them disgusted her. These outshield humans were pathetic and foul.
We will put into port in a few hours. Do you think your alleged husband will be there to meet you? Or maybe you will need a place to stay.
If he is not there, I am sure it is only because the weather has slowed him down,
she said firmly.
My father will be there,
Dahane said, tightening his grip on his mother protectively. Dahane liked the first mate even less than Salma did.
We shall see.
The man chuckled as he leaned on the rail and glanced to the east.
The weather worry you? It's just a few clouds. It's perfectly normal for this time of year.
I hope you're right, sir, but I have a suspicion it is far more. The storms of late have not been perfectly normal. A wise sailor would keep that in mind.
A good woman would know she has no place to advise men or to fret over what she knows nothing about.
Salma bit back a snarl and fought to not flex her claws. She would love to slash his face open and remove his manhood to teach him who was worthy of what.
I am not Ramdellen, sir. I have no illusions of men being more worthy than women. Why don't you go pester the elf boy?
She nodded to the elven passenger who was posing and preening on the starboard rail.
He will find you far more tempting than I do.
The first mate stepped up, his smile gone. His pose suddenly became threatening and imposing, but Salma didn't step back. They were close enough to the shore that she could swim it if she had to. She would not be threatened by this oaf.
You need a lesson in position, little woman,
he said.
Sarin!
The captain yelled.
Call to order. Storm's building.
Why don't you go see to your sails, sailor boy, and prepare for the perfectly normal storm?
Now!
The captain bellowed.
Call to deck!
Sarin roared, calling all hands up to the deck to prepare to ready for a storm. He stepped back.
This isn't over. No bitch talks back to me.
I do not like him,
Dahane whispered once the man was out of ear range.
For sake of illusion only does he live,
Salma said.
It would take a far greater man than him to threaten me.
She moved her son to the prow to be out of the way, and yet not inside the decks. Neither of them liked the closed space or the threat of being caught inside if the ship sank. The first lightning visibly flickered to the east, and the wind began to pick up. They tucked down together, and Salma put her arms around her son. Using just a whisper of her own magic, she secured them to the railing. No wave would wash them over, no wind take them. Only by her own will would they leave the deck. The storm rushed up with shocking force. Lightning cracked and sliced across the sky in a brilliant and deafening announcement that it was anything but normal weather. Wind blew hard enough to overturn waves and rock the massive ship sideways, threatening to capsize them. Waves crashed on the deck, the sheer power and force choking and awesome. Energy swirled and exploded in little bursts all around them, but Salma and her son stayed safe and secure where they were. The crew fought the storm, and just as the captain was about to turn them from the looming shoreline, the storm grew lax enough that he roared at them to make for port. If they could get past the breakwater, they would be able to get into the relative safety of the harbor and make land tonight yet.
Stay put,
Salma whispered to Dahane when he started to get up.
Another is on its way.
Will we make it?
Let's pray so. You and I can swim the distance if we need to. Just do not ever let go of me.
He nodded and gripped hold of the fabric of her skirt and snuggled back into her arms for safety as the crew rushed the deck, frantic to get into the safety of the harbor. The second wave of the storm hit with shocking force that nearly rolled the ship onto its side. 2 men were washed over before they even had a warning. Salma squeezed her son about his arms and shoulders tighter and whispered the magics to tie them together. The roar of wave and wind drowned out all the shouting men and the groan of the ship. She twisted to see if she could see anything through the storm, but there were only waves and wind, rain and flashes of the angry energy that was flicking off the barrier shield. These stupid people had no idea what was making the storm and were of so little power, they couldn't even see it. For a moment, she thought she saw a light flash, but if she had, it was way too close. She prayed the ship would make it, but her prayers were not answered. They struck land so hard everything slammed to a halt. She wasted no time getting on her feet. Before the waves ripped the ship off the rocks, she acted, and with all her strength, and with what magic she dared use in mid-storm, she leapt from the deck toward the solid ground with her son still in her arms. They hit massive boulders and nearly slipped back toward the ship in the waves, but she drove her claws into the stone with a roar of power. Her claws sank into the granite like it was only hard wood, and she caught them from slipping backwards. The ship was pulled away and lost as a wave crashed up over them.
Climb,
she yelled to Dahane. He scrambled with the agility of the young with her right behind him. They fought the rain and wind to gain the height of the steep bank they were on. Above them, a great light flashed. Scrambling toward it, they did not stop until they were able to duck against the great stone that held the massive warning light far above them. She held her son close, and grounding her magics into the stone, she used the magic that Oirion had taught her. A tent. Wind, rain, and the roar of the storm were suddenly cut off. They both relaxed.
Get some sleep,
she said to her son.
We have made it to Pert. Soon we will find your father, and he will know what to do.
Dahane sighed and rested against her as he settled down to sleep. The hike to Brosten was a lot further than Salma had thought it would be, but they were on the furthest point of the harbor wall. Another 10 feet over, and they would have passed beyond the wall and made it into the harbor. But as it was, there was no sign of the ship. The harbor and all its waters were full of ships, but they could see no wreckage. They paused only to grab up a few crabs and ate them raw as they hiked. Even so, it took them an entire day being hammered by rain and wind, much of the way before reaching the city wall. They were no sooner in the streets when another storm began to build up. People were scared, rushing about before it hit and trying to recover from damage from previous storms. Tired and hungry, Salma looked for a place they could hide for the night. Tomorrow they would seek out passage north toward Valreen and hunt for word of Oirion Hennon. The coins she had were growing slim, but she still had her belt of trade gems under her dress. The dress was now torn, soaked, and ready to be traded away. They needed a jewelry shop to trade with. Dahane stayed close, and kept hold of her purse strings in the crowded street. She spotted a shop and ducked in out of the rain to find it a pleasant store with all sorts of trinkets, a few weapons, and under a glass counter any number of prayer beads like the ones Oirion had owned. Behind the counter, the man looked up and smiled.
Wet one today, is it?
Very.
She smiled a little, brushing her hair out of her eyes. She eyed the daggers on the wall behind the counter and debated trade for one, as she needed enough coins to get her a room and dry clothes.
Do you trade for gemstones? I need a few coins for a trip north.
Oh, I do. Let me see what you have, my lady.
She reached into the pocket of her vest that let her fingers into her gem belt and pried a few free as she made her way to his counter and set them down. He took out his tools to inspect them carefully.
And you wish to part with these?
He asked.
I need to get north.
He nodded.
Well, lady, I can buy them from you for 12 crowns here and now, but they might sell for more if you take them to kill Aben.
I will need the coin to get that far.
He nodded with a concerned look on his face.
I have to ask how you came by them,
he said carefully.
They were a gift from ShaHaNon to help me get north to Valrine. Please, sir, my son is very tired, and we just want to get a room before the next storm hits.
You knew the bishop?
The man asked.
Yes. Do you?
I met him once,
he said proudly.
He bought a set of prayer beads from me. His Holiness Jamie wears them even now. Give me a moment to go back and get your payment. It will be just a moment.
He went through a back door and left them in the room.
I can't understand,
Dahane whispered.
The storm must have damaged the magic,
she told him.
Just pretend to be shy and say nothing. I will fix it once we are in a room for the night.
The man returned with a purse and held the gold coins in his hand, showing her the dozen. He slid them all in neatly and handed over the purse.
Be careful with that much money on you in the city.
She nodded.
Thank you. Do you happen to know where ShaHaNon is now?
Arwen's,
he said with an odd sort of sadness to his tone.
Be safe, lady, and Armen be with you.
Thank you,
she said and left the shop quickly. They headed up the street as darkness took over and rain began to pour down again. The crowd still pushed and jarred their way through the city to try to get home in time. How she never saw Saren, she wasn't sure, but she didn't see him until he had already grabbed Dahane. He held the boy by the arm, painfully pulling him into a narrow alley. She was a step behind, but that was what he wanted. Saren all but threw Dahane at 2 waiting men. He turned on her with 2 of his fellow sailors. She recognized them at once. Dahane cried out as the men who had him tore his shirt off.
I told you.
Saren started, but Salma knew exactly what was happening and she was not about to allow it. With a step and a motion of her arms, she broke his hold and slammed both her fists into his chest, staggering him back. A back swipe, and her claws escaped her illusions to slash open the face of the man to her right. His neck was missed only because of the motion he was in. She spun and leapt upward, bringing the back of her right fist against the side of the head of the man on her left, knocking him aside hard.
Give me my son,
she warned.
Whore!
The man with the slashed open face roared at her. She jumped and sidekicked him in the chest. Saren rushed her even in midair. She still caught his throat and slashed it open, but not deep enough to kill him. They hit the ground. She rolled up, rushing the men that held Dahane. They let go, startled by her skill and speed. She grabbed her son, and spinning him behind her, she took a defensive stance.
I suggest you stagger off.
Saren snarled and let go of his bleeding neck with rage in his eyes and moved to attack her. Salma didn't miss him this time, and her claws sliced through his throat just enough that she felt her claw tips hit his spine. It was at that moment that the storm exploded with lightning, and in it, her illusion failed for just a moment. She stood exposed, blood-soaked, and with claws for all to see.
Demon!
A man yelled.
Demon!
Salma held her ground. Had it been only the men in the alley who saw her, she had no doubt that she could have just killed them, but it wasn't. At the alley's end, several men happened to be headed to the alley for shelter and saw her, and it was their cry she heard.
Kill her!
One of the men who had grabbed Dahane roared. She took a step back as the crush of the city street turned at the yelling.
It's her fault. She brought the storm.
The man whom she had slashed shouted.
She sank our ship and walked away across the water. Demon, witch.
Before she could object, they all rushed her. A wizard from the street threw a blast at her that staggered her back in its wild lack of control. It exploded, causing no damage to her, but in the power of the storm, its magic flashed off in unexpected ways, shredding not only her illusion, but Dahane's as well. She was not concerned for herself, but they were in a dead-end alley, and her 10-year-old son had no chance to escape on his own. He didn't even know the language. She had no choice but to stand and fight, even as the rapidly formed mob, desperate to stop the storms, attacked her. Salma knew she killed at least 3 of them before one of them hit her with something across her thigh, with enough force to fracture the bone. She heard Dahane cry out in pain as she swiped the face of the man who had broken her leg. The man's face was slashed one way, his throat the other. There was another round of yelling as she fought, frantic to get to her son. She was swarmed over and forced down to the ground with blows from all directions until suddenly they all stopped and a heavy tarp was thrown over her.
Back off,
a man roared.
In the name of the Regent, back off. 1 step and you face treason.
Sobbing in pain and holding her shattered ribs, she reached her mind to Dahane. He was in pain, but close and alive.
Be still, do not threaten them,
she whispered to his mind. He knew to obey, even if he could not respond. She bit her lip to not cry out as she was lifted up and carried by at least 3 men from the alley. The shouting continued, but all her focus was on her small son and blocking his pain so he might lay still and quiet.
My Lord Regent,
a nervous young voice said. Oirion opened his eyes. He wiped the grit of lack of sleep and a very hard night from his eyes before he sat up in his chair. Hoping he didn't look as terrible as he felt, he focused on the young servant who stood by his chair with a worried look.
Sire,
the young human woman said nervously.
Sire, there is the constable begs you come at once. He says that he needs you at once.
Where is he?
In the stable yard,
she said.
Could you pull me out some fresh clothing? I need to wash up a bit.
He rose from his chair, feeling shaky and oddly tall. He guessed that was one of the biggest changes from being Oirion to being ShaHaNon. He was a good foot taller. That, and he could feel his own power in a way that no longer felt out of place, congested, or blocked. It was odd to him that even when he dreamed of himself as being Oirion, the created body and illusion work of his grandfather to hide his truth from Jerome. It always felt disorientating to wake up as ShaHaNon. At least the deeper truth was still so hidden, he did not dream of himself as anything other than a man. He washed his face as he put his mind and focus back together. He had to steady his inner energies and remind himself he was ShaHaNon now, not Master Oirion of old, or Father Oirion of just a few months ago, or anything else either. He was ShaHaNon, partner to Shannon, who was now Emperor of Pert and King of Norwood. Oirion was ShaHaNon, Regent of Pert, and likely the most powerful white wizard in all of the Empire, if not the world. The idea was chilling and terrifying. If he was the strongest and he knew how helpless he was, the world was in for some very terrible days. He needed to shave, but if the constable wanted to see him at once, he didn't have time. He accepted the clothes the young woman had laid out on the bed for him. She stood nervous as to what to do. She clearly was not at ease with the idea of him changing before her, but maybe excited as well.
Could you get me a glass of water?
He asked her, already pulling off yesterday's vest. The woman had brought him dark blue pants and blouse that went under a far grander tunic and great cloak. It was nothing fancy at a glance, but the quality and the million threads of silk woven into magics in the fabric made his wardrobe worth all the finery worn by all of court. He dressed quickly, so she wouldn't have time to worry about what she might or might not see. He was modest by nature, but he also knew to be overly so was a thing that got whispered about. He was clasping the cloak closed when she returned with a glass of water for him. He took it and tested it for poison, running a finger around the rim. He always did that now. The threat of poison had become very real, and twice he had escaped a poison attempt. Once the dose had been too weak, and he had merely spent a day with his head hung over a bucket sweating it out. The second time, he simply had not been hungry and failed to eat the meal. Unfortunately, someone's lapdog had. He drank the water and tried to wake up before he left the room for the stable yard. Once beyond his room, he began to feel a sense of urgency and hurried his steps into a near run. The yard wasn't far in the way of the palace's layout, but it felt a good distance when trying to hurry. The stable yard was not normally used by the lords or rank of the city. It was connected to the guard stables, the palace butcher yard, and the king's jail. It was all stone, and normally had nothing in it, except for the strewn-about mess of horse manure, hay, and straw, as well as the butcher's pets. There were a dozen or more chickens that ran about having escaped the axe by luck or fate, several rabbits, a lame dog, and 2 little milk goats on most days. Adding to it was the butcher, his aides, the guards, their horses, and the jailers, both on and off duty. Even so, the yard normally felt relaxed and empty, but long before he got there, Oirion could hear the yelling. Today, the yard was very full. There was a small mob of city guards and workmen gathered and yelling at the few of the constable's men who guarded someone in the center of the mob. A man shouted to make way for the regent, and the crush of bodies opened just enough to let Oirion through with salutes and a few bows. The constable was barely keeping order about prisoners who had been brought in. They had been draped under heavy canvas, hidden as if their appearance alone had set off the mob.
Your Grace?
A man red-faced and furious dropped to a knee.
We have captured demons in form. Surely these storms are their doing.
Demons rarely take form,
Oirion said. He reached down and grabbed the canvas, pulling back the heavy fabric. Beaten very badly was the last thing that Oirion thought to see. 2 sphinx bound and bleeding and pert. Shorter and slighter than humans, delicate-boned and covered in a fine layer of rust-red fur, they were native to the lands deep inside the barrier and unknown beyond, certainly never even heard of in Pert. It was no wonder the mob might think them demons, but demons didn't bleed. He thought everyone knew that. The 2 had been dressed well enough once, but their clothes were ripped and torn. They were matted with mud and blood. The long hair of their heads was even filthier. Clearly they had been beaten down very badly. The larger of the 2 looked up as the yard exploded in an uproar. Oirion felt his heart stop in his chest. Despite the beating and the filth, he knew her at once. It was Salma, the only lover he had ever had as Oirion. Had the yard been still, they might have seen his stunned reaction, but their own uproar gave him a moment to cover from his shock at seeing her. Someone made a shove, and the mob went wild. Kicks and punches were aimed at the 2 who were helpless on the ground. Oirion moved at once. With his skill as a warrior, he shoved back a number and took a stance over the 2 sphinx, but the mob seemed to have gone mad. He was left with no choice but to get more extreme. He threw out his arm with a force that slammed everyone back. The magic crushed them away from him with a power that he knew would break ribs and crack weak bones. Most who had been closest had broken noses, and the wind had been knocked out of them. The force of the magic was only slightly softened for those behind, but the front line had been shoved into them hard enough many of those behind suffered the same.
Enough,
he said in a powerful whisper. His voice seemed quiet, but all in the yard heard him. He was sorry he had also caught the guards who had tried to protect the 2, but the mob had left little choice.
These are not demons,
he said, looking around with cold anger clear on his face.
They are sphinx from the lands inside the barrier. They are a race honored and accepted by the angels.
He looked at the people around him, with his own anger at the attack on Salma making his heart pound. The desire to serve out, blow to those involved, was difficult to choke down.
They brought the storms.
Someone who hid behind others objected.
As I have said before, the storms are the effects of the magics Jerome used echoing off the barrier shield. No one is sending them. I suggest you all get out of here. If this is who I think it is, the Emperor will be most furious that his personal friend was attacked, and if I can remember your face, you will face charges of assault upon a foreign ambassador, a friend of Shannon's, not to mention a friend of mine.
The mob hesitated.
Get out of here,
he roared at them, dropping his whisper in trade for a power that made his voice boom and echo in their heads. The mob began to fall back, then rapidly gave space, as each man rushed away so as to not be seen more than another.
I'm sorry,
Oirion said to the constable and his men, who were all holding bloody noses, and one man was clutching his side with pain on his face.
The crush was just too close and we haven't fought together enough for the magic to recognize you.
He took a minute to steady himself before he looked to Salma. Not daring to look at her face, he took her hands and helped her stand. He didn't say anything but gathered her up in his arms, stunned at how light a thing she was.
We understand,
Tavia said as he gathered up the smaller one.
I just didn't have the men to stop them all.
I am Salma of the Forest, and I come to speak to Oirion Hennon on urgent matters that affect all the world. I must speak to him. You know of him, yes?
Salma asked, desperate and terrified. Tears were welling in her eyes, and that was very out of place for her. Oirion wanted to tell her it was him, but for the sake of his soul and the soul of Shannon, he could never admit that again. He felt her shiver and wince at the pain she was in as he adjusted his hold of her.
He is no more,
Oirion said, striding forward to reach the palace. She gasped and put a hand to her face, fighting to not cry.
Call up healers,
Oirion ordered the maid who had come to his room earlier.
Run, girl,
he added. She took off running. Oirion realized he had no idea what rooms were empty or full or safe even. This was not his home or his palace, and he had not taken over the command of such things. He growled at himself for such an oversight. It might have taken a day to get a good hold on the layout, but now he paid for the oversight. Not again. Learning the floor plans would now take high priority in each place he went from now on. He went to his own chambers with one of Tavia's men dashing ahead to open the door. Oirion cast him a glance of gratitude and carried Salma to his unused bed. Kneeling on it, he laid her down, making sure to lay her in from the edge of the bed enough that healers could sit or kneel beside her and not have to move her again. She let out a small whine of pain. That scared him. He had seen her endure serious injury with nothing but a jest and a joke. He might not have Jamie's power anymore, but his hands still knew how to feel for pain, injury, and maybe, just maybe, he might be able to use other magic to set and bind bone. Tavia crawled across the bed from the other side to lay the little one as near to Salma as he could. The little one was unconscious.
He's alive,
Tavia said to assure Orion's glance up.
Captain Denar used a trick Jamie taught him to help him sleep through the pain.
Oirion focused on the woman in his hands. She had been slashed in a few places, but most of her injuries were blunt force from boots and fists. His hands found the ribs on her left side broken, every one of them. He had no time to worry about the details of what had happened, as those ribs had shifted about inside her and threatened her internal organs.
Can he help her to sleep?
Oirion asked.
No.
She gasped.
Please don't.
She pleaded, grabbing the hand of the little one.
This is going to hurt,
Oirion warned her.
Please don't put me under.
She pleaded again.
Where the hell are the healers?
Oirion demanded over his shoulder.
I'm sorry, but I have to move your broken ribs or they are going to damage you just by your breathing.
She nodded.
Please.
She begged with tears in her eyes.
If I die.
You won't,
he said firmly.
My son, please. Oirion Hennon is his father.
Oirion felt his heart stop as he looked at the little Sphinxan boy, nearly as badly beaten as his mother. He couldn't think about it at the moment.
He is safe now. Nothing will happen to him.
She let out a breath of relief and cried in pain. He didn't wait, but used magic to take hold of the ribs and move them back in place. She cried out but did not grab him or try to escape his hands. The work was difficult, and trying to adapt magics in the moment was far more exhausting than he had thought. For decades, healing had been a gift he had through Jamie. It had been a matter of just making things feel right. Now the effort felt cold and stiff, like snapping together a puzzle without all the pieces or knowing what the picture was truly supposed to be. In the back of his mind, he felt pity for Shannon, who was once a healer every bit as powerful as Jamie, but had had that ability turned inside out. To trade a partner who was a healer for one who was a vampire could not be as painful as going from being a healer to becoming a vampire. He reminded himself to be more understanding of Shannon's trials in the future. As he got her ribs away from her heart, lungs, and kidneys, a healer's hands took over, and he was able to step back. Salma gasped in relief as pain eased away, and she sank toward sleep. Orion's hands were covered in her blood, and her energy played against him in a very strange way.
Have you had healers look at your men?
He asked Tyvan, still not taking his eyes off the small woman on his bed.
Yes, even now. Most of the decent healers were out in the city with the aftermath of the storm, but they are here now.
Oirion went to the bathing chamber. At the sink, he washed Salma's blood from his hands. A little had stained his cuff. He leaned on the sink, trying to calm himself and to think how he was going to deal with the men behind the attack. Part of his mind knew they were scared and reacted in a predictable way. But on the other hand, part of him wanted revenge for the hurt to Salma and her son, his son. Travis had said Oirion had a son named Dahane with Salma, but that little detail had seemed too far away to be real and had somehow slipped to the back of his mind. Now the boy lay in his bed. That boy had just been beaten nearly to death for his face, and Armand wanted him to be king of Valrine. How in the hell was that going to happen? Pert would not just accept either of those two. They had teeth and claws as sharp as any cat, and they would be seen as freaks of a warp storm at best. Drawing in a deep breath, he returned to the main bedchamber. Healers were still at work on both of the Sphinx. Tyvan joined him, a bit of dried blood still on his nose from the magic blow that had shoved him back as hard as anyone.
You know her?
Tyvan asked softly. Oirion nodded the slightest.
She said Oirion was the boy's father. That possible?
I assumed you would know that it is,
Oirion said. It came out a bit sharp, and he knew it. He took a breath and tried to relax.
Sorry, Ven. I am a little tense just now.
I posted trustworthy men at the door and sent your page away for now.
Thank you.
Oirion put a hand on the man's shoulder, feeling for once he had an ally in this city. To be known and to have someone have a hint of what he was dealing with helped lift the burden a great deal.
Once I talk to her, I will want to talk to the council. Can you call them in?
Tyvan nodded and left the room. Oirion retook the chair he had slept in and stayed back, watching the healers work on the two. The sun through the window crept across the floor, and 3 sets of healers came and went as the healing work continued. Clouds hid the sky and rain took over, which in turn turned to snow before the last healers stepped away. Jamie might have healed them both in just a few minutes, but Jamie was no ordinary healer, and Oirion was truly beginning to understand that.
They are both out of danger,
The old woman said with a bow to Oirion.
If we push too much further, they will have scars. They need to rest, and we can come back tomorrow to aid again. The important injuries, however, are seen to. You should also be aware that because they are a different race and also warped energy built, they will feel troubled by the touch. They will likely feel very exposed.
Oirion rose from the chair.
I am aware of such things, thank you.
She bowed to him and left with her staff. Oirion moved to the bedside and sank down to sit beside Salma. She opened her eyes slowly. She was relaxed under the influence of the healer's magics. The old woman had made sure to block pain as best she could, but it also blocked energy flow and would make the mind move a little slower as well.
Who are you?
She asked.
I am called Shane,
he said.
Regent of Pert.
Fear flickered across her face, and a hint of panic filled her eyes before she could hide it.
No, Salma.
He touched her hand that lay on the blanket over her chest.
Jerome has been driven from Pert. Shannon is emperor now.
I don't know if I believe you,
she whispered. He held up his left hand to show her what he wore. He still wore his own rings, and she would recognize them. She looked from the rings to his face.
I know that ring.
Yes,
he said softly.
I knew you would. I know how Oirion got it, and why.
He didn't want to have to lie to her, but to get her trust, he was going to have to.
At Orion's funeral, Theo gave me his rings. You might not know me, but I know who you are. You're safe here.
If you know me, then you understand my distrust.
He nodded a little. He did understand and was both proud of her and sad for her. He rested his hand on his knee as he drew it up to sit more at ease next to her.
Oirion was raised by a woman who was not truly his mother but his aunt and her husband. Orion's father was the elder son of Lord Hennon, and that man was my father as well. That is why Shannon tolerated him as he did, for my sake.
Who are you again?
She asked.
I am called Shane. Shannon is my partner.
Jerome is Shannon's partner.
She whispered at him.
Was, yes. I have been tied to Shannon for almost 100 years now.
That was both truth and not, but it would help her understand that this was not a new thing.
A few months ago, Shannon learned Tavia was captive of Jerome and nothing in the world would stop him from going to save her. He got to her, but the magics unfolded and Travis had to reveal himself as Armand to save him,
he explained.
That moment of power ended the bond with Jerome and spun my soul the rest of the way into the bond with Shannon. I have been bonded to Shannon for near 100 years, but never so deeply. So yes, Jerome was, but I am completely Shannon's now and he is emperor.
How did Oirion die?
She asked.
Shannon stood in battle with Theo in Awens against Jerome's attack, and Jerome called a hell dragon. Oirion got tangled up in the magic of the fight between the dragon and Shannon.
He took a deep breath and let it out, trying not to think too much about the truth or the lie he was telling Salma.
I'm sorry, Salma,
he said, for the lie he was having to tell her, and the grief she might feel for the loss of the man she knew as Oirion.
Did Oirion tell you about me?
He just nodded as he rubbed his eyes and wished he could go home and not be this man, in this place or having to lie to his friends.
What did he say?
Oirion folded his hands in his lap and thought about what he might have told of Salma. He cleared his throat before he spoke.
He cared for you a great deal. Oirion didn't ever say much about that year, but he did mention you and that he had no regrets about the time he was with you.
She studied his face, trying to see if he was to be trusted. He wanted to gather her in his arms and tell her the truth, but he didn't dare. He had to just sit there and play this out.
Did he know about my son?
Travis told him. He said Dehane was like a little brother to him and would one day have a place in Pert. Dehane is also listed as the heir to the throne of Valreen upon his coming of age.
He looked to the boy who slept. He was a very pretty child, delicate, and while he had a look of a Perton in some ways, he was clearly not just a Perton. Pert could barely accept Pertons as it was, but to be half a lion and expect him to be accepted was going to be very difficult to make happen. He looked back to Salma.
Travis.
Travis is gone, Salma. He was Armand incarnate, and he sacrificed himself to save Shannon. Tavia is heartbroken. It will be good to have a friend.
He paused.
I assume you are going to stay in Pert.
I don't know. Where is Tavia?
Ulumbak. She is Empress. Travis declared her Shannon's wife and Empress of Pert.
Salma smiled a little.
Tavia is indeed a queen. Pert could not have a better mother.
A lot happened that day, Salma. Tavia is not happy to be where she is. She saw a very dark side of Shannon.
No woman could hope to not fantasize about him, but Tavia, she cared about him on a deeper level. I cannot imagine her seeing him show his teeth would change that. She loved him.
Oirion nodded a little.
I am here to find a line of kings and put a king on the throne of Fairwah. Once I do that, I will be going to Ulumbak. You and Dahan will travel with me, and then you can talk to Tavia yourself.
How long will that take?
I have been here for almost 6 months, but I have a lead on someone, so hopefully not much longer.
I have to talk to Shannon before then.
The barrier is failing, isn't it?
Warp storms rip across the land as have not been seen in many generations. I came to try to help figure out how to bring the barrier down without the line of Armand. But if Shannon is emperor, the line lives.
The line lives, but Shannon is a von Shannon now, not a von Armand. Dave is a von Armand, and Shannon's father might have held the blood, but he was denounced.
His father?
Emperor Tyrell.
Oirion sighed heavily.
As I said, Salma, much happened that day. I need to go to a council and explain who you are to the lords here. They think the storms are being sent by elves. Your appearance might bring them to a panic.
She tenderly rubbed at her wrists, letting things sink in.
Let me talk to them.
Salma, you look terrible.
I can help calm them down and bring focus to the court. I will just need clothes that fit me and something noble, something like what Tavia might wear.
He nodded.
All right, let me go see what can be found.
He rose. She caught his hand as he did. Her cat-like claw caught him on the side of his hand, but she seemed not to notice.
ShaHaNon will need a guard who can be trusted.
I will have Tyvan pick someone. He will know who will be the best.
Oirion kissed the back of her hand.
I'll be back shortly.
She let him go and waited for him to turn toward the door. She put her claw to her lips and tasted the tiny prick of blood on its tip. Her eyes narrowed as she took it in. Curling up with her son, she settled into the bed with a heavy sigh of relief. She did not understand how or why, but she knew exactly who Shane was. Oirion had changed, but she knew who he was. She would wait and ask Shannon later why the deception was needed. The council was gathered with the same people, talking to the same people, and the schemers scheming as always. Most of them were fat human men with more care for what they feasted on than the condition of the people of the kingdom. Oirion couldn't help but notice the young duchess. She had her seat several down from his place at the head of the great table. She was doing as normal for her, sitting quietly watching with little interest. However, today, her seeming weakness struck him more as utter boredom with a hint of contempt. But he couldn't tell for certain. She looked over, as if aware he was watching her, and met his eyes. Her expression was impossible to read, but one thing was for certain. She wasn't typical because a typical young woman would have blushed and looked away or tried to flirt if she had caught him watching her. He looked over the other lords a moment, then lifted his hand for order. It didn't come as quickly as he might have wished, but it did fall silent.
As I have said over and over, the storms are everywhere and have more to do with the barrier than anything else. I have asked time and again for you to talk to the people and reassure them of that, and yet you seem to not have done that.
He hated these fat lords and their fat treasuries. He tried not to be bitter at the race as a whole. They were all younger than he, and none of them had any idea how brief and pointless their lives were.
Last night, due to your failure, a woman and her son were attacked in the street only because of the fear of the people.
He leaned ever so slightly on the table. He shot a look to Amaron, who made a small sound of uninterested disgust.
That woman is a personal friend of the Emperor and Empress,
he said to the prince before he looked to the rest.
Her son is a ShaHaNon and thus my family,
he told them all very firmly.
She had come a very long way to talk to Shannon about the condition of the barrier shield from the inside, and had the constable not intervened, and had she been killed or her son killed, every last one of you would have stood trial. Your gluttonous power-mongering would have been a death stone about your neck.
He straightened and pulled his chair out, holding the back of it.
She is a princess of the Sphinxan people, a race that has ruled in Bracken longer than any of you can trace back your family lines. A race loved by Armand. You will show her every respect as such. Any actions or words otherwise, and I will take your head for treason.
He hoped his threat was accepted as the truth it was.
You will address her as Her Grace, and you will refer to her son as Master ShaHaNon. He is, after all, heir to the throne of Valrine, and far outranks you.
Oirion motioned to the page at the door.
Let her in,
he said, and pulled out the chair for her. Salma entered, and for a moment he was rather shocked at how well she hid the beating she had taken. She wore a long gown of dark green silk with a simple belt. The dark color made her green eyes captivating, and the light, rusty fur that covered her body seemed little more than a rich suntan. She walked with utter grace to the head of the table and looked them over.
My good lords,
she spoke in a flawless, pert whisper, her accent as perfect and ancient as Shannon's own.
I wish to assure you that I have forgiven the men who attacked my son and me. I had come under illusion to allow my son to travel and observe without standing out in a crowd. It is a common practice for royalty in Bracken. The storm made the illusions fail, and it startled the poor simple men caught in the weather. I see no reason to punish them.
Her peaceful, kindly manner grew a whisper harder and colder.
However, I expect of you greater intelligence and an active role in making it clear to your people that the races inside the barrier are every bit as solid as that of the Perton or human.
She rested her fingertips on the wood of the tabletop, accentuating the grace of her hands.
There are many races within the barrier who had suffered under the rule of Jerome. They are allies to you that you are unaware of, but by the effort of Shannon are more than willing to work with Pert to both take down the barrier as well as to stabilize the world weather and trade. My people are one of those races.
She looked around at them.
I have come a very long way, and crossing the barrier is no small trip in itself. I have come to advise and aid in the safe dismantling of the barrier, as is long overdue and is now causing storms the world over, both inside and outside the shield. This is a time when foolish lords will be forgotten and removed, but those who are wise and quick enough to know who to stand with will excel. The world is about to open up, and Pert will soon be the world's greatest empire again. Do any of you have any questions of me now? Some few things I will answer here that I will not answer again.
The young Duchess leaned forward a little, her attention finally focused.
Your Grace, I would be first to welcome you to Fairwah. It is with regret that your arrival was not under better circumstances, but I do have a few questions.
And they are?
The lines of kings was very carefully watched of old, and under von Shannon, I assume they will be tracked and traced again, in a way that has slipped under the rule of Jerome. I am interested in the claim of your son to Valrine. I understand that Lord Hennon will be crowned king this coming summer, but I had not heard mention that a great-grandson of unlikely race would be his heir.
Salma nodded seriously.
The reality of that is beyond doubt. What only a few are likely to know is that the birth of my son, the conditions of it, and the relationship between myself and Oirion Hennon was blessed by Armand himself. In fact, he thought of and referred to my son as his little brother, and used to play with him when Dahan was a small child. I understand Pert might well have issue with the unlikely race, but if Armand has decreed my son be the heir to Lord Hennon, then who in Pert can deny that?
The Duchess bowed her head in acceptance, almost as if pleased by the answer.
I would also ask if your people understand that the barrier demands a von Armand be present to take the barrier shield down, and we have no von Armands with Tyrell's denunciation.
David Saylor is a von Armand,
Salma said flatly.
Shannon wore that name until Armand renamed him.
So you know Shannon well, do you?
Amaron asked with almost a sneer.
Tell us how you met him.
She looked at the Prince of Fairwah.
A hunting trip. He and his company crossed my path when I was out hunting poachers. They were out on a rather unexpected trek, and I knew the woods better than they, so I joined them. And yes, child, I know your emperor rather well. I dare say he is one of my dearest friends. I assure you, Princeling, that as far as he is concerned, I matter and you do not. An insult meant or perceived might well find you at the end of my claws, and he will likely hope I had not gotten blood on my clothes.
Amaron almost started to answer.
She does not jest, Amaron,
Oirion warned.
She is a foreign diplomat, and where I play nice for politics' sake, she need not.
I am a very nice woman most of the time,
she said to them.
But be not deceived, I do have claws.
I have one more question,
the Duchess said, with the slightest of smile playing about her eyes.
Your Grace, if Armand himself blessed your union with Father Oirion, does that mean you were married? Would you not then be deemed a princess of Valrine, and possibly stand to inherit a vast quantity of what was passed to His Holiness Jaime?
I can explain the Perton law on that, Duchess, but no, what inheritance there was went to Jaime. It was his to have,
Oirion said. Salma continued.
Neither my race nor the Pertons of old held marriage as a common practice. Fate made certain that Oirion and I did not get to spend nearly the time I might have wished for, and neither did it bind us into each other in such short-lived contracts as marriage. As for wealth, I assure you I have my own, and would never dream of denying Jaime his partner's gifts. Any other questions?
I have one.
One of the old barons at the far end of the table said. He rose from his seat to be sure she could tell who was talking.
Are all the coastal cities suffering as badly as we are?
Some coasts are being hit more than others. It depends on weather patterns, ocean currents, and energy wells. I am sure if there was enough information gathered, it could all be mapped out and explained, but I do not know the lands outside the barrier well enough to do that for you. I assure you, though, that nowhere coastal or inland is being unaffected. This is global, and all lands and all races feel it.
Oirion stepped up, knowing that Salma had to be hurting and wanting to sit.
The princess will be joining the court at banquet when she is ready to do so. Until then, if you have no more questions, it is best perhaps she rest until the healers give her leave.
She nodded her head to them.
My lords,
She said gracefully and left the room. Oirion took the head of the table, looking them over.
I have a lead on a line of kings and will be gone for several days. The constable will have the final say on all matters beyond day-to-day order of your houses. I suggest you all consider very carefully how you are going to prove your worth to a new king, as well as to the emperor should he demand an accounting of your roles.
He left them to consider it and followed Salma. Beyond the council hall in the passage that led from the royal suite where Orion's chambers were, she had taken a seat in a chair right at the door. She didn't even try to smile. The strain was clear.
all the battles I have fought in my life and I get taken down by a handful of humans in a street. Very unglamorous.
More than a few, Salma,
he said.
Not even the constable and his men could keep the mob back. You want me to carry you?
No,
She said sadly.
but maybe it would be best.
He gathered her up in his arms, again surprised how small she felt. She put her arm around his back and rested against him. He took her back to the room where Dahane was asleep. She motioned to a chair, and he put her in it rather than the bed.
I didn't know you were such a diplomat,
he said, crossing the room to get them wine.
I have had to learn. Tavia taught me a great deal about it dealing with the nomads.
You stayed?
He asked, a little surprised.
I thought you didn't like them.
I liked them fine. They did not like me. But Tavia asked that I stay, and then there were so many orphans, and when the magic started to churn, they needed her, and so tolerated me.
She accepted the glass of wine he offered.
After he was born, I needed Tavia's support.
She watched him take a seat and smiled a little, seeing how very pertinent he was.
I still don't understand why you would risk the storms and barrier to come to Pert right now,
he said. She took a slow sip of the wine and thought about how to answer that.
My people detest half-breeds. It is forbidden, and to allow such is a death sentence for both mother and child. My mother herself ordered my death.
She looked up to the red-haired Perton, who sat across from her, but who held the soul of Oirion inside him.
I left Bracken with Tavia and Elliot, but we got separated in Dakan. I had to save up money to get a crossing.
Why didn't you try to contact Oirion? He had the money to pay for anything you might have needed.
Travis told me that the Lord of Norwood had put a great deal of magic on Oirion to make him forget everything, and that I would not be recalled.
Oirion took a slow drink, having to admit it was true. He had to be very careful what he said and how close he dared to get to Salma. His life was complex enough. It would not help to have people think he was inappropriately close to Oirion Hennon's mistress. It might not do anyone any good for her to know who he was either.
I'm sorry,
was really all he could say.
Sphinx are like Pertons in that they can control when and if they have children. That says a lot about how much Oirion meant to me and how much what he did mattered. I am sure he thought it was just a game, but for once it wasn't.
She waved it off.
It's of no matter now. It is most fortunate for me, though, that you were here. I think perhaps it would have been death to land anywhere else just now.
Armand no longer walks as Travis with us, but perhaps his hand is still active in Pert.
He took a slow drink and tried to find a reason to leave.
You are leaving to find a lost prince?
Yes. If all goes well, we will be in Ulumbak in a month. I dislike the south and its weather.
He chuckled a little.
Although I doubt Ulumbak is going to be much better.
Among my people, males serve two roles, servants and lions. Lions dance for us and are nothing but breeding tools. However, the skills of a father are passed to his son when he comes of age and chooses the role of a lion. A son will know his father, and while I do not know if it will carry true for Dahane, as his father was not a lion, if it does, he will suddenly inherit powers that no lion has ever held. It would mean a great deal if you helped to prepare him for that. He needs to understand Perton magics and be ready, just in case.
He will know his father?
Oirion asked carefully.
A lion will always know his father. Even if his mother had a dozen lions, he will know which one is his father and inherit his abilities.
That could be a problem,
Oirion muttered.
Maybe it would be good if you prepared him. All I know of Pertan magic I learned from Oirion and Shannon, so not much. We were sort of busy for comparative study.
Oirion nodded.
I am at Shannon's mercy for where I go and what I get away with. If I cannot be there, I will make certain he has a teacher who can prepare his understanding, if not his cause. How old is the coming of age?
Any time after 15 or so. No older than 20. If by 20 you are not settled, you don't get the chance. The castration is carried out, and you assume a role as a servant.
You castrate them?
Oirion asked, shocked.
It prevents any half-breeds. It's all done painlessly and with great honour and healers at hand to make things over.
Then thank God you brought him here where he can choose to be any sort of man he wishes to be.
If he inherits any of Oirion, he will be more than just a lion. He will be a king and worthy of it.
She smiled.
I should go get ready for my trip.
He rose.
If you need anything, ask the constable. He is a good man and will be certain to know what to do to help.
She nodded.
Thank you.
He bowed to her and left to find somewhere else to spend the night. End of Chapter 4. Continue with Chapter 5, Allora. Regent's Way, Chapter 5, Allora. The effort it took to escape the nightmare was tremendous, and left Oirion panting and sweat-soaked in the bed. His body shivered with the exertion he had put forth. It had taken everything he had to tear himself away. He tried not to think that maybe several thousand miles away, Shannon was still caught in the nightmare Oirion had just escaped. He could taste things he did not wish to taste, and knew things he did not wish to know. Even with the great thick walls, he could hear the storm beyond and feel the power of it raging against the world. At least it was not aimed at the city this time, as its epicenter was to the north. He felt hot tears escape his eyes to run down his temples back toward his hair. He was so tired, he could not even think to lift a hand, let alone get up. He felt terrifyingly small and unequipped for the tasks laid on him. He needed to see to the city, the storms, the empire, to the salvation of Shannon's soul. And yet he could not even bring himself to lift a hand to wipe away a tear. He closed his eyes and tried to picture the faces of the guardians of the palace halls of Ulambak. His soul cried out to them for help. He didn't think they would hear him, or even care if they did. They didn't help Tyrell when he needed them. They had allowed Jerome to sit on their throne, and they had forced Armand to trade himself for Shannon. After Armand's actions on the steps of the palace, the guardians might not even exist anymore. He ran his mind through the names of every angel of Pert, begging for aid. Prayers he had not said in far too long poured through his mind and heart. If he had his prayer beads, he might have gripped them for comfort, if nothing else. As it was, he just lay in bed trying to calm his heart and keep hold of his sanity. He drifted to sleep and into dreams of angels, demons, and war. Opening his eyes, Oirion lay in bed with the headache that always followed a storm. This was a new chamber that Tavia had gotten ready for him, opening the door for him without explanation. Maybe the constable really did know things. He rolled to his feet slowly. He was painfully aware of the magic strain of holding shields both against what was outside, but also what was inside. Limping to his private bath chamber, he poured a basin full of water to wash his face and try to shake the exhaustion. He had lost track of time and day again. With great effort, Oirion changed into the clothes laid out for him, feeling every bit of every year of his life. Both of his lives, he thought wearily. He fingered the golden buttons on the long tunic that he had just put on. It was heavy, but necessary with the wild weather. The city had never been as cold as it was right now. He ran his hands over the heavy brocade of his tunic and wondered if he might just give it away. The cold did not bother him, as once it had. With his pertinent energy free to flow as it should, the cold affected him differently. His grandfather had spun illusions on him since before birth, and while Oirion had suffered for the way it blocked and tangled his energies, it had hidden him and saved his soul from the hands of Jerome. With that illusion and the life he had led gone, he was still learning the depth of the grace of the Pertan reality. He made himself brush the tangles out of his hair that the night had created. A little water to smooth it down was the best he could make himself do. He gathered it back and used a gem-encrusted hair clasp at the back of his neck to hold it in place. He couldn't really do anything more with his hair. He simply had not learned to. Despite his lack of interest in the skills of vanity, he was regent and needed to look the part. He debated on putting on a sword, but lately the thing had felt heavy and off balance to him. He worried it was an effect of being bonded to Shannon. Even now Shannon avoided any metals. The man could not wear any metal of any sort and grabbed a metal blade only when he had no other ready options. Oirion left the sword off. He was fairly certain he could defend himself with his hands alone if need be. He looked himself over in the mirror to make certain he had hidden how tired he was before he went to the door. 1,000,000 small colored marble stones made a pattern of waves and seabirds. Orion's boot heels echoed on the mosaic. The corridor was lit by oil lamps until he reached the hallway lined with windows that looked out to the south. Gray light poured in, making lamps unnecessary even on overcast days. It was raining again, though, and little could be seen through the glass panes. A set of serving girls rounded a corner and saw him. Both dropped to a knee, shoulder to shoulder. He pretended not to notice them peeking up at him and blushing. It was an uncomfortable thing. He had never really been looked at that way, since he had been Master Oirion, and young at that. To be Shane, to be the man he was now, felt uneasy, and after that last night in Ulumbak, he did not trust himself totally with such things. He took the stairs up to the halls, above the main doors, and stopped at the windows to look out at the city. From there, he could see the smoke of several massive fires caused by exploding magics during last night's storm. At least the flames were being held down by the rain. He closed his eyes and focused his mind outward. Magic of all sorts right now were dangerous, but so were fires in a crowded city. He reached out, felt the heat of the fire, and dropped a tarp of magic over it, simply crushing it into suffocation. He held it until the air was forced out and the coals went dead. He let go and allowed water to fall down on it. He reached out to find the next. He had to be careful not to catch anyone inside the tarp, as it would suffocate them as surely as the fire. The tarp was a simple spell, but one not widely known or normally used on such a scale. It was the safest, even if horribly inefficient way to kill the fires. The second fire went out, but this time he felt the effort. His knees felt weak a moment, and he caught hold of the window frame to steady himself. The tarp should not have drained him so much. It might drain someone who was new to the magic, but he had been using it decades. There had to be another reason. Oirion had just regained his balance as the young Duchess walked up to him and bowed low to him.
Have you considered the trip, Your Grace?
She asked.
Indeed,
he said. He needed to get out of the city and to figure out what was going on, and if he could find a king while doing it, all the better.
Go home and ready yourself. Set your matters in order as an adult and be ready by dawn. I will meet you at the city gate. I must warn you, though, I will not wait for you if you prove to be unfit for the road or the weather.
I will be there,
she vowed, and left as quickly as she could without running. Oirion returned to his old chambers to find that Salma was gone, but Theo was waiting for him. The King of Eowyn stood at a window looking out at the city. He turned and lifted a glass of wine in salute.
Nice work with the fires,
he said.
I was just thinking about doing something similar, but wasn't sure exactly what, but...
Theo, how are you here?
Oirion interrupted, taken by surprise at seeing Theo.
I'm not really. It's sort of a trick I'm working on, trying to figure it out. I wanted to check on you. How are you doing?
I hate it here. I hate politics and I hate the weather.
That's a lot of hate for a cardinal.
Oirion grunted and grabbed a bottle of wine and 2 glasses out of the cupboard.
Blame it on Shannon.
Theo nodded and took a sip from the glass Oirion handed him.
You look worn out, Theo,
Oirion said, sitting in a chair near his friend.
I haven't been so tired in a long time.
Theo smiled faintly.
I have things to talk to you about, but I am not certain it is wise here.
Anything exactly?
Oirion asked.
Magics and such.
Theo shrugged.
Do you know of the crown of Landra?
Oh, vaguely. It was said to be buried with one of the empresses.
It was stolen in the rule of Shannon's grandfather. I have spent the last 6 months trying to track it back and how and when exactly it was stolen,
Theo said.
It seems that there was a dark power rising in those days, and several other powerful items were stolen, but Tyrone was most upset about that one. Master Oirion Silverwood managed to retrieve all the items except the crown.
Theo took a sip, then moved to take a seat and seemed momentarily surprised when he could feel the chair as he sat down.
It's a sorcerer's crown, very powerful and keyed to the Guardians. Whoever has it in this realm can address the Guardians and can command them to do things outside the magical dictates.
And?
Oirion asked carefully.
Something commands it when it is in this realm. That is why the Guardians and the Wells of Pear denied Shannon.
Theo glanced at the door to make certain no one was near.
I think they thought once Tyrell was dead, that if they crowned Jerome with it, he would inherit the power through the crown. I think Jerome thought so as well. Either whoever commanded it didn't give it up to Jerome completely, or he traded it back for something. But while it was in the palace, it was commanded, in this realm, by someone most powerful. I stole it, though. I have it, not in this realm, of course, but I cannot break it free. I cannot fight that battle alone, and neither you nor Shannon are in any condition to help me with it right now.
You have the crown?
Oirion asked with sudden relief. So much information flooded to him of those days, and the fears and the concerns about all of it. Tyrone's fears had been well-founded and come to pass. Oirion had to get up to try to hide the rush of knowledge awakened by talk of the things he had worked on so hard and so secretly in that past life.
Any information you can give me will help me deal with it,
Theo asked easily, as if he was just asking an old friend about the weather.
The one who stole the items was a sorcerer of Tunis.
Oirion was aware if he admitted anything, Theo would know that he knew things about Oirion Silverwood that he shouldn't, unless he was indeed the master returned. On the other hand, that crown mattered, and Pear might need it. He drew a slow breath and made himself retake his seat.
He was paid and given great aid to break into the tombs and steal a number of things down there. He was hunted down and executed. The other items were recovered by the time Tyrone died.
He stared at the window a moment, not sure he wanted to say more. But Theo needed to know more. Oirion just had to be careful not to openly say how he knew.
I know Travis said Elishara wore it, but I assure you she did not.
How could he be wrong about that?
I don't know, Theo, but even angels can be deceived with enough time and effort.
He sighed heavily.
Tyrell was never told about the crown. Master Silverwood spent the rest of his life searching for it. Tyrell had him murdered before he found it.
Tyrell murdered Master Oirion?
Theo asked, shocked.
Are you certain?
He bound him in chains and threw him off the cliffs.
Oirion looked back to the King of Owens. He smiled tightly.
Yes, I am certain. Tyrell was not a good emperor. Had the crown of Landra been safe, he never would have been crowned at all. The Guardians would have denied him.
Any idea who had it?
No,
Oirion said.
Hundreds of years of searching and you know nothing about who had it?
What do you want me to say?
Oirion asked.
I'm a necromancer, Oirion,
Theo said sharply, but quickly took a drink as Orion's page entered.
You think I don't know?
He asked, shifting a little in the chair, watching the young man.
I know you better than that, my friend,
he said, switching to Owens. Oirion scowled at him. First Tyvan and now Theo seemed to know more than they should. Hell, Oirion barely knew the truths they seemed to think were obvious. Oddly, they each saw it from a different angle, and what they were seeing needed to be kept silent and secret.
You are Master Silverwood's descendant, Shane. You surely have more stories than I can find in old books,
Theo said, watching the page as if reading his energies. Theo had just cleverly figured out a way to keep the topic going without threatening Oirion's hidden truths. Oirion swirled his wine and rested his right ankle across his knee.
Elves,
he said.
It somehow ties in with the magics of the destruction of Malkut and the creation of the Pusan Sea. It also loops somehow into Tunis and the Black Elves,
he admitted. Theo was a powerful soul, and if anyone was going to find out the truth about that damn crown, it'd be the unlikely King of Owens.
That's all you have for me? Bloody hell.
Theo shook his head.
You're as guarded and stubborn as any man I've ever met, dead or alive.
I can't just...
Oirion looked away, frustrated at the whole thing. He should not even be allowing himself to think like the master he had been so long ago.
You have to have something. Shannon needs command of it, and if I can't break the magics blocking it, we are at a serious disadvantage. The current state of his mind frame may be directly linked.
Oirion almost growled, but he knew that Theo was right. This matter was important, and something only he and Theo had any real hope of dealing with. Right now, he had to contend with the lack of kings. But if Theo wanted to work on regaining control of the crown, that was something the world needed.
Fine.
Oirion reached into the vault of his far past and held out an old book bound in worn dark leather with a heavy blackened silver lock and straps. The leather was frayed and multicolored, but the metal was powerful and sealed the book and all that was in it. Theo reached for it, but Oirion held it back a moment.
Not a word, Theo. This is a personal favor only because I happen to agree with you, but do it as a friend.
As a friend?
Theo took hold of it.
Not a word about it. None of it. I never gave you anything.
Is it that important?
Yes, it is.
Oirion said firmly. Theo nodded, his eyes saying he understood there was a gravity to the secret that Oirion just could not go into, but he trusted him.
I will not tell anyone you borrowed such an old book for me,
Theo said, covering the conversation with an explanation for the page in case he had overheard them and had a means to understand the language. Neither was likely, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Oirion scowled as he leaned back.
That book cannot be replaced, and if it is stolen, that would be very bad.
Theo held it, smoothing a hand over the cover with almost reverence.
I do not think Pert will ever understand how much Master Silverwood did for the world. He was a great man. You live up to that heritage, my friend.
He looked up as the book vanished from his hands to his sanctuary.
Thank you.
Please don't lose that book,
Oirion said again, uneasy with Theo saying what he had or the look in his eye.
I won't,
Theo promised.
Now, about that king thing you were trying, maybe I can help.
Maybe if you were able to stay a few days, but...
I wish I could. I heard a rumor Salma is here.
She is?
I really wish I could, but I am not sure how long I can stay at all. I've been very busy cleaning up after my mother and holding the weather at some level of stability.
He smiled a little.
Harold said to say hello while I'm here.
How is he?
He and Brian broke apart. The strain of being the heir to Owens was too much. He's rather heartbroken about it, but has found he doesn't mind the tasks that much and actually enjoys being able to work his power openly and be respected for it. He might make a decent king yet. If need be, he could be instated somewhere else. I'd hate to lose him, but for Pert...
No, I think Pert needs you to have the freedom to stay a few days wherever you're needed more than we need to steal your son. Kings will turn up. We must keep faith in that.
Ever the priest.
Theo chuckled as he took several orange slices from the platter the page had brought.
Do you know what they call you in Owens?
The Regent.
Theo laughed.
They call you Vel Oirion the Younger after Master Oirion.
They can call me whatever they like, I suppose.
Oirion chose cheese and a bit of bread.
What does it mean anyway?
Theo asked. He took a tiny bite, testing to see if he could taste the orange in his current state.
It's the name for when a star explodes and the center is left a cold, dark core,
Oirion said.
Huh.
Theo said with an almost pained expression.
Not very romantic.
He set the orange aside.
Fitting, though,
Oirion muttered.
So Tyrell murdered your great-grandfather. It seems odd such a powerful man would be easily overtaken.
He was betrayed,
Oirion said sadly.
Betrayed? I never heard that story,
Theo said expectantly. He caught his legs up to sit cross-legged in the chair, ready to hear the tale. Oirion had to laugh, seeing back to those years when Theo had sat that way to talk of the battle at Ulamar. Part of Theo was still that quiet man, just eager to have friends and belong somewhere. Oirion would not have told the story to anyone else.
There was a celebration. I believe it was the first birthday of the youngest princess, Tyridel's daughter, Tyra Eliaha. Master Silverwood went there at Tyridel's invitation and, I suppose, with the hope of rebuilding the relationship with the family, even if only through Tyrone's grandson.
He sighed heavily at the sadness of the night.
Riddell sought him out and they had a very short conversation. He was worried, scared for his children, and asked for the master's help if anything should happen. He said that the first priority was the children. He asked on the friendship and love his grandfather had held for the master that he swear to aid them. Of course, Master Silverwood did.
Oirion took a sip of wine, not sure this was a good story to tell, but it was Theo, and Theo deserved to know the truth. Someday it might matter. He took another sip of the wine, telling secrets very few in the world ever knew.
Tyrell found out the master was there despite an exile from court command and had him summoned to private chambers. They got in an argument about Jerome. Tyrell was trying to have the bond between Jerome and Tyrell broken, was sending Jerome to Et and had plans to have him murdered there.
Tyrell could not begin to understand the magics of the bond if he had thought he could kill Jerome,
Theo commented.
He would have rather killed Jerome and have Riddell die than to have his son rule Pert with a human at his side. If Riddell had died, Tyrell would have just put his cousin Valak, Dave's great-grandfather, in Riddell's place. The boy had just turned 14, old enough to be named heir. Tyrell hated his son's partner, choice of the priesthood, his choice of wife, the number of children he had. He raged against it. In his eyes, such behavior was like a rabbit in the woods breeding one after another.
He hated Jerome for being human so much he would murder his own son?
Theo said, horrified.
He hated Jerome for being human, but even more so because both the Empress and Riddell loved Jerome more than they loved Tyrell. He was enraged with jealousy and hatred, and Pert paid the price. Tyrell wanted the master to aid him in controlling his son when the death of Jerome happened. If he refused, Tyrell would take Silverwood's actions as treason. Silverwood refused.
Oirion glanced to where the page was out on the balcony, watching something below, likely some pretty young girl or other.
A white guard stuck the master with a poison needle that deadened the ability to use magic.
Oirion continued.
The fight was short. One old man against a dozen white guards,
he said with a shrug.
Tyrell beat him with the staff of a halberd and had him dragged by horse out to the cliffs on the east point and thrown off. Devoid of power and bound in chains with a good number of broken bones, he sank. Just as death took him, he was able to use magic and take himself home to his tower, but the cost was very high. He was desperate to figure out how to save the House of Armand. He clearly failed.
Oirion shook his head.
There is a reason Armand denounced Tyrell.
He leaned forward on his knee and looked at Theo seriously, and for a moment as Master Oirion.
Consider the mercy of Armand. Of all the sins of all the men in all of Pert, he has denounced only two, Tyrell and Jerome, and he denounced Jerome only as a last resort to save Riddell. Not even the crimes of drunken healers earned such anger. Pity, grief, frustration, but not anger. Not even your mother has been denounced. Tyrell was dethroned and denounced.
Theo nodded, understanding.
I knew he was an ass, but...
Theo had a hard time imagining what else Tyrell might have done.
If Shannon knew the whole truth, he might kill him.
Oirion paused and leaned back.
We might consider who was behind his teaching. It seems strange to me a prince of Pert would turn so horrid, like a rotten apple, for no real reason. If his tutors and caretakers were put in place to make him such a monster, they might be tracked back to the source of it all.
Theo nodded.
That's true, but that's no excuse. If it was, I would not be the man I am.
I didn't say it was. I only said it might be a trail that I never followed up on.
Theo nodded.
When will you go to test the king possibility?
Tomorrow sometime.
I will let you pack then and go visit my dear Salma before I must leave.
Theo rose and bowed to the Regent before he left the room. Oirion sat a long moment, before he realized he had used the pronoun I when speaking of Master Orion's research. He sighed heavily. Either Theo didn't catch it, or because the man already knew, he let it pass.
Why don't you go round up a tailor for the Sphinx and her son and get them several sets of clothes? I trust you to oversee and make certain they are high quality,
he told the page, the moment the young man came back inside.
Yes, Your Grace.
He bowed and left. Oirion sighed with relief and got up to pack. He wondered a moment about the fact that Theo had not questioned how a dead man could take himself home or work living magics. Oirion knew it to be true, but did not understand it. Perhaps one day he would ask the necromancer about it. He took decent travel clothes, weapons, a heavy dark leather armor vest that would hide under his tunic. With the magics of old, almost everything he might have need of, he had stashed away in a vault that he should be able to get into at any time. It made travel much easier on him and on the horse that had to carry him and any packs he brought. Anything else he could pick up in the city. He bound back his hair, grabbed a heavy wool cloak, pulled up the hood, and slipped out. Even as he bought supplies, he had to wonder why he was going and why he was taking the girl with him. The more he thought about it, the more stupid it felt. He was hoping she was not even going to show up. He had to question his motives, and yet he found nothing out of place or selfish in it. He shook his head and dismounted at the stable. He saw to his own horse and stood a moment outside before going in. He had to be certain this was the best idea. His absence might breed real trouble, but he had to push this along and had no idea what else to do. Between Tavia and Salma, it should be well in hand. She was no child and no small force in her own right, and her command of the lords at the council table was clear. It was late when he entered the tavern. The sun had gone down, but for once the moons were out and there was no wind. His intention was to get a room and rest until dawn, right up until he saw her. She had transformed. No longer was her body swallowed up in the gown she had worn, or her face made to look done up with the paint and the hairstyle of court. Now she wore almost exactly the same clothes as he did, right down to the sword on her hip. She had her cloak thrown back over her shoulder, her hair bound back, and her expression altered so much he almost doubted it was her. He doubted until she stood up when she saw him, and lowered her gaze in respect. He walked over and dropped his pack on the floor, pushing it under the table with his foot. He took a chair as she sat back down.
I didn't think you would make it until dawn,
she said.
You set your house in order?
He asked.
Yeah.
She replied.
What can I get you to?
The bar wench asked at their elbow.
Just 2 meals and a pitcher,
he said. She nodded and left them. Orion's mind was full of the trip and the conversation with Theo, and he didn't notice how uncomfortable the young woman was until after they had gotten their meal.
You need to relax,
he said, as he cut into the mess of meat, bread, and gravy.
You look like you're ready to jump out of your skin.
Sorry, I am just not accustomed to being in such places with men who are not members of my house.
He lifted his gaze to look at her. She was far prettier to him in her new attire than she had been all painted up and dressed in silks. Still, she was far too young for him to even consider such concerns as to how pretty she might be. Not only that, Shannon's influence on his soul and heart was wreaking havoc on his normal way of seeing the world. Added to that, seeing Salma had shifted his thoughts in a strange sort of way. He felt cold and almost dead in the region of his heart. He had missed Salma, but he realized he didn't dare to allow himself to love her as one must to risk his soul to be with someone.
It was your idea to travel with me. If you are not comfortable with that, now might be the time to change your mind. I am rather certain that the weather will force us to get a great deal closer than across a table, but I am as sure that it will not be in any form other than comrades. I don't have time or energy for other things.
It's not you,
she said with an odd little frown.
It's that everyone else seems to think that you're going to take advantage of me.
If you know what the crowd in such a tavern is thinking, you need to strengthen your shields. Let people think what they think and alter that only when their thoughts are counterproductive to you. What they think does not affect us one way or another right now. Let them think I plan to. Let them think you're my daughter. Let them think you are a witch and have stolen my soul and bound me to serve you. I don't care. We eat, and then we take advantage of the weather and hit the road.
She nodded and looked to her meal.
Sounds good to me,
She said with clear relief. She wanted out of the city, and very badly. That seemed odd for a woman so young and so noble. Then again, few women these days were allowed to own swords, let alone wear them, and certainly not noble women. They hired guards for that sort of work. End of chapter 5. Continue with chapter 6. Quiet. Regent's Way, chapter 6. Quiet.
It's so quiet,
Allora said, almost as if to herself. She sat at the fire with a peaceful expression on her face. She glanced up at Oirion, who leaned back against a long-ago fallen tree. He was busy weaving a few bits of horsehair together. He didn't say anything in response. His mind was elsewhere. He wondered why he was just running off like he was, and why he had brought her along. It seemed very strange to him.
What's Norwood like?
She asked. He looked up at her, trying to put her question into order. Of course she might ask. Norwood had been sealed off for thousands of years, and he was supposed to have come from there. He had been there, but not under the very best circumstances.
It is much as Pert was once long ago. The grief is accepted and the scars are being handled. The people live fairly under a just rule.
I mean, what's it like?
She said.
Are the mountains as big as they say? Are the falls of Ormond still flowing?
Yes,
he said.
The falls pour out of the mountain and the great bridge still crosses over. The city glows at night with the living magic of the king, and from the bridge you can see the city like a million stars come to rest on the mountainsides. There is no smoke, not for cooking or for heat, so the walls remain white and reflect the light, day and night. No city is like Auman now, and no kingdom like Norwood. Maybe one day all the cities will glow again and Pert will recall its grace and honour, but damage done is not healed overnight.
Is the new emperor truly the king of Norwood?
Yes.
The Shannonites say he is Tyrell reborn, brought forth from the fires of hell by Armand, and put on his rightful throne, that even torture in hell could not break his soul, just made him hard, like tempered steel.
He looked at her a stunned moment.
Who says that?
The Shannonites. They have been around for about 50 years. Their leader is a prophet who has been preaching many things, and it seems much is coming to pass. I think the prophet comes from Ramdell. I'm not certain.
I haven't heard of them.
You didn't answer my question. You are his partner, aren't you? You know him better than any.
I am his partner and regent of Pert. I have a great deal on my mind just now. I don't think addressing the rumours of various cults is something I need to worry about,
he said, hoping she would just drop it. The last thing that he wanted to worry about was what cults were saying about Shannon. His mind was full of things that were far too closely tied to Shannon, and the less he had to think about it, all the better. If she wanted to talk, why not talk about whatever it was young girls talk about? Out of nowhere, he recalled another young noble woman he had to travel with. Cindy, Theo's wife. Or was she? He didn't know for sure now. The man who was now king of Owens never spoke of the young woman. She had been a nightmare to travel with, but she never asked difficult questions. He had to laugh at the thought of her chatter and her need to always be pampered. This woman was nothing like her.
What?
Allora asked, lifting an eyebrow in a manner that was oddly familiar.
I was thinking about a young woman I travelled with once. She was hard to deal with then. I feel sad for her now. The place was very difficult for even those of us trained, and she was not.
What happened to her?
She died,
he said simply, and shifted to settle a bit better into his bed for the night.
I have no plans of dying,
she assured him.
In fact, I plan to live a good long time.
She sighed and was quiet for a while, then spoke as if picking up a story.
Before the last verdict against magic, my mother's father owned the province that the inn was built on,
she said softly.
On the hill was a great magic school, and many travelled from across the world to study there under its master. He had been a master when the days of death hit the lands of Pert. He had foreseen much of it, but could do nothing about it. His own masters at that time had not heeded his warning. He was an old man in the days the last verdict came, but he was ready. He had gathered his magics and power. and using magics of the old human druids, some say with the aid of fairies, he placed his magic on his inner students to hide them from the darkness of ignorance and from being hunted. By the light of a great fire, he laid the magics on his students in a form of a golden dagger tattoo and blessed them. He sent them down to the inn that he had paid to have built. He called it the Last Hold. When he refused to close the school and defied Jerome against the removing of the books and magic, the men of Jerome came and burned the school to the ground, killing everyone within. The battle lasted 3 days, and the hill glowed with power throughout. Even when it was over, the hill glowed with fire for 12 days before the embers died. His inner students, however, were not there. None of them. He had sent them all home and had stood alone with only a few of the other teachers. One of those teachers came down the hill after the men of Jerome had left. He was badly burned and barely alive. The village cared for him and hid him away until he was better. He slipped away, scarred body and mind, to a great cave on the shore, and was said to live there alone for many years before he simply stopped coming back to the village. He told them once that one day a seeker would come to the inn to wake the sleeper and restore the divine law and magics of Fairwah, and that he would find what he must find in order to fight the enemy of heaven and Pert.
She looked up at the man across the fire.
I can't help but think maybe there was more to my grandfather's story than just a story.
The events of the world have great echoes, some of which will reach certain people before others, but nothing is set. Every action of every man changes the way things are and will be. Those who foresee only see what is likely to happen, not what will happen,
Oirion said. She nodded.
I have been told as much, yet here you are, looking for clues to heal Fairwah at the very place he said you would. You are the seeker, if I had to guess.
Many people have names and titles that might apply one day and not the next. If I were you, I would not worry about it. It may well be that you are the seeker and I am just your guard.
She laughed.
I seriously doubt that.
He laughed to himself a little.
When I was young, if someone had told me I would be Regent of Pert, I would have laughed a great deal. Yet, here I am.
He spread his arms.
The choices that put me here were choices made on impulse and the instinct of heart, not the conscious thought of many politicians. We have yet to see how that works out for me.
What choices put you here?
Oirion shook his head, trying to think just what ones had done it.
If you saw a man clinging to the bank of a river, desperately trying to hold on, would you grab his hand and aid him up?
Yes.
Choices like that,
he said.
Grab a hand in need and you never know what might happen.
You're not going to talk to me about it, are you?
He smiled a little.
No, I don't think so.
She let it go and settled into the tasks of the little camp. The storm slammed about them, but for once Oirion was not overly plagued by it. They had found a small cave to offer them shelter from the weather. The natural stone seemed to help against it. He had to wonder if that was why the oldest cities were all built out of bedrock. Most of the ancient places, like Ulambek, were carved out of the natural stone. Morning came early. They were up and started out in the rain that was far too chilly for the time of year, and how far south they were. The landscape carried them down through the hills and away from the coast for most of the day, before it turned back south and hit the trade road. It was ill-repaired and falling apart, but it was enough to ride horses on. A sharp wind gusted in off the waters, making the day cold and uncomfortable. They kept their heads down and moved from a canter to a fast walk only when they had to. Oirion wanted speed, but didn't want to wear the horses down or risk a chill. He also hoped for an inn for the night, but they didn't get to one. They found a great lone tree instead, and he made the decision to make camp there. Making a fire was out of the question, and brushing the horses was more like washing them. He tied them up close to the tree. The packs he set up as backrests for himself and the young Duchess. Too many years in the wild had made certain that he was not going to just drop to the ground and sleep. He set the tarp spell as it was meant, and sat on the dry ground offered by the spell. He held up a corner of the invisible tarp for her to sit next to him. She put her back to the tree, and he put his arm around her shoulders, sliding her closer to him.
If you want to be dry, you need to be inside the shield.
He folded it down over them, creating a tent that held off the water, with the ends open just enough to let in fresh air, but not the rain. It also held in the heat against the chill.
Now that's a neat trick,
she said, feeling the difference at once.
Travel with a wizard has advantages, I see.
Norwood gets cold in the winter, and when you live in the wild you learn tricks to stay dry and warm.
The storm won't cause any trouble?
It could, but I can feel when warps are building, and we won't have a bad one tonight.
She took his word for it, and drawing her cloak up, got comfortable, and dropped off to sleep with remarkable speed. Oirion didn't sleep well, but he was dry for the most part by morning. They didn't linger in the morning, but moved as soon as they could. It was cold and getting colder. By mid-morning the rain changed into sleet and began to freeze on the remains of the pavement of the road. Oirion chose to ride off along the side of the road where it was safer for the horses.
There is a village not too far ahead,
Allora said, moving up alongside him.
It'll be after dark when we get there, but we can get out of the rain.
He nodded and allowed her to take the lead. It was hours after dark, but she didn't stop. She kept going and got them to the village as the snow started to fall. It was a tiny village tucked into a valley that opened out onto a small natural harbor. Candles lit a few of the windows, but most of the village was dark. She knew the way to the inn and dismounted in front of it. She was stiff, and it showed, but she checked her horse over before she looped the reins over the rail. They entered together, cold and sodden. It was a simple place, little more than an open room with a massive hearth in one end. A great kettle simmered in the flames. The row of kegs along the back wall promised a variety of drinks at least, even though the meal was sure to be only one option. A long table ran before the keg wall, and an older man tended it. About the room was an assortment of other tables and chairs, where a dozen men sat around eating and talking in low voices. The man at the bar table watched them approach with a hopeful but worried expression.
"What can I do for you, folks?"
he asked.
We need a couple rooms and a meal,
She said.
"Rooms are 2 quarter cups, and the meals will be a half trader pence."
She started to reach for her noble seal, but Oirion put his hand on her arm and pulled out a small battered leather purse. He dug out the coins and a few extra.
Could you see to our horses and get us a pitcher of your best?
He nodded to the kegs.
You see to our horses well, and I'll pay you a bit more.
"Aye, sire, I'll send my boy out to see to them. Please have a seat."
Relief flooded his face, and he moved with a new energy he didn't seem to have before. Oirion led the young woman to a table as near to the fire as they could be, without intruding on the locals too much.
You didn't need to pay him,
She said softly, pushing back her hood.
I know, but the amount I paid tonight means nothing to my treasury or yours. On the other hand, it means a huge amount to him. I'll bet half or more of those here didn't pay for their beer or food. They likely don't have anything to pay with, but he can't turn them away as they are his friends. People are suffering, and every little bit we can give them will help make Pear a better place. Often that means paying outright for service, extra if can be. No need to go over. We don't want to be robbed, but we can help the honest man.
She nodded to his softly spoken lesson.
You're right, I just never thought about it that way, I guess. I own this place. It seems odd to pay myself my own coin.
So cut his taxes and let him buy his kids new shoes or feed his neighbours.
Honestly, I would rather build a house out here and leave the city. Bring work to them without seeming to. Live with them. I hate the city.
Learn to be one of them first and think as they do before then. You need to think of things like never reaching for your seal unless you are among nobles. Be simple and forget your rank or position.
How did you learn that? You're no commoner.
Many decades of owning nothing but my sword and my prayer beads, sleeping under bushes, too tired to hunt for food and trying to protect those who own nothing but their shovel and threadbare clothes. I may be a prince now, but I wasn't always.
You were born a prince, though.
He shrugged.
Perhaps, but it made me hate politics as I saw it way too closely. There is a very dark side to all politics, and even the most noble of heart must make very hard choices. Honestly, I preferred the bushes to silk sheets and worn leather to velvet and cashmere.
You're a great wizard, aren't you?
I suppose I am. I don't think of it that way, though, and right now magic is as about useful as mud.
Why don't you teach?
He laughed.
I'm no teacher. I am far too short-tempered and hard to get along with.
I get along with you fine. You teach every time you talk. You just don't know it. You know they say you are the descendant of Master Oirion. He was a great teacher.
Oirion laughed. knowing far too well who he had been those many centuries ago. It felt good to laugh at that. It helped him to warm up as well. He blew on his cold hands. Master Oirion was a teacher, but certainly not one who was called great. He taught great magics, but was not well liked by his peers. He had been deeply disliked by Emperor Tyrell and by most of the court of Pert in those days. Some things had not yet changed, he guessed.
Why do you laugh?
Master Oirion was a great adept, yes, and he did teach, but he wasn't a teacher. He taught those with magics no others could deal with safely. He had many students who didn't like him well. He was hard to get along with, short-tempered, and he hated the games of the nobles. He turned away most who sought to send their children to him.
Wasn't his best friend the King of Krent?
Well, yes,
Oirion said after a moment, the face of valor coming to his mind. Knowing that the man was in Ulambak, but as alive as a zombie, made his heart hurt for his dear friend.
Valor was different. His daughter was the wife of Tyrell, and he had grown up with the Emperor, so he had a certain amount of freedom others didn't. He preferred to go fishing over a ball, and he loved the wild things more than the courtly things. He was a great wizard himself.
Oirion shrugged.
Valor was a very charismatic man and played the easy, simple king well. He was also very shrewd and handled his politics with a skill like few others.
You seem to know a lot.
Oirion shrugged.
Not all things have been forgotten. It's just harder to find now. The wisdom and histories of truth will return to Pert, but it will take time and great deal of work. Many things will be preached as truth but will not be. For all the damage that was done, it will take generations to mend.
You do not think to see peace in Pert in your lifetime, do you?
I have no idea how long I will live if I am soul-bound to the Emperor of Pert, who was blessed and touched by Armand himself. I might well live another 10,000 years, or I might get killed tomorrow. It is hard to say.
The meal was brought in 2 little bowls filled to the brim.
I am sorry, but the pot was nearly empty. If you're hungry after you eat, I will pull out more.
The man said, nervous and upset at the less-than-best stew he put before them.
It is hot, my friend, and worth every bit of pay, thank you,
Oirion said sincerely.
You have come far,
the man asked, pouring them beer from the pitcher he had brought to them.
From Brosten,
Allora said.
Aye, how is it there? They say the Regent himself has come to aid us and hold us together as we have no king.
It's true,
Oirion said.
In fact, he is seeking to find the line of the rightful king, to bless Fairwah with a true heaven-graced king. In fact, indeed, he has sent us to seek that very thing.
Allora confided in the man.
You have met him?
He asked, thrilled.
Truly? So all is true? We have an emperor, blessed by Armand himself?
He slipped into a chair at their table with hope lighting up his eyes.
It is true,
Allora said. The man made the sign of the Holy Star. Tears almost came to his eyes.
And the storms? What are they?
Another man asked, moving closer.
They say they are the demons of a fallen pontiff turned on us in rage or an attack from another nation.
No,
Oirion said sadly.
They are the effects of the Great Barrier beginning to fail. The Emperor must reunite Pert and heal his people before he can deal with that. But he is trying to gather the powers needed to take the barrier down as was meant to be done. It is not just we who suffer, but all the world, every nation and every race. Pert alone has the ancient cities that guard against such storms. We of Pert are very blessed to have our great sanctuary still standing. Not even the elves have that.
What of the Regent? What is he like?
A new man asked as those in the room began to pull up chairs to talk to the travelers.
He is as noble as you might hope,
Allora said.
He is a full-blooded Red Perton who is a great advocate for the common man. In the tradition of Tyrell, he says race is not a matter to be Perton. Perton is in the heart.
Is he a warrior, as some say?
I have not seen him fight, but I understand he was a ranger in Norwood for many decades before he was bonded to the Emperor. Tyshane's bond to the Emperor was blessed by the angels in the sacred hall of all men, and his great choices so impressed the angels they choose him of all men to be regent of Pert.
The awe on the faces of the gathered men was impressive and brought an almost sacred silence. Many made the sign of the star.
Is he married?
One asked.
No, he is married to Pert and to her healing.
Please, let us allow them to eat.
The keeper said.
They have travelled far to get here. Let them eat.
He pushed his friends away as he got up. They stood together talking with each other. The crowd allowed them to eat, slowly backing away, excited whispers among them.
Blessed in the halls of Aumon,
Oirion whispered to her. She smiled as she took a bite.
My mother said I should have been born as the third daughter that I might be a bard.
She chuckled a little.
Look at them. They have hope now. I might not understand their money and meals, but I understand hope and fear. You gave them coins, I gave them hope.
They ate the meal before they were all but drugged to the fire. There, Allora spun stories of the councils and court that they had both been part of. She made him come out as a great hero of the people and played herself as a rare but strong voice in the council. It was entertaining to listen to her stories, and it did lift the spirits of the people. Many had run to get their wives and children who gathered to listen. Oirion had to admire how well the young woman spun out stories. It seemed odd she could do that so well, take their worries away, and yet she was so quiet and nervous at court. Her stories even gave him relief. For a time he didn't think of the courts, the storms, or of Shannon. It was late when they all headed to bed. The innkeeper took them up to the best room where a fire had been set, and the room was warm with the heat from below adding to the hearth fire. It was a room nicer than they might have expected, with a desk and a dresser. There was a small table set up with a lamp and 2 chairs, and a tall poster bed. Their packs and saddles had been brought up and set neatly in place to dry.
What do you suppose it cost them to give us this room?
Oirion asked, undoing his heavy tunic.
I have no idea,
She said, not understanding.
The wood, not any forests around here, and that fire has coals in it. The oil in the lamp.
He glanced around the room, including everything in it.
Everything in here is a gift inspired by the idea of hope. It's a very big gesture to them. Hope is good, but you must keep in mind that hope will not feed them. Whatever few coins I gave them this evening is all spent and more to give us what they have.
Things will get better,
She said, draping her cloak over the back of one of the chairs.
Yes, in time. I just want you to be aware,
He said. He sat and pulled his boots off, debating on what to do about the bed. The innkeeper had put them in the lover's suite, and Oirion knew it. That was normally the best room an inn had. Allora hadn't said anything yet, so he wasn't sure if she realized that there was only one bed. He watched her stand before the fire a moment, before she grabbed a pillow from the bed and dropped it on the wool rug before the flames. He smiled a little to himself.
Don't think for a moment I'm going to make you sleep on the floor,
He said. She looked back at him as he set his boots aside.
You are the Regent of Pert. I would not presume to.
Just pick a side. We have an early morning and we both need to sleep well, and sleeping on the floor does not help with that.
She was uncertain, but she obeyed, picked a side and slid in under the bedding. He shed his vest and followed. He put his back to her, tucked the pillow in and let himself sink away into sleep almost at once. He woke only when she slid from the bed, with the first light of the day coming into the window. He let himself wake slowly, listening to her dig in her pack and change clothes. She was just brushing out her hair when he opened his eyes. He had to wonder why it was he had slept so deeply and well. The ability to rest at all was nothing that had happened since Ulam Bak. He pushed back the bedding with a sudden ache of loneliness for his partner. Jamie had been an ever-present part of him for over 70 years, and now he was gone. And in his place was Shannon, a darkness seeping into his core, ever shielded and fought against, but ever there. He tightened his shield and picked up his vest.
How did you sleep?
She asked.
Better than normal,
he admitted.
It's the city. I can never sleep in the city. It's too loud. My mind cannot settle there. Energies are like a rough tide.
She shrugged.
I love the countryside.
Perhaps that's it,
he said, buttoning up the vest and grabbing his tunic. He tried to smile and lighten the mood, but it seemed a task too heavy to achieve.
My lord,
Allora said carefully.
Are you all right?
He looked over at her and suddenly realized what he should have noticed at once. The young woman was an empath. That was why she was so shielded and struggled in council, but could spin a tavern of fearful men into hope and away from all their worries. He looked at her a long moment, not certain how to deal with that. There was no point in lying to her about it. He walked over to her and laid a hand on her shoulder and put a shield on her to block the inflow of emotional energy that washes always around an empath. She felt it at once and knew what he had done, and almost caught her breath, but she remained watching him with deep concern.
Half of my soul is in Ulaanbaatar, and it wears on me to be so far away,
he said with a shrug, turning away.
It cannot be helped.
They went down to find a meal ready for them and their horses well groomed. Oirion met the man at the door. Allora mounted up, ready to go. He took the tavern owner's hand and put a small purse in it, folding the man's fingers around it.
A small gift from the Duchess,
he said softly,
for your generosity to others. It has not gone unnoticed.
He patted the man on the shoulder and took hold of his horse.
Keep up the efforts.
He mounted up and turned the horses away from the inn and the little village to find the next.
We will get there just after dark, I think,
she said. He nodded and trusted her to know the way. As she said, just after dark they reached another inn like the first. He watched her take the lead and work the room with much the same result. She repeated many of the stories with the same words, almost as if she had learned them as a bard might. She added others to make it seem fresh and new, so each village had stories to share. He stood back like a guard and let her control the room. End of Chapter 6. Continue with Chapter 7. Higgs. Regent's Way, Chapter 7, Higgs. Jamie glared at the mirror. He had changed his clothes to try again. Like all the times before, his clothes simply turned white as soon as he put them on. He sighed. He didn't feel like a holy pontiff. He felt like a flawed and often very weak man. He was not the Holy Father Gallus was, and he was pretty sure of that. He hated the bowing, the kisses, the tears in the eyes of those who saw him. He wanted to put on his own clothes and just slip out to the city and have a drink. Or maybe a dozen. There was no hope of that. If he did such, word would spread, and right now to cause others to lose faith would be very, very bad. The shock of what had happened and the doubt that was surrounding it was astounding, but Jamie couldn't blame the people.
Holy Father,
a young voice broke his self-pity and turned him from the mirror to face the young servant in the doorway. The young man bowed deeply with awe in his eyes.
Yes?
Jamie asked, wishing to go back to being just Father Jamie who ran the woods with Oirion. He could not even begin to explain his grief at the loss of his partner. Yes, he had Gallus, and Gallus was a great man and a good friend, but Jamie felt as if his legs had been chopped off.
The Dean asks for you to come and see her,
he said with nervousness that Jamie wasn't sure if it came from talking to the Holy Father or from having dealt with the foul-tempered woman. She was hard to deal with even at the best of times.
Where is she?
He sighed at the idea of dealing with her again.
She is in the great office.
I will be there shortly. Go ahead and see to your duties. You need not face her again.
He turned from the mirror, grabbed up a hair tie, and bound back his long blonde curls into a tail. At least being so high-ranking, he was given the best hair care, and for the first time in his life, his wild curls seemed to have tamed into long, gentle coils that many would try to recreate with curling rods. He had often shaved his head just to be rid of the wild matting hair that he hated so much. He left his chamber in the palace to head to the great office. He almost snorted to himself over the chamber. It was not an office. It was a damned library bigger than the one he had access to while in the monastery. All those books were laws made by Jerome, false law in his mind that should be burned. The shelves should be cleared and the old laws brought back. Until Shannon demanded it, though, nothing was being altered. He tried to calm his mind and put on an air of serene grace and power. His mind, however, was a mess and his heart as torn as it ever was. He missed Oirion terribly, even if Oirion wasn't exactly Oirion anymore. His best friend was gone from his soul and gone from his company. He wanted to just be able to talk to him, and yet Shannon had sent him away the first chance he could. How could you send a new partner away? He drew a deep breath and tried not to be upset. The office was not far too close in Jamie's mind. Normally it was full of secretaries and couriers, but today it was empty. It was oddly silent. The room was a rotunda made mostly of glass that gave a stunning view of the city to the east, with Port Hall to the south. Beyond the reach of Port Hall, the land fell away jaggedly to the east face, where the waves crashed against the cliffs and only seabirds lived. This office was the furthest eastern point of the palace and had once been a light tower in the Age of Angels. It stood high and proud with the task it had once held. At the window, standing alone, was the dean. She was a stunning woman. She was the picture of pert beauty, if one liked cold and powerful. She was not what Jamie would have called the most beautiful, but she was perfect in her way. She was also bitter, cold, and hard to deal with. Her harsh manner he was able to forgive to a point, considering everything she had been through in her life. She didn't turn when Jamie walked up. Even when he joined her, she didn't seem to even notice him. There was no way that she didn't know that he was there. He was about to demand what she wanted when she drew in a shaky breath.
I have a problem,
she said, trying to keep her voice steady.
I need you to confirm it or not, so at least I know for certain.
What would that be?
He asked. She held out her hand without looking over.
You tell me,
she said. He took her offered hand and scanned her body. It was easy to see what she was very likely talking about, but he wasn't sure that was really the issue to make such a strong woman so upset.
It's a boy,
he said softly.
Is that a problem?
She drew in a deep, shuddering breath.
Can you tell me the true race?
He looked deeper and scanned the small child being formed within her. He paused and looked again. He wasn't sure exactly what she was asking.
He is nearly full Perton. There is a small human influence, but the Perton genetics are very strong. The human influence will be next to nothing.
Jamie drew a slow, deep breath and tried to think of the woman and the fact that she was very upset about the whole thing.
I take it you're not real pleased about the issue.
No,
she said firmly, for a moment being herself.
No, it is not that exactly,
she repeated again in a much softer tone.
It was not planned.
You're a full Perton. You should be able to control such things.
True, but after so many years locked in a soul stone, cell energies react differently. What I meant to be a knight to forget the torture turned into other things.
She drew a breath as she shifted to face him.
I am concerned that there has been damage that could affect things. I do not know how close you have to get to learn if I am scarred or if...
Jamie turned her to face him fully and let his sight spin away and into the woman. Looking for scars, he found them. They were both mundane and magical and showed a great deal of the sort of torture she had endured. She was powerful and had hidden it all away, so much so that she had managed to deny it even to herself. Centuries in a prison cell, and God only knew how long in the form of a soul stone had left its mark. His compassion for her grew a little more, and he sympathized with her fear. He reached out to heal the energy first. She had not expected it and caught her breath on a sob. It was fast and a massive shift. She had no idea how much he had just done for her. He held her hand in his, letting her regain her balance.
Yes, you are scarred, but nothing I cannot heal. Much of the energy damage has been shifted. You will likely feel very off balance for a day or two. You might want to try to sleep. Let the dreams come. It is your soul purging it away. Cry if you can. It will pull the energy up and make it easier on the body to heal later. In a few days, come back and see me, and I will do more.
She bowed her head to him.
Thank you, Father.
Don't be so hard on yourself, Tyra. You are a strong and powerful Perton Lord. You have withstood much and still remain standing. This will heal. Pert is lucky to have you.
She bowed to him and turned to go. She stopped and looked back at him.
Everything has changed, you know,
she said.
This damage done will never be healed all the way. The generations to come will never know Pert as once it was.
Perhaps not, but they can know Pert as a glorious place that stands in the grace of angels. Greed and fear brought us down, but mercy and forgiveness will build us back up.
I am not as young a woman as I might seem, Father. I knew Tyrell. I knew these walls and halls as once they were. I again have come to offer all I am for Pert, but I have yet to see our new emperor. Where does he hide? What is it that he does? What's the point if not even he can show that he cares of the fate of the empire?
I assure you he cares, and he is here. He is just trying to do a lot with little, and deals with only those he must.
If you say so, father.
She turned and left him with her attitude of cold power cloaking her again. It seemed off to Jamie that the angels would make a man part of the holy rule, when he barely could drag up compassion for a woman who was so cold and hard on all those about her. He understood it had to do with her past and the war she had been caught in, but it was still hard to deal with her. He let her go, trying to think how it was that she could be with child. The idea of her losing herself to passion was so out of her character, it seemed most unlikely. He watched her walk away, letting his concern for her go, in trade for his deeper concern for Oirion. There was no doubt whatsoever who the father was. Jamie had known Oirion was struggling with his bond with Shannon, but to have somehow gotten so upset as to crash into Tyra, win her over, and to have acted on it, made Jamie deeply worried. Not only as Orion's ex-partner, but as pontiff. There was a reason for it, and Jamie blamed Shannon. He felt his shoulders tense, concerned that maybe Shannon had tried a lure, and Orion's reaction was to find something to distract himself and burn the energy away with, and that something had been Tyra. Jamie was going to have to take a very serious look at Oirion as soon as he was back in Ulambak. He left the palace for the garden beyond and the fresh air of the yard. It was cool, cooler than it should have been, but at least the storms had abated and left the day reasonably pleasant. There was so much he needed to do, but seeing the Dean of Magic made him remember what he was, and while he could spend all day at a desk, it was not his skill. The House of Healing was not far from the Holy Palace, just north of the Imperial Palace, and unlike other places, it still had its gardens. There was a sort of peace that breathed off the ancient space. Inside the great front doors, the healers on duty sank to their knees in awe of him.
Please, I am here only as a healer. Can you show me the way to the Lost Army?
The elder healer rose and bowed his head.
Yes, of course, father,
he said. He motioned for Jamie to follow him. They went down a long hallway and across a narrow yard to another building where beds lined the north wall with windows to the south. The army was propped up on pillows so they might see outside if they could look through their eyes. Most of them sat as if in a living coma. They stared ahead with blank faces, and most drooled out of the corners of their mouths.
We do not know what more to do for them,
the healer said.
We have healed their bodies, and their energy seems to be flowing correctly, but yet they remain as this.
Jamie walked along the end of the beds, looking at the faces of the army of the Empire. He could see the scars, feel that something was deeply wrong, and yet he could not quite see what it was.
How many?
Jamie asked.
43,000. Less than half of those who came through the gate. Many died almost at once. Others had injuries that we could not get to in time. Every bed is full. Some of us have taken a few to our homes to be able to give them beds at least. It makes no sense. Many, if not most of them, were sane and aware when they got here. Then the first storm hit and they are just gone.
Where are Allora and Tyrell?
He asked. The healer led the way up the staircase to the top floor of the House of Healing and to the private rooms. The rooms were small, but fresh air moved from windows that were both north and south. He held the door open to a room where a woman sat, a woman who so looked like Shannon, it was impossible to not know she was his mother. She was dressed in a plain white healer's gown, but like all the other, she stared away at nothing. She had a young healer girl with her, brushing out her long hair. Jamie walked to Allora and stood before the mother of the most powerful soul in the world. He studied her energy a long moment.
She holds powerful shields, even in this condition. We have been unable to get past them.
Jamie took the woman's face gently in his hand and lifted her chin so her blank eyes were looking at him. Wherever her soul was, it was not inside those eyes.
Show me Tyrell,
Jamie said, letting go of the lost woman. The healer led him from her room to the next one down the hallway to where the man in question sat. He looked every bit the angry emperor. He sat as if a statue, his eyes almost as blank as the others, seeming to stare away, glaring at some unseen place and time. Jamie walked to him and knew at once the man was not like the others. He had simply retreated to his sanctuary. Jamie couldn't blame him. On the other hand, it was a coward's way out.
Tyrell,
Jamie demanded. He hit him with the power of his station, not even positive how he knew to do what he was doing. But Tyrell was the line of Armand, and the power would reach him through the very blood in his veins.
come back here. I know you are not in the same condition as the others. Wake up now.
Tyrell opened his eyes. His cold anger shifted from his own inner thoughts to Jamie. His eyes flashed with near rage, and another man might have backed up, but not Jamie. He faced the former emperor down as if he was nothing but a spoiled child. All of Jamie's frustration and unhappiness suddenly found a target.
Leave us,
Jamie told the old healer without even looking over. The man bowed and left the chamber. Jamie did not give Tyrell any space.
What in the hell do you think you are doing?
He stood before Shannon's father, so close his robe brushed the seated man's feet.
You will not talk to me.
Tyrell began to rise to his feet in anger, only to be shoved back into the chair, hard.
You forget your place,
Jamie snapped coldly.
You are nothing. You have been stripped of all rank, or have you forgotten? Do not even presume to forget your place with me.
I accept no half-breed as pontiff.
Tyrell started to sneer, and was backhanded so hard the chair tipped and hit the floor. Tyrell's tone, his manner for one moment was so like Eldwar that Jamie backed his blow with all the emotions that he might have hit his father with, if he ever found the ability to stand up to him.
I am not your typical pontiff, for certain,
Jamie warned.
I am a hunter, and have been a long time. I grew up in the slums of Kil Aben, and have had my soul torn and twisted by magics in the efforts we have taken to try to repair the damage you set in motion. Pert is beaten and broken because of you, and you dare to sit here now, slipped away to retreat, when your army struggles just to waken.
My army shows its own weakness by its inability to cope with the strain of passage. If they need help so badly, ask Armand.
Tyrell could not even hide his contempt and disgust as he spoke.
Get up,
Jamie ordered, taking a step back. When the man refused, Jamie jerked him up off the floor. He shoved him at the door.
You have no right to this chamber any longer.
I do not accept your authority,
Tyrell said in a threatening tone. Jamie grabbed him so fast a look of shock replaced the look of disgust. Slamming Tyrell against the wall beside the door, Jamie pinned him hard with an arm across his throat.
Do you have any idea the free-for-all the lords of hell would have if your soul was cast free of your flesh?
Jamie demanded of him, making sure the pressure he was applying hurt.
The soul of Tyrell von Armand, even denounced and denied, would make a fun blood toy. Do not for a moment think I could not stop your heart in your chest, crushing it slowly in my grasp. Hell, I might even hand you over body and all, so you could begin to understand what your son endured for your sins.
How can you even suggest such darkness?
Tyrell breathed.
Death is all it takes, and I am trained to kill the source of evil. I suggest you do what you're told.
Jamie let him go and pointed at the door.
Walk.
Jamie realized his hands were shaking, and he had to take time behind the former emperor to calm himself with tricks only a healer can use. He took over the lead and left the college. Maybe, he told himself as he headed to Tyrell's new home, that he had been too long away from Oirion, and his old partner's temper was showing itself in order to ease the sense of loss. They passed by the army that was little more than drooling idiots to the yard. They circled the yard to the jailer's tower. At the door, when Jamie stepped aside, Tyrell came to a stop. Jamie grabbed his shoulder and shoved him inside. He had to propel the man's slow steps more than once. 2 guards fell in behind Jamie with just a look from him and followed them up to the chambers of the tower's highest level. Each chamber was empty with an open door. Jamie gestured to one gracefully.
You cannot be serious,
Tyrell said, his whisper cracking a little. Jamie didn't even twitch.
If he doesn't walk in, help him,
Jamie said. The guard lifted his staff to strike, but Tyrell took a step forward into the cell. It was not the worst by any means. It was a cell about 10 feet square, with a rope mesh bed on one wall, a small table, and single small wooden chair. The low roof was held up with low arch supports with a single small window, just enough to peek out. It was nicer and certainly cleaner than many homes in Kilabin. Jamie shut the bar door.
"Welcome home, Rel,"
Jamie said.
"Feed him as per your meals,"
Jamie said to the guards.
"Nothing more, nothing less than what you get. Allow him 3 pitchers of water a day and 1 cup of wine at night to have blessed or not, as he wishes. He does not come out, no one goes in, no one sees him but myself, the Emperor, or Gallus. Do not talk to him. Do not even stand guard."
Jamie reached out and laid his hand on the lock and met the furious man's eyes. Tyrell stood glaring at him from inside the room. Jamie drew a breath, and with sudden insight he knew what he had the power to do. He also knew that only from Armand or another angel would he know such things. The thought had never occurred to him.
"As voice of Armand, I seal you in,"
he said softly.
"I lock this door and I forbid you your retreat. Your sanctuary is stripped from you. All magic is hereby denied you. Only in humble prayer will you ever find escape again."
"You can't do that."
The man dropped his whisper almost in panic and grabbed the bars.
"You can't strip me of my sanctuary."
Jamie stepped back.
500 years your son burned in hell, tortured and tormented because of you. 500 years he had no escape.
He turned and led the guards away.
"You cannot do this to me. I am Tyrell von Armand."
"Not anymore,"
Jamie called back.
"You're just Rel. Pray your son has more mercy for you than I do, or you will be making friends with the stones of that cell for a very long time."
That was tough, Your Holiness,
one of the guards said with awe. Jamie looked at him sadly.
"It's a lesson, not a punishment,"
he said.
"That man has no empathy for anyone. He is so arrogant and hateful he can't even breathe right. He needs some time to feel like a mortal man, helpless, and at the mercy of powerful men with armed guards to back them up. Look at him with pity. Let him see your pity. Pity will be more painful than any word or act against him. He is so damned proud, he cannot accept that anyone other than a full Purton is worthy of any rank or any honor in Pert."
He shook his head, suddenly very sad for the man who rattled the door that sealed him in. Jamie drew a deep breath and refused to look back.
"Make sure to write down the orders concerning him. Don't be cruel, but don't care. That is his lesson."
"You are not a normal man,"
Allora said. Oirion looked from the flames his focus had been lost to. He might have laughed at her once, but it just struck him as sad at the moment.
"No,"
he agreed.
"I guess I'm not."
"Might I ask what it was that left your eyes so haunted?"
"Much."
He rose from the little chair that was before the fire. Outside the ratty inn, rain had moved in and poured down with a force that was sure to leave ruts and wash out many little roads, leaving a great mess to travel in. At least they were close to their destination. Tomorrow, she said, they would be there.
"Tonight?"
"Tonight,"
he mused. He took the bottle of wine the locals had given them as a gift. He pulled the old cork and dug for their travel cups.
"My life is very layered and complex, I suppose, but tonight I was lost in thoughts of one I loved once."
"She must have been quite the woman. I have not seen you so much as look at a woman in all the time I've known you."
"She was,"
he smiled,
"as unlike anything you might think or can guess. She was a wild little thing, but she was true and kind and wise, far beyond what she played herself to be. I was a very difficult man to deal with in those days, and she allowed herself to see past that, I suppose. Maybe not."
He poured the wine.
"Maybe I like to think so. Maybe it was just war and private battles alone triggered her willingness to be with me."
He shrugged.
"I miss her nonetheless."
"What happened to her?"
Allora asked carefully.
"War separated us, and I lost her to politics and time."
"You have no thought to find her again?"
He smiled a little and handed Allora the cup of wine. He sat back down with his own. She took a timid sip and watched him.
"Often, but even if I met her today, she would not know me. I wore a different face in those days and a different name. To her I am dead. To the world, the man I was then is as dead as any corpse in the ground."
"By choice or necessity?"
she asked.
Not by choice.
He looked over at her.
When you step into the world of high power, sometimes things happen that you have no control over, and they just are. It's like asking you if you chose to not be an innocent child, or if you chose to be a woman. It just is what happens.
You know, many women dream of having you look at them. They weep for you in the court, dreaming and striving to catch your eye. The idea you sit and think of a lost love would make them swoon and write ballads,
She said with a mischievous lilt to her voice. That did make him laugh. Once such had been what women did for Jamie. He still did not feel himself the face the world saw.
You find that funny?
I do. I am not that sort of man.
He took a sip of the cheap wine. It was far from what he was used to, but the fact it was a gift meant something to him.
Like I said, you're not normal.
I wish that was the only thing that made me different.
Can I ask her name?
Allora asked after a long silence.
I wish I could tell you, but I best not. Like I said, she isn't dead, just lost to me.
He drained the wine. He ended the conversation and his role in it by settling down for the night. The weather would change for the worse soon enough, and sleep would be a good thing to get now, as later it might not happen at all. The storm Oirion had felt coming was brewing well before dawn and seemed to linger over the southern horizon. The horses were in a jumpy mood, and Allora seemed oddly uneasy as well. The landscape had turned to an almost flat land, with a long, low hill rising up about 10 miles to the north, but here, between the steep drop to the coast and the hills, it was flat, windswept, and grew little but stone lichen and stiff grasses. The road showed the abuse of time and the weather, but it had once been well tended. Despite the current lack of repair, they made good time and the horses picked up the pace as the road was clearly marked for them. Oirion felt the energy in the storm coming from the south, like spiderwebs brushing against his face. His mood and mind swung in wild contradictions. One moment he thought of Shannon writhing in the pain of his years in hell, and the next of Salma. Even in the swing of thoughts from one friend to another, his emotions swung as well. He went from angry and bitter to longing for things he could not name. Then a breath later, sadness seemed to reach up and seek to drown him. It was thoughts of Jamie, and decades of being a hunter that made him jar himself out of his own thoughts and notice the unease about him. He shifted in the saddle and adjusted the sword he wore. He could see the same tension he felt in himself, in the horses, and in the young Duchess as well.
What's wrong?
He asked Allora.
This entire area should be screaming with birds,
Allora said.
This is the nesting grounds for many of the far north's birds. The ground nesters should be diving and yelling at us right now, and the cliffs should be coated in nests and birds. This is beyond not normal.
She looked at him with deep worry in her eyes.
The shores have fallen silent.
Oirion suddenly had the feeling that the birds knew something that they did not. As if in a vision, he seemed to almost feel the ground crumbling under his feet. He felt unbalanced and like he was walking on very thin ice. He looked to the south as lightning began to flicker in the storm.
I don't think this stretch of coast is safe,
he said, slipping from feeling like Oirion the hunter back to being Shane the regent. He looked to her. She had a very odd look on her face.
What?
He started to ask her a question, but forgot what he was going to say when he saw how very white her face had gone.
Nothing.
She looked away.
We need to move faster. I don't want to be out here any longer than necessary.
They stepped the horses into a faster pace and let them take their own lead. The horses were happy to pick up speed, and both moved into a long lope. Even with the eager pace the horses set, it was late, and the rain had begun to spatter down as they neared the village. The storm that had been building all day had moved in to meet them, and was dangerously close. The village they arrived at was built where the hills that had been to the north most of the day came down and met the ocean with steep banks. It was built where the tide had rushed up into the hills for thousands of years. There was a narrow but long harbor that offered a resting place for fishing boats as well as smaller trade vessels. The road entered the small town on the northeast corner and wound through the village, which had a great look over the waters on three sides, with the far side of the harbor a wing of protection for the boat huts and docks at the base of the hill. Oirion always seemed to feel Shannon closer to his mind with the storms, and this was no different. He felt a pain, a rage, and a grief that he could not justify, making his heart cold. He seemed to feel things that he didn't feel other times, the heat of life, the feeling of energies he would not have felt, and the whisper of the sound of heartbeats about him. It was hard to explain, and yet he felt it all. He knew it was a whisper of the vampire instincts filtering down to him from Shannon. It did not do anything to improve his mood at all. He just wanted out of the storm. A few homes were passed on their way into the village, but they were empty with no lights on or anyone to be seen. Allora watched with worry on her face as they passed them, but said nothing. What Oirion could see of the village was shuttered windows and very little activity. Something was very wrong, but he could not quite put his finger on it with all the storm energy in the air. The horses were jumpy, and Oirion was getting more and more agitated. He forced himself to stay alert and tighten his shields. It was well past dark by the time they reached the tavern that Allora planned for them to stay at. He might not have found the inn at all if Allora had not known what street to take and how to get to it. It was higher up the hill than he might have expected, with little in the way of signs to mark the path to it. She dismounted before the doors to the stable and found them bolted from the inside.
Not a good sign,
She said, her nervousness showing in her voice.
Go inside and get them to open the doors,
Oirion told her.
I will wait with the horses.
She nodded and moved to the door at once. He dismounted and held the reins of both horses. They were becoming very jumpy. He put his shoulder to his own horse and patted Allora's horse with a muttered word to try to give them calm. Lightning flashed so close, he felt the heat of it. It came without warning and was clearly not natural. The horses reared up, nearly pulling free of his grip on their reins, but worse, for one moment, he felt the fire that had hit him when he had melded with Shannon. The fire that had cast his soul into the past and had burned away Oirion, making him into the man who would become Master Silverwood. The pain stole his breath, made his knees weak, and left him gasping for air. Somehow he kept hold of the horses, but he was left reeling without concern for them. He had not even recovered when the next bolt cracked down on a building across the street. Fire flashed over the shingles, but was put out by the rain that slammed down in a sudden deluge. The flash this time had slammed him back into the moments on the steps when he had held the gate to bring back the lost army, the pain of his body, and being burned away into nothing. He fell back against the stable wall, too gripped by pain to even cry out. It was over as fast as the flash of lightning, and yet the pain lingered, recalled, and all too real. Struggling against the storm and with the jerking horses, he somehow got to his feet as the door opened. The animals nearly pulled him off his feet as they bolted inside. Allora caught him as he nearly fell. He struggled to regain his breath.
I'm all right,
he choked before the next strike came. This time it felt far too direct as it hit the roof of the stable. In that flash he was back in the river, spine shattered, drowning but for Shannon's grip on him, refusing to let go. He felt every cracked and broken bone he had ever had. He needed help. He was under attack. There was no way this was anything else but directed and aimed at him. Panic nearly choked him. They had figured it out. They knew Oirion wasn't dead, just altered. He tried to grab for Jamie, but the bond was gone, and his telepathic grab meant nothing. He heard himself cry out as he fell to his knees. He was vaguely aware the door was unbolted behind him. Everything was off balance, and he felt as if he was free-falling into a void. His mind desperately tried to think who he could grab hold of for help. His allies were too far away. His new partner was no more help than the attackers were, and he was about to be caught. He felt another strike to the building, and he had nowhere to hide. A man was there, catching his weight away from Allora. Shields sprang up around him as pain and dizziness swept him away into darkness. Oirion reached up to his pounding head with a groan and held it in his hands. He hurt. He dared not even open his eyes. He felt as if he had been struck in the head a dozen times with a mace. He could hear the sound of a tavern, someplace close but muffled, rain hitting a glass window and a fire crackling. He had to stop and try to think where he was. It took a long moment, but even then, he wasn't sure if he had dreamed the pain and flashes of memory, or if it had truly happened. For one moment, he hoped it had all been a bad dream, and he would wake up in Torin and still be Oirion Hennon. Slowly, he peeled open his eyes and looked at the room. It was small, and the window had been draped heavily. The packs rested in the corner, and dry clothes had been draped over the back of a chair. He was so thirsty it hurt to breathe, and yet his head hurt so badly he wasn't sure he could move. Bracing himself, he rolled 1 inch at a time to get up. He almost blacked out when he tried to stand, but held on. Tears filled his eyes, and he tried to blame it on the pain he felt, but knew it was the disappointment in finding himself the Regent of Pert, and his nightmare the truth of his life. Dressing was a slow and painful challenge. Somehow he managed and even got his boots on before he left the room. He went down the stairs to the tavern room that was full of people and music. He kept a hand on the wall to get to the end of the bar that lined the back of the main room. It was only a step to the end, and while he tried to hide how unbalanced he was, he barely made it. He took the stool closest to him and sank to it. He wasn't sure he could make it any farther. The music was in the far corner. It was a skilled mix of several flutes, a little set of drums, and a dulcimer of some sort. The language he vaguely recognized as a Mel, but he didn't know it well enough to know what the song was about. It was pretty, in a sad sort of way.
It's a sad song,
a man said to Oirion. He lifted his eyes, which he was certain were bloodshot. The man was tall, with his hair cut short enough that it spiked up as it would with no direction or concern from the man wearing it. He was layered in various styles and qualities of clothing and belts, and he wore a sword under it all.
I don't speak a Mel,
Oirion said. His voice sounded somehow odd in his ears, and guessed it was likely due to the concussion of the thunder so close to him. He tried to make his ears pop, but they didn't seem to need it.
He is singing about the lost love of Father Oirion.
What?
Oirion looked up, wincing a little at the motion.
The song talks about a woman that Father Oirion fell in love with during a campaign, but whom he lost as he was swept away by the tide of battle and the paths they each had to take.
Oirion rubbed his eyes and put his elbows on the bar to hold his head up.
At least they aren't singing about the assumption he and Jamie were more than partners,
he muttered.
How do you feel?
Allora asked, sliding into the next seat. The man at Orion's side moved a step away to give them some room. Oirion turned his head to look at her and saw the worried expression in her eyes.
I really hate these storms,
he said. He tried to smile, but it didn't work real well. She didn't return the smile at all.
Are you okay?
She asked, then looked out at the crowd.
The village has been under siege,
she whispered.
They were shocked we made it at all. They aren't even sure what is attacking them, but they find people stripped to the bone. People have fled to the inn from all around. They are scared.
Oirion nodded.
I know, I can feel it.
He glanced back at the crowd caught up in the bard's song.
I think he is a spy,
she whispered to him.
He is elven, and I am certain I heard him talking through a seer stone. I think the elves are planning to attack us.
Oirion nodded.
There has been that fear. I'll try to alter that. I am just trying to hold my head together right now, though, so I am not doing it tonight.
A pitcher of ale,
she told the man behind the bar who came to her. He nodded and went to get it. Oirion watched the man go before he spoke to her again.
Anyone know who you are?
No, no one really asked. I said I had money, and that was all that they wanted to know. I think with the storm they don't fear us skipping out on the bill. Your collapse sort of stole the questions. All focus was on just getting you up and into a bed. With the tavern this crowded, that's going to cost a bit to pay for.
She sat, searching his face.
I saw you,
she whispered even softer.
I think 2 of the men did as well.
Saw me?
He asked, confused at what she had said and the way she said it.
I don't know what you mean.
My mother had an image capture of Father's Oirion and Jamie in the house chapel when I was young.
She leaned forward a little closer to him to make sure no one heard what she was saying.
I saw you.
Oirion felt like his footing was falling out from under him, so none of it was a dream. He really had been exposed, and more than just in spirit. He pressed his eyes with the heel of his hands.
It's more complicated than you think.
Oh, I have no doubt.
she said honestly, with a false little laugh, and sat back, forcing court manners to hide how serious the conversation was.
I was just saying I might not be the only one.
The barkeeper poured them ale out of the pitcher and left the rest for them. Oirion took the drink, hoping it might help with his headache. It was a bit bitter and thick, poor to say the least, but it was likely rather strong and would be drank by the locals to get drunk, not for taste. It reminded him of the ales in the small village where he and Jamie would find refuge along their route. Oh, his head hurt. The crowd applauded when the song ended. A fat man joined them, pushing his way up to them. He was fat by village standards, but not by noble standards. The man had to be some sort of authority here.
So,
the man said,
travelled in, have you? Where did you come from?
I told you. We came from Brosten.
Allora said.
Excuse me,
Oirion said.
I was just hit by a lightning bolt. Do you mind waiting to interrogate me until I can hold my eyeballs in my head?
The man behind the bar who had brought the pitcher of ale almost snickered, but held it back behind a light cough. The fat man ignored him.
Such power must make you a great wizard to live through such a thing, or you're not a man at all, but something warped. I read the books about how things warp with great power.
Oirion looked at the man with a stern look.
We are bards sent by the Emperor to spread truth of what is happening about the Empire,
he said sternly.
Now go away.
You can't talk to me like that. I own this village.
Actually, you don't. Duchess Allora owns it, and she has given me quite enough authority to lock you outside if you don't leave me alone and let me get rid of my headache,
Oirion said sternly, but winced at the pain it caused.
I suggest you leave him be,
Allora said.
He really does have the authority to do just about anything he wants, and the temper to do it. When he feels better, I assure you, he is a nice man, but now is not the time.
The fat man turned on his heel and shoved back through the crowd.
That is Jules,
the tall man from earlier said.
He is a merchant who landed his ship for repair just before the storms and has been slowly buying up everything in the village. Most of the stock here is what he had on his ship. Food has become money, and he is about 3 days from owning the tavern here as well.
The man folded his arms over his chest as he leaned back against the bar. Oirion saw the hilt of the sword under his layers, and the hidden length of it momentarily outlined under the length of his tunics and cloaks.
The bard come with him?
Oirion asked.
He did. He was on board the ship.
Oirion didn't like it at all. If the young woman was right, the chance that the ship landed here was really no accident. But why? It was not likely that whatever was out there was natural, but almost certainly a construct brought by the elves in a first-wave effort to keep eyes blind. He suddenly felt ill. Maybe this trip had nothing to do with a king at all, but with the elves. Oirion rubbed at his eyes again and tried to think. He felt so alone here, so out of reach, and almost as if he was drowning and trying to keep someone else afloat at the same time. Oirion drew a slow, deep breath and took hold of his pouch. As of yet, the magic on it had not been bothered by the storms, and he hoped that still held. He dug in the purse, thinking of battered bent coins of any sort. He felt them, pulling them out, nearly a handful that he discreetly passed to Allora.
Pay for our room and meals, but do it on the side.
She nodded and slipped the coins into her own purse. She took a sip of the ale, then left him at the bar to move back into the crowd.
Here, this might help more than a pitcher of ale.
An old woman set a cup of tea down in front of Oirion, interrupting his thoughts. Oirion could feel at once that she was a healer. It was as clear as if she was wearing flower oil to say as much.
Thank you.
He dug a few old coins out and offered them to her.
Please.
She took them with a slight nod.
I would offer as much to you and ask nothing, but right now it might help me keep my house.
He nodded.
I figured,
he said, and took the mug of tea. He could smell herbs, energies, and magic in the brew. She was more than just a healer. She had magics worked into the tea that went beyond the magics of the second core. He sipped it expecting something bitter, but it was pleasant enough to not be hard to swallow.
This tavern is very ancient. The walls were once stone and carved with magics of the past to shield those inside. Wood was added later to hide it from destruction by those who wished the people to have no such guard.
she said.
You were lucky to get inside when you did.
He nodded a little.
I feel like I was hit by lightning.
You were.
She said with a smile and patted his shoulder.
At least that is what I have said.
She nodded to him, met the eyes of the tall man at the bar, and moved back off into the thick crowd as another song began.
I'm Higgs,
the tall man said, offering his hand. Oirion took it and knew at once Higgs was the man who had helped him in the stable. And while he hid his magic well, he was definitely a wizard of power. Oirion nodded.
Thank you,
he said. Higgs nodded and looked back out to the crowd. Nothing more was said. As he sipped the tea, Oirion began to feel better. He had a lot to put together in his mind. He wished he could get hold of his friends. He needed to talk to Theo and to Shannon. He ran his hand through his hair, trying to think. It felt too difficult to even try after a while, and he just sat, letting his mind think nothing, listening to the music. After he had drained his tea, he forced himself up off the stool to go back upstairs. Higgs was ready to offer help, but Oirion shook his head and kept hold of the wall instead. The climb up the stairs was a battle against the surge of pain to his head with every step, but he made it back to his room and sank to the bed, holding his head. He had already fallen asleep before Allora came in.
The fat man Yule is making trouble. He is trying to say you are bad news and need to be thrown out. You survived too much and must be a demon. I think we need to put on a show.
Allora dropped into a chair, trying to hide her worry under annoyance, but even with the headache, Oirion could see it. He pushed himself up.
Fine, good thing you can sing.
I can sing, but you need to do something to make them trust you. I am not the one being questioned.
I'll be down in a moment,
he said.
Can you even do it tonight? Maybe I will just tell them tomorrow.
No, now is as good as tomorrow.
She hesitated, then got up to allow him to change his clothes and try to make himself look like a bard. He dressed in the best clothes he had brought and brushed his hair out. He carefully braided back the hair at his temples and tied it in a knot in the back. In a long tunic of green, and with his sword belt on but weaponless, he went downstairs hoping he looked both handsome and like he was ill. He slipped through the crowd, his headache coming back a little, but nothing he couldn't deal with. Allora was just getting ready to take the stage over from the elf, who looked far too dressed down to be here innocently. Elves always dressed with elven flair unless they wanted to be trusted, and no honest elf cared for such. Vanity was as hardwired into them as it was into a peacock. They couldn't help it. Oirion stepped close beside her.
He is casting a lot of empathy magic out. I don't like it,
she whispered.
He makes me nervous.
He smiled down at the young woman.
There is more going on here than we can see. Just sing a song everyone knows and we'll be happy to join in. Something fun and happy.
She nodded and turned to the elf who was just bowing to the great applause.
I have been told we have another set of bards. Please, come and show us of your skill. Sing us something new,
he said.
Something peaceful and as beautiful as you are.
He bowed to her gracefully, offering her the dulcimer he had been using. She took it with a little bow and smile. She glanced back at Oirion with a smile to say she had to play the game but was not happy about it. She sat down on the stool quietly, with her head bowed a long moment, as the crowd drew still for her. The fat man drew a breath to mutter something. She slowly raised her head to look around the room at them.
In the halls of Ulambak sits the Emperor. He has come home and has been handed the crown by Armand himself. Regent, gallant and as fair as the angels, crosses the empire despite storm and discord to seek the bloodlines of the kings, to rethrone and restore the power of Pert. The gates of Norwood have opened and the walls of the cities of Owens have begun to glow under the true rule of Tharadon lords, beloved friend of the Regent and the Emperor, among others.
She looked around at them and picked a few notes on the dulcimer.
I had thought to sing of his holiness, true pontiff of Pert, and how Armand bonded Father Jamie unto him, making the great cleric the second half of the Holy Throne. No, I shall sing instead of one that gets forgotten in the great stories and songs of the events that have unfolded about us in these days when the age has begun to turn.
She strummed out a small melody.
This is a song I recently learned. It is of the death of Father Oirion, for the sake of Pert, of the Emperor, and of the true religion of both.
She began a song that was a blessing of sorts. It was almost a lullaby, but also of grief and of letting go. It was beautiful and giving, but quite sad. The best and more impressive part of it all was her introduction. She had hit upon many stories she knew none of these people had even heard whisper of, which now would be asked for. She could sing them, say them, and make them up. She would steal the stage, and she knew it. After the song, the room applauded her, and she rose with a bow.
I will turn the floor over.
She gestured to Oirion, who bowed his head to her and moved to take the stage while she stepped back. He didn't sit down as those before him had. He didn't know how to play and had no plans to even try.
Forgive me, I do not quite feel myself tonight, and it must be the weather.
He got a few chuckles.
I do not think my voice will hold a note, so I do not sing tonight, but instead I will tell you a story. I will tell you it as it was told to me by a Radzan.
He bowed his head a moment, trying to bring up the memory of Kelly and the words she had told and how she had said it.
Long ago, before the birth of Tyradel von Armund or his father, there was a great shake of the desert.
He told the story of how a girl child, abused and raped, had run away into the desert, and how this girl became the high priestess of Raz, and then how she was betrayed by her elven lover, and how her dreams of peace and reunion with the world were burned up by his treason. He told of how the elf mocked her, cut her, had his men rape her, and bind her up on the top of the cliff where once they had been lovers. Oirion told of Raz's hatred and rage, of how she cursed her priestess and, screaming in pain and grief, banished her daughter, turning her into a beast no man could love. He told how the great desert goddess turned herself into a snake and dove into the molten core of the planet to slumber in her misery forever. He made two things clear, or hoped he did. Elves could not be trusted, and that Raz was not behind the storms. She was deep asleep and forgotten.
To this day the priestess immortally roams the earth, her betrayal not forgotten. It is whispered that she waits for the day another ruler falls to war with the elves, and then she shall join them to exact blood for the destruction of her people. Then perhaps Raz will wake and restore mortality to her suffering priestess and allow her to die.
The look on the faces of the crowd was awe and proved he had captured them far better than he might have hoped. The look on the elf's face was far from that.
I had not heard that story before,
he said with a bit of contempt.
Where did you hear it again?
Oirion looked at the elf.
From a priestess of Raz who once traveled with me for a bit. She was the handmaid of the exiled high priestess. Her task was to hunt the bloodline of the princes and cut out their hearts to add to a great potion to be used against the elven gods should they seek to strike her mistress in battle.
He smiled.
I am shocked you have not heard the story.
The elf bowed.
I fear I have not heard that story, but it was entertaining.
You mentioned a song that spoke of an emperor?
An old man asked Allora.
Is it true? Jerome no longer rules?
Have you not been told?
She asked, shocked.
Oh, I am so sorry. I thought for certain the word had reached every corner of the empire by now. Forgive me. I shall begin then with the lament of Auwens and the death of Father Oirion at the Tower of Torin.
She retook the stage and took control of the tavern. The elf was not happy. Oirion found a seat near the wall, clearly there to guard her. She began her story where her song had left off. He was shocked at how closely she hit the truth of things, and how well she knew the history, even if she did not realize how true it was. The storm had passed, and morning had brought odd stillness, but it was still dark with the density of the clouds. Oirion joined Higgs on the deck of the inn. Higgs stood smoking a small dwarven pipe. He leaned against the rail with one booted foot on it, looking out into the village, as if searching for something.
It's not right,
Oirion said, joining him.
There are storms everywhere, but here, these storms here are different.
No, it is not right.
Higgs agreed. He looked over.
I told you my name last night, but I still do not know yours.
Or Shane?
He caught himself and felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. He had not done that, not even once. Since the storm had hit, He felt as if he had been thrown back a decade, back to being the man he had been when he had first met Shannon and Salma. That alone was wrong.
I was a sailor for many years,
Higgs said, and almost chuckled, as if that was simply a nice way to put what he had been.
I had left a woman and a child. She moved here to hide from the scandal and told the villagers that we were married. But I was just away a lot. I didn't mind. I gave her money and got to see my son at times. About 2 years ago, I had a nightmare of my son screaming for help, being tortured, having his soul eaten by demons. It was so horrific, I came back. I got home to find that he was missing, and his mother had been found with her throat slit in her own bed.
He drew a slow, deep draw on the pipe.
I ran to the only man I knew who might help me, Bishop Gallus. He heard me out and told me to go back to sea and pray for the souls of both, that there was nothing I could do.
Oirion stood very still a long time, not sure how to take that. He had seen such murders and knew Gallus had as well. The bishop was the reason he and Jamie had gone to Brosten, and that trip had set all this in motion.
I was about to leave, to board a ship, when I heard Fathers Oirion and Jamie had appeared in Brosten at the request of the bishop. By the time I got back to his house, he had been stolen away, and his house burned to the ground. I came back here to wait, to pray, to search for any clues.
He looked over.
Any ideas on the matter?
Oirion folded his hands around the rail of the deck and leaned on it, wishing the clouds to break and the air to grow fresh. If Higgs had helped him in the storm, then it was possible that he, like Allora, had seen his face. Still, Oirion could not trust. He could not say his name. He could not risk being Oirion.
You help me find out the truth of what is going on here and deal with it, and I will tell you all I know about it.
Higgs looked at Oirion a long moment, then nodded.
All right. What do we do?
I think whatever is out there is a cover to keep everyone inside and not see what is going on. Why, with what, and who exactly they are is something I must learn. That is step one. I also do not trust that merchant or the elf he brought. I'd question everyone on his ship. I need to be covered while I go snooping so they cannot bring up doubts about me as they were trying last night.
That's it? You want me to vouch for you?
No, I am hardly in shape to go wandering about by myself. I want you to help me and to help me cover for both of us.
Higgs drew another lung of smoke off his pipe before he nodded.
Let's do it then. I am more of a man of action than one of prayer. I need to do something. Anything.
It was easy enough to have them be seen going upstairs together talking of wine and weapons. They bolted the door and slipped out the window of the tavern, locking that as well. They went down the roof, careful to not draw attention from the few who had left the inn for the day. Oirion still was suffering from the lightning from the previous day, but the tease of the old healer had given him some relief, and sleep had helped. Higgs dropped down from the roof behind the stable and led the way quickly. They went down the back wall and over a low fence into the small yard of a carpenter's shop where lumber was stacked up, giving them good cover to jump the fence into the alley.
I can take you to the closest attack site,
Higgs said.
I'm not sure how much cleanup they did, since I didn't go there myself.
What do you think? The attackers, they seem to be solid or are they ethereal?
Oirion asked.
They are not normal,
Higgs said as they walked, almost as if he had not thought to be asked such questions. But clearly he had thought about it.
I am not sure what they are, but I don't think they are demons, if that's what you mean. I am not really a man of things that wander the solid ground. Most of my life has been on the waters.
Demons rarely eat the flesh,
Oirion said.
They might suck the body dry, but in a true demonic killing the blood will be like red powder in the body, not eaten.
He wondered to himself if Higgs was admitting to being a pirate, or possibly to even knowing Dave. But Oirion had other things on his mind. Higgs knew the way through the deserted village and had little trouble getting them to a house near the higher side of the town. He led the way, careful to make sure no one saw them. Rain began to fall, making visibility even less. Higgs drew a breath before he opened the door and let Oirion in. Oirion entered the cold, dark space and felt the hair on his neck stand up. It wasn't so much the place he realized after a heartbeat, but something was close. They did not want to be seen here. They had to hurry. He looked around, seeing the furnishings scattered and broken. Blood still stained the walls where it had been cast and flung about. Whatever had happened here, it was no demon. It had physical and brutal strength. He checked in the bedroom, seeing the adult's bed blood-soaked. He could see on the rail of the headboard where ropes had rubbed. Someone had fought against being bound there. He felt ill. His spine ached as it hadn't since he had been altered. Memory of being beaten by elves flashed up in his mind. Cold anger burned in his chest and made him all too aware of what sort of torture might have happened on that bed, and it wasn't likely to have been the women bound there. He felt his throat tighten and looked away. Elves preferred men to be their rape victims.
How were the bodies?
Oirion asked.
They say the bones were eaten clean, but still attached, as if some sort of beetle had devoured them.
Did you know them?
Oirion asked the man who stayed near the door.
I did. Not well, but well enough.
Children?
2. A boy of about 10 and a toddler. The boy used to check the tide lines for the village.
Tide lines?
Higgs nodded.
They have traps set that have to be pulled at the right level of tide, and it was his job to keep track as well as to warn if the sea was surging out of timing. Such a surge means a big storm was coming. He was very good at it and saved a lot of fishermen by his warning not to go out. He was a good boy.
Oirion looked around slowly, trying not to touch anything. He saw marks that might be overlooked, but that he somehow expected to find.
They are elves,
he said.
Something is serving them, but I am very certain it is elves and their slaves that are behind this.
How do you know?
Elves are more like orcs than other races in the way they view dominance and sexuality. They can be very beautiful, but when it goes bad, it goes very bad, and they are not nice creatures. They have far more males and they keep the sexes separate in their culture. Most of them will die with never having touched an elven woman, let alone having been with one. That makes for a lot of misplaced frustration and angst. The military sort are the worst. They tortured these people, mentally as much as anything. A gang rape ending in a bloodbath. They brought in whatever they needed to make it look scary and like something else. But I have no doubt it was elves.
Higgs stared at the window and said nothing.
Who is checking the tide now?
No one. No one goes out now.
I think we need to go check them,
Oirion said. They left the house to take a small path that wandered up and over the bank at the back of the village before it wound down and around the back side of the hill to a finger of the coastline that reached inland. Oirion tried not to think about the fact the path they followed had been made by a young boy's feet, or about what his likely end had been. The nightmares that he suffered from his bond with Shannon made such things far too close. They had almost reached the waterline when Oirion saw what he had been looking for. Skid marks along the bank. Many small boats had landed here. They had skidded up and been pushed away again.
How many places are there to land en masse on the coast along here?
Brosten, here, I suppose, but not many places. The coastline is guarded by brutal breakwaters and reefs of stone that will smash 9 out of 10 ships even in calm weather.
Oirion left the trail to search for clues and found one so well hidden it was clear the boy and his family had died to keep the secret hidden. The boy must have seen it or seen them, and that was all the reason they needed. Oirion moved to follow the trail the elves had left. It climbed the hill line back and up, twisting along a stream that ran down toward the ocean. They would be largely invisible to the village here. With the storms and the fear that kept everyone inside, an army could have walked the path and not raised an alarm. Instinct caught him and made him freeze in place. Higgs copied him for no reason other than to trust a comrade. Oirion was almost about to move again when he heard a lonesome and eerie howl from the north. It was far too close. Oirion stepped in a pivot, caught Higgs, and took him off the trail. He pulled him down to the ground, even as he put up a tent shield that would make them vanish. They would blend in with the landscape as whatever the mind of the observer would expect to see. No energy, not even smell or breath, would escape the tent spell if he held it tight enough. More times than he could count, Oirion had been saved by this magic that he and Jamie had mastered in the forest of Norwood. With the memory of Master Oirion, he had perfected it. Higgs opened his mouth to say something, but stopped breathing as he saw what had howled. It was like a wolf, but had a face more like an orc and no hair except on its tail. It slunk too low, its legs too bent and lean to be normal.
A construct.
Higgs breathed half in shock, half in horror. As the thing moved directly at them, another appeared, coming up over the hill. A third came from the far side of the stream, all of them converging on the trail. If the boy had been seen by one of these, there would have been no escape. Higgs was about to grab his sword, but Oirion shook his head slightly and mouthed the word no. The three constructs came creeping toward them. They drew closer and closer until they were sniffing right at them. Oirion held, closed his eyes, and focused on the magic, praying to the angels to hold off any storm. One of the wolf things actually jumped up on the shield itself. He stood, his claws pricking at it, the weight bearing down on Orion's magic. It lifted its head and barked a strange yelp that was very goblin-like. Hunched down, Oirion dared not shift to look up, but Higgs was able to see the thing all but standing on Orion's head. He was clearly impressed. One of the creatures dashed off down the trail the direction they had come from. Another went in the other direction. The one on top of them jumped down and circled a few times before it sat down and waited. The air inside the shield was getting thick by the time an elf on horseback arrived. He was armored in black leather, goblin hide by the look of it. Tooled on the chest plate of his leather armor was the mark of the Emperor of the Tinno Islands. On his shoulder was an elven three-barbed arrow crossed with a lightning bolt. That would be the sign of the elf's prince. Oirion couldn't place it, but he would not forget it. The elf dismounted to study the road and the area around it. He came so close to them his cloak brushed the shield. Higgs was barely breathing, not quite sure how they remained hidden being in the open as they were. Oirion had held this magic in far more open places, and yet he had not even tried magic since the last few storms. As if to drive the worry home, thunder rolled off to the south. The elf put his foot on the shield, as if it was a boulder, and leaned on it. A scowl and a look of disgust and anger twisted on his face. Oirion felt the powerful scan sweep the area. Blood magic. It almost made him gag. Even now, even bonded to Shannon, he still was enough of a priest that he could feel it as real as if it was rotten flesh about him. The elf turned and grabbed his horse's reins. Thunder rolled again, and a few drops of rain spattered down. They rolled off the shield, not getting them wet yet. The elf got a faraway look as if he was using telepathy from a distance. His eyebrow tightened and he scowled deeper. When the elf's focus broke, he looked around as if not for clues, but for something out of place.
I'll take the elf,
Oirion breathed.
Be ready.
The wolf creature neared them, and the elf did as well, looking directly at them. Oirion shifted carefully to grab his own dagger and move to get ready. Higgs shifted into a better position as well. Both of them held their places until the elf and wolf were right at their feet. The elf bent down to touch the shield. Oirion moved. He dropped the shield and drove his dagger into the elf. The blade slipped through the seam of the armor, cutting the threads and sinking into his side. Oirion sent a blast of power down the blade without thinking, exploding everything in the elf's chest. The elf's eyes went blank as the wolf yelped a sharp cry. Oirion turned as Higgs pulled his sword out of the thing's side. The man looked over just as lightning cracked. Again, as before, Oirion was slammed back into the past. He was fully ShaHaNon for one moment. Then it was gone. He staggered a step forward in the pain and shock of it.
We have to get out of here,
he said.
This way.
Higgs grabbed his arm and led the way at a run up the hillside. They cut east and straight up. Oirion kept up even as the storm began to get so close that his head was roaring and pounding. He couldn't tell if lightning was flashing or not, or if it was all just in his head. He could not forget that moment. That one moment when he had reached out in desperation to help Shannon and found himself in Shannon's body as it was being crushed in the fist of a demon. On the deck of the ship, when he and Shannon had traded places, Oirion had heard his own voice calling out a banishment so powerful no living priest in that day knew it. No one else really knew who Shannon's partner was. A storm had slammed about them then, as well. As Oirion ran, he felt as if the life was being crushed out of him, and that the storm was sucking his soul out. Exactly the same as he had felt then. His mind kept jumping back to that moment. That demon was shattered, he reminded himself. Gallus had shattered him. If Higgs had not been pulling him along, he would have collapsed, gasping for air, but he kept running until they fell. The ground vanished, and he literally ran into a hole. Higgs pulled him up under a lip of stone and slammed up a shield of his own. At once, there was relief. He sucked in air, pressing into the soft earth at his back. Oirion began to be able to focus again. For one clear moment, he knew he was under a lip of stone in the ruins of some old building, and that hairless wolves were just beyond the shield. And then he was on a hill overlooking a great battlefield. A lone tower stood down near the bank of a river. About it were the ruins of what had once been a palace. All about the tower was a horde of demons, screaming goblins, and horrific little dragons. All of them were trying to tear the stones of the tower down. He had been here before. He knew he had. But where was it, and when was it that he had been here? Lightning cracked, and he was back under the stone. Higgs cried out as a wolf's claws raked his shield, as painfully as if it had been the man's body. Oirion lunged forward, and wrapping his arms around it to prevent it from biting him, he drove his dagger into the creature's neck. As he drove power through the dagger into the thing, the storm's energy caught his jolt of power and twisted it. The wolf screamed. Oirion would have screamed also if he had not been so shocked. The pain shot up his arm and seemed to be like fire engulfing his hand. For a moment he had a vision of his hand on fire, as if he was Shannon watching his gold rings melt down his hand from the fire of hell. The wolf thrashed a moment, then collapsed with Orion's arm under it. Catching his breath, Oirion had one moment that he thought it was over. His choice to attack had been a foolish one, and he knew it. He had no more than scolded himself when elves cleared the hole and landed about him. They were on him before he had a chance to even pull free. He fought a moment, giving a few good blows before a strike to the head might have knocked him out. He played dead and went limp. They would not kill him now or torture him like that. They would want him awake. He prayed Higgs would not play hero, but would try instead to get word back. The elves hauled him up. He was draped over the back of a horse and taken away from the place where he and Higgs had hidden. The elves clearly did not realize that Oirion had not been alone. Escape would come later, and when he did escape, he might learn what was going on here. Oirion waited until the elves slowed, uneasy and upset about being out in the storm. They clearly had no more control of their magics in it than he did, and that was well to his advantage. He moved slowly, testing the ropes that held him as well as the weight of the horse he was on. When he felt he was ready, he acted as fast as he could. Twisting hard with his bound hands, he grabbed his captor's dagger. Pulling it free of its sheath, he drove it into the man's groin, making sure to slash the artery in the joint of the leg. He threw himself back, using magic despite the wild storm swirling around him, to sever the ropes that held him. Landing on his feet, his knees nearly buckled as he staggered backward, but he managed to keep his balance and spun to the man who had ridden beside the first and slammed the dagger into the thick of his thigh. The elf shouted in pain, grabbing for it. Oirion whirled around as a third elf moved at him. The horses reared, jumping and fighting to bolt in panic. The storm, now this, and they just couldn't take it. Oirion slammed his shoulder into the chest of the horse of the third elf, forcing it to rear up. He shouted and swiped at another horse, which fought its rider, backing up, wide-eyed and spooked. Another elf lost time as he tried to cast magic, only to have it fail. It was a harmless flash that only alerted Oirion to the fact the elf was a wizard. Oirion grabbed the elf on the rearing horse and pulled him off. even as he drove the long dagger into the riding elf's side. He didn't need magic for this one, as the blade was long enough to reach the heart. His arm and hand felt like they were still on fire, but most of his life had been spent in skirmishes with very dangerous enemies, and he didn't let the pain slow him down. He dodged the elf with the injured leg and slashed his horse across the face, making the poor animal whirl and jerk aside. Oirion bolted. He knew the elves' mentality and prayed to God that their magic backfired. If he could lose them in the storm, he might have a chance. But if they called in the wolf things to fight him, there was no chance in a melee. This time his prayers were answered with a violence that was shocking, at the very least. The explosion wasn't lightning, but it drew the lightning to it. The force was so much Oirion was flung forward and slammed into the face of the hill he had been running up. He rolled and shielded his eyes as lightning cracked down. One strike after another blinded him with light and with memory. He tried to crawl back up the hill, but the memories and pain of it all made him weak and barely able to move. He was grabbed under the arms and hauled up. Higgs pulled him away, aiding him until they were over the hill and running back toward the village. Every step further from the elves he got, the better he felt. But even as they re-entered the village, he was far from all right.
Here.
Allora handed him a cup of hot tea. Oirion took it in his pain-filled hands. His knuckles were bruised, his face black, and his jaw ached, among other things. There was no hiding that he had been in a fight. He felt worse than he looked, he was certain. Allora had come up to find out where he was, with a cup of tea by chance, just as they crawled back into the room. Both were muddy, rain-soaked, and showing signs of a fight. Oirion could barely move, his head blurred and pounding. He was lucky to be free and lucky to be alive.
Jul is asking about you,
Allora said.
This won't go over well. You look like you just survived a war zone,
she said with concern.
You could say that,
Higgs said with sympathy.
You don't want to know how I feel,
Oirion said.
Drink the tea. It's from the healer. It will help, I think. And then you two need to figure out how to explain the fact that both of you are muddy, soaked, and bruised.
Can you just get me clean clothes?
Oirion asked her.
She's right, you know. That elf, if not Jewel, have to be spies, and we do not want to be suspected. Not yet.
So what do we need to do to hide this?
Oirion asked, gesturing to himself.
I feel like I have been, rolled off a mountain, beaten up by elves, and in a fight with a pack of wolves. Not so easy to hide. I do not think our local healer is gifted enough to make it vanish.
Play fight,
Allora said.
Just go out the window, hit the mud in the street. Make it a game. Fake it.
Higgs looked at Oirion for a better idea. Oirion just groaned. He finished his tea, then got up. Allora sighed and left them to the ruse. She needed to be downstairs. They stood together at the window.
Oh, I hate to break the glass, but you know.
Higgs sighed heavily.
Yeah, let's do this so I can go soak in a hot bath.
Higgs grabbed Oirion, and out the windows they went. Oirion was a little surprised at how skilled Higgs was at rolling down a roof. They rolled and dropped off the front of the inn and right into the street. Glass fell with them, and Oirion knew he got at least one more decent cut. He landed in the mud with a jolt and felt his head crack on the stone underneath. He reached up to hold his head.
Oh,
he said, feeling all the day's injuries. Higgs groaned, sucked in air, then started to chuckle.
What are you two doing?
Allora asked, shocked from the step. Higgs sat back on his heel and looked around.
What? Ha 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 ha.
He started to laugh. Oirion rolled to his elbow with a groan.
You're filthy,
Allora said to Oirion, as if she was the one who had to wash his clothes.
What in God's name are you fighting about?
Fighting?
Oirion asked.
We weren't fighting.
Higgs got to his feet and offered Oirion a hand. He grinned openly.
Truce?
He chuckled. Oirion took his hand and accepted the help up. He needed it.
Oh, I'm too old for such games,
he groaned, accepting Higgs's help inside.
Yeah, but it was fun.
Oirion chuckled at the acting of both Higgs and Allora.
Bath,
she commanded him, with her hands on her hips.
I swear you ruin more clothes than a whole house of children.
Yes, Mother,
he said sweetly to her, winked, and gladly went to go take a bath before he could be looked at too closely. Oirion sank into the chair, in the room he now shared with Higgs, who had no window in his room. Both Higgs and Allora were oddly quiet and removed from each other. Below, the room was quiet. It wasn't quite dark yet, but the storm was still hammering away at the village and the inn that stood against it. Higgs glanced at Allora with an uneasy hint to his expression.
I need to talk to you,
he said to Oirion in trade. It was the language that Dave spoke day to day, and which was normally reserved for merchants and pirates. Nobility rarely spoke it, and less often commoners of Pert.
So do,
Oirion replied.
Allora, could I please beg you to get me a bottle of wine?
He said, switching to common Pertan. She nodded, caught up the purse he pointed to, and left them to talk. He didn't care if she was there, but he really did want wine.
I have seen you in the lightning more than once. I thought I was going crazy, or seeing things when you first got here, but you did it again. I don't know for certain who you are, but I need to. I saw how you fought. You're no bard.
Oirion leaned on the table and looked at Higgs through his bloodshot and sore eyes. His left eye was black and swollen so tight the skin about it was very tender. He had a split lip and 3 broken ribs, not to mention bruises from the fight, the fall, and cuts from the window glass. He really missed Jamie.
I felt your shield, saw how you moved, and know what you did for me. You're no merchant sailor,
Oirion responded.
No, I'm not. I went to sea about the age of 12 for one reason, to flee Pert. I went to Ramdell to study magic. I am a mercenary of sorts, but a wizard more than a sword. Magic is outlawed in Pert, but not everywhere. My heart is Pertan. I came home to be home. I don't know my place of birth, as my parents traveled a lot for whatever reason. I lost them a long time ago. I suspect they were outlawed wizards or some such thing, even though they seem to know nothing of magic at all. So, what's your story?
Oirion rubbed his tender hands, looking at the raw and bruised knuckles.
I am Tyshain von Assy, Regent of Pert.
He lifted his eyes.
I am partner to von Shannon, and my soul is tangled up in all the mess the von Armands are. Allora is the Duchess Tira Allora Kalanick. These are her lands.
He let that sink in a moment.
Why do you become another man when the power of the storm flashes?
Oirion ran a hand through his hair.
Did you know Gallus is the pontiff now?
Oirion asked, looking up at the man.
I saw him shatter an archdemon. The very one who cursed the Ration Hall in Norwood, the one who took Tyrell to hell. It still seems odd to me that such a friendly little man is now leader of such a damaged church.
He sighed.
There is no doubt Armand chose him.
He sent me away without any aid,
Higgs said.
All I wanted was to find my son.
He was trying to not sound bitter, but the resentment was there.
He sent you away because what you dreamed was likely true. It was likely either your son trying to get help, or Pert itself trying to get help. There is a cult of some sort, very powerful, that is gathering the blood of the lines of angels in order to force open the wells of Pert, and with that power create a great dark god. They are the ones who broke Jerome and who shattered Pert. When the plans faltered and fell behind schedule, they took this new step. Makes me think maybe you are a descendant and a possibility for a throne of Pert.
He laughed.
You have to be kidding me. I am no child of angels and no lord of Pert. I am all but an exile.
The souls of those taken in the demonic rings linger in hell, in the grip of those they were sacrificed to.
Oirion said seriously.
So long as the demon who holds them survives, they are trapped. Their souls caught in agony, your son among them. If you have any mercy in your soul for another, you'll help me stop this. You'll help me set them free.
Higgs did not even try to hide the pain. He looked as if someone had both struck him in the gut and cut his heart out in one motion. Allora returned with wine and 3 cups. She saw the expression on the man's face and said nothing. She just opened the bottle and poured the wine.
You did not answer my question about why you shift,
Higgs said, after he had wrapped his hands around the cup of wine.
It is a trick of the power of the storm. It is hell trying to use me against Shannon. The ghost of Father Oirion in his greatest moments of pain and torture are being used as attacks against me. It is his face you seem to see.
You really think my son was killed because he might have the bloodline in him?
Higgs asked, upset.
That is the only link all sacrificed had. They were all children of the angels. We are so short on the bloodline, I doubt all the thrones will be filled. Every living Vel matters to Pert more than you can realize.
Then you think it was me, not her?
If it had been her, she would have been taken as well.
Oh my God.
He held his head in his hands, consumed in grief for his lost son. Oirion let him be and just sipped the wine, trying to numb the ache in his head.
She is really something else,
Higgs said with an amused look on his face. Allora had once again stolen the crowd from the elven bard and had pulled them into whatever story she was telling. Oirion looked up from the book he had. It was local history in a generic form, but the book held maps of the area.
She is very good at getting the attention of a crowd. A pity she does not do it in court.
Do you even hear what she is talking about?
No.
Oirion looked up from the book.
I was trying to figure out where I might hide an army in these hills. These were no random pirates. What is out there is of far more concern to me than what she is singing about.
Higgs leaned on the table with a smile.
She is telling of the great Regent who came out of Norwood with a heart as tempered as dwarven ice steel and a face like a god of the old past. How he opened the gate to return the lost army, and how the great albatross, made of lightning and storm clouds, brought him back to life. I think she is rather impressed with the Regent.
He teased with a mischievous smile. Oirion almost scowled.
She is a storyteller who is trying to give hope and courage to a shattered people. Are you going to try and help me, or are you going to become a ballad-singing fool with pansies in your hair?
Higgs chuckled softly.
For the fair Regent, I may.
He teased. He sat forward, though, and looked at the map that Oirion was looking at.
There is an old shepherd's road that winds back and leads to Castle Pass,
he said after a while of thinking.
I don't see it on the map here, but I know it's there. They used to use it as a smuggler's route a few centuries ago. The Duke put an end to it by burning a necessary bridge and posting guards on it for a few years. I'm not even sure exactly where it runs past this point.
He touched the map.
Maybe one of the old-timers does, though, and I can ask around without asking too much.
He rose from the chair and moved off into the crowd. Oirion stayed and continued to look through the book. Even if he knew where the elves were or where they were going, how was he going to deal with them? His hand still hurt and his arm was numb, but at least it wasn't burned. His whole body hurt, but everyone seemed to have bought the play fight between Higgs and himself. They all seemed to have great faith in Higgs's ability as a fighter, and to buy Orion's apparent lack. He hadn't felt so beaten down in a decade, at least. He winced and held his broken ribs. Not so long ago, he might have just breathed in Jamie's power through the bond and healed the broken bones. But now, there was no Jamie and no power. He looked up to where Allora had the crowd at her command. She really was an impressive young woman. It was a shame she did not have the blood of angels in her. He'd make her queen and get back to Ulambach and back to Shannon. The last end of the thought bothered him, but Shannon was an idiot to send him away so soon after a new bond. They would both suffer for it one day. He looked back to the map before him and tried to think how he was going to get word to his arrogant partner about elves and Pert. He needed more information, and that was going to prove most difficult with broken ribs and his past flashing back to life with every lightning bolt. End of Chapter 7. Continue with Chapter 8, A Couple of Vagabonds. Regent's Way, Chapter 8, A Couple of Vagabonds. Oirion had to stop and think that maybe Higgs was right, and this was a bit rushed. What could he and Higgs hope to accomplish with just the two of them? Using his skill as a hunter and what they had learned earlier, They managed to get past the wolf dog constructs without too much effort. Keeping low and moving fast, they neared the camp itself without any real trouble. Higgs gave him a dirty look. This was turning out to be more than just a scouting mission. Before they crawled on their bellies just a little further to look up and over the rim of the hill, and found they were only a few yards from a mounted guard. The last storm had passed, and they had set out hoping to arrive and deal with the issue between storms. As of yet, as far as they knew, no one in the village was aware they had been away at all. No warning had been sent, or at least they hoped not. It could easily become a trap if the elves were warned at all. The elves would be on edge enough with his escape and the dead patrol members. In the village, Yule had been a pain, but Allora had managed to keep him occupied for the most part. They needed to get further over the rounded hill to look all the way down to the bottom of the wash, but the guard was too close. He was hooded and sitting his horse, watching the sky at the moment. Oirion readied his tent magic before he picked up a rock and threw it back and away. At once the guard turned toward the sound. The shield was already up, and his eyes passed over the shielded men. He moved toward the area of the thrown rock as Oirion had hoped he would. Oirion nudged Higgs and nodded for them to crawl slowly forward together. Oirion hated to admit it, but he had missed this sort of thing. He and Jamie had been good at this type of activity and outlived their peers twice over. Going over the edge, what they saw was not at all what they expected. There was a camp, yes, but it was not hundreds or thousands of elves. It was a dozen tents centered around something that looked to be made of stone.
What the hell?
Higgs breathed.
They are here, but what are they doing?
Oirion wanted to drop the tent and scan down there, but he dared not. Not with a guard so close. He looked back. The man had not noticed their trail yet, but he was alert and would sooner or later.
I have no idea,
he whispered, trying to see what the tents hid.
We have to find out. They are going to way too much work to hide it.
Higgs breathed.
I bet these were all crewmen on Jules' ship.
Oirion breathed.
He dropped them off upshore and landed. I wonder what they paid him.
Blackmail, more likely.
They fell silent as the guard returned to his post. They had to find out what was down there, and they were already in position, so there was no going back at this point. They needed to wait and watch for a chance to get closer. Unfortunately, one of the problems with the tent shield is that when it is tight enough to hold energy marks, it does not let in fresh air. After a while, it gets very stuffy and hot within the shield. Oirion attempted to open only a pinhole of it to allow air in for them. But as he did, the elf suddenly perked up and looked around. Higgs growled a little at that, but they lay quiet and motionless, waiting. The guard held his post despite the storm that was beginning to grow to the south. It seemed they would be stuck out there until he moved. They waited together with no place to go until the elf slowly started a circuit. He turned his horse to the east, his eyes scanning the landscape carefully as he went. They both crawled forward on their hands and knees, trying to not crush the grasses under them too badly. With one eye on the guard, they stayed shoulder to shoulder and slowly made their way down the slope. As they got lower on the hill, Oirion made them stop to look back at the storm that was gathering. He could already feel it blurring and bending his mind and energies. This was taking too long. The storms were coming faster now, and each one seemingly worse than the last.
What are they doing?
Higgs muttered, looking at the structure of stone they were building. It took Oirion a moment, but the life as Master Tai Oirion allowed him to see what he would not have any other way. Nothing like it had been built in a very long time. Not even in the old master's life had there been one. The old man, however, had been a lifelong scholar and knew exactly what was happening.
We have to get closer,
Oirion said.
Come on.
He dropped the shield and stood up. Pulling his hood up, he strode forward so suddenly Higgs had to struggle to scramble to his feet and catch up to him. The thunder rolled to the south, and a gust of wind blasted about them. Oirion grabbed his cloak tight and strode right into camp. Higgs held his hilt under the cloak he wore and moved with the other man. They reached the ring of tents just as across the inner yard, a tent flap opened to show captives inside, bound and gagged. An elf had just ducked in, and the captives pleaded in fear and pain through their gags. Higgs saw it, but Oirion was looking at the structure.
Clever,
he muttered, before he drew his sword and rushed the two elves who knelt at the stone pillar. He cut one head off cleanly before he drove the sword hilt deep into the second. Higgs was already moving for the tent of the captives. From the side, a shout went up from an elf who was just emerging from a tent. Oirion turned to him with his bloody sword as the elf cast a spell at him. The power shot out as a great green and red dart. Oirion slammed up a shield and deflected it away in a great explosion of power. Before he could rush the man, another elf joined in with a magic attack. These were not hedge wizards, but powerful masters, and Oirion was about to be outnumbered very quickly.
Get them out of here,
Oirion yelled at Higgs as Higgs emerged from the tent with a child in one arm, scared and battered civilians behind him.
Go, watch for wolves.
Higgs led them up the hill behind the tent where they had been held as Oirion deflected another great blast. Oirion began to build his own magics, but his blasts would not be aimed at the elves. His target was the stone they had set. They were building a great gate. Through it, 100,000 or more elves could walk into Pert without ever setting foot on a ship. His first blast hit the stone pavement under his feet, as the elves struck his shields with another attack. The magic of the gate flashed but held. He took another blow and was staggered this time as the elves joined forces. He shouted and slammed another bolt into the stones. There was no point in fighting the elves. He had to destroy the nearly completed gate. A third master arrived to hit Oirion with a blast like lightning that danced unendingly over his shields, trying to force him down. They wanted to back him away from the center of the yard that he had claimed by killing the two guards. He would be taken down before he gave up ground. The magics of the gate's shields and protections were woven with runes he could not hope to unravel. The elves had known sooner or later they would be found, but they wanted to be certain not even an army could destroy the gate. They had built this to withstand Shannon's power, and Shannon was likely the world's greatest rune master since the age before the angels. Another elf joined in as several mounted elves galloped into the camp. The united blast was enough that Oirion was dropped to his knees, with the air knocked out of him.
"Surrender and your death will be fast,"
an elf yelled at him in accented Persian.
"You cannot hope to stand against us."
Oirion half laughed as his breath came back. He had died several times already. Why not again? Another blast came, driving him down to his hands and knees. Fighting back, he dropped his inner shields and cried out to Shannon, to anyone, for help. If the elves were not stopped now, it would be the end of Pert. The Pertons were barely holding on as it was. An invasion would crush the last strength Pert had. To his surprise, he felt a sort of shield slam up between him and Shannon. At the same moment, lightning cracked down out of the sky at him. It hit him, and yet it didn't hurt. Its power roared through him like a hot wind that threw his arms out and cast his face toward the sky. Bands of lightning arched out of his chest. It was not quite painful, but it certainly was not pleasant. He couldn't breathe in, but he stayed conscious. Between the elven masters and himself appeared 5 Perton men. They wore white armor of hardened leather and moved as one to attack the elves. Their swords glowed with power and cut like fire, burning more than slicing. The elves flung power at them, but it was merely absorbed by them. The Pertons flushed with energy at each magic attack. The storm of power that channeled through Oirion swirled and threatened to twist his heart like a wet rag. He sensed lightning cracking over his body, thinking that he really should be in a great deal of pain. He began to black out as the tents were set on fire. The 5 men turned to walk back to him, seeming to vanish as they did. One knelt down next to him as he fell to the ground.
"You'll live,"
the man said softly, his voice sounding very far away.
"Remember that?"
He continued talking, but Oirion never could recall what he said. End of Chapter 8. Continue with Chapter 9, Shattered. Regent's Way, Chapter 9, Shattered. There was one thing about being dead that Oirion had learned as both Shane and Oirion, and that was that death didn't hurt. Being alive, on the other hand, often did. He woke up feeling very much as he had before the storm had hit him on the way here. He felt like Shane, like a tall red Purton who was a wizard and a skilled swordsman. He most certainly didn't feel like ShaHaNon. There seemed to be a subtle energy flow difference through his muscles. The major difference was that ShaHaNon hurt all the time. His body was a mass of healed bones, scars, and blocked energies. Being Oirion really wasn't a very pleasant thing to be. Then again, being Shane right now wasn't so pleasant either. Rain was pouring down. It was cold, very cold, and stung as it hit his exposed skin. His hair was soaked and falling in his face. He wiped it out of his eyes as he got to his feet. He stood on the center of the great stone circle. It was shattered outward from where he had stood during the fight. The stumps of the set pillar stones were blasted white on the sides that were toward him, looking like wax hit by wind while it was hot. The very stone had been melted. Beyond, the hillside had been hit with such power the ground was burned so intensely it had shards of melted glass in the now solid sheet of stone. There was nothing else left. No grass, not even any soil. He stood up shivering and shaking in the rain. His head hurt, his bones hurt, his entire body hurt. Taking a step, he turned toward the village and stopped to see that to his south the hill was gone. He stood blinking at it a long moment, confused and very disorientated. He had been certain the village was to the south. He heard a rumble before he felt it, and watched as the ground collapsed to the south and dropped away even as the land he stood on seemed to jerk upward. He fell back to his knees. He was struck with a sharp pain and a shock that made his head hurt even worse. Getting up again, he cautiously walked to the edge of the stone, created by his attack on the gate, and looked over the lip of a new cliff that now jutted out in a peninsula. He could see nothing very far out but a curtain of rain. Where once miles of land had stood between that site and the village, there was nothing but a churning tide that crashed up against the cliff he now stood on. At a sound behind him, he spun with a battle magic in hand. Higgs came up in a frozen step from where he had been rushing down the hill to the north.
"You're alive!"
Higgs gasped in shock and awe. Oirion let the magic in his fist drain away back into his core and down into his grounding center.
Never startle a wizard after a battle. I could have killed you.
Even his voice was back to being Shane's. He had not noticed it before, but the last few days he had spoken with Orion's voice. He dropped his hand as Higgs relaxed and came toward him.
"Are you all right?"
Higgs asked.
"I hurt like hell. You? The people you rescued?"
"I got them to an abandoned shepherd's village. I came back for you."
He looked around.
"My God, what did you do?"
"I stopped an invasion."
Oirion turned around. He could see the glass reflecting the rain that was running over it and beginning to pool at his feet. The gathering water was what had woken him.
"The gate must have exploded with more power than I thought."
"You turned the hillside to glass and melted stone,"
Higgs said with shock as it dawned on him truly how much power that took.
"You really are the Regent, aren't you?"
Oirion looked over at the man who stood dripping rain and muddy from his efforts to save the people, as well as to come back for the man he had been trying to help. It showed a great deal what sort of man Higgs was to come back for Oirion, to aid him, without even truly understanding whom he aided. As that thought occurred to him, that yes, he truly was the Regent, he felt it. It was hard to explain, like trying to explain being in love to someone who never has been there. It was a feeling that was real and deeply felt, but hard to put into words. He knew it, and somehow he knew what to do.
"And you, Andre Higgs, have proven yourself worthy. So by line of power, by line of blood, and with the will of the lords of Pert, you are King of Fairwah."
He put his hand to the man's face.
"I can give you that and key you to the city, but only Shannon can key you to the wells of Pert. Welcome home, Majesty."
Oirion bowed his head. The effort nearly made him black out. His knees gave out and Higgs had to catch him.
"I need to lie down,"
he said.
"You're joking, right?"
Higgs said, not sure if he should laugh.
No, I most certainly am not,
Oirion responded.
We will wait until back in Brosten to open the key. The people need to see the effect it will have and credit it to you alone. I hurt, Higgs. I don't think I can walk yet. Give me a moment.
Higgs sank beside him, draping his cloak over them both.
You think they will sing songs about this?
Higgs chuckled after a while.
The outlaw wizard king sitting in the rain with the Regent of Pert? Like a couple of vagabonds?
Oirion shook his head and chuckled.
I won't tell if you don't.
The people who had been pulled from the elven tent were from both that village and another one up the coast a little. They had been taken for entertainment as well as for blood magics to be laid into the stone. They ranged in age, and many of them had already been tortured extremely, both physically and mentally. How Higgs had gotten them up and moving so quickly amazed Oirion, but somehow he had whisked them away, while Oirion stood his ground and fought. Higgs saw to the people as best he could before running back to aid Oirion. Oirion and Higgs returned to the gathered former captives, who had done little more than huddle closer and build a small fire. They were scared and in pain. Oirion stood wavering on the edge of the little camp, and never in his life did he ache so deeply for the loss of skill as a healer that he had had as Jamie's partner. Now he could not ease pain, he could not mend flesh or wipe away bruises. He felt terribly helpless and ashamed that for all the years he had that power, he had used it so rarely.
Do we have any wine? Any bread? Anything?
He asked Higgs softly.
Nothing,
Higgs whispered back. Oirion bowed his head and reached beyond the realm into his vault, the vault of Master Oirion Silverwood, and drew out a golden chalice. It was rimmed in silver and set with gems as well as runes of power inlaid in black dwarven silver. It was a priceless gift from the dwarven high priests to the house of Armand, one of the stolen items that he had long ago recovered for Tyrone, but that Tyrone had told him to keep and safeguard.
Good Lord,
Higgs breathed.
Fill it with water, if nothing else,
Oirion said. Higgs moved to fill it with water that was running off the smooth, clean stone. Oirion limped into the camp with the people looking up at him with both fear and awe.
It's over,
he said to them.
The elves are dead.
They stared blankly at him for the most part. Higgs returned with the water and offered the chalice back to Oirion. He took the cup in his fingers and centered in himself. It had been too long since he had turned his heart to prayer, and he hoped that somehow Armand truly heard him and offered aid to these people.
Armand,
he spoke out loud as if Travis might be right there before him, and as real as Higgs was.
Please hear my prayer.
He left his heart humbly before the Angel of Pert.
Not by my hand can these people find healing. Not by their strength alone will they find peace. Please be with us. Bless them and touch them. Offer them the healing that your servant James might if he was with us now.
He nearly choked on the words in the grief of his heart.
Armand, Ishtel, Urson, Haradon, Gannon, Dedan, Valreen.
He began to list the 12 angels of Pert and call on the blessing of water, the prayer of fortitude and healing of souls. The people, many of them bloody and trembling in pain from the treatment they had endured, gathered themselves up and went to their knees, joining in with the words. They lined up, and one by one came to Oirion to sip the blessed water.
Be blessed and take into you the sacred waters of heaven,
he said to each. Higgs was the last to take a sip. Oirion offered it to him as truly as he had offered it to the others. Higgs met his eyes and allowed the smallest amount to pass his lips. Oirion lifted the cup to Armand and the angels of Pert in gratitude for any aid they gave. He drained the water and let the people see the chalice vanish from his fingers. They could feel the soothing energy of the water as soon as it passed his lips. By whatever magic, or by Armand himself, the water had truly been blessed and was a tonic of healing. Oirion sank to a knee.
We should rest a little, then move on,
he said.
I will try to find something that the children can eat, at least,
Higgs said. He draped his cloak over Oirion as Oirion leaned back against the boulder that Higgs had collected the water from. Oirion was asleep before Higgs had even stepped away. Oirion woke in a lull of rain. There was the low talk of people trying to not wake others. A fire crackled and burned, offering heat and a way to dry out a little. Oirion was so sore it was difficult to move at all. He pushed himself up, rubbing at the stiffness of his neck. Several fish were cooking over the fire, and the smell reminded Oirion how little he had eaten lately, but the idea of food made his stomach knot up. Higgs moved to help him if he needed it, but Oirion got to his feet on his own.
"How long was I asleep?"
he asked, not even sure what time of day it was with the thick, low clouds.
Almost a full day. Most of them have been asleep as well. People are just now starting to wake up.
Oirion handed Higgs back his cloak. There were only a few others still sleeping.
"Once they wake and the fish is eaten, we should move on. Have I missed anything?"
Not really. The storms have moved off to the west, and the ground keeps trembling. But after the last few days, it feels pretty calm.
Oirion nodded and moved to go find a place to relieve himself. Higgs caught his arm.
I don't know exactly what you did, but whatever it was, these people seem remarkably healed, at least in their hearts.
"It wasn't what I did, Higgs. It's what the angels did."
Higgs searched Orion's face, trying to understand everything he had witnessed the last few days.
Just how tangled up in the magics of the Empire are you?
Oirion couldn't even fake a smile.
"Beyond easy explanations. Let's just get these people someplace dry and get back to Brosten. I need to be in Ulam back as soon as I can manage it. Right now, though, if I don't drain my bladder, I am going to wet my pants."
Higgs suddenly chuckled, nodded, and stepped back.
By all means, my lord.
He motioned to the boulder-strewn hillside.
The mountain is yours.
Leading the way into the low mountains, several of the men with them knew the path to the nearest village to the north, and they reached it just before dark. They were greeted by several herdsmen who had seen them coming. The herdsmen came down with a wagon to pick them up with 1,000 questions about what had happened. The villagers gathered up their closest kinsmen as soon as they reached the safety of the village with its low stone wall. In this rural part of the kingdom, most people were somehow related with someone in each nearby village. This one was no different. Higgs had gone ahead and spoken to the elders of the town, and as soon as Oirion arrived, he found himself seated before a fire, wrapped in a blanket and holding a glass of ale.
Just relax,
Higgs said.
Try to warm up, and I'll see to the rest of it all.
Thank you, Higgs,
Oirion said, and tried to sit without pain. He was fairly certain Shannon would be feeling his pain echoing up the bond. He wasn't sure if that made him feel better or worse, but the first moment he could get a healer, he was going to have his ribs put back together. Once he felt good enough to move, he had a girl at the inn show him to a bed. He shed his clothes and just crawled in, too sore and tired to be concerned with bed bugs or anything else. He just wanted to lie down, get dry, and sleep. He had a cold. How does a powerful wizard get a cold? He coughed a little and sipped the warmed ale. He liked it cold better, but he was so chilled warm wasn't bad. Higgs came in with a plate of food.
How do you feel?
Miserable,
Oirion said honestly.
I haven't had a cold since I was a child. This is horrid.
I suppose you got a little drained.
Oirion grunted. He suspected it had more to do with having spent most of his life bonded to Jamie, and now without that support, his immune system just wasn't what it had been.
Eat. It'll help.
Higgs pulled up a chair and took a seat with a mug of steaming coffee. Oirion accepted the plate and took a few bites of the meat. It was surprisingly good. Even with the cold, he could tell it was well made. He looked to Higgs.
This is oddly good meat for them to be having this time of year and with so much bad weather. What did you say to them?
It wasn't me. They say a bard came, though, several weeks ago, singing of the Regent, and they saw you and knew. Red curtains are rare, and when the others told them how you faced the elven horde alone, that they might escape.
Higgs shrugged.
It sort of confirmed it. Don't be too upset. They are so proud to have you here, to be able to say it was to this village you came. Their great-grandchildren will remember today. You give them hope. You make the new rule real. You make the Emperor true.
Oirion took a small, careful bite.
I'm not the only one who was there, you know.
He left it alone at that and just ate.
What do you want to do?
Higgs asked seriously.
I guess I will go talk to the local priests and tell them of things.
He sighed heavily.
There were a lot of people in that village,
he said softly with a heavy sigh.
Their names should be remembered.
You don't know that all the land is gone. And you don't know all were lost.
No, I don't. But I have no reason to think otherwise either. Allora would have been a great leader and powerful woman. I pray she somehow survived, but I do not think I will ever see her again.
That gate had to be brought down, and you know it.
I know.
Oirion looked at the man who was now king, even if Higgs didn't understand that reality yet. Higgs had yet to disappoint him, and he doubted the man ever would.
I didn't expect to survive myself, yet here I am, so maybe...
He said it, but he didn't think anyone in that village could have made it. He knew Higgs had grown rather fond of the young Duchess. Forcing the reality of war on a man who had already faced enough grief wasn't anything Oirion felt he wanted to do. This village was larger than Oirion might have thought, but so small it would never be on a map. It was a mix of miners who picked small, precious stones from the gravel of the mountains, and shepherds who kept goats and sheep. The midwife was the closest thing to a healer, and the chapel was little more than a barn. The priest was a thin man and oddly stunning. He dropped to a knee when Oirion entered his little chapel, clearly afraid, and hiding his face as best he could. He had pulled out his best robe, brushed it clean, but the smell of cedar from the trunk he had stored it in still clung to it. He seemed to be a full-blooded Purton who was very scared of authority.
In a chapel, certainly your own, a priest does not kneel to anyone but the pontiff, not even to the emperor himself. Please, Father.
Oirion offered his hand to the man. The priest, however, got up, taking care to step back and out of reach. What can I do for you, Your Eminence? I asked.
I thought to talk to you of things. The church has been misled and much has been shifted to that which was not meant to be. I wanted to speak of those things.
Like
the evils of magic. That is false. The rules of magic have reverted to the laws of the Empire, not Jerome. Children with gifts are not to be punished but praised and sent for teaching.
He moved to look at the simple but carefully made statues of angels. Each of the small side windows held one. The priest was so tense Oirion feared the man might pass out if he wasn't put at ease.
Like the racial separation of human and Purtans, it is stricken and hate crimes are to be punished. The Emperor has little mercy for one who hates another for his race.
Oirion picked up a statue and looked at the foot-tall figure.
You know the old ways?
He looked back to the man who seemed more relaxed the further away Oirion was. I do, I said carefully.
Good. Then I won't have to give you a crash course in it. Do you know how Shannon was made emperor?
They say Armand anointed him.
The gate was opened and held open for the lost army to return, including Tyrell and Elishara.
Oirion didn't want to think about it, as just the thought brought it up so clearly he could smell the storm, taste the magic in his mouth, and feel the overwhelming emotions of that day threatening to overwhelm him.
When they stood on the steps of the palace, Armand denounced Tyrell from his throne for his role in the fall of Pert and the events that led up to the breaking of Jerome. For once upon a time, Jerome was a great and beautiful soul. Armand forgave Tyrell but stripped his rank away. Then he named Tyrell von Shannon, true and only emperor.
Oirion set the statue back down on the window.
Then he named Tavia wife of Shannon and empress of Pert.
How did you become regent? I asked so softly, it was almost as if I had not meant to ask at all. Oirion half smiled to himself.
I was bound to him long before we went to Ulambak.
They say you died, that you were raised from the dead by the new pontiff on the steps of the palace itself. Oirion looked at me a long moment, I knew more than I was saying and knew things I didn't hear through bards. Oirion had no doubt of that.
No, I returned on my own through the bond with Shannon.
For whatever reason, he felt it utterly important he not lie to me. He scowled a little, wondering why.
Very like breathing air back into the lungs of a drowned man. Gallus, however, did bring a man back to life. He battled the demon who murdered Princess Alicia and her children, and who took Tyrell von Armand to hell as his prisoner. Gallus shattered the archdemon. The black crystals are scattered still in the field before the house of von Valrine. Then he raised Oirion Hennin from the dead. Gallus might have been pontiff that day, but for his lack of a partner. For the pontiff must have a partner, and Gallus had none. At the Battle of Torrin, Oirion surrendered himself. When he flared out in death to aid Shannon against the dragon, Armand began to see to the bond between Gallus and Father James. The day Armand revealed himself, he completed their bond, making both Jamie and Gallus pontiff as one.
I tried to relax and stood watching Oirion carefully. They say von Shannon is king of Norwood.
Yes.
Isn't the king of Norwood the king of the vampires and called Shannon for his grief at the shattering of his soul and the loss of his beloved children and empire? Oirion said nothing, but knew I was far more than a village priest. I was someone of power in hiding, and thus rightly afraid of authority. Thousands of years of persecution under Jerome had left a heavy mark.
The elite guard of Norwood is a corps of vampires who have tamed themselves and adhere to very strict rules.
He did not deny nor confirm the priest's questions. They say you are a priest, or were once. Oirion held up his left hand to show the ring he still wore. They say you are Master Tyori on Silverwood of Krent, brought back to life.
You are a wizard, yes?
Maybe.
I would like to know that you are, so I do not have to send one. I would rather you just start your own school here. Wizards are hard to find these days. It would serve your village well to have a school here.
I have no books, no paper, not even ink. Oirion dug into his wallet and pulled out a handful of gold coins. He held them out to me. I walked to him and offered my hand carefully. Oirion took my hand and made me take the coins without dropping any.
Build your school, brother, but teach only what needs to be taught. Light a candle, cast a lamp, build a shield, pave a road. Some things need not be taught, like rumors of long-dead masters and things that even angels and demons debate and are uncertain of.
I looked to Oirion, searching his eyes. Tell me he is good. Assure me he is good at soul, I almost pleaded. Oirion suspected that if I only guessed at the complexity of who Oirion was, I knew exactly who Shannon was. Oirion didn't know how that I knew, but maybe he didn't need to worry about it. Maybe Armand had plans for me, and right now the soul before Oirion needed to know the truth.
No matter what hell he has been taken to or what torment he has endured, he is the anointed and chosen Emperor of Pert,
Oirion said kindly, softly.
He and I argue a lot about things and the way to get them done, but never doubt his heart and soul are that of a father trying to save his beloved child from destruction. He loves Pert. He is good. Never doubt that. He is good.
I bowed my head with relief, a great breath of tension and fear escaping me. I will build a school and I will teach what needs to be taught.
Good man, I will check on you again someday.
Thank you, Father Oirion, I said as Oirion pushed the door open. Oirion almost said, "You're welcome," but caught himself, only paused, then left the small chapel to tell Higgs it was time they go. It was only days later that he realized he didn't know the priest's name and realized he had not even tried to see if he was a Von or even Vel. Orion's cloak was taken as he entered the inn. He had a lot on his mind but paused when he saw a man he recognized. The man by the fire had clearly been beaten by the elves and was tenderly touching his swollen eye. Oirion walked over and joined him at the fire.
"How are you feeling?"
Oirion asked him. The man looked over, startled at who had asked. He stepped back and touched a knee to the floor.
"Your Grace, forgive me,"
he said.
"I did not see you walk up."
"No, please, stand up. You look like you took most of the elves' handiwork."
The man stood and nodded a little as he touched his split lip with his tongue, in an unconscious effort to soften it to make talking less painful.
"There a reason?"
I didn't react like a scared shepherd.
The man sighed, and sadness crossed his face.
I had come out looking for my daughter. She had run off with a young man a few weeks before.
He shook his head.
I was not in a good mood. I was already a target when we were taken, and I made sure to keep focus on me and off of the village children.
Tears of pain at what he had endured filled his eyes. He glanced at the children who were playing games at the far side of the tavern's main hall.
I couldn't save my daughter, but maybe saving someone else's child makes it hurt less.
He drew in strength from the fact most of them had not suffered anything more than fear and witness to the elven torture.
You're not a villager?
No,
he said sadly.
I am a jeweler from Brosten. Born in Amdor, but lived in Brosten the last decade or so. More trade there. I arrived at the village just in time to be taken by the elves.
A jeweler fought off elves?
Oirion asked, a little surprised.
I was raised the son of a swordsmith. I was better at the details and just sort of went that direction, but the son of a swordsmith knows how to use his wares.
Oirion suddenly knew who the man was and almost laughed out loud at the chance to meet him again.
You're the man who made Jamie's moonstone prayer beads, aren't you?
The man looked at him startled.
Yes, but how did you know that?
Oirion smiled and nodded. He had a very good idea then that the blessing he had given a year ago had been for a man with the blood of kings who had been marked by those who were hunting such men out. Oirion had found another bloodline. If this man proved a good soul, then he could fill another throne.
Oh my God,
the man breathed as if suddenly realizing something.
The ShaHaNonites said that...
His face went white.
I have heard more than once of the ShaHaNonites. Who are they?
Oirion gestured to a table. They moved together to sit, and Oirion motioned for drink. The man was ill at ease knowing whom he sat with, but also nervous about what was on his mind. 2 cups of wine was poured, and the bottle left.
They are well, they don't consider themselves a cult, but they are. I heard about them a few years ago, preaching that the king of Norwood was Tyrell von Armand himself, and at war with Jerome, and would soon reclaim the throne, and Pear would have a chance at a renewed glory, that he had been tested in the fires of hell, and upon his death he would be made an angel equal to Armand for his strength. I had a friend who became involved with them. Better to pray for and believe in hope than the dark lies of Jerome, he would say. When the news came of Father Orion's death, he didn't believe it. He said the prophet had said that Oirion was the partner to the emperor and would be regent of Pear. The rumor was that the regent was the grandson of the master of old, Oirion Silverwood, and that Orion's death was taken as a simple misinterpretation.
He swallowed hard.
But
he met Orion's eyes.
I was certain I was going to die, that I was being hunted, and the church offered no refuge.
He spoke directly to Oirion as Oirion, not to the regent Tishane, and Oirion knew it. Oirion took a drink of the wine and considered what to say about it to the man. That made yet another person who seemed to know exactly who he was for no reason, when his own dearest friends were not allowed to know. He had to admit it was nice to be known for himself and not this new face he wore.
You were,
Oirion admitted.
Had you not asked for a blessing and received it from a true priest, you would have been offered up in a demonic blood ring. They were hunting out the bloodlines of the angels, and if your daughter vanished, she likely fell into their hands, and in that you and Higgs share the same fate.
Higgs?
The man asked, confused and upset.
Higgs.
Oirion glanced to where Higgs was talking with several men near the door.
His son was taken.
Why?
The man asked with a sick sadness to his voice.
Because you're both Vels. You hold the line of angels in you.
He looked at Oirion, shocked.
Surely not. I am a normal man, my family poor, and far from any court. I am not even full-blooded Pearton.
Those who did not hide were murdered by Jerome generations ago. These new hunters are after more than just killing off rivals. I promise you I will never stop hunting them and setting free the souls they have stolen.
I'm not even a wizard. I'm just a jeweler.
The man shook his head.
You must be mistaken.
No,
Oirion said with a little smile.
No more than I am just a cleric. You're a prince of Pert, one of few left, and Pert needs you.
What do you mean?
What that means exactly is yet to be said, but I think you need to go with me. Pert needs her princes now more than ever.
I do not feel worthy to be anywhere near you, but as unworthy as I feel, I must think Armand had a purpose. If you found me once to save my soul, and then we meet again.
He looked back to Oirion.
I do not understand the magics. I do not understand the ShaHanonites' words. But for you, for the man who saved my soul that day, I can but only serve.
ShaHaNon died in Owens,
Oirion said softly and seriously.
He was caught up in a magic that spanned 6,000 years, and he needs to be left in the past. You must not think of it or of the man as being anything more than a relative of mine, and that at most. There are magics that are older than Pert itself involved, and not even my family understands the connection between Father Oirion and myself.
The man nodded slowly.
I understand that I do not understand, and I will let it be. I am not a wizard. I will simply trust your reasons and say no more of it.
Oirion nodded and took another drink, then laughed softly.
With that out of the way, I still do not know your name.
Tysebren Daleson, but friends call me Bren.
Bren.
Oirion nodded.
These days my friends call me Shane.
Bren smiled.
I am sure they do, your grace, but I am but your humble servant, and not such a man as to be considered a friend. Perhaps one day, but I have not earned such a thing. So you know, most of the poorer end of the population call you Orionson after your grandfather's heritage. It seems more mystic than Von Assi. The ShaHanonites call you Oirion the Elder.
The Elder? Why?
Who knows why they do what they do? The prophet says it is thus, and they just trust him.
I cannot change what they call me. As soon as I feel up to riding, we need to get back to Brosten, though, and see what has happened to the city. I would like you to travel with me, and maybe... I'm not a healer, Bren, but I do have prayers of healing that might help ease the pain of elven touch.
Bren looked away, shame and pain crossing his face.
It's nothing. I will be all right.
Oirion reached over and took hold of the man's wrist. Bren looked to him.
I have been held captive by elves before, Bren,
Oirion said with full honesty.
Jamie is half-elven and as dear to me as a brother, but even now, when he draws on that side of himself, it makes me flinch. No, it's not all right. Not all elves are vile or would ever do as some have done, but all it takes is one in power. For my sake and for yours, we can pray the prayers together.
Bren nodded, pressing his lips tightly to keep from letting his chin tremble or tears escape.
I cannot imagine you captive,
he whispered when he was able.
I can show you the scars that cover my back if you like. I wasn't a docile captive, and they had great delight in using whips to try and break me. The fact you chose to take such punishment to spare strangers is part of the power of the soul of a Vel.
Bren nodded and reached for his cup.
I will travel with you.
Good.
Oirion leaned back in the chair. He sniffed with the cold and reached for his own cup.
Now to get rid of this cold before we get to Brosten, it would do no good to try and crown the king with my nose dripping.
Not the most dignified.
Bren nodded.
I don't think I have ever heard of a wizard with a cold.
It's rare, but it happens. I don't suppose you ever work in gold.
Yes, of course.
I have long lost my prayer beads. Perhaps when we get to Ulumbak, you would consider making a set for me.
Agreed.
End of Chapter 9. Continue with Chapter 10, Vel Fairwah. Regent's Way. Chapter 10, Vel Fairwah. Twice as they tried to cut south, they found that the coast had collapsed into a cliff line that came much further north than it had before. The coast was now right at the foot of the mountains, and they had to clatter their way along the slopes that dropped off into a churning ocean. The land that had once reached as much as 50 miles south was now nothing but boulders and spears of stone that turned the tide to chaos. Higgs stood watching the incoming tide crash in over the jumble of rocks below them and slam up against the new cliff face. It crashed upward into spray and rolled back on itself only to be driven back up again.
Impressive, isn't it?
Bren said as he joined Higgs on the precarious cliff top.
The tide or the fact that one man managed to drop half a kingdom into the ocean?
Both,
Bren said.
I meant the view, though.
Motioning to the moons as they stood in the sky and reflected off the night waters.
I wonder how many people died,
Higgs said, folding his arms over his chest.
Far less than if he had let the elves build that gate,
Bren defended.
Oh, I agree.
Higgs looked over at Bren.
God knows this empire owes the Regent more than words can even express. I did not mean it like that. It's not even a year since Shannon deposed Jerome, and the elves were ready and moved. So many villagers died in one act. Who else will attack us? And in the end, will the numbers lost here even be added onto the grand total?
They stood together, watching the tide crash up against the cliff, with such force they could feel it under their feet, threatening to tear off the very section they stood on.
We should go back,
Bren said.
If this cliff gives out, and we both die, he is going to be furious at us.
Higgs chuckled.
Hell, he'd likely track us down and bring us back to life. God only knows what sort of power he has.
They turned to pick the way back up the slope toward their little camp. They reached it and found Oirion had fallen asleep. His cold was draining on an already drained system. He had struggled to hide it, but there was no doubt how miserable he was. They both stood there looking at him.
You think he will be okay?
Bren asked.
If anyone would be, it'd be him.
Higgs moved to drape a blanket over the Regent, who had fallen asleep unplanned with his own bedding under his head as a pillow. Bren took a seat to check if the pot still had water and added a little more. There had not been storms in several days, but to the east there was thunder, even if they couldn't see the storm.
It worries me,
Bren said.
What's that?
Higgs took a seat with his back to a boulder. He was far more comfortable than Bren. Much of his life had been in travel, while Bren had rarely spent a night in his life outside his own bedroom.
He believes I am a Vel, and that he will seek to make me a king. I am no king. I know nothing about such things.
And I do?
Higgs chuckled and shook his head.
I know more about bar brawls and black market narcotics than about divine magics and politics.
Bren shook his head and stared at the fire.
I guess,
Higgs said after a while, almost as if talking to himself as much as to Bren.
As long as we just do what we have been doing. You put yourself between an army and helpless strangers, and I ran into storms to find out what was in the dark. Then we will be okay. If he's right, and we are Vels, and the magic takes us in, then we know the angels are real, and we will have to trust them.
Oh, I know they are real. I have already felt the divine power of that.
Bren lifted his gaze from the fire to the man across from him.
What I don't know is if I have any idea how to be a king. It scares me. My torture and death meant nothing to Pert before. But if...
He let it drop, trying not to think about it. Higgs nodded. He understood exactly. It was hard to put into words or even accept, but there they were with the Regent of Pert. They could still hear the crash of the tide against the cliffs and were far too aware how small and powerless they were compared to the man who slept at their fire.
He can't do it alone,
Higgs said eventually.
I guess that's what it comes down to. If I can help, I will do whatever he asks me to. Do my best. And if I fail, at least I will have given it my everything.
Bren nodded.
I guess that really is all there is to it.
There was no easy road to follow, just goat trails. The ponies they had been given were not the best, but they were sturdy and very much appreciated. In places, the men still had to get down and lead them. The ponies wanted out of the weather as much as the men, and so did not complain when they were led through the storms that hit. They just kept their heads down and followed. Oirion decided the ponies, while neither fast nor pretty, were good little creatures, and that he would see to it they were well cared for. They said nothing of their fear about whether or not Brosten on the coast was going to be still standing, but when they came over the hill and saw it there, all three men let out a breath of relief, and Bren chuckled a little.
Thank God,
he said. They could see the palace on the hill and the city about its far side as they neared it. Passing the first few homes, tension and grief due to their loss and the feared loss of the people here began to lighten and their moods to pick up. They had not gotten far when people began to come out to see them.
Something is up,
Higgs said, a little nervously, taking hold of his sword hilt and loosening it. They left the small road they had taken into the city for a large market square and were greeted at once with cheers and applause. The crowd stood back to let them pass through the square on their way toward the palace. Bren moved his suddenly nervous horse closer to Oirion with a worried look. Oirion had expected to get to the gate and have to order it open. He had plans for a bath and clean clothes, then to go find Tavia. How planned this gathering of people was suddenly became clear when a clown appeared before them and bowed. He waved his arms and the ribbons tied to them.
"Welcome to Brosten, Lord Regent and heroes of Fairwah. This way, this way."
He cheered and led the way up the street, doing flips and somersaults. Out of the crowds that were along the street, several more joined him.
A parade.
Higgs looked at Oirion with a perplexed expression.
Not my doing,
Oirion assured him.
My lords!
One of Tavia's men met them at the next yard with 3 geared-up horses and cloaks to throw over their travel-stained clothes. Oirion sighed but understood the value of what was happening. He dismounted and threw on the cloak. With clear experience, he mounted the horse offered. The other 2 followed his example, but perhaps not as gracefully. The city guard mounted his own horse, and with a wave of his hand, 6 of his men fell in behind them. Drummers and several flute players jumped in behind that, and the parade was made. Oirion was a little worried what he was going to find at the palace, but if Amdor had been made king, this would not be the greeting. The yard before the palace was filled with people who seemed to have been waiting, and gathered about the steps was the court who looked rushed to get there. The only calm face who seemed to know truly what was going on was Allora. She stood with Tavia just at her elbow, as steady as always. Oirion had no idea how she had survived, but had to admit he was very pleased she had. The young woman had far more to her than many would ever guess. Without her, things would have gone very differently for Fairwah and for all of Pert. There was going to be image stones about, and Oirion knew this greeting would be recorded for millions to see. He fought to hide how ill he felt. He had to admire how Allora stood there, looking like an ancient Perton in her simple gown. All the frill and makeup of the current court were stripped away for the styles of old, and she wore it well. All the other ladies paled in her company. Higgs laughed and swung down from his horse, all but running to her. He paused a step below her and offered his hand. She gave up hers to have him kiss her palm.
You have no idea how happy I am to see that you are okay,
he said softly, suddenly realizing how many people were watching.
And are you?
She said with a smile that Oirion was quite certain made Higgs's heart stop. Even as sick as he felt, he caught that.
Who set up the greeting?
Higgs asked her as Bren and Oirion joined them.
The constable and I,
she said.
They came to behold the new king.
Oirion suspected the self-important lords were inside, and they were expecting greatness to happen within the halls, not outside. Oirion had other plans. The king was for the people, and the people were right here.
We should head in,
Allora started to say. Oirion put a hand on Higgs's shoulder and stopped him. He picked up the whisper, hoping it hid how stuffy and sick he was.
Stand right there,
Oirion whispered to Higgs. He circled around the man and stood on a higher step.
Bren,
he breathed. Bren moved to where Oirion directed and stood beside Higgs.
The world has shifted. The door to the next age has begun to swing open, and Pert stands in trial before creation to see if we are worthy for the Empire to see the next age. The angels have called upon the Vels and summoned the Vons to reclaim the places that were entrusted to them. An emperor has retaken the throne by Armand's own hand. Through that power, I have been entrusted with the ability to name kings for the emperor. So today, people of Fairwah, I offer you a new age, a reunion with the angels, and ways of the divine graces. Proven in deed and by blood, Tyandres Higgs, now to be ever called Vel Fairwah, do you swear the vows of old unto the Emperor of Pert and the paths of the angel Armand and his brothers?
I do,
Higgs said, sounding solid, his expression anything but.
Then by the power invested in me by Tyradel von Shannon, and by the will and hand of Armand himself, I name you Vel Fairwah, King of Fairwah, to rule under the guidance and command of the House of von Shannon, to receive the aid and support of the same, and to command all Fairwah's laws and people in accordance to such.
Oirion reached into the ancient vault for some sort of crown, praying there would be something in there. He whispered the name of Armand to have his hand be guided. A band of gold with a sea-green stone on its center, set as the heart of a white cliff eagle, its wings lined with 1,000 tiny diamond shards, appeared in his hands. He took it and set it on Higgs' head and pushed it into place. With his fingers still gripping it, he drew his breath and opened his bond with Shannon to allow Shannon to speak through him. The shields Shannon held against him lingered a moment, then came down. The power and presence that was Shannon flooded Oirion. It felt like fire. It was so cold. The pain made sweat break out on his brow, and he had to clench his teeth against it.
So be it,
both of them said as one. Shields slammed up between them, even as a surge of power swirled about the crown. There was the sound of a great bell struck somewhere, which everyone heard, and with the sound, light from Orion's hands seemed to pour onto Higgs and into the stone they stood on. Light began to flow out from the star that suddenly seemed etched into the steps and out to the lines of power, which, in time, would link and connect all of the old parts of the city to provide heat, light, and so much more for the people. Shields eventually would protect them from the storms and filter the energy into vaults to protect them from attacks. Oirion lifted his hands and could still feel the touch of Shannon, but also the power of the wells that had secured Higgs as king here.
Farewell, your king,
he called and poured his own power into his announcement to try to purge Shannon out of his veins. His voice boomed like thunder and was later said to have been heard for over 10 miles. Oirion heard Shannon whisper, but did not catch the words. He was busy trying to stay in his needed role to get this done with.
It's true, then.
Higgs breathed.
He truly is the Emperor, truly chosen by Armand.
Tears filled the eyes of the new king. The light under his feet, the song humming in his head made it all suddenly tangible.
It is really real, and through you, Fairwah can see that now.
Higgs turned to the crowd, which sank as one to their knees with bowed heads, many as in awe, and moved as Higgs was.
Armand.
Higgs lifted his gaze to the clouded sky.
We beg you to aid us to be worthy, to look mercifully and kindly on the lands and people of Fairwah, to bless and take the souls of those lost, and heal the land from the storms that assail us now. We thank you. We praise you. We have not forgotten you, and we will find our way back to the true teachings of your most blessed heart. Blessed be the Emperor and Empress, and blessed be the Regent.
Tyvan and his men moved in to guide the court inside. The people in the yard began to cheer as soon as the entourage was inside the door. Celebration would follow, for the reality was glowing on the steps. People came up just to touch it.
There will be feasting tomorrow near noon,
Tyvan said.
Until then, there is a hot bath for you, clean clothes, and a healer will see to your injuries.
Thank you,
Oirion said.
Have you met Bren?
He asked.
Your Grace.
Tyvan bowed his head to the man.
Oh, I'm just a jeweler from the city. I have no rank.
If you say so,
Tyvan said with a knowing nod.
Will you leave soon, Your Grace?
He asked Oirion.
I must.
I will help the new king. You need not worry.
Good. We won't make the feast,
he informed Tyven.
I need to get back. Can you get a ship ready for me, Salma, Dahan, and Bren? I'd like to leave once I have bathed.
Already seen to. They are ready for you.
Oirion was not a fan of the idea of traveling by water, but it would be much faster. He was given a small cabin with a wall of glass that looked out over the water behind the ship. It was fine weather the first few hours with a clear sky and easy passage. But it didn't take long for the waves to begin to build, and Oirion had to pull the drapes closed to not make himself seasick by watching the rolling waves. Under him, he felt the land drop away as they left the continental shelf, and as with most great wizards, he felt himself get quite uneasy and unbalanced as the energy shifted for that of the ocean. He crawled into the bunk and tried to sleep, pulling the bedding up over his head to block the shift of the light and to not notice much of anything. With uneasy nausea building up worse than he had ever faced on the water, he got out of bed to pace, but he only managed to stumble and feel every little swell even more. He sank into one of the great heavy chairs that was bolted to the floor and tried to be still. The taste of the water and the feel of it so deep under him was making him far too ill to be safe. He had not been to the sanctuary of Master Silverwood, but since he was the old master, he dared to relax and slip under into a trance and away from the ship. He suddenly stood in a high tower library. Its round walls were set with windows in 3 directions with a door to the south. The center of the room was dominated with a work table that was long dusty and the work neglected. He ignored it and went to the window to the north. He knew what he would see before he got there. It was the coast of northern Krent. How long he stood and watched tides turn and return under the light of the moons and the sun that never set but ever cast light, making 3 shadows, he couldn't say. Eventually he turned to the table to wipe dust off of books that showed the work of the old master, the tools of his efforts, and shards from the great crystal of Ulambach that shattered all those millennium ago. He had no interest in picking up the work or reading where once his mind had been. Suddenly feeling very old and tired, he sank into an old worn chair and seemed to doze off.
Shane, Oirion.
Oirion opened his eyes to see Bren in the cabin of the ship. The sanctuary sank away but remained crisp and clear in his mind.
What?
He asked of Bren's worried expression.
You need to eat before we land.
Bren pointed to a bowl of soup set on the nearby table.
Before we land? How far are we?
We will be in Porthall by dawn. Come sit.
He motioned Oirion to the table.
You get some needed sleep,
he asked in a rather skeptical, worried tone.
More or less,
Oirion replied. Oirion had just sat at the table when Salma entered and grabbed up a chair to join him. Bren pulled up the third and took a seat as well, not about to let Oirion escape eating something.
Where did you go?
She asked him, looking at his food and opting not to try it.
Go?
He asked.
When you trance. Shannon does it all the time. I just wondered where it was that you go when you do that. It's not the sort of thing anyone can ask him.
Just a trance. It's not a matter of going anywhere.
The captain stuck his head in the door and looked to Oirion.
Storm on the horizon. This close to shore, you might want to come try and lend a hand if you can.
Oirion got up and went after the captain up to the decks. They could see the line of the land before them, a dark band across the surface of the water. Cutting in from the east was a boiling black wall of clouds that seemed to be rushing over flat waters to cut them off. The captain looked from the storm to Oirion.
If it was normal, we would pull the sails and drop anchor. But it's not. You see that, right?
It reminds me of the storm in the mountains,
Oirion said softly, remembering the storm he and the others had fled from in Braken. He couldn't help but feel a very deep chill and shivered. He suddenly wished very much for Kelly and Riven to be there. That was no simple storm. It wasn't even just a random warp storm, but was driven in a way that made Orion's hair stand on end and battle powers to begin to build.
Can you watch my back against attack or warp storms?
The captain asked softly.
I can push us in, but I will have to stay focused.
I have your back. Do what you think is best.
The captain nodded and looked to his men, shouted a command, and waved his arm, setting men into motion in all directions. He moved to the center of the deck and set himself, braced his feet, and centered deeply. So far from the ground below, to use greater magics, a wizard would have to pull it all from himself, not from the planet as is normally done. That was why sorcery was far more common on the waters than wizardry. A sorcerer can carry his magics in a scroll, in a stone, in the power of the vibrations of his voice. A wizard does not. A wizard channels life energy through himself from the planet itself. The captain grew very still and calm. Oirion felt the magic shift, felt the ship shudder, and felt an odd stillness building about the captain. Standing at the man's right elbow, Oirion focused himself, ready to protect the captain from any harm. Captain Rendar slowly drew up his hands, holding a ball of power that none could see. He held it before his chest, hands trembling with the weight of it. Oirion could feel it like a ball of crackling heat, but even he could see nothing. Rendar thrust it forward, as if it was a boulder, and held it and focused before them. Oirion was reminded of the men who threw the ropes to the docks. The great knotted ball at the end of the ropes, catching hooks to pull the ship in. Dave had told him the name of them once, and had even made one in a small version to hang from his pack, but Oirion could not recall the name anymore. Rendar's magic caught, and the ship jumped forward, almost as if it had been hit by something, then began to pick up speed. Oirion glanced back to see if the sails had filled, but they were not even open. The men had bound them up, and were now getting solid footing, and some even held onto ropes, and knelt with a shoulder to the rails. The ship kept moving faster and faster, gaining more and more speed. Oirion reset his feet and watched the energy about them, holding a shield ready to slam up over Rendar if it was ever needed. Still they moved faster, until the ship seemed to be slamming over the surface of the water. Waves began to push at them from the west, crashing against the starboard side of the ship. Water sprayed up over the rail and across the deck, but they stayed on course and still gained speed. The storm began to build mass, becoming level with them. They could see lightning building, and the darkness in it seemed to be alive as it seethed and grew. Oirion readied his magics, and for good reason. The men on deck were afraid, and he could feel their emotions wavering at him, but he stayed focused. The attack that came was certainly not random. It was aimed at Rendar, and if Oirion had not been there with the power he held, Rendar would have been taken with the first attack. Oirion threw up the shield, trying not to affect the magic the captain was using, holding it over the man like an umbrella. The lightning hit so hard, Oirion was staggered and dropped to a knee on the wet and jolting deck. The lightning exploded out with such a concussion, everyone went deaf but for the ringing in their ears. The masts were set on fire, but the waves slammed up and put out the flames almost as fast. Oirion expected great power, but he had not expected that much of it, and the harbor of Port Hall seemed a very long way away. The first touches of the storm, bitter cold and demonic, reached them, like a frozen wind, dark and tangible. The clouds cut off the light ahead and behind them. Breath froze in the air, and the mist of the clouds turned to ice. Another attack came, but Oirion was ready and held it as Rendar stayed focused on the magic he used to pull them forward. Whoever, whatever, was behind the attack, it was no single man, or even a group of wizards. It was far darker, older, and more powerful than anything Oirion had yet touched. It came again, and Oirion felt the cold begin to creep down his own magics into himself. He knew the chill of demonic touch. Shannon had given him that, but this was very different, and Oirion had to fight to not become overwhelmed with fear. On the deck the men collapsed, hopelessly terrified by just the edges of the power of the attacks on the captain. The sustained pressure on his shields was very painful, but Oirion held his stance. Gritting his teeth, he shouted back at it, refusing to be forced down. The attack dropped off, and he struggled to catch his breath and shake the effects off. He drove up inner shields as well and reached for the ground. They had to be close. Even as he reached, he felt the continental shelf rush up under them. He reached past the 1,000 feet of water beneath the ship and thought to grab hold of the node energies beneath, but something far more powerful rushed into his hands. The wells of Pert, golden power flooded him. Using it without even giving himself time to consider, he threw up a larger shield over the captain and the ship as a whole. The next attack from the storm came as the two attacks before it, but shattered away, as if it was nothing but glass arrows. Oirion moved on battle instinct and sent his own attack back at the source. Golden light flared out from Oirion over the ship, burning away the darkness and bitter chill that was about them. Cold was turned to warmth. Fear was replaced with peace, and from the shores of Ulambak, it looked as if the sun itself had risen inside the storm. Attacks began to hammer down, not at Rendar anymore, but at him. Oirion held, flooding power out at the storm. He could not think about the effects at the moment. He had only to hold and flood the power of Pert against its attacker. His arms wide, he held his ground, fear replaced with the focus of his task. The ship burst free of the storm, and there before them were the layers of cliffs, the layers of the city of Port Hall and Ulambak. The highest point glowed faintly like a hint of a crown on the white-faced cliff tops. The crew cheered with relief, laughing and slapping each other on the back, the fear they had been wrapped in momentarily forgotten. The ship rushed at the harbor. Oirion shifted his outward attack against the darkness in the storm to simply shielding. He could feel the pain of his efforts beginning to come into effect. He had to hold the shields until they were safe in the harbor, though. They rushed past the great arms of the harbor's outer wall, past the hand-built storm walls, and into the harbor itself. Oirion felt an attack from the storm building, as if in one last great effort to bring him down. They were so close, and yet he felt as if he was standing alone on an island, about to be taken under by a tsunami. The cliffs that the palace was built on, which stood over the city of Port Hall, flooded with light. Magics as ancient as the angels themselves woke and rushed out to meet the attack in an iridescent shield of power. Oirion felt dizzy at once and nearly fell into Rendar's back. The ship rushed to a stop so fast the bow nearly touched the surface of the harbor. Water pushed up in a massive wake from the ship as the crew tumbled forward. Rendar dropped to his knees with exhaustion. Scrambling up, the deckhands scurried to get them to the docks safely and without slamming into it too hard. They crushed against and skimmed the hull of a massive merchant ship, but the merchant crew moved only to aid them. Several men helped Rendar and Oirion up, rushing them inside to a cabin and pressed drinks into their hands.
"Horses?"
Rendar said to one of them.
"I don't think the Regent can walk all the way up to the palace after that." "Already have ordered someone to send for a carriage soon as we dock,"
the first mate said. Rendar nodded, and they were left alone. The captain took a drink from the cup, his hands shaking even more than Orion's. They sipped the very strong drink and let the crew get the ship to the docks. Safe in the cabin, no one was able to see how strained they were, but they both saw it in each other. Rendar looked up as his drink was finished.
"You okay to walk?"
I think so. What is this stuff? It's almost like whiskey, but it's not, is it?
"You don't want to know, but it will help steady the hands and help with core strain."
They both stood up carefully, made certain they were steady, brushed their clothes as smooth as they could despite the wet from waves, then stepped out to the deck. Together they walked down to the dock where the carriage waited for them. The crowd fell back, and many went to a knee before the Regent. The footman held the door for him.
"I'm headed to find an inn,"
Rendar said.
"Be well, my lord."
He caught Orion's hand and kissed its palm as his knee touched the ground.
"And you, Captain, be well,"
Oirion said with a nod at the huge gesture for a captain of such power. Salma, Dahane, and Bren already waited in the carriage. Oirion looked back to the storm and the harbor before he got in. Beyond the barrier of the city-raised shield, the storm slammed and hammered over them, but here rain fell in odd little swirls and gusts, but nothing more. Oirion leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes, preparing himself for dealing with Shannon. The ride to Ulambak had taken hours at a fast clip up paved roads. Salma was awed by the extensive size of the city, and nothing she had ever seen prepared her for the palace grounds or the beauty of the palace at dusk. The high white walls were alive with energy lines that seemed to make gentle breezes visible. The grace of heaven and angels flowed down those lines, and the white of the wall reflected the sunset of pink and lavender. Only the beauty of the halls of the Ulamar came close, and she could see why Shannon suspected the builders were related to the Pertans. She let her fingers trace the lines that ran along the walls as elites led her through the vast palace of the Emperor of Pert. There was a deep age and grace to this place that she had never felt before. It was as if the city's energy touched her like a mother's hand on a baby's cheek, the hum of the magic, the sweetest lullaby. This was just a hint of the glory of the Pert Shannon knew, and she began to understand a part of Shannon's heart she had never been able to even glimpse before.
So many people,
Dahane whispered.
No city inside the barrier compares. Only Ulam Ar might.
She added thoughtfully. He truly had no idea how vast the place was.
And Shannon rules it all.
Shannon rules all this and more.
She smoothed his hair, happy to have him free to show his face. She wondered how the great city would respond once they were welcomed by Shannon. She was distracted only from the palace itself when she entered the room where Tavia waited. Salma moved at once to the woman she had so missed since they were separated. Tavia caught her in her arms and surprised Salma with the feel of a hard, round belly under the loose gown she wore. Salma stepped back and put her hands on the belly she had somehow not even noticed in her rush to get to her friend. She looked at Tavia in surprise.
A baby? When?
Any time now,
Tavia said, but there was no real joy in her eyes or tone. There was pain and haunted sadness.
The Regent told me you were married now. Is it Shannon's?
Tavia nodded with her lips pressed tightly.
It's good to see you, Salma. I am glad you made it okay.
She looked to Dahane and smiled.
Hello, Dahane,
she said to him and touched his cheek gently.
How are you, dear?
Dahane smiled and hugged her with the joy of a child who has missed a loved one too long.
I have missed you.
Oh, my dear little lion. I have missed you, too.
She hugged him and looked about to cry.
Your grandfather heard you were here, and he wished to meet you right away. Would you like to meet him?
I guess,
he said, excited but uncertain. Tavia took his hand.
Now?
He asked.
Why not? He has been anxious to meet you for days.
She led him with Salma at her side through the halls as the elites vanished. They went up several levels of the palace to a great round wall, with windows looking out at the east in a vast arc. The view was of ocean and the eastern quarter of Port Hall far below them. An old Pertan man stood looking to the east. His arms were folded over his chest.
Your Majesty,
Tavia said. He turned, saw them, and crossed the room with long strides. He looked both Salma and Dahane over. Salma feared his reaction, but as he caught her hands and met her eyes, there was nothing but kindness. He smiled suddenly.
I always wondered what sort of woman might catch Orion's eye, and now I see why he always smiled at mention of your name.
You are too kind,
she said. He laughed warmly.
And this is Dahane.
He took the boy's hand.
Well, my boy, you are indeed a prince.
He beamed.
I am so very happy to meet you finally.
How do you speak this language?
Dahane asked, surprised.
I am old, but like many old men, I have learned a great number of tricks.
He drew his thumb across Dahane's forehead.
Now, my dear boy, you will have to learn to make your mouth say the words of Pert, but you will understand Valrine as well as I do. Could I speak with your mother a moment?
Dahane smiled and nodded. Tybeladar took Salma's hand and led her aside.
I do not know if you have been told that I have named your son my heir,
he said as they reached a window.
I would like very much to take him with me to Valrine, but the kingdom is in a state of instability. Weather is causing havoc, and Pert as a whole is teetering on war. I could not promise when I could get back to have you see him once he is with me, or even how much time I would be able to spend with him.
He paused briefly.
What do you think of Taishan?
He asked carefully.
He is my grandson, you know.
I know exactly who he is,
she told him, putting her hand on his arm to hopefully let him know she knew the truth.
I understand he is a very busy man, bound in great magics, and cannot be free to be as other men, but I know who he is, and perhaps having the chance for Dahain to know him as time allows might be a good thing.
The old man folded his hand over hers and smiled warmly.
Does he know you know?
He asked seriously.
Certainly not. Ha ha ha.
She laughed.
I am a skilled performer. I plan to stay in Ulaanbaatar. Pert is my home now, if Shannon will have me. Perhaps for now it would be good to keep Dahain here. Let your kingship set in before you bring your holy son's child to court.
After the reaction you got in Brosten, I sadly must agree. However, I will be here for several more days. I would love to have him come with me until I go. I can show him the palace, get him new clothes, and begin to teach him the Pertan languages. We can go to the markets and ride horses. He stand with me at the coronation.
She smiled. She liked this old man a great deal.
Yes, of course, it will give me time to catch up with Tavia as well. Dahain, come here, dear.
End of Chapter 10. Continue with Chapter 11. Awake. Regent's Way, Chapter 11. Awake.
It's changed,
Eldwar said softly. He moved to the bedside and sank down beside the mother of Shannon.
She had the baby last night.
Kella said.
His Holiness, Father Jamie, delivered the boy.
Eldwar barely heard her. Of course, he could see she had given birth to the baby. He reached out and touched her head. His mind was already beyond the flesh. He was reaching, seeking, sifting through the energies. There it was, a whisper, a shift. He reached.
Elishara.
He whispered her name, sending energy on his voice beyond realms, reaching to her deepest core, to the place her soul was timeless, and yet known by the name of this life.
Elishara.
He whispered it again, letting all his energies, all his power as a healer breathe that name into her, not only calling to her, but reminding her of who she was.
Elishara.
The energy shifted, like a breeze stirring so faintly it almost passes without being felt. Eldwar did not withdraw, but remained, gently adding energy into her brain itself, drawing her back into consciousness. Too fast, and it would harm her forever. Too slow, and he would lose her. All his energy, all his focus, all his mind was on her and her alone. He did not even think of himself until she drew in a deep breath and opened her eyes. Slowly, ever so slowly, she blinked and gained focus. Only when she turned her eyes to look at him did Eldwar dare to let go and see if she remained conscious.
Elishara,
he said gently in a whisper to try to bring her back even more, and tie it smoothly as she transitioned.
Do you know where you are?
She looked around a little, moistened her lips with a dry tongue, and tried to swallow.
Tell me it was a nightmare,
she whispered with a sore, dry throat. Her eyes pleaded for all of the last 5,000 years to have been nothing but a horrible dream.
You are in Ulaanbaatar, in the Healer's College.
He looked to Kella and motioned.
Go get some honey water for her,
he said kindly, and the young healer ran to fetch the soothing drink.
Please, what year is it?
She begged, taking hold of his hand.
It's not a dream,
he said sadly, holding her hand.
Von Shannon has been on the throne 9 months.
A cry of grief escaped her, and she could not help but start to weep. Her hand suddenly went to her belly with a fearful look.
He is all right,
Eldwar said, putting his hand over hers that lay on her empty belly.
He was born yesterday and is in the palace.
Why is he not here?
If we can keep you stable, he will be brought to you,
he said as Kella returned.
Should I let the Emperor know?
Kella asked.
Not yet,
Eldwar said, helping the former Empress to sit up and sip the drink.
Give her a little time to stabilize first.
He propped her up on the pillows and tucked her in as best he could.
Your entire army is as you were,
he said.
I think I found the key to pull them back, to wake them up, but I need to know their names. For now, just try to relax and center. As soon as you can, anyone you can recognize and give a name to will help me more than anything.
She nodded.
I should know enough that They, in turn, will know the rest.
She said.
Tyrell?
She asked.
He is emperor?
Eldwar rested his hand on her knee.
One day, that's all I ask,
he said, trying to get her to not worry or think for one day, to just rest and let her energy settle.
Try not to worry about your sons or your army or Pert. Just center and be here. Tomorrow I will come back and we will talk.
He rose, feeling the massive drain. To draw her back had worn him out so much. As he took the first step, he worried if he would make it to the door without collapsing. He made it only that far and out of sight before he simply had no more strength. Keller caught him, but wasn't strong enough to hold him up.
I'm just tired. I need to lie down,
he said. He folded over and blacked out. Eldwar woke slowly and only opened his eyes when he realized he wasn't in the bed at the little house. He could hear the soft music of delicate wind chimes and bird song through an open window that was letting in a warm breath of air. He wasn't certain where he was, but the chamber was a palace-worthy room with smooth white walls and cut crystal panes for the windows. The bed was almost the size of his bedroom at the little house, and the sheets were of a warm, soft fabric he had never felt. He lay in place, comfortable for a while, dozing in and out lightly until he could not possibly sleep any longer. Getting up, he found his robes laid neatly across the foot of the bed. Once he was dressed, he left the bedchamber to find out where he was. He didn't have to go far, just down the hall and a stairway, and he was back in an area he knew. He made his way to the main healer's chamber. He was hungry and hoped there might be food set out. Kella was just crossing the room with a notepad. Seeing him, she rushed over with a smile.
How are you feeling?
Well,
he said honestly, a little surprised himself.
How is she?
She has named over a dozen people, and we have the king of Krent, Allora himself here. Maybe he should be the next one you help. She's resting with her baby now.
Eldwar nodded with relief. He had been worried she might slip back into the patterns of the coma.
I will need to eat something first. Then I will see to the king. The emperor needs every king he can find, and to find one who truly is a king is a good thing.
Why do you suppose that the lights of Krent have gone out if the king is alive?
Healer Benler asked over breakfast. Eldwar had woken the king, stumbled back to bed, and now sat with the fellow healer over the communal morning meal.
They didn't go out at once,
Old Carden said.
Ulumbek stayed lit for over 1,000 years before the last of the magics failed, and Krent stayed lit for almost as long. Why it didn't relight is the more interesting question.
I would guess that Armen does not want the light to shine for anyone other than Shannon's chosen kings. If they came back on at this time, people would think the idiot now on the throne was the reason. How does Shannon remove one for the other is the better question, if you ask me,
Eldwar said.
True,
Carden said with a thoughtful nod. Eldwar pushed his plate away.
That is for Shannon and von Krent to worry about. We only need to try and wake up as many as we can and get their bodies back into order. I'd far rather be a healer than worry about politics. Thank God for that,
Eldwar said. He stood as the others chuckled. He headed up the halls for the room of the former empress and entered with her sitting up, baby in her arms nursing. She looked up and smiled.
Your Grace,
she said. Eldwar felt his heart shift a little. She was where Shannon had gotten all his grace and beauty. Where her son was an image of male pertinent perfection, she was the feminine version and beautiful in a way Eldwar had a hard time looking at. He didn't feel pertinent. He had none of the grace and beauty of the race, and felt ashamed of his failing when he saw it in others.
How are you feeling?
He asked, trying to hide how oddly flustered he felt. He caught a chair and pulled it up to the bedside and sat. He adjusted his robe, smoothing it to hide the fact his hands were a little unsteady.
weak, but better. So much better with Keeden here,
she replied, smoothing her baby's head.
Good. I am told he is very healthy.
Will there be effects from him being Inside for so long?
Yes.
Eldwar did not lie.
I do not think it will affect his intelligence at all, although he might have a difficult time dealing with the stimulation of this realm.
He crossed one knee over the other, trying to seem at ease.
There will also be an effect on his energy matrix. He will have a dominant feminine energy. For the unborn to shift energy into feminine pathways is much easier than to be held still and be masculine. I expect all the women of the army will fare much better emotionally and mentally than the men for this reason.
So, what are you saying?
How it manifests exactly is hard to say. Your line is already on the feminine side of power. That is the core of healing magics, empathy, and foresight. Your family has been known to be very strong in those areas. Add to it how long he was held.
He shrugged a little.
It's hard to say exactly, but I expect he will be a healer of some sort. And as many male healers tend to, he might grow up to prefer the company of men. It is only natural, as it is a spiritual attempt to balance energies, to find in another what is lacking in one's own self.
She looked down at her baby and ran her finger against his cheek, with the love and tenderness only a mother can offer.
But his mind will be all right?
He will not be retarded,
Eldwar said carefully.
But to some he might seem to be. Be patient with him and know he is not stupid. His childhood will be a series of adjusting to this world and a body of flesh and bone. He will need unconditional love and a great deal of patience.
That he has.
She smiled that breathtaking smile again. She seemed to hold a grace and power that truly seemed as if it came from angels. Eldwar felt himself awed by her. This was how queens should be.
Tell me of the world,
she said softly.
Of Tyrell.
What do you want to know? There is much to be told, too much to just rattle off history as if it is a thing removed. Ask me and I will tell you.
She drew a slow, deep breath.
I had horrible visions of him being tortured.
He dared not ask for details.
Where are my grandchildren?
She asked instead.
The only living grandchild you have is in the palace with his mother. He, Rajak, was born the same day as your son.
Riddell's children? They are all gone?
Pain crossed her face.
Yes.
How?
They were murdered by Jerome and his demons.
She made a sound of utter pain and grief and bowed her head, fighting to not cry.
What did he do to Riddell?
Tyrell was tortured and taken to hell to be broken. His body was, his spirit was not. He is still master of himself. Due to the power of his soul and the strength of his healing abilities, in spite of the years in the abyss, which altered him on a very deep level, he survived. He has many secrets that the world does not know, and Peart does not need to know. I will tell you because it matters, and you matter to him. On the most basic level, he is a vampire.
She made the smallest sound of grief. Eldwar moved to her side. He put an arm around her in comfort before his mind had any thoughts that to move so was out of line. She leaned into him and wept against his chest.
Armin named him Emperor, anyway.
She whispered, desperate to find something good about the situation.
Yes.
Eldwar leaned his cheek against her head, the reality of the truth of what he had just said sinking in for himself. He had known, he could see things. He knew things about Shannon, but it never really sank in how utterly amazing and powerful a soul Shannon was. He felt ashamed for his behavior and bitterness toward the man. For the first time, Shannon became a man of flesh and bone, of emotions and trials, of weakness and strengths. It had taken his mother crying for it to get through to Eldwar just how terrible what had happened to Shannon was.
They call him Shannon now.
He held her against him so she couldn't see the tears that silently escaped his eyes.
And Jerome?
Fled from Peart. Damned, bound in deals to demons.
How does that work with the bond?
She sat up, giving Eldwar just enough time to wipe his cheeks. He got up to pour her water and to hide his own sadness.
It was shredded a long time ago, and Armand has given him a new partner, a red Purton named Shane, but called Oirion for his likeness to his great-grandfather, Master Silverwood of Krent.
Master Oirion didn't have any children as far as I knew,
she said, a little surprised.
I am told his likeness is unsettling.
That should anger Rel more than his having a human partner did,
she said with a sad humor. Eldwar made sure to wipe his eyes dry before he turned back to her and offered the water.
Where is my husband?
She asked as she took the water, careful not to wake her baby.
In a cell in the palace. He is awake, unaffected by the magics that have made the rest of you lay in comas for months.
Will he ever be released?
I don't know,
Eldwar said honestly, taking a seat.
I take him newspapers and books every few days, but he is not good company. I don't stay long. I see where Shannon got his short temper. I also see now where he got his grace.
He nearly shouted at himself. What was he thinking, saying such a thing to her? She smiled at the compliment.
Tell me of Pert. Do the kings welcome Tyre? Shannon.
Some few. Most are frantic to stay in power. Most all the courts are exclusively human and petty. Jerome stripped power from most Purtons and butchered any who opposed him. He ruled church and empire for 5,000 years. His imprint will take time and much effort to remove.
How very sad,
she whispered.
Poor Jerome.
She looked up at Eldwar.
You might not believe me, but the Jerome I knew was an amazing and good soul. He was very dear to me. He was my counselor and friend.
She looked down to her sleeping baby.
What happened to him to drive him insane like that?
I don't know,
Eldwar said, wondering if the mother of Shannon would be so merciful and forgiving of his own insanity and crimes as she was for Jerome's. He pushed it aside and tried to smile.
As soon as you're able to walk with strength, I will send word to Shannon that you are able to receive visitors. A few more days, and you should be back up and about.
He rose.
I am going to go look in on Tavia, then see if I can wake another.
Thank you,
she said as he reached the door.
It is nice to be awake and alive. Thank you also for being honest with me and forgiving of a mother's sadness.
He bowed to her with all the grace he could muster. His grandmother might have been proud to see it. He slipped out, steadied his emotions, and went to the next room where the King of Krent was out of bed. He stood at the window looking at the yard and the rain beyond. He was an older man, his hair going white. His body had been strong when he had come through the gate, but so many months in bed had taken a heavy toll on his strength. It had been hard on everyone. Recovery would take time for them all.
Ah, your grace,
he said to Eldwar as he turned, his hand on the back of the chair to make certain he didn't fall.
I was hoping to see you this morning.
How are you, your majesty?
Eldwar bowed his head to the ancient king, speaking as due to his rank in a pertinent whisper.
Feeling my age,
the old man said with a smile.
I am, however, quite eager to know what is going on, and news of my kingdom and people.
All your questions will be answered. I can have one of the students come and tell you everything they can. I stopped by to see how you are feeling.
My mind seems clear. My body is weak from being still too long, but there are neither bed sores nor other mark of it except weakness. I will recover in short order. Tell me, what I recall at the gate, was it real? Armand denouncing Tyrell.
Yes, very real.
Eldwar touched the back of the king's offered hand. A great healer needed nothing more than to look upon a man to see within, but the offered hand was a show of respect towards such a healer if you were so fortunate as to have one in your company. To wear what he wore said to the king how powerful Eldwar was, and for once he was treated as such. It felt good. Eldwar smiled and nodded at the news.
You diagnose yourself well,
Eldwar said.
I did not know you were a healer.
Few know.
Valor smiled slyly.
I am not a great healer,
he replied modestly,
but enough to see to my own needs, and others, if need be. I would like to help with the army once I have my strength back.
Healers are in short order. Every bit of help will be welcome.
Eldwar bowed his head to the king.
I am going to go see who else I can wake today. One a day seems all I can do, but perhaps I will find a shortcut as I go. Please rest. Elishara is in the next room over if you wish to visit her.
Oh, I do. Very much. Thank you.
Eldwar bowed and went to the next room, and the sleeping man there, a man Elishara had given the name Rigel. Eldwar wondered who the man was, what sort of life he had led once, and what sort of life he would lead now. But he put his thoughts aside as he reached out and sank beyond flesh to call the man back from the abyss. End of Chapter 11. Continue with Chapter 12. Shannon. Regent's Way, Chapter 12. Shannon. Oirion had not seen Shannon much since they had been fully bonded on the steps of the palace almost a year ago. The city had changed, but more so the palace had changed. The weight and the wealth of the rule of Jerome were all but stripped. But like Shannon himself, things could never be made back to what they had been. Scars were felt as much as seen in the palace of the Empire. Oirion knew every step of the ancient halls, and could feel it like he was certain Elishara could feel her son was no longer the man she had known once. Orion's own mood swung from being Master Oirion of old to Oirion Hennon, and back again. He wanted to see Shannon, then he wanted to never see him. Ever. The reality was, he needed to get it over with, and to keep his shields up. He had done his task of getting a king on the throne of Fairwah, and had even brought another Vel back to Ulumbak. Salma had gone to see Tavia first, and had taken off with a guard to do just that, leaving Oirion and Bren to face the Emperor on their own. They entered the great court where the Emperor would sit in judgment over cases presented to him. At the top of a dais, he sat at a graceful desk of black polished wood, papers of the case before him laid out for his inspection. Gathered in the hall, waiting their turn to be presented, were the powerful of the highest courts. Oirion had no idea what case Shannon would be dealing with, and really didn't care. He walked behind the three men who stood to the right of the aisle before the dais, their case before Shannon. Oirion waited in the center of the room directly before Shannon. Tightening his shields, he battled his warring emotions, a moment of anger at being ignored, then another of relief. Shannon looked up, met Orion's eyes, and made Oirion flood with both love and hate so powerful he clenched his fists and just stood in place, forcing his body to breathe and not sweat. The Emperor looked to the three men and slid all the papers together.
"No,"
Shannon said in a whisper that filled the room and yet was softly spoken. No power was wasted, and yet it was displayed power at the same time.
"I deny the claim on the throne of Tenno. I will honor the prince's position to rule as governor until such time as the people ask him to be replaced, or I find a direct line to the throne. His actions warrant such, but I will not name him king."
He handed the papers to an elite at his side, then rose. All in the room went to a knee.
"Adjourned,"
a man said in a whisper.
"Clear the hall."
Oirion held his place. Shannon came around his desk with the grace that even now Oirion both admired and resented. Shannon no longer wore the black leather of his elites, but a long robe of darkest green. It made him seem even more graceful, and yet left it very clear how fit and athletic the Emperor was. His hair was brushed long and smooth, his face warmed and more alive than it had been, but his hands were still gloved.
"Your impressions of the storm that chased you into my harbor?"
he asked.
"Unfriendly and very powerful,"
Oirion answered back in the same whisper. The room was still holding several hundred people who were gracefully and silently leaving, but could hear all they said and without a doubt watched every move.
"Ancient?"
"I can only guess at that, but that was the impression I got."
Shannon reached the main floor and walked to them. He all but ignored Oirion to look at Bren, who swallowed hard, uncertain what to do.
"What do your friends call you?"
Shannon asked.
Bren,
he said. His voice cracked and stuck, and he had to repeat it, desperately trying to work the whisper. Shannon seemed not to notice.
"Any idea of your line?"
No, Your Eminence.
"The court is always happy to welcome a Vel home, even if his line is blurred."
He motioned for Oirion and Bren to follow him out a side door. They went down a hall and up a short stair to a private room where guards opened the doors for them. Shannon kept his back to Oirion a moment, tapping his fingers on the tabletop. Bren shifted uneasily and wished he was someplace else. The power and presence of the men he had found himself with was unlike anything he had been prepared for.
"At times, I wonder if you find pleasure in making my life more difficult than it has to be,"
Shannon said. Oirion lifted his chin ever so slightly, and Bren could see the defiance in the man who had become a friend despite his rank.
"What action specifically of mine are you referring to?"
Oirion asked. Shannon turned around slowly. Bren almost took a step back from the cool presence of the Emperor and the look of ancient power in his eyes. He fought to not shiver at the idea that the man before him truly was the King of Norwood, that the Shannonites spoke of. If it was true, the things those eyes had seen and what had been endured was staggering.
"You are not new to bond magic. You have been in Fairwah nearly a year, and you think it a good idea to just walk into High Court as if you have only been out for a few hours."
"Is that your way of saying you missed me?"
Oirion almost teased, almost dared. Shannon's expression didn't even twitch, but remained cold. His eyes shifted to Bren for just a moment and back.
"I have my reasons,"
Oirion said, as if explaining the unasked question of why Bren was there. Shannon walked to Oirion with all the grace and power one might truly describe of a dark angel. Bren held his ground despite his near panic, so he would not shame Oirion or seem as awed as he was. The power and tension between the two men was like a warp about to flare out into a storm. Even a child would feel it.
"Did you have to drop half of the kingdom into the ocean?"
Shannon asked.
"I did not do so on purpose,"
Oirion pointed out.
"But yes, I suppose I did have to."
"And your new king? He is worthy?"
"If I did not think so, I would not have put him on the throne."
An elite entered the chamber and waited just inside the door.
"Take Master Tybren to suitable chambers,"
Shannon said, without looking away from Oirion.
"See to it that he has a wardrobe and a place set at the prince's table."
"This way, sir,"
the elite said, drawing Bren from the room. Once the door shut, Shannon let out a breath of tension he had been holding. His expression softened, but barely.
"How bad is Fairwah?"
"It is under the rule of a Pertan king with the blood of a Vel. There are no elven armies torturing its people, so I would say it could be doing far worse."
Shannon searched Orion's face a moment before he turned. Crossing the room to the wine cabinet, he poured wine without a word. Oirion wasn't certain how to deal with Shannon on his own, but further so, he wasn't sure what to think of Shannon's reaction to him. He moved to a chair, but waited for Shannon to offer him the wine before he sat.
"The boy with Salma?"
Shannon asked.
"Is he a Valreen?"
"Salma believes so, and there is certainly some Pertan to him."
Oirion leaned back in the chair, allowing himself to admit how sore and tired he was. He sighed heavily and shifted to be more comfortable.
"How is Tavia?"
"She hates me,"
Shannon said as he took a sip.
"And the baby?"
"Born yesterday. She named him Regent."
"And your mother?"
"She had a son as well, Keaton. They were born on the same day, as well as the son Tira-Ara had."
"Tira-Ara?"
Oirion asked. "Vala von Krent's youngest daughter. She was one of Theo's soul stones. Theo woke her up in time for her to help here. She is a powerful wizard, but a strain on court."
"A strain?"
"She is cold and angry."
"Ha ha ha."
Oirion laughed softly and shook his head.
"Sound like anyone else you know?"
Shannon gave him a dirty look, then smiled himself. He shook his head and took another sip.
"My anger is directed at specifics, not at the world in general, Oirion. I do not go out of my way to terrify the staff or belittle everyone around me."
"You tolerate her to do so anyway."
"I do. She and I were children together, and she's been through a great deal. She is, as you might recall, Alicia's youngest sister, and her child would have been my nephew."
Oirion shrugged. The bond and the magic of the shields they wore between each other was shifting and resettling in the effect of being in the same room. He had to keep adjusting the shields as the bond tried to get around the magics and draw them together. Oirion had no idea how long he was wrapped up in the inner workings of his soul or when he dozed off, but he did. He woke with the room dark, but for the light from the lines of power that gracefully flowed along the wall tops and around doors and windows. That light was a soft blue and easy on the eyes after sleep. A blanket had been draped over him, and in all honesty, he was rather comfortable. The constant push, pull, and twisting of the magics of the bond, his priesthood and Shannon's soul seemed to have settled into an odd calm. The lack of tension was almost unsettling in its rarity. He dozed off, letting his energy and body take advantage of not being under constant strain. When he did finally decide to open his eyes all the way, the sky beyond the window was turning pink with the oncoming day. Shannon stood at the window in a robe that was well fit, a heavy dark red silk embroidered with such detail that the royal albatross across the back of his shoulders and the waves that poured down his arms and sides stood out from the silk, giving it all sense of dimension. It was not Shannon's typical fashion, but made him look regal and powerful. His hair was bound at the base of his neck in a long bun that hid all the lighter colors of his hair, where the magics inside his shield had bleached out his black for red, then gold at the very ends. Oirion pushed himself up a little, letting his mind and body wake up together at their own pace.
"There are over 30 civil wars across Pert,"
Shannon said, dropping the whisper for his natural voice. The strain and the worry in it could not be hidden.
"Men with power under Jerome do not want to give it up and fight to retain it. Those who want them to stay in power, and those who hope to gain power, go to war. 1,000 men claim to have the right to the throne of Nai alone. This is not how it was supposed to happen."
Oirion set aside the blanket and walked to the window to watch the sky grow lighter and offer his company as support to the man who was trying so hard to hold the empire together.
No.
He had to agree with Shannon.
This is not how it was supposed to be, but it is what it is.
Shannon glanced over at him, not even bothering to hide the sadness in his eyes, or how very tired he was.
"David should have been emperor. I could have dealt with one throne at a time while he made the people fall in love with him. I am really trying to be patient and kind to the people, Oirion, but I'm tired and losing what compassion I had. Today, I'm supposed to talk with a handful of ambassadors sent to outline their king's rights and claims. Those kings have no rights and no authority to make any demands of me. I am in need of skills I do not have."
Oirion surprised himself a little, but did not regret it when he put his hand on Shannon's shoulder.
"Who do we have?"
"Valreen, Owens, Norwood, Kraus, and Fairwah."
Shannon almost laughed at how sad a number that was.
"Krent, I was told Valor was in the army."
"We have him and my mother both just recently awakened, but they have no thrones, and when I said I was going to make her take over Norwood, she bound herself to be Tavia's maid."
"Who openly denies you?"
"Etnai, Tenno, Fossa, Pova, Antonich, Nestioran, and Amatre. Today I talked to Golorant, Amador, Amel, Forli, and Sumar Uven Et."
Oirion considered it, letting the map and the numbers sink in a little.
"Golorant is where you should focus. The guild weight there will give you leverage that could shift the power in her borders more than the other kingdoms. If you can get a strong presence there, you can move more rapidly into other places. If you can get my grandfather to put pressure on the guild masters and offer money to the fat king, he might just hand you the kingdom. To him, power is nothing but a means to pay the brothel for the best to make certain his sheets are silk and his table loaded. I will talk with Forli on the side."
"What will you say to him? He blames us for the storms over Forli and hates me as much as he held contempt for Jerome."
"He blames you and Oirion Hennon. He does not, however, blame me. I might have a chance to get through to him. I have dealt with him before, and his love of the letter of the law. His inability to change his mind and strict demands are very pertinent, and I think I can use that to our advantage."
Politics, Oirion? You plan to play the game? Since when has that been something you would do, unless bound to by deals and magics?
Since Amon asked me to take care of you.
Oirion smiled faintly.
I am his priest after all. It would have been rude to say no.
Oirion turned to get something to drink.
What's with the change of robe style?
I have been accused of trying to play to the lost army by favouring old fashions and ignoring the younger court. I am trying to find a middle ground between the two.
Oirion rested his hand on a pot of long cold water. It was nothing to heat it, allowing him to make tea. He took his time putting leaves in the strainer and pouring the water carefully, his mind thinking about how else he could shift the balance just a little.
My grandfather is here.
Yes, he will be crowned von Valrine tomorrow.
Good. Ask him to lean a little on the Weavers' Guilds. If Forley won't listen to reason, between my grandfather's influence and my authority, I will bring the economy of Forley to a desperate stop. Forley will only have trade with Owens, and that only after Theo demands he kneel to your full authority.
Oirion spoke out loud, but mostly to himself. He brought them both a cup of steaming tea and squinted towards the sun that just at that moment beamed out over the eastern sea.
I also think I might be able to get Nay to shift a little towards our side.
Oirion watched Shannon scowl out the window. His perfect expression traded for something far different. Oirion waited for the man to say what was on his mind. Shannon even took a breath more than once, as if he was about to, but simply clenched his teeth.
Just say it, Shannon,
Oirion finally said, knowing whatever it was that it would only cause trouble later if they did not address it.
Whatever the magic you worked in Fairwah,
he started almost accusingly, but let out a heavy breath and tried again.
I was staggered, Oirion. I literally was knocked off my feet. Fortunately, I was alone, and no one saw it. Do you have any idea how bad it would be if I collapsed in front of a room full of people?
There was a lot happening, Shannon. I keep my shields as tight as I possibly can, but I was under attack. I assure you I did not mean for anything to reach you.
Shannon rubbed at his forehead a little, as if to ease a headache.
I have no doubt of that, but you need to be aware. You cannot just go running into fires. It's hard enough dealing with you as it is. I do not need to have my shields and my sanity hammered on.
I assure you that it knocked me off my feet as well. I really had no choice to do anything other than what I did. I had to take that gate down, and whatever it was that hit me...
Oirion shook his head.
Shannon, I couldn't even stay in. I kept flashing back to being Shannon. I had no control of that.
Shannon actually groaned.
It just keeps getting better and better.
He drained his wine and moved to pour himself more.
What do you want me to do about it?
I do not know.
Shannon sank to a chair, his own weariness showing.
Oirion,
Shannon said, changing the topic.
Will you do me a favor?
I suppose,
Oirion said, thinking the request an odd thing from Shannon.
Check on Eldor for me.
Check on him?
He has been working at the Healer's College. I do not want him to know I even give him a second thought, but I need to know what he is doing. You could walk in and find out without it seeming as if you were checking up on him.
I can do that.
End of Chapter 12. Continue with Chapter 13. Salma and the Emperor. Regent's Way. Chapter 13. Salma and the Emperor. The court was very uneasy with Salma, and few could even seem to hide it. Orion's grandfather felt that it was safer for Dahane to stay in the court of Ulambak, while Valrine got used to the idea of Oirion having a son who was a little different than might be expected. She didn't hate the clothes she wore. The soft fabric, the simple long lines made her feel rather graceful, really, but she did not fit in. No gown, no jewelry, or anything else would make her fit into the court of Ulambak. She missed the woods, she missed campfires, and open, heartfelt laughter. Salma was not a soft-spoken Perton who could talk in whispers and linger in quiet through all the day. Her only relief was Tavia. Tavia had changed, though, and Salma missed the way her friend had been. She longed for the way Tavia was mother and queen to them all. Here she was, merely a woman waited upon, a woman with a haunted look in her eye, even when holding her infant son. She was quiet and distracted, even beyond the grief of the loss of Travis. Salma wished she could reach her friend, take her away, go sit by a fire with her and just be. Tavia had taken to reading. She did that a lot and would spend hours with a book and the world would vanish. Salma had no interest in books right now. The empire of Pert was changing and one day she would write books about it. But today, she was living it. In all the time Salma had been there, not once had she been seen by Shannon either. Once she had seen him across a hall, but in his presence men sank to the floor, talk ceased, and formal forms of an age past suddenly took over. Enough was enough. She couldn't take it anymore. She pulled up her magic and moved. She dashed up the halls of the palace to find Shannon. It wasn't hard. She could feel him once she directed her mind to the task, and she could smell him long before she reached him. He smelled of magics and power that even now people did not understand. She reached the door to his office. It was guarded by two elites who were sure to sense her if she tried to open it, so she dropped the magic and walked up as if she was the princess she was said to be.
I would see the Emperor,
she said.
He is not to be disturbed,
one of them responded. She stood a long moment glaring at the man, relaxed as if to retreat, then dashed forward, grabbed the door, and was inside in a moment. A normal man might have had no chance to stop her, but they were not normal men, and she was caught around the waist as Shannon looked up from a great table where he sat. He held up a hand. The elite set her down. She took a step forward and brushed her dress smooth. She strode toward him, letting him see how annoyed she was.
I would talk with you, alone,
she said firmly. Shannon folded his right hand over his left, resting them on the table, and nodded. He made the slightest nod to one side and waited until the door was closed. He said nothing as she came up to the table. She walked around to stand right at his side and grabbed his chair to turn it so he faced her. He leaned an elbow on the arm of the chair with a patient sigh.
Something wrong, Salma?
Yes,
she said firmly, putting her hands on her hips.
I have been here for days, and not only did I not get a formal greeting, you have not come to see me once, nor have you seen Dahan. Not only that, you do not visit Tavia, and people notice that. Also, I am bored.
He lifted his eyebrow in a manner she had forgotten, but recognized at once.
You're bored?
He asked, and the smallest flickers of a smile played in his eyes.
In one of the largest cities in the world, you cannot find entertainment?
I cannot just go walking about, Shannon. People think I am a demon. They fear me and they fear my son and would attack us given any chance.
Would you like an escort, or perhaps illusions?
She opened her mouth to object. Her mood softened.
What do you do all day?
She asked. He slowly looked to the table and all the papers on it. There were maps of several kingdoms, very complex with every property line and resource type. Pages of numbers lay with family tree charts and letters. There were papers there in at least a dozen languages, and of things she had no idea what they were. He was not sitting and sipping wine as many seemed to think he was doing all day.
I'm trying to hold a very broken empire together. In some places I manage. In others I get reports of war, of burning of churches, of priests who have started to burn those who denounce Jerome, of elven invasions, of storms, of famine and poverty. I try to shift and juggle and soothe, to prevent and prevail, but it seems I'm not doing a very good job.
She could see it in his eyes, the burden, the worry, the strain he was under. His voice was the same, his face the same, but he looked warmer in a way. His eyes showed more of the moment in them. His ice had melted on some level. She tried not to think about the fact his body was made up of the life energy of Travis, as if he had sucked the boy she loved so much into nothing. She could not think that way, she told herself. It was wrong to do so, but it was difficult at times. She had seen the images captured by several different crystals, as if Armand had made certain they were in the yard. There was no other reason for them to have been there.
Why do you still wear gloves?
She asked. Shannon studied her a moment, then stood up. She had to step back to let him slip past her. He went to a beautiful cabinet made of crystal glass that was cut and etched to show the albatross of the imperial house. It was beautiful, like all things left over from the past. He pulled out a bottle of wine and 2 glasses that matched the crystal cabinet they had been in. He brought them over to the table, and she watched him pull the cork and pour them dark red wine before he retook his seat. He took the glove tip of his middle finger on his left hand and pulled it up. One by one he loosened the fingers of the glove before he pulled the tight leather off. She had to catch her breath. From his last two fingers, in lines down the back and outside of his hand, was a scar of shimmering gold. He turned to show his palm, and the scar revealing how the gold of his sacred rings had melted into his clenched fist. The gold was his skin, and yet was smooth beyond anything else, and glowed with a deep power, as if it was still on fire and burning in its depth. She reached out and touched the scar. It was warm, almost hot, as if fevered, but not burning. She could feel the power of the hellfire that had first melted his rings, then turned a saint into a demon. He caught his breath sharply and flinched away. She looked up to meet his eyes.
"You know what I am, little kitten,"
he said softly.
"Not even Armand could undo what was done. The last thing the Empire needs to see is the truth of that."
She slid her hands over his left hand to cradle it, to feel it, and let him feel she was not afraid of him. She knew what he was, maybe, but she also knew who he was. She hoped he could feel that her emotions passed through his shields via the touch to his golden hand.
I am not a Ramdellan princess to be coddled and pampered. I am your friend.
She moved to sit on his knee.
I am trapped in a golden cage and I don't like it. I came here so that Dahane might know his father and be safe in his care. I found a very different world than I expected, but I am here, and you have me locked up.
"You are not locked up,"
he said with a slightly troubled scowl.
No? Why does it feel that way then?
"I would never lock you up, Salma,"
he said.
"I understand your concern for being attacked, but I can send an elite with you as a guard. I can give you 2 or 3, a dozen if you wish."
And then what? I can go shopping in the city.
"You can do anything you like. I don't think shopping is what you want to do long term."
He withdrew his hand from hers and pulled his glove back on. He shifted a little in the chair and drew her knees over so she sat across his lap before he reached for his glass of wine. She was a little surprised at him for not making her stand up.
Anything I want?
"Just about,"
he said, and surprised her with a mischievous smile that was almost hidden as he took a sip of wine.
I want to do something,
she said.
Maybe if I could do something good for people, they would learn to see me as a magical ally, not something to be feared.
"I have an empire full of things to do, Salma. What do you want to do?"
he asked, stressing the word. She paused to think about it, to really think about it. She picked up the glass of wine from the table, took a sip, and nearly lost her train of thought at how good it was. She had never had such a smooth yet flavorful wine.
I don't know,
she admitted.
What do you think I can do that will help you?
"Oh, Salma, I don't know,"
he said with a weariness that was emotional exhaustion.
"I need so many things done. I cannot place one above the other."
She took another sip of the wine and held it in her mouth, enjoying the flavor.
I could go to Valreen,
she said.
I could help with the weather there. My presence there might make the people less fearful of Dahane.
Valreen does not need the weather aid the most. Poors does, as that kingdom is mostly all farmland. But the king there is not worthy,
he said slowly. He sighed heavily. She watched him closely. He had never done that before. Indeed, something very deep and profound had changed in Shannon.
"There are men in the Lost Army who would easily be better kings if they could break their coma. I do not know how to help them,"
he said sadly.
So you need a person to convince the king of Poors to surrender the crown in trade for something he'd like, and a king to fill the seat.
"Yes, then the weather there to be stabilized, and so aid the food crisis."
She considered it.
I can convince him if you can give me a freedom to move, or at least buy him. If you can find a king, I can hand you Poors's throne.
"How?"
Ha ha ha.
Salma laughed.
I can convince any man of anything except you. I could never convince you to come to my bed.
He smiled just a little and brushed her hair back behind her shoulder with the softest touch and the utter grace he always seemed to move with.
"You could have convinced me to do that, as much as you could convince a fish to fly. It was of no fault of yours. Do not take it as an insult, little kitten.
Shannon,
She pulled her legs up to sit cross-legged on his lap.
is Tavia's baby really yours?
Yes, I am afraid so.
I don't understand. She loved you. Why is she so upset? She won't even talk to me about it.
As bad as it could be, Salma. Can you imagine that?
But you didn't mean to.
Salma could imagine. She had seen vampires go mad. She had seen demons attack the bodies of people to get at energy, and it was always brutal and wild. She could imagine such an attack, even if it was difficult to imagine Shannon as the source of it.
No, I most certainly did not mean to,
he said and took another sip.
Thank God for Oirion and his strength of soul to help me break away,
he muttered and took another drink. Salma took a long, deep breath. She knew how such magics could scar a soul, so Tavia's behavior made sense in a way. She sat and considered it. She still could not see Shannon out of control and doing that sort of thing. She had to take his word for it and would never ask him again about it. She could feel the tension in his body at the topic, and the energy of pain seemed to threaten to overflow his shields.
What sort of person will he be?
I don't know, Salma.
I will help you with him,
she said with a faint smile.
I will help Tavia with all of this, but I think maybe she just needs time right now, and I need to do something active. I cannot sit and watch her read anymore.
She took a drink and looked at Shannon.
Will you take my advice because I do love you both and because I hear people whisper?
I can say I will try,
he said honestly.
Visit her, even if you both just stand there and stare out the window. People notice that you do not see her. Send her gifts, something real. Ask her for help. She thrived in camp because she was needed and had a task to see to. Her hands were kept busy so her mind might heal.
Her mind?
The years as an elven broodmare were horrible. They were cruel to her in ways that words cannot express. She had fine clothes, beautiful halls, silken sheets, and was raped to sire the necessary son. And look where she is. Make her know you are more, that she is more to you than that. Ask her for help. Give her a task.
He nodded.
I have tried, but I will try again, Salma. I really will.
She sighed heavily and lay over against his chest. He put his arm around her and let her be there. He laid a cheek on the top of her hair in a manner that almost made her cry for him. He had to be terribly lonely and very overwhelmed.
Can you find a king for Pears?
She asked.
I'm trying. Maybe Bren can do it.
Give me a month and a dozen guards and I will hand you a throne. I will also assess the needs of the landscape there.
You do that for me, Salma, and I will give you anything you want.
I doubt that.
She giggled despite herself.
You are married to a woman I love like a sister. I'd not tangle that up more than it is.
He laughed softly and squeezed her tightly.
I appreciate that, little kitten, but I don't think Tavia would care.
You're wrong,
Salma said, knowing Tavia would most certainly care.
I will think of something else.
She smiled mischievously.
Something just as fun.
She giggled, thinking about how fun it would be to play with Oirion and his new body. End of Chapter 13. Continue with Chapter 14, Pear Cider. Regent's Way, Chapter 14, Pear Cider. Oirion had to admit that he missed the feel of healers, having been bonded to one for most of his life. The energy had come to him in such a way that he had been able to use it. The loss still caught him unexpectedly at times. To walk the halls of the Healer's College was a strange comfort.
May I help you?
A young man asked a bit nervously. He wore a robe to show he was apprentice, but not a novice.
Just wandering,
Oirion said, trying to not make the young man uneasy, but failing, and the fellow dropped his gaze and blushed in the way so many men who held the power of healers might. Oirion still forgot at times what he looked like now, and felt sorry for the kid.
How is the army doing?
More leave the house every day,
the young man said, trying to look up and seem adult in his manner, but failing terribly. Oirion pretended not to notice.
Geinen,
an older man said, with a hint of annoyance as he walked up hurriedly.
Good Lord, boy, do you not know who you are addressing?
He reached his subordinate and stepped half between them, bowing to Oirion.
My lord, forgive us. Your visit was not announced, or I would have met you at the door.
No harm done, Master Healer. My visit was not planned.
The college is honored to have you stop by, Lord Regent.
He stressed the title, so the younger man understood his mistake. The poor boy went white and looked ready to run away in tears.
Would you like a tour, or do you have any questions I might answer?
I was mostly just curious how the army is doing.
Thanks to Lord Eldwar, they are recovering now. In fact, we have managed to send a good number of them out. They are, of course, disorientated and struggling to understand how long they were away. But with the help of Tira Elishara, they are adjusting. Would you care to meet any of them?
Eldwar has been a great help then,
Oirion asked.
Without him, we were at an utter loss. His skill has been awe-inspiring. Before I met him, some of the things that healers could do were only rumors, long lost.
His awe and respect for Eldwar was unmistakable, and he lit up at the topic of new magics.
Has he given classes then?
Oh no, he is far too busy just tending to the sleepers. But by observation alone, I have learned more in the last few months than in all my years of schooling.
Has Father Jamie come to aid at all?
Oirion moved to walk with the older healer and let the young man escape.
He had been coming early on before I arrived, and I was informed he delivered the Imperial Mother's baby, but beyond that I am afraid not. He has given a few classes at the Holy Palace, though. His concern is less for the army here than for the people of the city. I truly hope to see him in action, as those who have say he is the greatest healer alive.
He is,
Oirion said without a doubt.
Even greater than his father. It is hard to imagine such a gift.
The Holy Father is a truly remarkable man,
Oirion said, folding his hands behind his back as they walked. Very few people would ever have a clue how remarkable Jamie was, and it seemed rather unfair.
There is a reason he wears white and gold.
It is hard to imagine. Not so long ago, men thought I was a powerful healer, but I feel as a child next to Eldwar, and if His Holiness is even more powerful.
He shook his head in wonder.
The few remaining of the army are upstairs, if you wish to see.
No, that's all right. I think I will just wander the garden a bit and recover from my trip to Fairwah. My grandfather will be crowned tomorrow, and I expect to have a full day of political jostling. I need all the garden time I can get.
He smiled a little.
I am not the most political fellow.
I hear it's a family quality. They say your great-grandfather, Master Silverwood, used to argue with the Emperor in public.
Ha ha ha.
Oirion laughed a little.
I try not to do that, at least not in public.
Well, I will leave you to your stroll then, my lord.
He bowed and took a step back to let Oirion on his way. Oirion wandered aimlessly and made his way around to where he spotted Eldwar. He saw him headed across the back of the garden toward the residential wing of the college. Oirion had to stop and look at him a moment to be certain it was indeed Eldwar. Eldwar wore the robe of the Dean of Healing, and wore it well. His hair had grown nearly to his waist, and was kept neatly bound at the base of his skull in a gold ring. He looked tired, but in control. His full Pertan heritage showed and was rather shocking to see. Oirion could see Jamie's stride and strength in Eldwar for the first time. It was hard to imagine that the man who was addressed with respect and even awe here was the same man they had drug out of the bar in Kilabin. He had seen enough and would tell Shannon what he thought. Leaving the Healers' College, Oirion found the tavern in the village where the staff and many of the guards lived. As was an unspoken rule, rank was ignored here, and no one got up or rushed to him as he took a seat at the bar. There were a few dozen people about, mostly those getting off night shift and having a meal and a drink before bed.
What can I get you?
A human man in his later years asked easily, leaning on the bar in a friendly manner.
Nothing too heavy, surprise me.
The man nodded and went to get Oirion a drink. Oirion wanted to go see Jamie, but knew his former partner would be very busy. He had tried to get in to see him, but every time Oirion had shown up, Jamie was off at a task outside the palace grounds. He should go see his grandfather, but the old man was likely even more busy than Jamie. Oirion needed a drink, then he would go see the ambassador of Allora, but he wasn't looking forward to it. The Nay ambassador was also someone he needed to see. He wished he had Shannon's ability to talk to any of the elites with telepathy and get information without seeming to ask for it. The barkeeper handed over a drink and gestured to it.
Try that,
he said. Oirion took the faintly golden drink and tested it. It was a light drink with a faint fruit flavor, sweeter than he might drink often, but since he had so much yet to do, it was suitable.
What is it?
It's a pear cider out of Ramdell. They have these golden pears that they use, and it makes a rather light cider. They don't often have enough to export, so we don't usually get any, but this year of all years, we got a few crates. Enjoy.
He nodded and moved on. Oirion sipped the drink, getting himself prepared to go to the dinner and to run into the ambassadors he needed to talk to.
I heard you were in the city,
Jamie said, suddenly there sitting beside him. Oirion almost jumped. He smiled instead and caught his former partner's hand.
I figured you would be busy,
Oirion said.
Oh, I was, but I heard you stopped by and I needed to see that you were all right after dealing with such corrupted magics. What's that?
He asked of the drink.
Pear cider, I guess. You want one?
No, I can't stay long, but I wanted to check on you.
His smile faded a little as he leaned on the bar top.
You see Shannon yet?
I did.
He mentioned his new son.
He did. Rajak or something like that.
Jamie nodded once.
I think you need to press on him how important it is that he has an active role in that child's life. There are magics that boy will have to deal with that he will need a loving father whom he trusts to get him through it.
How bad is it?
Oirion asked softly.
He has 3 extra cores.
Jamie breathed as he wiped his mouth to make certain that no one could read his lips. Oirion took a sip and nodded.
I will talk to him.
There is another thing,
Jamie said. He bumped Orion's shoulder with his own.
Do you know Tyra?
No, I don't think so. Shannon mentioned her, but I don't think I met her. He sent me out of here pretty quickly.
I think you did meet her. In fact, I think maybe you got drunk and forgot your vows.
What do you mean?
Oirion asked with a scowl.
She had a baby a few days ago, and that baby is as familiar to me as if he was my own blood. He is almost certainly yours.
I admit I did get drunk and forget, but I had to drown out the roaring that was Shannon in my head. But she was no noble woman. Ask Dave. He was there, although he was pretty happy about life at that point.
Jamie nodded.
I did ask Dave, and he said that you spent the night with some woman in leather pants, but that's all he really could swear to. He thought it might be the same woman, but he didn't seem to know. But as I said,
he shrugged.
Your energy still fits with me better than Gallus's, and that's even with Shannon spinning in your soul.
Oirion smiled faintly.
So you want me to go see the baby?
I think you need to. Honestly, that woman does not strike me as a motherly sort, and that child might need a champion. She is difficult to deal with.
He chuckled softly.
She sort of reminds me of you on a bad day with a headache.
Lord.
Oirion shook his head at the idea. He knew how surly and short-tempered he could be at times, and was ever amazed how Jamie seemed not to notice. Jamie chuckled.
Exactly. You will be at dinner tonight?
I will be.
Oirion sighed heavily.
I need to strong-arm a couple ambassadors and buy off a king or two.
You playing the game, then?
Jamie asked, impressed.
I miss the mountains,
Oirion sighed, looking off to the past that seemed so very far away.
But even I can see that it's necessary right now. I hate it, but I do have some weight.
I heard the young Hennon arrived with his Sphinx and mother. How is he?
Quiet. I didn't have a chance to really get to know him. Having you openly accept him and his mother might go a very long way with their lives in Pert.
Oh, I plan to.
Jamie suddenly laughed.
To think of the two of us, you have twice the children I do.
He stood up and put a hand on Orion's shoulder.
I'd give you a hug, but...
Oirion nodded.
I know, Jay. It hurts my soul to live like this, but for now, it has to be done.
I'm sorry,
Jaime said and meant it. He knew half the reason was his own doing, and Oirion endured the price for his sake.
There will be a day when it won't matter. Memory will blur and soften, and you will just be you.
God, I hope so.
Oirion tried to smile up at his dearest friend ever.
I'll see you soon then.
Hopefully later today, but I have been working to dig out the rats in the city, and when we find a den, I get to clear it. Gallus is a good man and indeed inspired, but he is no cleric. Maybe if you get to stay a while, I can get your help with it. You might have an easier time than most. Shannon's bond might be a shield of a sort the rest of us don't have.
I am at his mercy, Jay. Even with the bond, he hasn't removed the deal. What he commands, I must do.
He will remove it. Even if it scares him, he trusts you. I think he keeps it there more to protect you than anything at this point. The deal makes certain he doesn't lose control and hurt you the way he did Tavia. Until he makes peace there, he won't trust himself with you. You might try to push that as well.
I will.
Oirion watched his former partner walk away, a powerful man in his white and gold robes. Jaime had never looked healthier, maybe not as fit as at some points in time, but never healthier or more powerful. Oirion sighed heavily and turned back to his drink. He drained it and left a coin on the bar before heading to get ready for the evening meal. Politics was nothing that Oirion really ever wanted to be a part of, but there was something very pressing about the weariness in Shannon. There had to be a little slack given to Shannon, and if Oirion could gain a few thrones and begin to shift the politics of the Empire to Shannon's favor, then maybe they would be able to work on the magics of the bond. Oirion chose a long wizard's robe of a fashion that dominated the court before Jerome. The dark green of the robe would herald his claim to be from Norwood, and he knew that the red of his hair would stand out dramatically against it. A lifetime ago, he had learned to dress to impress, and while he hated that sort of pettiness, he knew very well the effect he would have. With the rumor of the fate of Fairwah, his fame was about to grow into something like it had never been. He had always been famous, he whispered to himself. In the life as Silverwood, he was famous as the eccentric old wizard with no past. As Oirion, he was famous as the hunter who outlived the dangers of the forests of Norwood. But now, as Regent of Pert, he was about to become the strong arm of the Emperor. Men would learn to fear him. Part of him cringed at the idea, but part of him felt it only fair. He should be feared. He knew in his heart there was nothing he would not do to protect Shannon, and that scared him a little. But it was the reality of the magics and the battles they had fought. He slipped into the great hall that was before the doors of the grand banquet hall. The powerful and those hoping for power gathered here nightly before eating at the table of the Emperor. Oirion wondered how the crowd would react to Salma and to Han, but his focus was on the ambassador of Forli. The ambassador was the king's younger brother, and the two were very alike in many ways. The attitudes they held certainly were. Oirion watched the man move about the room with his contempt for nearly everyone in the crowd open on his face. Oirion had been forced to deal with both the king and his brother whenever he and Jaime crossed the Forli border. Annually, they had to check in and report on all their actions within proximity to Forli. It had been a trial of patience, and Oirion had lost his temper more than once. He waited for the ambassador to stand with his back to Oirion. Oirion moved to come up beside him just as the ambassador took a sip of wine. The ambassador glanced over with a look of disgust, a word of dismissal on his lips, but he bit it back.
"Your Grace,"
he said.
"Prince Toric."
Oirion did not give him the respect of adding the tie to his name, and he also let Toric know that he knew exactly who he was. The Forli prince bristled just a little. His cheek twitched as he clenched his teeth. Oirion almost smiled.
"What can I do for you?"
Toric asked.
"Were you aware that I control a large portion of the border between Forli and Norwood?"
"No, I was not. I assumed the King of Norwood controlled his side."
"I am the King of Norwood's partner."
Oirion let his amusement whisper into his voice.
"I am also the grandson of the soon-to-be-renamed von Valrine, Between the two, I control a great deal of resources, not to mention random personal possessions I have picked up over time. My cousin, Oirion made it a point to buy me gifts along the border on the southern side. You remember Oirion, don't you?
I recall Father Hennon just fine. He was a stubborn mountain man.
Yes, he was. He was also far more shrewd than you and your brother gave him credit for.
Your point, Your Grace.
I suggest you suddenly find it in your best interest to be very openly supportive of the Emperor.
Oirion said simply. He let Torek step and turn to face him, Torek's face turning a hint redder than it should be.
And what does that mean?
It means simply that it is most definitely in your best interest to be very supportive of my partner. A word from me and I can pull the Weavers' Guild from Forley, a hint of pressure from me and I will shut down the Silversmith Guild. I will close every mine, shop, inn and tavern I own, and I assure you I own a good number. If you refuse to support the man Armand chose as Emperor, I will pressure Father James to tear into every church, monastery and university in Forley and strip them to the bare stones. He may have a new partner at Armand's hand, but I assure you he is still very much Orion's partner, and like a brother to me. He will pressure your court as heavily as you pressured Oirion.
Oirion took a step closer to the man and leaned in to speak softly to him.
I will have Arwins close the border and all trade with you, and I will have Valrine do the same. I will make every train in and out of Forley grind to a halt. Shall I go on?
He whispered in the prince's ear.
You can't do that,
Torek breathed, clearly shaken at the idea of how much damage one man might cause to his kingdom.
I can and I will if you and your brother don't drop a knee and offer up your palms to Shannon. I suggest you not test me. Shannon might hold to ancient noble ethics. I, on the other hand, am remarkably short-tempered. If you want a hint of what I do to those who anger me, go walk the coastline of Fairwah. Do you begin to understand?
I do not take kindly to threats,
the prince said, trying to maintain his composure.
I do not take kindly to Purtons who do not obey Armand's decree, or to one who would walk around this court with a sneer on his face. Keep it up and you will be as favored by Armand as Tyrell is.
Oirion walked away, leaving the man to think about it. If the king did not drop a knee by the end of tomorrow, Oirion would send word to have every Hennon-owned property locked down. A word from his grandfather, and the guilds would lock their doors as well, if only short-term. But it would be enough to force the half-Purton king of Forley to bend.
Oirion.
Oirion heard Theo say his name with a startling clarity and no pressure in his head. Oirion shifted his shield to respond.
Warn a guy before you do that. I about choked on my wine. What can I do for you?
I need your help.
Now? Where are you?
I'm at the west wall, and yes, now.
Oirion set his half-empty glass down and moved calmly toward a side door. The light tone of the dinner bell was heard, but Oirion was slipping out the other way.
What am I getting into?
Just get out here.
Oirion spotted an elite.
I need a horse and a cloak,
he said.
One will be waiting for you, Your Grace.
Oirion didn't feel any urgency in Theo's voice, but for him to tell Oirion to get out there meant there was something important going on, and he needed to hurry. He did not step into a run, but he wanted to. As it was, he made the stable with an elite, offering him not just a cloak, but black leathers as well. Oirion paused. He took the leathers and stepped into the stable to trade his robe for the elite uniform that had become almost the new look of the palace. The magic woven into the leather was felt at once like a cool shield that protected in a way nothing else Oirion knew of. He caught the cloak about his shoulders and mounted up, leaving his robe with the elite. The garments allowed him more speed as elites moved in, out of, and around Ulambach. Oirion cut for the west gate. As he neared the gate, he slowed the horse. The sun had set, and the animal had kept up her pace long enough to earn a rest. With the lightest scan that he could cast out, he located Theo and dismounted. He handed the reins to an elite at the gate and walked out of the city proper. Outside the wall, the city opened up a little, but the area was still very poor and crowded. 3 streets over and 4 up where gutters from inside the city drained down into a wide, marshy culvert. He spotted Theo and joined his friend. Theo stood under an oil-lit streetlight with the hood of his battered and worn cloak up over his hair. He sucked on a small hillman-style pipe and slowly let the smoke escape his lips.
I hope you didn't have me come out here just for a smoke,
Oirion said.
Nope,
Theo said. He looked at his pipe.
it's actually a little magic I have been playing with. The smoke masks my signature the same way alcohol masks Shannon's.
He smiled and slid the pipe into a chest pocket of the old thick worn vest he wore.
Watch the water.
He nodded. Oirion turned and looked out at the dark surface of the water beyond the reeds and grass fronds. He shifted his focus to see with the eyes of a wizard and saw it at once. Under the water was something very dark. A shimmering darkness seemed to bubble up and ripple out across the water as if whatever below was breathing out. It was slow, hidden, and dark enough it would be overlooked by all but the most powerful wizards.
What the hell?
Oirion said softly. If it was evil, he should be able to feel the queasy reaction of a priest to its vile energies. But he felt nothing.
No pun intended. Ha ha ha.
Theo chuckled. Oirion glanced over at his friend, dropping the vision.
What is it?
I have no idea, but it's old, clever, and very evil.
Theo took several steps toward the water.
I've been watching it for 3 days now. It knows it's being watched and has tried various tactics to hide. I don't think it knows I'm a necromancer, though, so I have found it each time.
You have been on the street corner watching for 3 days.
No, I came across it when I was passing through Valreen headed here for your grandfather's big day. I set up crystals that will project the events in various places as it happens, so the people will be able to see it real time. It was riding under the train.
Riding? It's physical?
Oirion asked, shocked.
I don't think so, not exactly. It's more like a demon, but it's in this realm with no links back to the abyss. If I had to wager a guess, I'd say it's one of the fallen.
And it's moving toward Ulumbak?
I was ready to tell Shannon I wasn't going to make it, but our paths lined up. This, whatever it is, and mine were both headed here. I am not sure I want to try and deal with it on my own, honestly, and maybe even telling Shannon about it is a stress he does not need right now.
What do you suggest? Should I get Jamie or Gallus?
No, I don't want them out here. If it's what I think it is and has anywhere near the power I think it has, they won't have the power to deal with it any better than you and I. Not to mention it might be drawn here to try to take them down.
I wonder.
Oirion scowled.
When Jamie and I were in Brosten, there was something dark. We both felt it in the river, hiding in the fog just beyond our perception. Could it be somehow linked to the murders of the bloodlines?
Oh,
Theo said with a serious, worried scowl.
That'd be bad, Oirion.
Yeah, I sort of think so. How is it hiding from me? I don't feel anything.
Honestly, I'm not sure.
Theo took out his pipe and drew on it, blowing smoke out and sharing it with Oirion. It smelled of sage and other herbs Oirion couldn't identify, but he was certain Theo had taken great care in the making of the mix. Oirion let Theo blow smoke on him. He looked away from the thing in the dark water. He let his mind sift back in time to the studies of the past to try to find an insight, but all he came up with was a dark, cold tension in his gut. He was about to speak when the thing beneath the water moved. He held back his words. It felt as if something had rippled outward. The world almost seemed to become a thick liquid, and all in it pulsed away from the thing. The very fabric of creation seemed to be trying to stay separated from whatever that thing was. Oirion wavered, almost knocked off balance by the world around him. In one chill moment, he knew exactly what they faced. He took a hold of Theo's arm and shook his head.
We can't fight that,
he whispered. Theo searched Orion's face. He could see the tension and the fear that Oirion was trying to hold back from being sensed by the creature itself.
Do we have a choice?
Theo asked as the thing pulled itself out of the water like a dark fog.
We will lose,
Oirion breathed.
You and I have a great deal of power between us if we are truly forced to use it.
Oirion shook his head.
We will lose,
he breathed again. Theo looked back to the dark fog as it slowly crept toward the city.
We can't just stand here and watch it either. If it's after Jamie and Gallus, or Shannon, we don't have a choice.
Oirion shook his head.
In an open fight we will lose, and if I lose, Shannon falls,
Oirion reminded Theo.
If you lose, Pert will collapse. You and I cannot fight it.
Theo shifted.
What is it?
He asked.
Can you tell me that?
Do you remember who the Ulam Ar thought Shannon was?
Yes,
Theo said slowly.
The one outside the gate is the one, stories say, who seeks to destroy who the Ulam Ar thought Shannon was.
Theo went very still. He dared not say the name, and he certainly dared not mention details that remained unspoken of the magics about the stories of Malkazadon and Garadon.
So what do we do?
I think Jamie and Gallus will be able to track and find it, now that we know where it is. We need to get inside the city. I think the magics of old will hold it out. If not, Armand will know, and we will pray to heaven he can warn us.
Theo nodded. They turned to head back, but almost as if their movement was as felt as its movement had been by Oirion, the fog stopped and seemed to turn toward them. Both of them froze in step. Theo grabbed Orion's arm, ready for various actions to protect his friend, but held, unmoving.
No magic,
Theo breathed. He moved slowly to suck on his pipe.
I can jerk us out of here, but not if you do anything I am not ready for.
Right,
Oirion responded. As if his voice was heard, the fog condensed, and for a moment it was almost a hunched-over form similar to a goblin, but the size of a house. The darkness moved toward them, but sank back into nothing but fog. It almost seemed to breathe as it stayed where it now was, half over the water, half over the pavement. Up the street, a number of people were heard talking loudly and laughing as they crossed several blocks down. A dog barked somewhere and laughter drifted from some tavern. Neither Theo nor Oirion moved as the sky began to grow lighter, their legs aching from standing still. To the west, a cathedral bell began its dawn chiming, and from far to the east, the bell of the holy house of Armand began to call its 12 sacred tolls to greet dawn. As if that broke the stalemate, the fog sank low and crept up the street toward the gate. Theo slowly began to relax, but kept a hold of Orion's arm.
Maybe we shouldn't use that gate,
he said. Oirion didn't move until the sun broke the higher ground of the city itself and flooded them in light. He let out a great breath and started to shake. Theo gave him a nod, and they both took off running south toward the next gate. Both of them held the racial strength and agility of Pertons, allowing them to cover ground at a speed that no human could hope to keep up or maintain. The small gate that was open, mostly only for local traffic, was in sight, when Oirion slid to a stop and ducked aside. Theo followed him. Both of them were out of breath.
What?
Theo asked, leaning on his knees.
It's watching the gate,
Oirion said, putting his hands on top of his head, fingers interlaced, trying to catch his breath.
We can't go in.
You can feel it?
Theo asked. Oirion just gave him a sharp look. If the situation wasn't so serious, Theo might have laughed at Oirion for how like Shannon the look had been.
Right,
Theo muttered. It might be that the city, even those closest to the situation, had seemed to forget what they had seen on the steps of the palace. Theo had not. Oirion was no more a mortal man than Travis had been. Oirion was Malkazadon, and that thing out there was after him, above all else.
Should I call to Armand and see if he can help?
Theo asked seriously.
No, it would draw too much attention. It is better to wait. Whatever that one's purpose here, he will be focused on that and draw back to it.
We wait then,
Theo nodded.
Maybe you shouldn't talk much, if at all.
Oirion nodded and took a seat against the wall in the alley. He rested his arms on his knees and hung his head. Theo gave himself a moment, then joined his friend and pulled his pipe back out, adding more herbs to the bowl. He took a draw, then offered it. Oirion reached out and took it. Oirion closed his eyes and let out a heavy sigh of disappointment when the city seemed to shimmer over with light as the very walls rang with the announcement of the King of Valreen being crowned. Like a golden bell with the purest tone, the entire empire would hear that announcement, and in Valreen the magic would begin to awaken. He had wanted to be there for his grandfather, but here he was, hiding in an alley. Theo put a hand on his arm.
He will understand.
Theo said.
I am sure Shannon can feel you're a bit tense right now.
Oirion nodded a little, but didn't say anything. He should have been there to support Shannon as well as the House of Valreen. He should have been there to have Dahane stand beside him and let the boy feel a part of things. Theo shifted and stretched his legs out.
Maybe the bell will offer us some aid,
Theo suggested.
It's like gold dust across realms. Very pretty. Can you see it?
Oirion shook his head.
No.
Theo sighed and nodded. No one seemed to notice them sitting there at the corner of the alley as people went about their daily business. Both Oirion and Theo were beginning to feel rather hungry by the time the sun set, but they both stayed right where they were. Up the street, the celebration for the new King of Valreen was heard as music and laughter drifted from several open tavern doors. As the moons rose, clouds moved in. Under the darkness of the moonless night, both men felt the new plan of the darkness, and without a word, they were both on their feet. The damn thing had circled around and down the street and was coming up at them. It was trying to push them back north and away from the small gate. They bolted for it. Even as they did, they saw someone had built a barrier across it. Theo hit the magic. His power shattered it with him barely staggering. Whoever had put it there was mortal, powerful, but unaware they faced a necromancer. Oirion was only a step behind, but even so was caught. He cried out as the dark fog grabbed his arm. Theo spun and slammed out the power of the wells at the dark energy outside the gate. The magics of the golden wells of Pert flared, and the ancient walls flushed with the lines of kings, and the magics lay deep within the very stone. Oirion staggered back and into the safety of the ancient walls. He held his arm to his chest in pain, panting and sweating. Theo grabbed the gate chain and used magics to snap the locks, so the counterweights were set free, slamming the gate down and into place. He sealed it with his own magics before he looked to Oirion.
You all right?
Theo asked, concerned.
Disorientated,
Oirion admitted. He felt just as he had after being struck by the lightning in Fairwah when he wasn't even able to say what millennia he was in or what life he was living.
Come on.
Theo took hold of Orion's elbow to guide him back up the streets to the palace. They needed to talk to Shannon, and to both Jamie and Gallus.
Tell Shannon we need to talk, to call the inner circle to a meeting,
he said to an elite they passed. The elite bowed his head in acknowledgement. It was like a seeping poison. By time he reached Shannon's office, the pain was enough to make him white-faced, shaky, and sweaty. His hand had turned red with the effects of the touch. It looked almost as if the skin surface had been peeled off. It hurt just as bad. Shannon was waiting for him and quickly helped him out of the outer jacket. Oirion didn't object as he knew he could not do it alone. Shannon rolled the silk sleeve back to look at how badly the arm had been affected. The magics of the uniform of black leather had protected him a good deal, but the skin was raw, seeping, and looked as if it was badly bruised under the raw skin. Shannon pulled off his gloves and took a firm hold of Orion's arm above his elbow and grabbed the back of his hand. The burning stopped at once. It felt as if he had dunked his arm in ice water. He let out a gasp of relief.
What did you do?
Oirion asked, trying to stop shivering.
You don't really want to know,
Shannon said with a wary seriousness.
What happened?
I went to help Theo figure out what it was.
Oirion started.
I followed what I thought was a demon on the train,
Theo interrupted.
But its behavior was off. I tracked it to the city wall, and when it noticed Oirion, it shifted from its task to cutting us off. We got in, but it grabbed Orion's arm.
It?
Shannon asked, his eyes still on the arm he held. Oirion felt his heart rate start to go up and the bond shifted in a most unlikely way, as if it actually moved inside his body. He was about to ask what Shannon was doing when he felt a cool energy flood over and through him. The sensation was incredibly pleasurable and very controlled.
What the hell was that?
Oirion demanded, catching his breath. Shh! Shannon cut him off, his focus obvious enough that no one spoke. Theo poured wine as Jamie and Gallus arrived. They both stayed far back from Shannon and Oirion. Tybeladar arrived with Dave. They took seats silently and accepted the wine from Theo. When Shannon let out a breath, He let go of Orion's hand.
How do you feel?
Shannon asked.
Should I really answer that?
Oirion said sharply to hide the effect of what Shannon had done.
A little steadier. Any pain?
Shannon asked seriously.
I'm half-blind working here. Our shields keep me from being more exact. I need to know how you feel.
Oirion focused and made his body relax to register how he truly felt. He drew in a slow, deep, shaky breath.
Better,
he admitted.
My arm is numb.
He ran his fingertips together. He felt deeper. He touched on the way the magic and energy moved between them now, and how Shannon reacted. It was different, but nothing dangerous, or even painful, or threatening. It was just somehow more Tyrell. That was the only way Oirion could think of it. That was the only way he could explain it. What he was feeling was a deeper, truer part of Shannon, less Shannon and more Tyrell. If that was the case, it was somehow terrifying and flattering at the same time. For Shannon to trust him that much, to offer up the tiny bit of his soul that was still Tyrell, was a gesture that was staggering.
Better,
Oirion said simply, trying to see if what he was feeling was the truth. All he could see in Shannon's eyes was concern, and likely only he knew Shannon well enough to see even that.
What was that thing you did?
I needed to purge out the energy from your system, to make certain there was no traceable energy in you. It was a...
Shannon scowled a little.
A modified lure energy. It was that or nothing, and you'd have liked that far less,
he added quickly.
What happened?
Jamie asked. Shannon slowly let go of Orion's arm. For a moment, Oirion swayed, but caught himself in his balance. He moved to take a seat. Theo handed him wine.
We have a problem,
Theo said.
Start at the beginning, Theo,
Shannon said, taking a seat, his attention more on Oirion than Theo.
I was coming over from Arwen's when I felt something under the train. I thought it a crucible demon, so out of curiosity I followed it. I was going to contact you and let you know I might not make it, but it was headed to Ulumbak. When we traded trains in Valreen, it saw me. I took precaution after that, but so did it. It took me several hours to locate it again. It shifted its signature and how it was...
He looked for the word.
Connected to the realm. Both were things I've never seen before. When it got here, I asked Oirion to come and help me. I figured that he might have the power core to back me up in a fight with it. We worked well enough together with the gate.
He glanced at Oirion.
He felt the thing move in a way I couldn't. We decided that maybe we shouldn't fight it at all, but watch it and see what it is up to. When we moved to use the other gate to get back inside the city wall, it saw us and moved to cut us off. It went around and tried to drive us away, so we made a run for the gate. The thing grabbed Orion's arm and I hit it with well power. It didn't like that much. Also, it wasn't alone. Someone had built a barrier across the gate to block us.
What was it?
Gallus asked. Theo looked to Oirion. Oirion looked up from his inspection of his arm and the exposed raw skin.
It's Garadon, or at least part of him. Don't ask how I know that, but I do.
We know how you would know that,
Jamie said with a scowl.
I thought he went back to heaven, though. That's the assumption.
Oirion shook his head.
If I trust my instincts, he was involved in the creation of the bog and he should be sealed inside the barrier, but...
He shrugged.
I can't look at it too closely,
he muttered, feeling miserable and ill for having even said that much.
What do you know about it?
Gallus asked Shannon.
Not much,
Shannon admitted.
All I was told was that Garadon was one of the more powerful angels and at first refused to go to the aid of men. But when Armand took command of the host, Garadon changed his mind and joined them. However, his reasons were not to aid men, but to hunt out Malkazadon. The understanding that was passed on was that Garadon did not find the life and souls of men worthy of energy or attention. If he forced Malkazadon to abandon them, they would be destroyed. In the age when this was happening, we have little actual history beyond what Armand himself recorded, and he said little to nothing about anything beyond his own experience. He was dealing with Raz, not his stray brother. It would make sense that Garadon was involved in the bog, though. The timeline would fit.
If he was involved, then wouldn't it stand to reason he would have been there? But if that was so, and he wants Oirion, why wouldn't he have taken him when we were there?
Dave asked.
Maybe he was sleeping,
Gallus said.
Maybe the magics you worked there woke him up.
Oirion shook his head.
You have to stop implying he is after me and me alone,
he said.
It's bad enough you call me Oirion.
They all looked at him.
Everyone calls you Oirion,
Dave said, leaning forward on his knees.
It started in the city, and like it or not, you are famous and spoken of all the time. They know it's not your name, but they use it. It's almost like a family name at this point. Hell, I'm surprised Travis didn't name you Von Oirion for your children's sake. The point is, Oirion, like it or not, we were all on the steps, and even if we don't mention it or point it out, we saw you. Just as I love Travis and miss him as Travis, I know who he is. We all do. It's no different.
Oirion got up frustrated and angry. He walked to the window and held his arm to his chest. The sudden motion made it ache a little.
He is after you,
Gallus said softly.
We all need to admit that and face it.
If he was involved with the bog, was that maybe where he and Malkazadon fought?
Theo asked, sort of to himself. Oirion shot him a hard look, but turned back to glare out the window.
This room is sealed, Oirion,
Shannon said.
On every realm I know of. What we say in here won't whisper out. Could you just for once admit who you are?
Oirion turned around.
I am Oirion Hennon, Shannon. That is my grandfather.
He pointed to Belladar.
For God's sake, man, you held me as an infant. I didn't fake that.
I held Travis as a child as well,
Shannon said sadly.
I carried him on my shoulders and let him shelter in my arms. It makes him no less armand for it.
In Ulam R, they knew who would be in that company,
Dave said.
Maybe we should have listened better.
Just stop it,
Oirion objected.
It's hard enough to be Shane and lie about who I am and where I have been and talk of myself as if I was my own cousin. Maybe somehow I have some connection to divine power, but so do you.
He pointed at Theo.
Ishtel spoke to you? You.
He looked at Shannon.
Just because your heart was once in Armand's chest does not mean you are Armand, and you too.
He looked at the two men in white and gold. He waved it off.
You must stop thinking of me as anything more than I am at this moment.
Then look it as that you attract disaster,
Dave said.
I have never met a man with worse luck. Most of us only die once, but you, my friend, challenge that on a regular basis. So what we do know is, for whatever reason, he can see and feel you. He is at the gate, and here for a reason. Why and what should be asked, and then what to do about it.
Oirion looked back out the window, trying to think. His arm was aching and felt sunburned and tender. His head hurt, his heart hurt, and his soul felt tired. He wanted to lie down and rest and not hurt, not have to be in pain, to just be. He didn't want to go sit back with the group, though. He knew they thought he was Malkazadon, and the idea made his heart chill. He must not think it, not ever. What worried him in all reality was less the fallen angel at the gate, but that there was someone out there who knew he was Oirion Hennon inside this new body, and knew how to attack him. His mind kept going back to Fairwah and the lightning attacks. He closed his eyes and bowed his head, trying to still his mind.
Can an angel split himself like a demon can?
Theo asked Gallus, Jamie, and Shannon.
Split?
Gallus asked.
A demon can split himself up to 12 times,
Shannon said.
That is why it is so difficult to truly destroy a demon. Each part is true and independent of the others, but the same. When you do a base-level banishment, you banish just the one before you. When you shatter a demon, you destroy all parts.
It's a survival method,
Gallus asked.
It's a power method,
Theo said.
They reach a point of power, and divide and divide and divide until they can do so no more. Then they gain all the power they can to rejoin and emerge as a king. A king is 12 times the power of a lord demon. A king can again divide himself 12 times to rejoin as an archdemon.
The banishment Shannon threw at the archdemon on the ship,
Oirion asked.
That was no base banishment. How deeply did that affect the demon?
That,
Theo shrugged.
I was sort of out of it that moment. I didn't see it.
It hit him completely,
Shannon said.
And that wasn't my power, Oirion. My words, maybe. But you cast that. That banishment burned away his 12 to the very base level of being a king because he was king 12 times over. No one has cast that successfully since Landra. I expected it to destroy us both.
Oirion looked back out the window.
So the demon I shattered,
Gallus said.
He was a mere shadow of what he had been 10 years before.
You didn't think a mere king could take down Tyrell von Armand, did you?
Dave asked Gallus seriously.
But 12 kings all with the same motive and desire, that just might do it.
Dear God,
Gallus breathed.
How many demons are there that powerful?
Hundreds of thousands,
Shannon said.
Maybe more. Most do not concern themselves with such petty things as this realm and its tiny souls, but those few who do are obsessed with it.
Like a rogue wizard who turns junkie and lives on the dock, whoring out for drugs,
Dave said. Gallus looked ill.
The limits imposed by Malkazadon withhold such powers from this realm. You cannot walk this world with the power of a sun inside you. It just cannot be done. You get stripped of such power. That is why some demons keep oneself at a lower rank. It allows them to slum it.
Shannon said.
So can an angel do that?
Theo asked.
I don't know,
Shannon said.
I don't think so, though. But whatever touched Oirion was no angel as we think of it. It was no more an angel than I am. If he was, the magics of the wells would not harm him.
So what is he?
Fallen,
Oirion said softly.
Like a healer priest turned into a stalker. The same soul, but not the same. A saint turned into...
He turned and looked at Shannon.
Whatever the hell you are.
Sainthood is relative, Oirion. I was just a man.
Oirion almost smiled, but looked back to the window.
Right,
he muttered.
So, the one at the gate, what is he now?
Theo asked.
Can he divide like a demon?
What are you thinking?
Shannon asked Theo.
That maybe he still is inside the barrier, but that part of him never was, but was cut off when the barrier went up. Maybe the barrier was more to keep him in while the rest of the world recovered and got ready to fight him. What if part of him was always outside the barrier and has worked to sabotage our ability to find enough strength to stop him? Maybe he has been in Et all this time. What if he is behind your father's twisted pride and Jerome's fall? What if he has been manipulating things all along?
Armand would have mentioned it, don't you think?
Gallus asked.
Armand said once he could not find Malkazadon even though he had looked.
Jamie said.
So if he could not find one, it would stand to reason he would not look for the other. Maybe he didn't know, or didn't think it mattered so much.
He couldn't find Malkazadon,
Gallus asked.
But he made certain Oirion was on that ship.
Gallus?
Oirion objected sharply.
Sorry,
Gallus muttered.
We need to know,
Theo said.
Maybe I could contact someone who would know.
You mean demons?
Gallus said with uneasiness.
Yes, Gallus, I mean demons, although I wasn't going to say it.
Maybe you two could try to ask the angels,
Shannon said to the two Holy Fathers.
Maybe they would like to know their lost brother has been snooping at my door.
Right,
Jamie said.
In the meantime, maybe Oirion should stay inside the old city.
Shannon nodded.
Dave, if you want to ask Salma if there are any stories that might come from inside the barrier about it, that might offer some insight as well.
I can do that,
Dave said.
I mean to go see her anyway.
It has been a long night, and you should all be down at the feast.
Shannon rose.
I will plan to come down with Oirion in a bit, but I want a closer look at his arm, and it might take all night, so if we aren't there, make up excuses.
They rose. Belladar bowed to Shannon and left with the others.
Jamie.
Belladar caught up with the man in white.
Yes?
They slowed and let the others walk ahead.
What was implied in there about my grandson, is it true?
What part? You have to give me more than that.
About the fellow outside the gate and why they don't get along,
he offered, careful to use neither name.
Are you asking me as Orion's partner or as pontiff?
Both, I guess. Is one truth, but not the other.
Jamie smiled faintly.
As Jamie, I say your grandson is the boy, the man, you protected from Jerome, and the man I knew better than I knew myself. As pontiff, to a king of Pert, if Oirion has insight to magic, trust it. If he tells you to do or not do something, his warnings should be well heeded. No normal man could ever hope to be bonded to Shannon and stay sane, let alone hold his own. Beyond that, know we are all children of heaven, with every bit as much divine in us as any of creation. For his sake, just love your grandson for the man he is now, and forget the rest.
Belladar nodded.
How are you? I mean, it must be difficult to have had your life so upturned and to see him.
He gestured to the room they had left.
Like that.
Jamie put his hand on the old Perton's shoulder, moving them back into a walk.
I won't lie to you. I miss him terribly. But even as a teenager, I knew I was unworthy of him, and that holds true. He is as close to a brother as I will ever have, and perhaps one day having the Regent and half the pontificate so true to each other will matter a great deal. For Pert to live, the two thrones must be that close, or we will fall apart.
I cannot imagine having my spouse taken and traded for another, even by Amon's word.
The old man sighed and shook his head.
I think he would trade back, given a choice. You're much kinder to him than Shannon is.
Kinder, perhaps.
Jamie agreed.
Better? No.
Jamie let the reference to them as spouses go. Unlike Oirion, it didn't bother him so much. They had a party to go to, and he needed to be kind and wise, and happy to be there, not worried about the burn on Oirion, or the fact Shannon had flooded Oirion with vampiric magic to override and force out whatever had caused the burn. Shannon made it sound simple, but Jamie could see it, and he was very worried. He was worried for both Oirion and Shannon. They were walking on very thin ice. He tried not to think about what would happen if that ice gave way under them. End of Chapter 14. Continue with Chapter 15, Malkazadon. Regent's Way, Chapter 15, Malkazadon. Oirion offered his hand to Shannon. Shannon pulled his chair a little closer to take Orion's hand and rested on his knee.
Are you feeling the pain now?
Shannon asked.
It aches,
Oirion said.
It feels sunburned. What did he do to me?
He tried to absorb you,
Shannon said gently, laying his left hand on Orion's arm. The gold on his hand seemed almost to glow deep within like gold heating to the melting point.
How bad is that?
Pretty bad.
What did you do?
Imagine he is a leech and was sucking your blood. Theo cut off his body, but his head is still sucking away. I sort of flooded you with the more appetizing energy, but it has already drank that away. You're about to start feeling it again. As long as it is drinking, it lives on and will keep doing it. I need to burn it, turn it to ash, so to speak.
Burn it away?
The same thing I did before, but at a much higher level. It won't be able to survive.
That is going to hurt, isn't it?
Oirion asked with a wince.
Oh, that itself I can make rather nice, but the after effects might not be so good.
How do you mean?
Honestly, Oirion, I don't know. If we weren't bonded, it'd be one thing, but I will be doing 3 very different and complex magics at once, and how they react to each other is hard to say.
So it might make me ill, it might make me really like you, it might do nothing.
Or it might do the same thing as when we faced the dragon on the rooftop.
Oh, Lord,
Oirion muttered.
That was most unpleasant, Shannon. Is there any other way?
You can feed it and be in pain the rest of your life, or I can get rid of it before it becomes part of a deeper matrix of your energy, like an old scar that just won't heal.
He held up his own golden scar to make his point.
Fine, just do it and try not to mess with my mind.
If this goes bad, I'm really sorry. I will do everything I can to prevent that from happening. Try to trust me and for God's sake, stay relaxed. You fight me, and this will get ugly.
Great,
Oirion muttered.
Trust me while I mess with your energy, says the vampire to the priest. Right.
Says one partner to the other.
Shannon said firmly.
Can I just retreat to my sanctuary?
No, I need your matrix active here. I have to be able to feel your reactions instantly or I won't know where I am.
Oirion took a deep breath, closed his eyes and nodded, trying to relax and trust. It took a moment, but Shannon's touch eased the burn, and the ache went away, replaced by a cool lightness that made him almost feel as if his arm was floating. He felt the bond shift again, in an odd way, that felt almost like a space opened in his chest, allowing energy to fill him. The feeling didn't last. Almost as soon as he was able to relax into the sensation, the spot rushed outward with such a force he nearly passed out. Only Shannon's hold on his arm kept him up. 1,000 moments rushed through his mind, as if his energy was trying to understand what was going on, and the bond was reminding him who Shannon was. It was as if every moment he had ever spent with Shannon rushed at him so fast the lighter ones blew past, before the more powerful ones hit him. He felt as if he was drowning, and for a moment he was in the river, then in the lake, choking on pain and rain on the lake shore. And then he was in the bed, and Shannon's hand touched his brow so lightly. Pain sank away for blessed darkness. He lingered there. He accepted a small child into his hands. Elishara brushed the hair from the child's brow. Blue eyes opened, and Tyrell looked up at him.
"He's perfect,"
Master Silverwood said to the Empress. He looked up and saw sadness and seriousness in her eyes.
"I can trust him to no one but you,"
she said.
"Visions?"
he asked her, knowing she had the gift.
"Why such sadness, Shara?"
Tears filled her eyes.
"Just please, Oirion, promise me you will allow yourself to trust him, to love him, and help him."
Oirion looked down. Young Tyrell caught his hand from behind and swung off of it. He laughed. Valor smiled.
"Hello, little prince. Have you escaped your mother to come and see us?"
Master Silverwood picked up the boy, who hugged him about the neck. With his arms tight, he looked to the fun King of Krent.
"Are we going to go fishing?"
"Yes, we are,"
Valor chuckled.
"Should we have the master go with us?"
"Oh, yes.
He looked to the master.
Please come,"
he pleaded as only a child can.
"You have the time, Oirion,"
Valor said.
"Join us. You could use the break."
"All right,"
Master Silverwood gave in.
"But only because Riddell asked so nicely."
The little boy hugged him and kissed his cheek.
"I love you,"
he said. Oirion gasped and opened his eyes. He was out of breath and sweat-soaked. With a firm grip, Shannon kept him from falling out of his chair to his knees. Orion's body hurt, and he tried to make sense of it. But his mind was still back in a moment he had utterly forgotten of a boy he had barely known. His mind struggled to be both the man who had held that boy and to think of Shannon as that child. But it also fought to stay Oirion Hennon. The fight caused a migraine where light hurt. Sound exploded like hammer blows in his head, and breathing seemed to swell and crush his skull. Shannon let him curl over as he pressed the heels of his hands into his eyes. Shannon vanished a moment, but returned with cool water.
"Oirion,"
he said softly.
"You all right?"
Oirion made himself sit up enough to take the cup and force a sip of water. He knew it would help, but it hurt to move.
"How long did that take?"
he whispered.
"About a minute on my end, but you have been in conflict for several hours."
Oirion took another sip of water.
"Can you tell me what happened?"
"Flashbacks,"
Oirion whispered, and folded over to the arm of the chair.
"I'll be all right. It's just a headache. Just need dark and silence for a bit."
"That I can provide."
Shannon rose. The drapes were pulled, all lamps went out, and a leather cloak was laid over Oirion, offering more relief. There was a painful similarity that he recognized between his relationship as Master Silverwood with Prince Tyrell and that between Shannon and the boy Travis. It seemed he had failed them both, and the world had been denied the glory that the prince and Travis might have offered if he had managed to only see the beauty of the souls of those little boys. If only he had found a way to protect them. He might have cried, but it hurt too much, so he just hid under the cloak and made himself keep breathing. Oirion woke up slowly. He was no longer in pain. The madness that had haunted him since the bond with Shannon was gone. It was quiet and still in his head. He could feel the bond like a climber's rope. It was there, but slack, ready if needed, but unused if not. Getting up, he drew the cloak about his shoulders and moved to the windows. Pulling the rope to draw the drapes open, he winced at the light that poured in as he looked out. Beyond was a stunning view of the city, and beyond that, distantly, the harbor. Storm clouds were moving in from the east, lightning flickering in them already. The decent weather for the last few days had been a nice break, but the storms were far from over, and Pert had to expect them. Letting himself wake up, He drank a cup of water that had been left at the side of the chair. Brave enough to emerge, he went to find Shannon. His partner wasn't far. The man was at a great table in a room Oirion had never seen in this lifetime, but knew it for what it was. He had built it, after all. There would be the map of Pert, looking as it might from the air, right down to the smallest tree. It was fed by the power of the wells, so only the kingdoms with true kings were likely to show up now. But at least they were there, and the great table was alive again. There were a number of people he didn't know, as well as a number whom he knew or recognized. He ignored the majority of them all to join Dave and Theo. Shannon stood at the table, arms folded over his chest, looking down at the map. With a scowl, he looked up to Oirion.
"Did you really have to drop half a kingdom into the ocean?"
Shannon asked with a pained tone. Oirion looked at him, a bit stunned. He was still half asleep, and that was not really what he expected first thing in the morning, and certainly not after the night he had endured.
"I could have allowed them to build the gate while I just ran back here for your permission to act,"
he said seriously, but with a bit of a jab. Shannon had already asked him that very thing.
"The good news is that it's all cliffline now and there will be no landing along the coast there,"
Theo said happily.
"I just am not sure if the city of Brosten will follow it in the next few years. It is not on stable bedrock like the rest of the kingdom. A large enough earthquake might crumble the whole thing, or it might turn it into an island."
"That's what I see as well,"
a familiar-looking woman who was at the table said.
"Send that advice to Higgs. Have him consider it and report back,"
Shannon said as sort of a side note, not really seeming to talk to anyone.
"Who was it?"
Jamie asked from the far side of the table. He had been sitting down near the wall, but now rose to join Shannon at the table. Oirion didn't follow the question at once. He was distracted by the map as he and Theo stepped up to the edge of the table. So much of it was dark, just wood grain, nothing more. The fragmented state of Pert became horrifyingly obvious.
"What?"
Oirion looked up.
"Who attacked Fairwah? Who was it?"
Jamie asked again. Oirion scowled a little. Surely they all knew the story by now, but to be asked here seemed odd.
"There are rumors,"
a man whom Oirion did not recognize said with an arrogant tilt of his head,
"that it was civil war."
"Elves,"
Oirion said.
"It was elves. I'm not positive of the nation or empire, but Tenno was certainly involved on some level. What little was said was in common Elven, and I didn't have time to ask, but it most certainly was not civil."
Shannon stood a long time just staring at the map without saying much.
"The trains must run. That is the only way to keep news and trade safely moving through the storms. Oirion, can you do that?"
Shannon looked up at him with no mockery at all. Oirion considered the vast network of trains. He knew how run down they had gotten, how they had been converted from magic to coal, and how poorly that worked.
"I think I can recharge an engine a day. If we started here, and I just begin to work on them as they move in and out of Ulam back, I can make a dent in it over time. But beyond that, I am not certain what I can do."
Shannon nodded and folded his arms over his chest in a very unlikely pose. He scowled deeper.
"Is there any way either you or Gallus can go to Wagenheim?"
he asked Jamie.
"Ah, I suppose so,"
Jamie said uncertainly.
"I don't know how well I will be received. It's not like I have proof of who I am, really. Any wizard can bleach his clothes."
"What if Tishane goes with you? He can work the trains from there. It would also give me insight to that side of the Empire. I am fairly certain he and I can communicate that far, if we need to."
Jamie shrugged.
"I will have elites out of Norwood join you en route, and send word well ahead of you, to let them know you are coming."
He looked at Oirion a long moment. Oirion bowed his head. He wasn't sure what was going on, but he trusted that Shannon was thinking several steps ahead, and had a good reason for what had just been said. The last thing Oirion normally ever felt like doing was shadowing Shannon all day, but he did, as there was simply nothing else for him to do at the moment. Most of Shannon's day was spent in the office looking over letters and reports by his elites. Most of his communication was to them and through them. A few ambassadors or lords came in to talk of an exact matter, and in those moments Shannon was remarkably pleasant. Even if he was firm and formal, he made each person feel as if they mattered to him, and their concerns were being personally cared for. They had no idea how much strain the Emperor was under, or how much he disliked them. The petty, simpering game of politics made the King of Norwood cringe at times. Oirion had to admit that he and Shannon might feel more alike about it all than he had thought. Oirion did get the enjoyment of seeing the Prince of Forli come in and touch a knee to Shannon, then offer a heavy letter from his brother, the King of Forli. The prince glanced at Oirion with obvious uneasy tension. Shannon looked over the letter carefully and took his time to read it completely, while the prince sipped wine and tried to ignore Orion's presence.
The only thing I would change is that I will have final say on the heir and the king. You and your brother can raise your children and grandchildren however you wish, and even name an heir apparent. But I will have the final say. The amount of power that will be granted is something you cannot imagine just now. Once your brother feels it, he will understand. But the rest—
He set the letter down.
I will agree to it.
Torek bowed deeply and completely.
I will send word at once, and I am certain my brother will come to Ulimbak then. I would hope the honor that was given to Valreen with the stones to allow the people to witness will be also granted us.
I will have Tharadon set them up himself to assure they will work, even if storms hit.
Then it is but to arrange for the day.
All will be seen to. I will have someone come to you directly to oversee the plans.
The prince left with the obvious dismissal, backing up 3 steps before leaving the room. Shannon leaned back in his chair and looked at Oirion, who couldn't help but have an amused smirk.
What did you do to him?
Ha ha ha.
Oirion chuckled.
I just pointed out that I own more of Forli than he does. It's not quite true, but close enough. Ha ha ha.
He chuckled again.
How much did they give?
Most of this is minute legal things, like the fact that in the kingdom of Forli, the king need not bow to you.
He smiled.
I think the king dislikes you.
He always has.
Oirion shrugged.
He threatened to throw me in jail a number of times. Jamie has a silver tongue and charm when he wants to and kept me from that, but a few times just barely.
What did you do to provoke him?
I might have told him I didn't answer to his authority or really care about his laws, as I was technically in Norwood and outranked him. I did at the time, haha.
He chuckled.
After that, it was just how we got along.
You can be stubborn, haha,
Shannon said with a soft laugh.
I pity him the headaches you provoked.
They sat in their own thoughts for a while. Oirion became aware of an uncomfortable feeling that he wasn't able to really understand. He blinked away the past and the life he had led along the Norwood border. It felt so very long ago. In a way, it was longer ago than the life as the old master. Shannon leaned on an arm of the chair, watching Oirion run the back of his hand along his jawline in thought. Oirion wasn't sure what he was sensing from Shannon, but it felt dangerous.
Shannon?
He asked, trying to pinpoint the reason he was feeling anything and what it was. Shannon traced his own lips before he rested his hands on the arm of the chair.
What were you thinking about?
Shannon asked. Oirion felt an odd hint of energy in Shannon's voice.
Nothing important.
I think it is,
Shannon assured him.
What were you thinking about?
I don't know. About all the years on the border, I guess. Why?
He asked cautiously.
Did I tell you that Ivan has taken Azir?
No, I was not told,
Oirion said, trying to understand what he was picking up from Shannon. There seemed to be a deep conflict, but an odd sort of calm acceptance at the same time.
He is king of Azir. He took the throne with a few hundred men and one Purton wizard.
A Purton?
I keep trying to understand it. The man appeared in Azir about the same time we passed through the barrier. He aided Ivan all the way to the gates of the king's hall. Theo's mother killed him while he was defending Ivan and his men from magic assault. Do you have any idea how strange it is to have Ivan tell you that a son you watched, brutalized and butchered, really wasn't, but was thousands of miles away? I have rolled it over in my head for months, trying to understand, to figure out if I am half mad, or if the Purton was someone else.
And what have you come up with?
Nothing.
Shannon smiled faintly.
But then again, maybe I am not as smart as I think I am. Maybe all of this is just the best-run demonic trick yet, and I am still in hell. It makes more sense.
You're not in hell, Shannon,
Oirion said, feeling part of him go very cold with the realization Shannon was serious. Shannon's calm was not a good thing. It was acceptance that he had been beaten, and all of this was a lie.
Why would you think that?
Shannon smiled faintly.
Everything Jerome wasn't, you are. Where he was soft-spoken, you stand your ground like a mountain. Where he was gentle, you are hard-fisted. Where he sought to earn a place in court, you denounce it. Where his heart made me humble, and my power carried us both, you are a warrior, and time and again shock me with how powerful you are. You happen to be a cleric in my own order. You happen to choose me as your patron saint. You happen to need my aid. You happen to get past my shields, and when you risk your soul to aid me, you just happen to show yourself, to have the face of my childhood hero, and have the name of the only man I ever asked aid of. Really. And Armand is just going to give me a body and rebond me to you. At every turn my questions are answered, every doubt is eased, every wall is brought down, and then I sit here and my own assurances can't be addressed. You lie to me about who you are. You lie to me about who your soul is. You deny the very things that made me pause long enough to let you in. It's just too much.
Shannon,
Oirion said seriously. He was suddenly very worried and worse, worried that Shannon would feel it and misinterpret it.
This is real.
Shannon looked away with a sick sadness rising from him.
I suppose it has to make him furious that it worked, that ShaHaNon succeeded where he failed.
Oirion got up and went to Shannon, feeling Shannon slipping backwards, almost as if he was retreating into a coma. He grabbed Shannon's hands. He wasn't sure what had triggered the powerful shift, but he was losing Shannon in a way he simply could not even begin to understand.
Look at me,
Oirion pleaded, kneeling before the Emperor.
Shannon, please, I don't know what you are doing, but you are scaring me. Look at me.
Shannon slowly looked over, tears in his eyes.
What can I do to prove to you this is real?
Oirion asked. Shannon looked at him a long time, with emotions shifting and rising, flickering from fear to anger, to hope, to sadness. Oirion didn't know what to do. He was no healer and certainly no empath. He struggled with his own emotions. How could he hope to help another?
I really don't know,
Shannon admitted.
I have been through so many rounds of emotional torture that I find that hope is tainted, love is a warning, and peace is beyond my grasp.
Oirion begged Armand for insight, any angel who could whisper to him to aid him in what to say. But he felt nothing from them, only silence and the sinking depression of Shannon. The man was drowning in grief and loss.
A demon can't lie. You know that. I am here. I am real. This is not another trick.
Oirion had never once thought that Shannon would ever be caught in this sort of doubt and loss of self. Something about the touch of Garradon had affected Shannon on a level Oirion simply could not understand. All he knew was if Shannon withdrew too far, the control would slip and the monster madness would rear its head. Grief would turn to rage and hunger, and Ulambak would either destroy Shannon and himself, or Shannon would destroy Ulambak and likely all of Pert. Death wasn't a likely end for Oirion. There was a far darker and worse end, if he was destroyed.
You're right,
Oirion said.
I was once called Silverwood,
he admitted.
I didn't lie, Shannon. I am ShaHaNon.
Shannon blinked and looked at him, actually seeing him and drawing back towards the moment a little. The blink freed a tear from Shannon's eyelashes. It ran down the center of his cheek. Oirion swallowed hard.
I am not him. He is me. When you and I melded on the rooftop, it cast my soul away. The magic I needed to use to pull myself back together caused the great crystal of the university to explode, and that is when my life as Silverwood began. I did not remember who I was until I died. In that moment I remembered, and I used magics I should not have to bring me ShaHaNon back. I cannot explain enough how important it is that no one knows that.
Why?
Shannon whispered.
I will tell you,
Oirion said, swallowing his own fear.
But if I do, I think it's a story I need to tell Jamie and Gallus also. I will not admit it ever again, never. Not to you, not to anyone, ever. But I will tell you a story. I will lie about a few details to protect Jamie and Gallus, but at this point, with whatever you did to shift the bond, you will know what parts. But damn it, you need to pull yourself together. You have me terrified. If I let go of you, you're going to sink away and drown. You will understand why it matters so very much when I tell you the story.
Shannon drew a slow, deep breath and nodded. He glanced toward the door. Oirion knew Shannon had sent word via elites for the Holy Fathers. Oirion got up slowly and reluctantly let go. He went to go pour them whiskey. The wine was not enough, and he felt he really needed it. When he handed the glass to Shannon, Shannon caught his free hand. With his head bowed, he just held on as if he felt exactly as Oirion, that he was about to drown in the very grief he was named for. Oirion just stood there, uncomfortable on so many levels, but very scared for the world. If Shannon was so broken down, he was ready to surrender to hell. If Shannon surrendered to the belief that it was all a deception, then he would be surrendering not to the archdemon who had bound him, but to the grief and pain within and the demon side of himself that he held so in check. There would be no pulling him back. Oirion held Shannon's hand firmly, the glass untouched, until Jamie and Gallus arrived. Shannon drew in a shaky breath and relaxed his grip, letting go of Orion's hand with obvious hesitation. He took a sip of the drink he held.
"Take a seat,"
Shannon told the two Holy Fathers.
"Oirion has a story to tell us."
Oirion took a sip of his whiskey and cleared his throat. He slowly stepped back from Shannon and took the closest chair.
Master Silverwood has spun a lot of magic into Pert, and some of that has come into play now. So I am going to tell you the story, because the four of us need to understand this the same way.
He took a deep breath and shook his head. He couldn't believe he was going to admit any of this. He felt as if a panic attack was creeping up, and he had to fight to hold it down.
Silverwood was not a prophet, but he knew several who confided a great deal of insights to him. The only thing he really knew for certain was that Tyrell would threaten the collapse of Pert due to his pride and jealousy.
Oirion took another sip.
When Silverwood disobeyed Tyrell and came to Ulambak at the request of both Elishara and Tyrell, Tyrell lost it. He had Silverwood drugged in a very specific way, beat him nearly to death, and in a screaming fit of rage had him bound in chains and thrown into the harbour. In the moment Silverwood went down, he realized who he was.
Oirion swallowed hard.
Silverwood unlocked magic he maybe should not have, but he was desperate to stop what was about to happen. He cast himself back to his tower, turning the tower on the coast and his sanctuary into one, thus escaping death in a very unlikely manner. There he spun his soul into magics that I cannot even begin to explain, but the point is that he could not stop what was unfolding, so instead, he keyed some of his magic and some of the knowledge as Silverwood forward. He keyed it all into a single point of light and soul, and that point of light he saw was my unborn soul. Everything he knew and had access to was used to give Shannon a partner who could support him and pull him back from despair if it was ever needed. The influence of Silverwood was so powerful it influenced my very genetics to the point I would likely pass as his twin brother if he was standing next to me. The reality is that someone in court drove Tyrell into insane rage, and it was likely the same soul who twisted Jerome. Whoever it was or is knew Silverwood was Malkazadon and knew exactly how to take him down. I might have suspected Raz, but now I am certain it is not her. It is not Garadon either, although Garadon and whoever is truly behind all of it might be working together in some form of dark deal. I don't know that either. It is imperative that everyone stops thinking of me as either Silverwood himself or the incarnation of Malkazadon. If those dark powers thought so, they would turn all effort to that end. The destruction of Malkazadon would be their only focus. If either I or Shannon are taken down, it would be very bad for the world. If I am taken down and they pull the key of Malkazadon from my soul, it's over. You three have to support me in this, or the suspicion in your hearts will be heard, and it gets worse.
He drew another breath.
When I was in Fairwah, someone was attacking me, trying to dig in and find out who I was beneath the face. They knew damn well I was Oirion Hennon and how to rip into my memory.
Shannon leaned forward on his knees and held his head in his hands.
Shannon, are you all right?
No,
he groaned. Oirion reached over and put his hand on Shannon's shoulder.
The crystal of the university that exploded when Tyrell was young was the effect of my soul desperately grabbing through time for something to hold on to. In a past incarnation, Malkazadon had set that up so I was able to hold on to it. It shattered under the strain to hold me together after the meld on the tower top, and the shattered crystal cast me back to Torren, where I showed up as Taishane. Yes, I am woven into the magics of Silverwood and thus Malkazadon, but no more than Shannon is woven into Almond. Woven, yes, but not almond.
Oirion looked to the two holy men.
You must make people stop asking questions and thinking about me as anything other than Taishane. Go ahead and think of me as Oirion Hennon, you already know, but you must convince the people I am nothing more than Taishane.
Malkazadon was active in the world as recently as 5,000 years ago?
Gallus asked in awe.
Yes, but he felt he failed. The best magic he could work is me. I'm sorry, but I'm all that's left. I expect I will be able to pass on the key when I die, but only if I have a suitable apprentice and one who can handle it.
I understand,
Gallus said with a nod.
Oirion, I'm glad you told us.
I don't care what you do or how you do it, but you have to get everyone over this hang-up. I hold a key. Nothing more.
Oirion said firmly.
You must hold on to that story. You must make that be what you think as truth. I am begging you to please let me just be me as I am now. You three are ever watched, and your thoughts, your words, your actions toward me will be the death of me if you do not let this go.
And the guest at the gate? He here for anything to do with you?
Jamie asked.
No, if he was, I would never have escaped so easily, but if the thought is not crushed, he will hunt me down with all his focus and power. I'm fairly tough, but I cannot win that fight. All of us combined would only succeed in destroying the world if we fought him in open battle.
Jamie nodded seriously.
We will make it our focus.
Is he Garadon, our guest at the gate?
Gallus asked.
I think so,
Oirion said.
As suggested before, if it's not all of him, then at least it's part of him.
Gallus nodded.
We will take a firm stand on the matter.
Thank you,
Oirion said. He hated to lie to Jamie or even Gallus, but he had no choice. It was really that serious.
Anything else?
Gallus asked, worried for Shannon.
No,
Shannon said.
Gallus, you and Jamie need to figure out how exactly you two will be addressing it. Jamie will be in Wagenheim and you here, so if we deal with it from both sides of the Empire, it needs to match up.
You're still sending us away?
Jamie asked. Shannon lifted his head to look at Jamie with bloodshot eyes.
Oh, yes. I really think it's best. Tomorrow would be good.
I could refuse,
Jamie said firmly.
You could also trust me to have damn good reasons,
Shannon snapped back.
Do not mistake me for my father, Shazmar.
Jamie pressed his lips together, then turned and stormed out. Gallus rose.
If you need me for anything, Tyrell, please just ask.
I will. Thank you, Gallus.
Gallus nodded to them and hurried after Jamie.
Shannon,
Oirion said. His words failed.
You want more whiskey?
Yes.
Oirion stood up to pour them more, bringing the bottle back before he sat down. He set the bottle on the floor between them and took a swig. Shannon leaned on his knees, the small crystal glass in his fingertips. After he drank it, he pulled off his gloves and rubbed at the gold scar that stained his left hand. It glowed faintly from deep inside it, as if the gold was still molten. Oirion looked away, unable to even imagine the pain of having gold rings melt down your hand and having no escape. Shannon looked over at him.
It doesn't hurt anymore,
he said. Oirion looked back to Shannon. He looked terrible, his eyes bloodshot, and his face drained of color. He looked rather like he had when they crossed that God-forsaken continent.
What?
I have lived off of emotional energy for a long time, Oirion. I was a powerful empath before that. I can translate flickers of emotions better than likely anyone in this age.
He held up his hand.
It doesn't hurt anymore. That is what you winced from, is it not?
Oirion took a sip of the golden whiskey and gave up arguing. There was no real point today. If Shannon could read him that well, he knew exactly what Oirion had just admitted to, and what whispers of it had been lies.
I have endured pain, but nothing like that. I cannot even imagine.
This,
Shannon looked at his hand.
This was the least of my pain. Watching them melt hurt worse than the actual fire of it. It meant I was utterly alone, and no one was going to come for me.
He leaned back in his chair, resting his hand on his chest.
Having cause turn inside out. Now that hurt. The frozen black fire of hell replacing the light and fluid energy of being a healer.
He held his hand up, turning it in the light a little.
Pretty in a way. I never could expose it to light before.
He looked to Oirion. Oirion felt something. He just didn't know what it meant. Shannon shifted, though, and almost smiled.
Just how much did it cost Malkazadon to try to help me?
Everything, I suppose. You know the extent of my power, Shannon. That's it. That's all that there is. I'm all you get. Sorry.
Shannon closed his eyes. Oirion could feel unfamiliar emotions turning so rapidly in Shannon that Oirion just could not grasp it.
You underestimate yourself.
I am just me. The same me you argued with all the way across Bracken and drug out of trouble time and again.
One thing hasn't changed. You still test my limits, until I think I'm either going to collapse or explode.
I mean it, Shannon. You need to not drift off on me. If you surrender to your dark side, it will open the gates of hell. I won't be able to stop you. I'll run all over Pert and drag men off of thrones and drop others in place for you as long as you need me to. But you need to stay solid and strong. I'm doing my best, and you're not real easy to deal with yourself.
Ha ha ha.
Shannon chuckled softly, almost as if he was falling asleep, but Oirion knew very well he was not. He was just more focused on his own mind and emotions. Oirion let Shannon work on his emotional state, undisturbed. One moment it would seem to steady and slow. Then the next moment emotions would twist, and Oirion would feel as if he wanted to jump up and attack something. Shannon fought rage that rapidly changed to gratitude, and then emotions Oirion could not even begin to follow. All of it flickering and whispering at Oirion. To look at him, Shannon might seem to be utterly calm and relaxed, but it was far from the truth.
Do you need me here?
Oirion asked after a round of rushing, conflicting emotions.
No,
Shannon said.
Yes.
He changed his mind. With an unhappy, almost snarl, he pushed himself to sit up in the chair.
You should go. Pack for Wagenheim. Get my trains running for me.
You sure?
Shannon looked at him, his eyes no less bloodshot.
No, I am not sure, but you can feel that, I am certain.
I cannot read you like you read me. I am not an empath. Half the time I don't even know what I am feeling for myself.
This,
Shannon gestured to himself,
is me trying to figure out how I feel about you. Maybe you should just go and let me work on it without me having to deal with you right there.
Oirion rose and set his empty glass down.
Good night, Shannon.
Ha ha ha.
Shannon laughed bitterly and lifted his glass in a mock toast.
If you say so.
Oirion wasn't sure he should go, but he needed sleep, and maybe Shannon was right that being too close didn't help them adjust to the shift in the bond. Oirion knew he had no real reason, but he wanted to see her before he left. He felt he just needed to. He hated to lie to her about being Shane, but it was just what it was. The guard led him into the nursery. Tavia sat in a chair, rocking with her baby in her arms. Allora was there as well, singing a soft lullaby to the baby she had on her shoulder. She saw him and came over with a smile. Oirion felt almost a panic at seeing her. He had been her tutor once, a part of her family, and he did not think for one moment she would not know him. He wanted to turn and run, but he held his ground and prayed she would honor the story that was being told.
My Lord Regent, to what do we owe the honour?
Allora asked, mastering a graceful bend of her knee.
Please, Allora, don't do that,
he said as he caught her hand.
You are my partner's mother, and I am not nearly as formal as he is. I just wanted to see the little princes before I left the city. I have a sneaking suspicion it might be a while before I get back.
He hoped he had made it clear to what role she needed to allow him to dwell in.
You're leaving already?
I am needed in Wagenheim. Father James is going with me to work with the church there.
Ah, and you can be his eyes and ears on the far side of the storms.
Allora nodded.
Well, this is Keeden, named after his great-grandfather.
She passed him her baby. Oirion took the tiny boy in his hands with a flashback to her handing him a different small baby, a different son, but so alike. He smiled at the little prince and held him up. The little gray eyes looked at him with a seriousness that seemed very out of place on such a tiny face.
Hello, Keeden. I am very happy to meet you. I am not sure how much time we will have to spend getting to know each other, but you can think of me as family if you like.
He handed the baby back as Tavia came forward only at Allora's insistence, waving her over.
This is Rajak,
Tavia said softly, offering the baby over. Oirion took the so-tiny baby in his hands. He could feel Shannon's energy within the boy and the whispers of powers to come. Tavia had to feel it as well.
Oh, you and I, we will have many things in common. Your father is a difficult man to deal with, but I swear I will help you find a way.
He kissed the little head of the sleeping baby. He gently passed the boy back to Tavia and met her eyes.
How are you, Tavia?
Well enough.
Oirion!
Salma rushed across the room from a door at the far side. She raced over and jumped at him. He barely had a chance to catch her. The surprise on his face was enough that Allora had to laugh. Salma dropped down and bowed gracefully, laughing.
My Lord Regent, I forget I am in Pert. Forgive me my happiness to see you.
He couldn't help but smile.
I am very happy to see you feeling better, little kitten,
he said with a slight bow of respect for her.
Have you and your son settled in?
Oh, you should see the bed I have,
she said slyly.
It's as large as a small ship.
Shannon takes care of those he cares about,
Oirion said, amused at her good humor.
Shane,
Jamie called out as he walked over with another woman.
You should perhaps also see the third little prince, Valen. Tyra Ara had her son the same day as Tavia and Allora.
Orion's smile dropped at once when he saw the woman. He knew her immediately, and yet also realized she was the woman Shannon had mentioned as being cold and stubborn. Jamie held the baby and passed him over to Oirion before the woman could object, but by the bristling of her shoulders, she wanted to.
My Lord Regent,
she said with cold perfection. She bowed to him with challenge in her eyes.
Have you met Ara?
Allora asked Oirion.
She is Tyvalor von Krent's daughter.
we ran into each other once,
she said with an arch to her eyebrow.
I believe the Regent was rather drunk at the time.
I wasn't the only one,
Oirion said with his own scowl. He looked down and knew at once Jamie was right. It was his. He wanted to take the baby and run with him, but knew he simply could not. And by law, the mother had all rights until the child was old enough to be weaned.
Yes. Well, I had just spent several thousand years as a soul stone. I think I earned it.
She hit him with her rank, her age, and the fact she had endured more than he. She was challenging his right to the child at all.
Do not,
he warned her, taking a step closer, every bit of his stubborn protective side taking over.
Challenge me,
making it very clear to everyone in the room this was between them alone.
Do not make the mistake of thinking I have not earned my rank. If you ever question it, I can make certain you spend a month on the Fairwah coast.
I grew up with Riddell,
she said, not backing down.
I know him better than you think, and I know exactly what you are to him. I don't give a damn how much power you can carelessly jerk out of the wells.
Oirion.
Jamie put a hand on his arm.
The train is waiting for us.
He gently took the baby back from Oirion.
You two will have plenty of time for this. Maybe the nursery is not the place.
Oirion took a step back.
This is not done,
he warned her.
Oirion?
Tavia asked softly. He glanced at her, hearing her say his name, but his anger at the Pertin woman kept his focus.
Why don't you go jump on your train and be a good boy?
She said with a smug sneer.
Go on.
She waved him off condescendingly. Jamie got between them and pushed Oirion back.
Time to go, father.
He made it clear he outranked Oirion in that moment. Oirion relaxed at Jamie's touch and took a step back. He turned and strode out just to get away from her. Salma dashed out after him a moment later. She caught his hand. He stopped to look at her. She reached up and touched his cheek, smiling kindly at him.
I will keep an eye on him. It will be all right.
Thank you, Salma,
he said softly, catching her hand. He kissed the back of it.
I have to go. Shannon's orders and all.
Since when has that ever mattered to you?
She shrugged.
Be careful out there. There are dark storms on the way and ancient things are waking up.
He wasn't sure what to say. She almost said that as if she knew who he was, but there was just no way. He sighed sadly and let her hand go. It wasn't until hours later he realized she had used his name, as had Jamie, and Tavia had heard them both. But he did not notice it then.
Can you try to keep an eye on Shannon as well? He could use some cheering up.
He doesn't want to see me.
She snorted.
No, he does. He cares a great deal about you. Just trust me on that.
He hated to go, but he knew he needed to. He also knew Shannon was waiting for him to get to the hall. He sighed heavily and nodded to Jamie as they went to meet the Emperor. Shannon was dressed like a wizard of old. The long green robe with the red sash was rather grand on him, and the colors had been carefully made to not clash. Oirion wore black travel clothes, with the red sash his only color. Again, he could not read the emotions he picked up from Shannon, and didn't bother to try. He just met his partner, who offered him a small package wrapped in leather.
I need you to stay there until I send for you,
Shannon said, and meant it. Oirion wanted to object, but knew Shannon felt that as surely as if he had said it.
I mean it,
Shannon repeated.
I heard you,
Oirion said, annoyed that Shannon didn't trust him to feel how serious he was.
Just take this,
Shannon said of the package. Oirion took it and slid it into his vault.
If you get a chance, I need true kings on the throne, and if you have to, you know you can summon me.
I am not a child,
Oirion said to him firmly, horrified at his suggestion.
Just stay sane and for God's sake go see your son.
Shannon wanted to say more, and for one moment Oirion did catch what Shannon wanted to do, but was not about to. Instead, Shannon just nodded a little and stepped back, the act actually causing him pain. That was so unexpected Oirion was momentarily stunned. It was Jamie who moved him down the steps to the waiting carriage. Oirion tried to sort out what had just happened on their way to the train. They boarded a large private car. Theo was already there. Oirion sank into a chair with a scowl.
What was that about?
Jamie asked, a little concerned.
You two able to work telepathic conversation that smoothly?
What? No, it's a weird shift of the bond. It's emotional.
So, what happened?
What did I miss?
Theo asked.
Shannon took a step back and Oirion looked as if he was about to cry, but as stunned as if he had had cold water thrown in his face.
Jamie explained to Theo.
What?
Oirion looked to Jamie, not sure he understood it himself.
One moment he wanted to give me a hug, but he stepped back and it actually hurt him. I don't understand. Most of the time it's so confused and blurred I have no idea what he is feeling, but I caught that. It was almost like he half shouted it at me and yet was desperate to hide it.
He's still a vampire, Oirion,
Theo said, putting his feet up.
If the bond has shifted and he's having to relearn how to deal with your energy, he is likely having serious issues with wanting more of you than he should. Makes sense he'd want you far, far away.
Makes sense,
Jamie said sadly as he sat down.
How disturbing,
Oirion said.
Who more for? You or him?
Theo asked.
You need to learn to trust that he has reasons for what he does. He trusts when you act on impulse. You need to return the same. He is your opposite, but no less right.
The train lurched forward with a grinding groan and began to clank forward.
Now, if you don't mind, I want to see if we are going to be followed.
Theo rose. He smiled tightly.
I lost track of our friend, but I want to be well warned if he gets anywhere near us. And if he does, Oirion, I will do my best to jerk you away. if that happens and it hurts. I apologize for it now.
Theo.
Oirion slid into the table booth across from the King of Owens, who sat gripping a long-forgotten cup of tea. He looked worn out. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked as strained as he ever had.
What have you been up to?
Magics,
Theo said with a faint smile.
Trying to set it up for the Four-League King so he can be properly crowned. It's nothing. Just difficult work for me with the storms. What can I do for you, my friend?
Oirion reached into his vault and drew out an orb he had picked up a few years before. Oirion had no idea what to do with it, but he had saved a man's life by hiding it beyond Jerome's detection. He held the weight in his hand a moment, then reached out, resting his hand on the table.
You know, I am not sure if anyone really understands how much you did for the world on the steps that day. I know it won't be the same, but I came across this and I thought maybe...
Theo lifted back the leather cloth that wrapped the orb. His hand actually trembled as it was revealed. His breath escaped him. He stared at the orb a long time before he looked up to Oirion.
You have any idea what this is?
No, I am not a sorcerer. I know it was stolen from Jerome's office and he hunted for it. I took it off a very scared man's hands and hid it in my vault. It's yours if you want it. Maybe you can reset it on your staff.
As if the stone was a fragile living egg, Theo took it in his hands, with tears running from his eyes.
You have no idea how much...
He wiped his cheek on the sleeve of his arm. He looked up to his friend.
I don't think I have ever been given a better gift.
To me, it's just a stone,
Oirion said.
No, my friend, it is far more.
He sniffed on his tears and the stone vanished from his hands to his vault and safely away.
I will take good care of it.
Theo, it's just a crystal.
A soul stone is just a rock, a white marble. It is the energy of the soul condensed into a solid form. What do you think happens to, say, an angel if he is captured in a soul stone? It might just be a bit more impressive, yes?
I suppose so.
Oirion scowled.
You're saying that is the soul of an angel?
That is exactly what I am saying. Maybe not an angel exactly, but a soul of vast power. Such stones choose who they work with. That is why my staff could do things, alter things, fight with magics I had never imagined. It could do things. It chose me. It trusted me with its power. It had a soul, a mind.
I am glad you have it then. It's nothing to me though, Theo. I am a wizard, not a sorcerer.
Theo caught Orion's hand and met his eyes a moment, then bowed his head.
I am a necromancer, Oirion. I walk through realms and whisper with the dead. I can look through time like you might look out a window. I can pick out the single crystal of a single demon from a million shards.
He looked up.
You don't need to lie to me about matters of the soul.
Theo.
Oirion breathed. Scared Theo would let Garadon hear the whispered suspicions of who the magics of his soul was bound to.
No demon can see my mind, Oirion. Your secret is safe with me. For that alone I will even lie to Shannon, but...
He looked at Oirion a long moment, with a troubled expression.
God, have you divided yourself so much you don't even know your own self?
I don't understand what you're saying, Theo.
If I worked a magic and handed it to you, would you know it as mine?
Yes, of course.
So you hand me a great crystal of power and pretend you do not know it is of you. I know you, my friend, and I know that crystal did not come to me by chance. That is what I am saying,
Theo said, getting up suddenly to refresh his tea from the pot that was locked into the burner to the side.
No, ha ha ha.
Oirion laughed.
You can't be serious. I have never been a sorcerer.
That crystal is very old. I would say it predates the rise of Raz by several millennia,
Theo said softly. He turned around to look at Oirion.
Maybe an entire age before Raz. I do know who made it, though. I know the soul energy within it.
Oh,
Oirion said, leaning back in his chair. He tried to wrap his mind around it and just gave up. He pushed the topic of the crystal away as Theo offered him a cup of tea.
Whatever, Theo. I just figured since your last one shattered and I had that one already, you could stand to have a little support.
Theo forced a smile and nodded.
Thank you. I am honored you think so highly of me.
Don't be an ass, Theo. You and I are friends, and no matter what your magics hint at, I am still that guy you met on that damned ship.
Theo grinned.
I know. That's why I love you.
Huh,
Oirion said with a scowl.
What?
Theo asked.
I just don't think anyone has said that to me since I was a child. Not seriously, anyway.
Well, I do.
Theo lifted his mug.
And if you ask Ivan about when he had given of himself to the magics to get us over the mountains, he adopted us all as his kinsmen, so in a way we are brothers.
Cheers to Ivan and his return to the throne,
Oirion said and met the mug. They took careful sips.
And you know, me too.
You too?
Theo asked.
Oh, you love me too? Ha 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 ha.
Theo laughed a wonderful laugh and let go of tensions and fears that were so weighing him down.
I know, Oirion.
He paused, then added,
You know I will be getting off soon. I'm glad we got to travel together a bit first.
I know. Be safe, Theo.
Always, my friend, always.
End of Chapter 15. Continue with Chapter 16, Escape. Regent's Way, Chapter 16, Escape. Tavia felt a need to get out and an almost defiant desperation to challenge Shannon and everyone else who said she was a power in Pert and could do what she wanted. Part of her knew Salma had left to help Pert, but part of her was so hurt she fought tears over it. Most of her, however, was ashamed that she was doing less for the Empire than Salma. Tavia could take it no more. Salma was her longest and closest friend. The idea she had disappointed the Sphinx was something she could not live with. Rajak would be okay in the nursery for a few hours. She needed to get out, and that was that. It took Victa time to find them clothes like Tavia wanted, but they needed something easy to ride in. The girl found them outfits no less beautiful than anything Tavia had in her wardrobe, but it had taken 2 days to get the appropriate riding clothes. The long pants fit Tavia well and comfortably. The blouse and vest were also cut to fit her flawlessly. They were of blends of fabric she had never felt, all of it soft to the touch and clearly nothing a common woman would ever get. The dark gray pants had silver threads in delicate swirls up the outside of her legs and along the belt line. She knew there was magic in those threads, but could not tell if it was because the thread looked to be real silver or if the thread had been spun with magic to look that way. It could also be that the thread lines were spun with some other sort of magic, but she didn't want to think about it too much. Her blouse was a soft cream color with what looked like gold thread that in many ways matched the silver in her pants. The vest, though, was thicker and had gold chains that connected the amber studs down the front. Stunning birds and leaves in gold and silver embroidery covered the front and flowed over her shoulders. She thought it a bit overstated, even if she liked the design. Victa gasped.
Oh, it's beautiful,
She exclaimed.
Didn't you order it?
I ordered clothes fit for riding, but not the details. It's truly stunning work.
Victa herself had very similar clothes, but the details were all in white thread and far more delicate, if that was possible. She smiled.
I have never worn pants before.
Have you ever ridden a horse before?
No.
It's time you do. We will go slow. You'll learn.
In the stable, 2 horses waited. Tavia ran her hands over both, whispering friendship to them and letting them smell her. She drew Victa over and showed her how to do the same.
I didn't know you knew the old language,
The young woman said, amazed. She looked to her empress, who was guiding her hand over the horse's side.
The old language?
Yes, it's what you were speaking. I do not know all the words you said, but I know most of them.
Tavia looked at her a bit surprised and a little confused.
They are words?
She asked.
Yes, didn't you know?
I just thought them soothing sounds to animals.
No.
Victa shook her head.
No, lady, they are the words of the old ways. I am still learning them, but I assure you, you are speaking the Gypsum tongue. Perhaps we should talk to my grandmother one day.
Yes, we should. If for no other reason than she is your grandmother.
They left the palace, but despite Tavia's wishes, Grimm insisted that 2 elites go with them. The 2 men in perfectly matched uniforms, hair and face as if they were almost copies of one another, rode behind them like guardian shadows. They left the fine great gates of the palace that Tavia had only ever seen from the inside. She had seen images, of course, but she had never seen the city or the palace from the outside for herself. Taking the great main highway, they went without any real goal. Tavia just needed out and thought perhaps to go to some market or other to help the artisans with the money she was told she had access to. Tavia had spent some time studying maps, so she would not get lost, and knew when she was at the junction called Gate Street. Here the cliff line turned slightly northward from its east-west orientation. Turning right took them deeper into Ulumbak, while turning left at the angled street would take them to the gate that would lead them to Port Hall. She was just about to head for the port city when she noticed that the street that ran south toward the outer wall of Ulumbak seemed to be flooded. She pulled up and looked to make certain her eyes were not tricking her.
What is going on?
She asked Victa, who just shrugged in reply. Tavia turned from her intended path to the people who were wading in and out of the filthy water. Many of the people were carrying things on their backs and over their heads. The water stank, was dark and filled with filth. She wanted to order the people out of the disease-filled water at once, but could hardly believe what she was seeing.
What is going on?
She asked a man who had just emerged with a bundle on his head, soaked up to his chin.
What is the water?
The sewer lines are broken, the lines are blocked, and all the water is backing up. We are flooding out. But this neighborhood isn't wealthy enough to matter, so...
He glanced back.
We flood.
He headed up the street unaware to whom he had just been speaking.
Is that true?
She asked an elite.
In many places, the waterways are broken,
the elite said.
Well, this is foul. People will get ill.
Yes,
he agreed fully.
What would you have me do about it?
Unplug the drains, mend the pipes.
How? I am not a stonemason or a wizard. I do not think I swim well enough to do it by hand, so what would you have me do?
Aren't there drains on the cliff walls in case of heavy rain or snow?
She asked, after a moment of thought, trying to recall the images and details she had ever heard of the city.
I thought they had them there to drain away spring melt, allowing it to run down the walls. I recall a ballad that sang of the spring water shimmering as it flowed down the cliffs.
He was still a moment as he reached out using the powers of telepathy that all elites were keyed into and able to use with each other.
Yes, there are drains,
he said.
I would assume they are closed and not opening. Again, I'm not a wizard nor a stonemason. What would you have me do?
Get me a wizard who can open them.
His eyes fluttered closed a moment to speak with the elites in a more focused manner.
All of the wizards capable of helping that we know of are already busy at tasks assigned them by Shannon. We could try to find someone who has not come forward yet,
he offered.
Ask Dave to come see me,
she said. He closed his eyes again.
He is in a meeting right now. When council is over, the message will be given to him.
My lady,
Victa said slowly,
I might know someone who could help.
Who?
I can go fetch him. It won't take me long.
Go then,
Tavia said. Tavia sat on her horse looking at details of the city here. She could see the lines of the ancient buildings and how once they had curved gently eastward. It would have allowed for light and air to reach the face of all the buildings. Under Jerome, the once wide streets had been divided with tall, narrow wooden apartment buildings down the center of each street. The buildings of old had been added onto with the same wooden style, offering stairways up the fronts, narrow balconies, and even a few walkways spanning across. It all added together to give the effect of a goblin lair. With all the wooden complexes, it was impossible to even guess how deep the water was or the damage it was doing. The idea that every cellar, every space under the palace was likely filled with this made her almost feel sick. How could this be overlooked and put low on any list of priorities? The day's heat was building. The water began to reek even more, and bugs to begin to buzz and bite. The horses snorted and danced, People swatted and waved hands to get the insects away. They watched her out of the corner of their eyes as she sat studying the situation. The stagnate water was overpowering as heat turned it into a soup of festering, putrid slop. She could not help but think of the bog and how this could grow into something that foul without too much more effort. It was several hours before Victor returned with a man on the back of her horse. He was a handsome young fellow, clearly Gibson from his clothes to his green eyes and rusty brown hair.
My lady, this is my cousin. He has an ability to see through water in a way. Not a wizard power, but old magic.
Can you tell me why this isn't draining? There should be drains along the cliff wall. Can you see why they aren't open?
He nodded. He slid down from the horse and went to the water. He knelt at the edge of it and let his fingertips just touch the water's surface.
Jerome was very cruel on the magics of the Gypsum.
Victor said softly.
Many are very scared to come forward with any sort of magic. Many people fear our magics and consider it evil and a form of dark sorcery.
I do not,
Tavia said. She swatted at flies and watched the young man at the water's edge. He stayed utterly still for a long time before he walked back to them. He looked from Victor to Tavia, cleared his throat and spoke.
The sewer tunnels are blocked with trash. I see that several are partly collapsed, but not enough of them to totally back up. It's the garbage in the tunnels preventing them from flowing down and out in the way they should. They are simply overflowing as the wells and springs awakened by the Emperor feed them more and more water. The wall ports seem to have been purposely locked closed some time ago. I think it would take a wizard to unlock them now, but the sewers just need to be cleared. It might be an easy enough task for a wizard who could just burn the trash out once he located it. It's too far to swim, then work, then swim back, though. It would need to be done from here. The foundations of many of the newer buildings are being threatened, and they will come down soon. They won't be safe even if we drained it all today. They are just built on ancient streets, and that is part of the trouble. The new buildings had no concern for the old magics, as they had gone dark. None of the light or magics will ever reach Port Hall if the lines are not repaired up here first.
Do you know anyone who could open the ports on the wall?
Tavia asked Victor and the young man. He shook his head.
No, I can map them out in the sewers and the breaks if you like. It will take me several days, but I can do that. I can't do any more than see, though.
Please do,
she said with a nod.
Can you get him all the paper and ink he needs?
She asked the quiet elite. He bowed his head in affirmation. She sat thinking about the water, the flooding pipes, the blocked sewers, and the locked portals. How could she drain it? The disease that was going to happen was going to make all in the city sick. Tavia swallowed hard. She turned her horse back to the palace, steadied herself, and went at once to where she knew Shannon would be this time of day. She made herself walk into the council hall. The guards at the door did not stop her. Talk at the table ceased at once as she entered. Lords from around the table, most of them the same men who had served under Jerome, turned to look at her. Shannon watched her come around the table, all his focus on her alone. She looked at the men in their wealthy clothes, their jewelry and their fat bodies. She disliked them all. She could not understand why Shannon let them live or why he dealt with them. They were unworthy to even look at Shannon, let alone hear his voice.
How many of you live in the palace?
She asked them sternly.
How many of you come up the gate street on your way here?
She glared at them and saw several shift uneasily under her gaze.
Did you happen to miss the fact the city is flooding? That sewage is backing up nearly to the palace walls itself and people are being driven from their homes? Have you noticed that swarms of insects and disease are growing unchecked? Have any of you told the Emperor about it, or do you just pick through your financial and legal needs like vultures over dying lambs? Did you know?
She asked Shannon, keeping her eyes on the lords at the table.
No,
he said with a hint of annoyance in his tone.
I have received no word on it.
I am told all the wizards are too busy to help me drain it, that no one in this city has the needed skill to unlock the portals or to clear the sewers,
she said to Shannon.
I think I need a wizard or worker, paid by each lord at this table to help deal with this issue. No one with concern for the city would ignore this, and I must question their motives for having done so.
I will come help,
Dave said, rising.
and I agree.
He looked at the men at the table.
Maybe your house wizards need to be used in better ways than keeping your homes warm in the storms.
Shannon made a sharp motion. 2 elites left at once to make certain those wizards were brought to the Empress's command.
When the issue is resolved, then, and only then, will you get them back,
Shannon said a bit sternly.
There are several tunnels that have collapsed, and masons will be needed for that repair work,
she said.
The Stone Masons Guild should send me those capable of repairing them while they are still wet. And those of you who knew of this issue should be expected to happily share the cost.
I think we are done here,
Shannon said. He motioned with his hand, and the lords all began to leave quickly, uncertain how to take the Empress's mood and unlikely action. They clearly were not about to object, so at some level they did know how lucky they were to be in Shannon's presence and be alive. Shannon rose from his seat.
How bad is it?
Bad,
she said.
How could you not know? Don't you have people trying to fix the lines? How could they not have told you? You allow too many of Jerome's people to stay in positions of power.
Find me people to replace them, and I will happily do so,
he said in his true voice. His energy released by his spoken voice was a soothing breeze on hot skin. She almost shivered for it. She turned, refusing to look at him, and this time she left with a strong stride that took her away from him as fast as possible without actually running. It wasn't real. It was a trick of the magic of a vampire, demon, and she knew it. She could not stand to be affected by him. She would not be a slave to such magics. Dave caught up to her. He didn't say anything, but matched her stride and went with her back to the yard where her horse still waited for her. Victa handed her horse to the King of Kraus with a bow and stepped aside. Tavia and Dave left at once.
Once that water starts to drain,
Dave said softly,
it is going to have a lot of force behind it. Some of the buildings might come down. I'd suggest we make sure they all do. But Tavia, people are still living in the upper floors. I can't just do it and hope they live.
Can we get word to them that in the morning we are going to open the drains and to be out of the buildings, as they might become unstable?
She asked him softly, so the people who watched them couldn't hear what they said.
Where will they go?
Dave asked, concerned.
We are talking thousands of homeless families. Everything they own is in those buildings.
I don't know,
she whispered.
But we can find a place, can't we? Can they go to another city? Find work elsewhere?
Not really. These are upper craftsmen to live this high in the city. They are scribes, teachers, carpenters, cooks, not field labor. You need them.
I don't know the city, Dave. I don't think about cities. All I know is that this water will kill more than bringing down the buildings right now. It's breeding illness.
Set criers,
Dave said to the elite who stood as his guard on the side.
Tomorrow the Empress and I drain the water. Everyone is to be out of the flooded zones by noon. The buildings will likely be very unstable and the water may well pull them over. It will be drained.
The criers will be out in 15 minutes,
the elite said after a pause.
Run them until just before noon,
Dave said. The elite bowed his head.
You take to command well,
she said to Dave with a smile.
I was born to be a captain of pirates, Tavia. Elites are much better behaved and much easier to get word to. They can all communicate with each other. The greatest benefit of them is they can relay orders to be given to the men who need to hear those orders. The elites won't be the criers, but the words will be worked out and handed out, and those who are criers will be on the water soon. But you and I need to figure out what to do with these people.
They headed back to the palace and to Dave's office, a door down from Shannon's own office. When they got there, maps of the city were spread out, maps from pre-Jerome rule, as well as the most current that could be found. Some were basic, and some quite detailed. They pored over them, trying to find a place to put people. But every idea they had, the elite told them, after a moment of seeking those who would know, each option had a reason it would not work.
Tavia, we need to ask Shannon,
Dave said finally.
Oh no, Dave, you can. Don't make me deal with him. Once today was enough for me.
She tried to hide that the idea of seeing him was making her shaky.
Tavia,
Dave whispered to her, pleading.
How long are you going to avoid him?
Please, Dave. I can't even look at him.
Okay,
he said.
Why don't you just hide over there?
He motioned to the small private side room separated from his main office with a graceful dark blue curtain.
I will need to talk to you after he is done, and then we can plan for tomorrow before we go to bed.
She nodded and slipped aside. Knowing her shields were so good, he would not detect her there.
Ask Shannon to come see me. I need his help,
he said to the elite just outside the door. Dave didn't like being in between Shannon and Tavia, but he understood her reluctance to see him. Dave had seen the condition his uncle had been in when they had reached the yard, not to mention the shape Tavia had been in. He had seen the effects of demons, of vampires, and of rape. He had no illusions of what had happened in that chamber. Dave whispered a prayer to the angels, all of them, not just the 12 of Pert, to help both of them. He loved them both, and in his heart, they were his family. The pain both suffered was difficult to see. Shannon slipped into the office silently as Dave poured 2 glasses of wine.
David,
Shannon said.
Uncle,
Dave said, offering the glass.
I have been over these maps for hours now, and we cannot find anywhere to put the people who are going to be made homeless when I drain that water. Any ideas? We can't just leave them homeless.
Shannon took a sip of the wine before he set aside the older maps and looked at the most current ones only. He knew the old city well enough he needed no maps of it. He was concerned only with the damage and alterations that had been done in the last few thousand years. Slowly, he scanned over them.
We can set them up in the park here,
he said,
near the statue of Armand. This section here.
He touched the map near the orchard lanes.
There are several neighborhoods that were converted into estates. They are being stripped of the lords who held them, and the wealth removed even now. It won't take me much to convert them back into residential areas. We can move the people in a few families at a time, starting with the more skilled craftsmen. They will have the choice to lease or to own with tax. We can make that their choice. They will all be moved in by winter, but I cannot promise better than that.
Dave nodded.
I am going to need a lot of clerks to record their names and such so we can get them moved. And how do we test for skill?
Dave asked, trying to fathom the details of such a mass move. He felt overwhelmed with just this one task before him.
The census taken a decade ago should get us pretty close, and anyone else can apply for proof of skill, I guess. We had to do the same sort of thing in parts of Alman when we took that back. It's a lot of logistics, but once it's done, most are happy with it.
I should have asked you hours ago,
he said.
Maybe you should have,
Shannon agreed. He picked up his glass of wine, his eyes still on the maps, and took a slow sip.
How is Tavia?
He asked after a pause.
Concerned about disease and the welfare of the people,
he said.
That is not what I meant, and you know it, David.
Dave took a deep breath and let it out heavily.
What do you want me to say? I'm pretty certain that baby she carried was not conceived of sweetness and romance. I am not as innocent and young as some seem to think. I have seen you leave hardened men haunted by you, and what you did to them was nothing compared to what she endured, I'm sure. How is she supposed to get over that?
I don't expect her to get over it. I expect she'll avoid me the rest of her life, but I'd like to know if she is all right when I am not around, because she certainly isn't when I am near.
She's Tavia. She is the strongest woman I have ever met. The fact she can deal with you at all is impressive to me. It took me months to dare to look you in the eye after you got annoyed at me just a little. I can't even imagine the effect the touch of your magics has on a person. Hell, Jamie told me he still feels it when you let your shield slip at all. Dare I ask what happened there?
He wanted to prove a point, that he could hurt me, and he did a good job at it.
Shannon almost sounded amused.
I think we hurt each other about the same. I needed to know he could stand up to me, though, or I'd never have let him close to me. It was nothing serious.
Well, you know I love Tavia like a mother, and will do everything I can to help her.
Thank you, David.
Shannon drained his wine before he left the room. Tavia waited until she was certain he was well away before she came out from hiding and rejoined Dave.
So, we have the people taken care of,
Dave said.
We need to figure out exactly how we plan to do this. Help me go over this map, and let's figure out what buildings need to be taken down, so I don't have to figure it out as we go tomorrow.
She nodded and bent back over the maps with him. She would be okay. This would be okay. She had Dave as a friend and support, and she could stay busy and keep her mind on other things. She let out a breath of relief. She was going to be okay. It was just a matter of time and finding a new footing. End of Chapter 16. Continue with Chapter 17, Amdor. Regent's Way, Chapter 17, Amdor. Oirion didn't know what to expect. As he reached the city he now knew his mother had been heir to. He had never been into the heart of Amdor, and certainly never to the capital, Vagenheim, the third largest city in Pert, third only to Kilabin and Ulambach. The city was massive. It was once the city of schools of all sorts, home of the greatest scholars and of some of the wealthiest diamond mines. The long rule under Jerome and his chosen human kings had stripped it of wealth, but the bones of the city remained a powerful and ancient center. The current king had fought his way to the throne a dozen years before and had begun to slowly pull it out of massive depression and poverty. He had stabilized the government more than it had been in centuries. Oirion was prepared to give this king a chance. He was here to enforce Jaime's reforms to the church, and he knew it. Fixing trains was a cover, but Oirion understood politics and Shannon well enough to know the real reason he was here. Jaime needed to have his back watched, and Shannon trusted Oirion would see to that like no one else. Oirion had grown steadily more unhappy the closer they got, and while Jaime was able to reach out and work the bond magics with Gallus, who was an eager study, Oirion dared not reach to his new partner. His feeling of isolation grew to the point he felt he wanted to cry. Oirion expected the arrival to be into a crowded train station, with people shoving and pushing to try to find their way to wherever they were headed. But that was not what greeted them. As he stepped off the train, the crowd let out a cheer. He was almost knocked back by the power of it. The entire station was packed except for a walkway to exit the train and the station. There were people of all races and wealth status gathered and crushing in to see them. They waved red ribbons for the imperial house, dark blue for the house of Amdor, and white for the Holy Father. Some had all three colors, others just one or another. Jaime followed Oirion, as stunned as Oirion was. The crowd reached out to try to touch Oirion or Jaime with their fingertips, and when they did, tears and even fainting followed. Oirion had never seen such a sight in all his life, not even for Shannon. Guards from the king stepped up to walk with them as they left the train station. Horses in full regalia waited just outside with mounted guards to escort them up.
"Can you ride, or should I call the carriage?"
A man asked them.
"We can ride."
Jaime nodded and easily mounted up with the grace of a long-time warrior. There was no doubt of it, and even in the long robe he made it look easy. Jaime was far more than a gentle father. Few had any idea of the greater part of Jaime. He could tear apart a body as easily as he could mend it. Jaime was a hunter, and a damn good one. Maybe it would do the church good to remember it. Oirion mounted as well, wondering if he came across as elegantly as Jaime. Likely he did, after all. He was a good deal taller and stronger than he had been before. It was a very good chance that his pert and grace came through quite noticeably, even without any real effort. They went with the guards through the street past cheering crowds. The route was clearly planned and prepared for. In areas where taller buildings lined the street, people leaned out windows to throw leaves and flowers in an Amdoran blessing. While in areas of lower structure and parks, they waved ribbons and clapped in unison. Oirion used the long passage to view the city and compare its treatment to that of the large cities he had seen. Behind the crowds, there were efforts being made to heal the damage of centuries of neglect and abuse. Many buildings had been torn down recently, or were in the process. More of the ancient walls were seen than in any city Oirion had been to outside of Valreen. Clearly this king had started the same sort of clearing here as Shannon had started in Ulambach. But it was still going to take years to just unclog the major streets. As they neared the palace, all work had stopped for the day, but the scaffold still stood in place about the walls, where the king seemed to have been emboldened to tear away facades with enthusiasm. The king was exposing the pert and bones of the city, and while it was far from the glory of the past, it was in better shape than Ulumbak or any other major city Oirion realized. Oirion couldn't help but respect the king for that. Then again, he told himself, if it was an act to win favor with the Pertan emperor, it might just be a shuffling of cards and not motivated by the right reasons. He did not wave to the crowds as Jaime did. He did not smile at them or try to win their favor. They cheered him as their son returned to them, but he was not their prince, and he would never be king here. There was no reason to make them think so. His link was to a mother who died moments after his birth. She likely had never even held him. His attachment was simply not here. His heart belonged to the southern border areas of Norwood and Valreen, where he had lived since childhood. He nodded to the city guards who worked to keep the crowd safe and under control. He spotted a few wizards who were doing the same and met their eyes, letting them know he saw them as more than just men on wall tops or street corners. The parade reached the palace hours after the train had arrived in the city. Most of the palace was hidden behind scaffolding and some sort of dark, glossy-leafed vine. The basic form, though, was clearly Pertan and reminded Oirion of the home he had grown up in. They walked through halls that had a blend of racial styles, even with some elven influence. But the white walls were exposed, and the windows were open to let air move through the hallways. It was beautiful weather outside, and the architect brought it inside. This was not new work, and Oirion prayed silently that the king would be worthy to be left to rule. They were brought to the king without comment from the guards, who clearly took their job very seriously. The court of the king had gathered in the throne room in their very finest. A few had chosen Pertan-style robes, but most favored the ruffles, brightly colored pants, and ribbons of the empire under Jerome. Oirion and Jaime walked side by side as they had for most of their lives, and for a moment, Oirion almost felt normal. The king was an old human with shrewd eyes but an easy smile. He rose from his throne and came down the 12 steps to meet Oirion first. He caught Orion's hand and kissed it, touched it to his brow, then knelt a knee to Jaime before doing the same.
"Welcome to Amdor,"
he said.
"Please come join me."
He motioned to the throne and the chairs that were set up beside it. He offered his throne to Jaime.
"Holy Father, please,"
he said. Jaime took the seat, and Oirion had to admire the shrewd motion that put him and the king on equal footing with the man in white between them. The king was making it clear he saw Jaime as the true pontiff, and that his rule was divine and outranked even the emperor or his regent.
Clever,
he muttered as he took a seat on Jaime's right. The side chairs were pulled forward at a slight angle, that the three of them might talk easier. Music started up in a balcony of the throne room.
"My court wishes to meet you both,"
the old king said. He motioned for the lords of Amdor to begin to come forward one by one. Each was announced before he knelt and offered allegiance to the new emperor via Oirion. Each then turned to Jaime to say something clever or pious about angels and prayers. It was terribly boring, but Oirion made certain to keep up the appearance and try to place names, even if he had no real hope to recall them later. He knew the vows were hollow at this point. Until the throne belonged to Shannon, or they took the emperor's hands, and Shannon used magics to enforce the vows, it was nothing but words. It was well past sundown when they were taken from the throne room to a private chamber to sit and eat with the king alone. He motioned to the square table. Jaime and Oirion sat across from each other.
"I hope you don't mind the fanfare,"
King Oslan said as he sat.
"The people wanted to be certain you understood they are happy for the news of Ulumbak."
"And no doubt to assure us that your people are loyal to you,"
Oirion said with no smile.
"An impressive show?"
The king smiled only faintly.
"There are some rumors that I would like very much to deal with. My people are a bit nervous about an uprooting of the first stable rule in a long time. The first rumor I would wish to ask of, if I may ask of your holiness, are you or are you not Father Jaime, Oirion Hennon's former partner?"
"Yes, I am,"
Jaime replied. "But Hennon is dead. How did you live?"
"Armand's will. I assure you such a thing is not pleasant. It is a grief that makes death a mercy."
They also say you are the son of a drunkard from Kil'abin.
All men from Kil'abin are drunkards,
Jaime said.
I have been a Hennon for a very long time, longer than you have been alive, your grace. So as far as that goes, my family is the House of Hennon.
Ah,
King Aslan said with a slight nod.
You claim the name even though you are now with the Bishop of Brosten?
His manner said a great deal about how this came across, and Oirion almost responded, but Jaime beat him to it. Jaime leaned forward on the table just a little, shifting his weight and his attitude from a gentle father to the warrior he was.
Do not mistake the bond of magics for anything romantic. I take his name in honor of all he has done for Pert. He was a healer through me, and I was a wizard through him. Imagine your magic stripped from you in a moment of staggering pain, and that is only a small part of the loss of Oirion to me. Armand has a task for me, and I assure you right now it is not one of mercy. Gallus is the loving father. I am a hunter, and I will hunt out the stained and the corrupt, and purge them from the lands of Pert and from his church. I resent your implications that bonds are fickle or based on romantic love. And, if you want to try and tarnish my name by using my father, I remind you that Armand himself made me pontiff, and he is also a warrior first, father second. Do not make an enemy of me.
Aslan nodded his head to him.
Forgive me, but I must know the nature and heart of the men who come into my kingdom with rumors of deposing me.
He accepted Jaime's response easily, as if Jaime had passed a test. He looked to the Regent.
Rumors are you sank half of Fairwah in an argument with a couple of elves.
Oirion took a sip of the wine they had been given. It was good enough wine, and likely the very best Amdor had to offer, but nothing to brag about. Oirion had to admit he had gotten spoiled in a few areas, and wine was one of them. Shannon always had the very best the world could offer, and this was far from it.
A necessary action.
The rumor is also that the Empress has a son who is a Red Perton. Is that chance? It wouldn't be the first time such a thing happened.
Oirion met Jaime's eyes with the same annoyance Jaime had just expressed. Jaime lifted an eyebrow, curious how his former partner was going to handle the king. Orion's temper was not going to stay under control for long, but he was also born a prince and grew up in a house of politics.
Being a red is not genetic,
Oirion said.
It reflects the sort of power level in the wizard cause. The fact Shannon has a son with red hair does not surprise me at all. I am surprised that he himself does not. I am not here to depose you either. I am here to recharge the train systems and seek the lines of angels. Should you give reason or the angels take you, then and only then will I put a king capable of activating the powers of old on the throne. Your rule of Amdor has been remarkably peaceful and prosperous, and if you had the right bloodline, I might well crown you. However, as far as I can tell, you do not hold the lines.
And you claim to?
The king asked.
My mother was the line of Assi, yes. My father was of Valreen, so yes, I do. Do I want a throne? No, I have enough other duties to see to.
Aslan leaned forward almost in a copy of Jaime's former stance.
So you say, I find that hard to believe.
If you want to prove me wrong, then by all means,
Oirion said.
Challenge me.
Aslan smiled suddenly and nodded. He leaned back.
You are indeed your mother's son. I can see her in your eyes.
You are too young to know his mother,
Jaime said.
So say the papers,
Aslan said with a serious nod.
I have worn several names in my life. It's not hard when you can create master illusions and take on a face of any young man and assume his role. I knew your mother, Jenna,
he told Oirion.
She and I were from families that knew each other well. I do not, however, have the right lines to assume the throne, but I am not going to just hand it up, either. Still, I have no children, so if you find one who can be so raised, I will adopt him and claim him as mine, and the kingdom can transition easily.
So you're Perton?
Jaime grabbed his arm and tested. He lifted an eyebrow.
Impressive illusion. It's almost as good as the Earls.
He glanced to Oirion.
I should hope so. Von Valreen was the one who taught me the basics and handed me the books that allowed it. He is also the one behind my getting this throne, even if he doesn't realize it fully. Now, for the sake of Pert and for Amdor, can we pretend we never had this particular conversation and simply be on the same side.
Fair enough,
Oirion said.
Next rumor, or perhaps not rumor but a comment, might I also add that I met young Oirion Hennon as a child.
He looked to Oirion.
A red-headed boy with an ill-fit illusion.
He looked from one to the other.
I ask again, are you truly bonded to Gallus, and you to the Emperor?
Armand himself saw to it,
Jaime said seriously.
I am truly the right hand of the pontificate, and the regent is indeed bonded to Shannon.
Aslan nodded with a thoughtful look to his eyes. He was very serious in his own thoughts a moment.
I have readied the Dean's palace for you,
he said to Jaime.
There is a cathedral attached for any mass you wish to be part of. It connects to the largest open and still functioning school, and it is very close to the Healer's College. You can tie them all into one, however you like. I hope you offer classes and lecture to teach the people truer magics. In the matter of the church and magic, I will honor whatever and however you wish to reform them. Just let me know of changes so I might adjust my men and stance for examples to the people.
I will look into all of it at depth, I assure you, and will keep you informed,
Jaime assured him. The king looked to Oirion.
I would invite you to sit on the council meetings and make your presence known to the lords of Amdor. As Von Assi, I am returning all the family palaces and estates to you except this one. This is the king's palace, and so I retain it. Not all of the properties are in good shape, but they are yours and the paperwork is already drawn up. You need just look them over and sign them. They will be in your guest chambers. I would do such for Jenna, if for no other reason. The House of Dwen is a small but nice fortress palace close to the train station, if that is truly your task at hand. You are welcome to stay here if you like, but while Dwen puts you in walking distance to a major train station, it does not put you close to court.
That will work,
Oirion said, well aware he would hate staying in the palace and dealing with the court or the king. His absence would also make it clear he was not here for the throne.
You, of course, will have a seat at any court gathering, council, or event of any sort, not only as a Von Assi, but as regent.
Don't expect me often.
Good then. It's settled, and good luck finding the bloodlines.
Do you have records of any demonic blood rings from the last year?
Oirion asked, his mind already going to work.
Yes, why?
Aslan asked carefully.
I'd like to see the records and talk to all the family members of anyone taken.
The king nodded.
I will have the files brought to you. How did you know about them?
They were happening in all major cities,
Jaime said.
Brosten was hit the worst, I think.
There are many old houses of Pert under mask these days. Most are hidden into estates that are ruled by a lord with an eye patch over his left eye. Not all men with eye patches are hidden Perton lords, but more than not. Keep your eyes open and expect them to talk to you. I once wore an eye patch. Then fate offered me a way to do more.
Oirion nodded.
I will keep that in mind.
Tomorrow,
Aslan said in a suddenly cheerful manner,
will be your formal banquet.
He paused as several servants entered the room.
Dancing, music, performers, it will be grand.
I would like a tour of the university first,
Jaime said.
Lord Regent, would you care to join me?
I would. It has been too long since I was last in Amdor.
I will have a carriage ready with escort at dawn.
That will work,
Jaime said. End of chapter 17. Continue with chapter 18, Promotions. Regent's Way, chapter 18, Promotions. Eldwar simply did not have the time to visit everyone every day, so he listened to the news of them over the morning meal and moved to the next person on the list to draw them back. No one else had yet seemed able to master it. A few were close, but no one had succeeded. Eldwar guessed they didn't have the necessary power. It was no small task and took everything he had every day with barely enough time to recover for the next. He had gotten to the point that he was able to wake 3 or 4 in a day, as the other healers became able to begin the process and make the depth of the coma much lighter. He also knew very well that the more people he pulled out of the magic that held them, the less strength there was binding the rest. After a certain number had been pulled free, he was waking 10 or even more some days, and the last few simply woke, groggy and worn out, but woke on their own as if he had simply taken away all the pressure holding them under. He wasn't even aware of time or how many he had touched when he came to work, and found all the beds and rooms were empty. He had simply had a place and task to do, and had been there and done it. He didn't mind the exhaustion. Being able to wake the people was a task that he could do. Seeing results and feeling like he had done something good was a nice change. When some woke easily, he spent the evenings teaching older healers basics that they had been denied under Jerome's rule. He was stunned at how much he had been taught by his grandmother as a child that even the highest-ranking healers in Ulumbak did not know. Some of the lacking points were shocking to him, but once the healers learned it, they seemed to have a light go off and began to see things on a whole new level. It was almost more rewarding than the waking up of the comatose. He found the healers walking with the newly awakened, helping them relearn the skill. Too long in the grip of the magic they had all been caught in seemed to have hurt many of them on a very deep level, far beyond merely being bedridden. He stood back and watched them in the halls, listening to their voices in the air, and suddenly felt very afraid that he would not be needed any longer. With no pressing task, he began to feel his old self again. His hand itched to hold a drink, and he swallowed hard to choke the feeling down.
Dean!
A man in a palace guard uniform walked up to him and bowed his head.
You have been summoned. If you would follow me.
Eldwar numbly followed the man, suddenly worried that Shannon had found out what he had been up to, and was going to be furious that he had dared to wear such a high-ranking robe of power. His mouth went dry as he followed the man, and he was for a moment tempted to run. They crossed the frozen yard, with more snow drifting down. It was cold, too cold for this part of the world. The ocean currents must have shifted to allow Ulumbak to freeze. Warm currents from the south should be flowing against the peninsula here, and winter held off for that alone. They went up several stories to a private meeting chamber, if a room that was 100 feet across could be considered private. The decor of the rule of Jerome had been stripped. Everything was simple and clean, graceful in gentle curved lines. The wall to the west was all glass with long drapes of sky-blue silk falling in elegance from the ceiling to fold against the floor. In the center of the room was a table of a light wood with chairs around it. There was wine, tea, plates of fruits and breads with various types of cheese for those who wanted it. At the table was Valor, as well as Elishara. She rose and met him as he entered. She caught his hand and let him touch it to his brow as he bowed to her.
You look well,
he said.
I feel well,
she said. By how well she had healed by the recovery from having had a baby, Eldwar had to stop and consider time. How long had he been playing Dean? Carden arrived and took a seat at the table as well, with a very nervous look to Eldwar, as if to make certain they were not in trouble for something. Others arrived to take seats about the table. Just as they sat down, Shannon entered and everyone rose to their feet, talk dropping off at once. He went to the chair at the head of the table, only 3 seats from Eldwar. Shannon looked amazing. His hair was down, his robe was a stunning blue, and was embroidered with threads so white they seemed almost to be silver. He wore the red sash of his rank and gloves that matched his robe. He tapped the table with the slightest motion, and all others sat.
Healer Carden,
he said, looking to the very nervous old man. Carden jumped to his feet. Shannon looked him over.
I have been informed the last of the sleepers have awoken. Is that true?
Yes. Yes, Your Eminence.
Carden stuttered, trying to whisper and failing.
Last night.
And I have also been told that we owe that to Eldwar. Is that true?
Yes.
The old healer nodded and swallowed hard, starting to sweat.
You were not able to figure it out on your own?
Even when it was explained and I could see the patterns, I could not seem to wake them. I tried,
he said, as if he was being accused of treason and was about to beg for mercy.
Eldwar has been a good dean.
Yes, he has. He has taught us many things. Our former educations simply missed, and many of us have gained much in ability. We are far stronger than we were before.
Shannon leaned forward just slightly.
Why did Jerome allow you to learn at all outside the church? He was fanatic about control of the education of power.
Carden swallowed hard.
I don't know. We were chosen from the ranks of those seeking the church in order to learn, but I was just glad.
He bowed his head, unable to say anything more.
Eldwar.
Shannon looked to him. Eldwar tensed and held his pose, refusing to be intimidated even by Shannon. He prayed he wasn't sweating like Carden, but he suspected he was.
How would you rate Carden's ability?
Unfairly uneducated,
Eldwar said in a flawless whisper.
In another age, he would be a master-level healer, but his education has serious gaps that are not his fault. He is a competent healer despite that, and a quick study who handles his staff well,
he said honestly. Shannon nodded a little and leaned back into the chair, his eyes still on Eldwar. Carden quickly made himself sit, eager to not be the center of the conversation.
The King of Gorlerond has a civil war on his hands. He has offered to surrender the throne in trade for retaining certain property and the title of prince. What do you think?
Eldwar almost laughed.
Gorlerond is always teetering in civil war, north against the south. Kill Aben is its own nightmare, and the king is a lazy coward who has no idea how to deal with even the easiest politics. He sees the coming threat of famine already and is trying to escape before the people turn on him and drag his fat ass from the palaces. He has overtaxed the people for his entire rule, has paid and bought loyalty from unworthy lords across Gorlerond, while he indulges in opium and other vices. Take his offer, get him off the throne, but expect a civil war no matter who rules. When the money stops flowing from the people to the politicians, whoever you put in power will be seriously hated by the wealthy elite and likely will be assassinated. My advice for whoever is foolish enough to even try it would be to move the capital from Rathdrum to Killaben and use the support of the guilds and the ShaHaNon influence over them to back him in whatever actions he takes.
Drop taxes?
Shannon asked.
For a decade at least, any lord found to be collecting will be found in treason and stripped of all his property and ranks. That will gain more for the coffers than the tax itself. The lords double crown tax to keep as much for their own selves, and the result, you have seen the size of the slum and poverty of Killaben.
Shannon considered Eldwar's words, and that seemed out of place to Eldwar. To have Shannon ask his advice was very unnerving. Granted, he had lived there all his life and knew the politics well enough, but he was still who he was. The fact that Shannon had him at this table made Eldwar very nervous.
And the governors of Killaben? How would you deal with them?
Honestly.
Yes, honestly, Eldwar.
Shannon almost scowled at him.
I'd arrest them. To make the severity of the actions against the crown clear, I would put them to death.
On what charge?
Killaben's a city of vice and corruption,
Eldwar said.
There are things they do behind closed doors that you would find most offensive. Using your laws against rape, certain magics, and cases of cheating in finances to the extreme poverty of those under them, loans and such. I would use your own laws to remove them, and let their wrath and fear fall on you, not your chosen king.
You could prove such abuse?
I wouldn't need to,
he said.
They are well known. And I'm a good enough healer, I could prove it if it mattered, or I could just say I had and be done with it. I could, though, as Dean, prove for any king of Gorlerond crimes severe enough to have the governors taken out of the equation.
Valor chuckled softly to himself. Shannon looked to the king for his comment. Eldwar tried to remember what he had heard about the king's fate since waking. He thought there was something going on with the throne of Krent, but Eldwar didn't recall if Valor had gotten it back or not.
You know my position about it, and Eldwar proves my case,
Valor said.
Indeed,
Shannon said with a hint of displeasure. His eyes went back to Eldwar.
What would you do to address that overwhelming poverty?
Encourage people to leave,
he said.
It's beyond repair at this point. There are just too many. Killaben is a sinkhole, It cannot support itself. Even if you put a true king on the throne, it's a pit.
So why make it the capital?
Shannon asked, almost annoyed.
Politics. Rathdrum is far wealthier, yes, but full of ambitious lords ready to stab you in the back as schemes evolve. Kil'abin is more base. It's more about food and clothes than greed. It can be dealt with on a more basic level.
Tyrell,
Allora said gently, assuring him of something. He didn't glance at his mother, but rubbed his fingertips together in an unconscious show of annoyance and of thinking at the same time.
Carden, you will assume the role of Dean of Healing in Ulambak,
he said, not even looking over.
Eldwar, you will accompany me to Kil'abin.
He rose and glanced at his mother before he left. The room relaxed, and the lords began to leave. Valor rose and patted Allora on the shoulder with a smile.
I don't know what you said to him, but you do have a way with him. Well done.
He bowed and left her with Eldwar. Eldwar sighed heavily.
you do not look forward to going back to your home?
Allora asked.
No,
he replied as he rose.
It was rather nice being able to be a healer with a task worthy of my time and ability. Healing lords of syphilis does not strike me as anything I wish to do.
Oh.
She rose.
I do not think that is what he has planned for you. Travel safely, Your Grace. I will come visit you when the babies are a little older.
Eldwar dreaded having to travel with Shannon. He hated having to take off the robe, but he handed it to Carden with a smile.
I am nothing but an apprentice next to you,
Carden said with a sad attempt to be happy about the official promotion.
I do not know what the Emperor plans for me, but if I can, I will come back and try to fill in the gaps.
How is your teaching so complete? I thought you grew up a commoner in Goloron.
Carden dared to ask for the first time.
My grandmother was where I inherited the power. She was very gifted, and her teaching fairly advanced. She taught me from the time I was a small boy until I was nearly 50, when I moved to Kil'abin. I didn't even realize how lacking teaching was anymore. It is a thing the Emperor will need to seriously address.
Eldwar tried to turn it into a joke of some sort, but it fell flat, and he gave up.
Good luck with wherever he sends you.
Carden embraced him with a sudden show of emotion. Eldwar allowed it. He returned the embrace kindly, knowing the nature of most male healers, and also aware of how shy they had all been forced to become with the law and social stigma under Jerome.
I will miss you,
Carden whispered, with a voice tight from the threat of tears.
I know I am just an old human, but...
He shrugged as he stepped away and tried to smile, to make it light and almost as if to take back his words.
It's all right, Carden. I'm not so young myself. Who knows? Maybe I'll be back in a month. Take care of the college,
he said, and walked away before he gave the man the wrong idea. He had to pack, and the plain clothes from the little house that Grimm had left him was all he would have, no robes or chains of office. It had been nice while it lasted, but he never really thought it would last forever. End of Chapter 18. Continue with Chapter 19, Blood Price. Regent's Way. Chapter 19, Blood Price.
There,
Dave said. He pointed to where he felt the magic brushing up against the wall of the ancient city. He looked to Shannon. The Emperor stood in a maroon robe, the color he had become accustomed to. Delicate threads of black silk were stitched into a million spells the man wore. Few would realize it, as the weaver had made it look more like art than magic. Shannon watched the distant magic from the wall top, his arms folded over his chest. There was a tension, a strain to Shannon that Dave was certain few could see. It was important that he knew the feel of the entity that lurked about the walls, but Dave had the feeling Shannon wanted him up there for some other reason. He waited for his uncle to bring up whatever was on his mind. It was the same thing that Shannon had often done for him. Just be patient and trust the other to say what they needed to. Dave let the wind gust about them. Shannon, as always, seemed untouched by it. Dave's own hair tangled and blew about his face, but he didn't mind. He missed the wind off the ocean, but this was close. They stood there long enough Dave forgot about his concerns to just enjoy the wind and view.
You and I need to talk about the barrier,
Shannon said. Dave looked over, hair blowing in his face.
The barrier?
When the barrier went up, the priestess of Raz was involved. For the power of the priestess to be added, Raz put a price on it.
What price?
Dave asked.
To unlock the final ring, we'll demand the blood of a von Armand.
Shannon looked over.
It also says a von Armand must be the one to take it.
A von Armand has to die?
Dave asked to be certain he understood what was being said.
At this point in time, there are only two of you.
The captain and myself?
Dave asked.
So to bring down the barrier, you have to kill one of us?
Dave asked, shocked and horrified at the idea.
Raz didn't much care for our family.
So are you asking me if I am volunteering, or are you just warning me?
Dave asked.
I don't know, Dave,
Shannon said, looking back to the city.
The details of how to bring it down have been lost, and all we have are a few vague clues. Those things I can worry about later, but the blood of a von Armand is the one I cannot escape. I need you to understand that it's a price put down that must get paid in the next few years.
Dave couldn't look at his uncle. He stared out at the sky and thought about the reality that had to be eating at Shannon. He would be forced to murder one of his family members.
Keaton doesn't count?
I'm not sure yet. He is too young still.
So, it's just me and my father,
Dave muttered.
I'm not sure your father will work either. What the elves did to him really damaged his cause.
Just me, then? It has to be me?
I really need you to have a few children, David,
Shannon said softly.
I can get myself to do about anything, but I do not think I could just kill you like that.
He looked over.
Be a little more of a pirate, would you? And have a few children.
You could kill a child, but not me,
Dave asked, trying to understand. Shannon looked at him, his eyes searching Dave's. Dave was not sure how to take Shannon's request for children. Worse, he could see how damp Shannon's eyes were. Shannon was on the verge of tears.
Please, David.
How could I do that? How could I offer up a child just to save myself?
You're not,
Shannon said.
I am. It was supposed to be me. This was not supposed to ever reach you.
Can't Travis do anything to change it?
Travis is dead, David,
Shannon said.
Armand isn't. He could do something.
He sealed the deal with Raz. It was that important to put the damn thing up to begin with, and it's that important to take it down. If he could have changed it, he would have. Do you really think it wasn't his plan for that price to be filled by himself? Why do you think he was born?
To an elf and a human, not a von Armand.
He was Armand. His presence in the bloodstream is what made the line to begin with.
Dave ran his hands through his hair, feeling very ill.
I can't do it,
Dave said finally.
David!
Shannon started to object.
No, I mean it. I cannot do it.
Dave scowled.
I have tried to be with women, but about the time it matters, I lose it. I can't help but think of Kelly and feel like I'm betraying her somehow. It's really most unpleasant. I wasn't going to say anything because you warned me that getting too close to her might backfire. I am not certain if she used some sort of magic on me or if her goddess did, but I tell you, I can't do what you're asking.
Talk to Jamie. He can make sure you can,
Shannon said.
How close to her did you get?
Close enough to matter,
Dave said with a deepening scowl.
I just don't understand it. Kelly was homely to say the least, and nothing like you'd think would get to a man, but she is all I want.
She wasn't always like that, you know,
Shannon said.
What do you mean?
She was Razan, David, skin like ebony, a lean desert warrior with golden eyes. She was beautiful once. Raz made her the worst thing she could think of, and that was a cross between an Aziran and a human.
I can't even imagine such a thing. How do you know she was beautiful?
I took her to my sanctuary and saw her there. I needed her to understand who she was dealing with.
She knew who you were?
Not exactly. She thought I was an emissary of sorts. I doubt she understands who I am even now.
Where is she, do you know?
I have no idea. I made a deal with her, though. If Raz tries to get to her, she has to do so through me.
You and Kelly made a deal.
Yes, David. I needed to protect you. I thought we already had this conversation.
Dave curled his hair behind his ear to better see his uncle.
How easy is that for you?
Shannon held out his hand.
About this easy.
It doesn't hurt. It doesn't drain you.
No more than breathing does.
I've seen it, but you know I still can't think of you like that. To me, you are my uncle, the same man I used to have tell me stories as a child.
I know. That's why I can't do this without you.
Shannon gestured to the city, and in the motion, all of Pert.
I really need that from you. I cannot do this without you,
he repeated. Dave didn't know what to say.
And you don't get that support from Oirion?
No, I get a million things from Oirion, but he does not think of me as his uncle.
Dave laughed a little.
No, I suppose he doesn't.
Dave sighed heavily and folded his arms over his chest.
I will talk to Jamie and see if he can do something to help. I don't like it, but I trust you enough to do it anyway.
Thank you,
Shannon said.
And by no means am I happy about this. It just is what it is.
Dave nodded.
Can I ask something of you in turn?
You know you can.
Can you tell me the truth about Oirion? I know Shane is Oirion in truth, but he's more than that, isn't he? I saw him on the steps. I saw what he turned into, and I can't just forget.
The answer to your question is no.
No?
No, I cannot tell you. The truth of what is and is not matters less than what is believed. It's bad enough anyone knows he's Oirion. Try to forget what you saw, just let it be. Oirion has enough to worry about just being Oirion. He doesn't need his friends doubting and questioning beyond that.
Dave nodded.
The orcs were wrong, weren't they? You were the masked king.
He smiled faintly.
Fair enough, though. I just needed to confirm it so I could let it go.
Garadon is stalking our walls, David. Some conversations, some thoughts cannot be had.
He warned gently.
That's truly Garadon?
Dave asked, horrified, making it clear he felt the dark power brushing against the magics of the city.
Yes, it is, and I need you to get as many bards, minstrels and scholars to start talking about him. So if you and I talk, our voices will be lost in the babble of a million others.
Dave nodded.
Right. I'll make it a new favorite topic of debate and song.
Good.
Shall I commission anything else? Perhaps a love ballad about you and Tavia?
How about a few, about how Eldwar saved the lost army and single-handedly brought them all out of the comas?
Did he really do that?
Yes, he did.
How unlikely.
Very. Keep in mind that he is, in a way, your uncle also, and Jamie is truly your cousin, so that might be worth a song as well.
Dave shuddered.
I am not claiming Eldwar.
I think maybe you should.
Why? You like him less than I do.
My mother and Tyvalor, however, have nothing but praise for him. He might yet end up with some power, and we need people to respect him if he does.
What are you planning?
Dave asked.
He and I will be taking a trip to Allora soon, and I plan to test him a little and see if he can handle holding a little power.
You trust him?
No, but I'm desperate, and I can always make a deal to ensure he obeys my wishes if I absolutely have to.
I hope it never comes to that, but maybe you should.
I plan to, eventually, one way or another.
Eldwar went to the train station under the guard of several elites, who passed him off to another who led him to the proper car, opening the door for him. He climbed up and found the entire car was a single room set up almost like a parlor, with chairs scattered about for small gatherings, a table at the far end, wine cabinet, fine wood walls, and rugs on the floor. It was truly a train car, fit for the Emperor of Pert. Shannon was stunning as always. He stood with his fingertips tracing a line of energy that ran along the window frame. Eldwar knew at once why. Shannon could feel Oirion in the energy that would run the train. It was the closest touch he would have had to his partner since Oirion had left for Amdor. Shannon looked over and scowled.
What are you wearing?
Eldwar looked down.
It's this or be naked,
he said.
What would you rather?
You look like a convict.
I don't own anything, Shannon,
he said, taking up the old habit of hostile defensive reaction. He knew in the past he would have just dropped into a chair, but he couldn't make himself do it. He tried to force himself to move, but only made his left knee waver.
What do you mean? You don't own anything?
I do not own anything. What part of that is unclear? You gave my robes to Carden, remember?
Shannon looked back to the faintly glowing golden line that ran down the length of the train, from the door, along the walls, over the windows and out the back, onto the next car. Eldwar had to admit he could feel the energy, Orion's energy, almost as if part of the man's soul had breathed warmth into the cold material of the train. Even if Eldwar had not seen the transformation Oirion had undergone and felt the magics involved, he would have to admit Oirion was likely the most powerful wizard alive in this age. With what he had seen, he was aware that Armand was not the only angel who had been there that day, and even if no one else wanted to admit it, Eldwar knew exactly who Oirion truly was. The train shuddered and began to move. No lurching, no grinding, just motion. The speed of the train slowly grew and was something everyone on board easily adjusted to. Eldwar moved to the nearest chair and sank into it. Shannon seemed distracted by the breath of the energy of the train and unconcerned for what Eldwar did. Eldwar watched the speed pick up with the city rushing by silently and ever faster. When he tired of wondering just how fast they were going, he looked back to where Shannon still stood at the window, his back to Eldwar.
How long at this speed until we reach Kilabin?
Eldwar asked.
3 days. Not all the track can take the speed,
Shannon said, dropping out of a whisper to use his native voice, and with it came both a sense of his power as well as an odd intimacy he rarely showed, ever. He turned from the window and sank into a chair near Eldwar, his expression troubled and distant.
What is the most powerful guild?
Shannon asked.
Metalsmith,
Eldwar said without even having to think about it.
They control the trade of all metal and smith work in the city and most all of Galeron, within the laws of each city and not as the laws of the guilds in other kingdoms. They have close ties to the mercenary guild, and in trade for their support, they get extra nice weaponry at a massive discount. The two are considered bedfellows.
He looked out of the window at the countryside, as the city was already left behind.
Followed by?
Shannon asked.
Personal power, guild relations, or across the empire.
Just tell me everything you know about Galeron politics.
That will take 3 days.
So start talking,
Shannon said.
You realize that Oirion grew up trained in the guilds. He could tell you as much about the guilds as I can.
Eldwar, please,
Shannon said with weary exasperation, rubbing his eyes as he leaned on the arm of his chair. Eldwar sighed and began to explain the messy and dark games of power in the city, the kingdom, and the guilds they were headed to address. After a while, he just talked. He let one topic lead to another without real direction or thought. Part of his mind forgot altogether who he was talking to, and he just rambled on about the city he knew so well. At one point, an elite handed him a glass of wine, but he didn't drink it. He set it aside and forgot it. He only stopped when dinner was brought to them. Shannon was quick to ask questions. Eldwar didn't have time to let it sink in how much he knew about the city, or the fact he was talking to the Emperor of Pert, or that the Emperor was listening to him. Later, he wondered if he had thought about it. Would he have been able to go on as he did? Part of him always suspected Shannon used some sort of magic to make him talk with such unconcerned ease. He also always wondered if he had fallen silent, or not known as much as he did. Might it have changed his life? As it was, he talked until late, until Shannon waved an elite to guide him to a small bunk chamber in the next train car down. The train never stopped. It rushed on, but by the next morning it had slowed. Eldwar emerged early to find they were winding their way through the Galerant Mountains. They were already south of Rathdrum. He made his way to the Emperor's car and had just settled when hot coffee was brought to him by an elite who bowed and vanished out the back door again. Eldwar was sipping his drink when Shannon appeared. He wore a soft, elegant robe that might have served as an elven state robe. For Shannon, it was simply a sleeping robe. He was barefoot, his hair undone, not even brushed out, but remarkably well kept. He poured himself coffee and took a seat. Tucking his left foot under his right knee, he looked out at the mountains. His right hand reached out, and a finger traced the line of light under the window. Eldwar could almost see the pain of separation on the Emperor's face.
Why do you do it?
Eldwar asked him, simply unable to understand the man's actions. He understood the effects, but the reasons eluded Eldwar altogether.
That's a very vague question.
Shannon shifted to look at Eldwar.
Do what exactly?
Why send him away? It causes you pain.
You would not understand.
Eldwar almost laughed at that and took a sip of his coffee, knowing he was about to go to a topic he did not wish to ever go to. But he was not going to be so lightly dismissed, not even by Shannon.
Are you so much more comfortable with a bond causing you more pain than pleasure that you do it for your own selfish masochism?
What? No,
Shannon said firmly, disturbed by the thought.
Ah, so you find amusement punishing Oirion? Not only does he lose his former partner, his current one hates him. So much pain is better than his company.
That's disgusting, Eldwar,
Shannon said with a serious scowl.
And you talk too much about it. Some things are not common knowledge for a reason.
I am merely trying to understand. Since you find it too complex for me to understand, I must hypothesize.
He knew he had a condescending challenge to his tone, and he didn't care.
I need him where he is. I need the world to know that even if a city is not lit, I still claim it under my protection, and that I do not need an army to deal with threats of invasion. There is a threat in the area, and I need him there to deal with it, when it shows its face.
And having him gate over would be far too much work, or worse, take a train.
Eldwar shook his head. Shannon was being an idiot and squandering what was given him by the angels themselves. He looked to the window.
You can rationalize why you do it, but I think that you are terrified to trust him, to need him, to want him.
Bonds are not like that,
Shannon said firmly.
Take my words how you want. I wasn't meaning physically, Shannon. I meant emotionally and spiritually. But if that's where your mind goes, then it's a sign you have been apart for a dangerous amount of time, and we both damn well know it.
Of course that's what you meant. You think I have forgotten your greeting to Jamie, your words, or your actions.
Eldwar snorted and wanted to drop it.
Think what you want,
Eldwar said and drained his cup.
You know I'm right. And we both know that what a bond demands it will enforce. And if you force separation, it will force you together in ways beyond mere friendship. But maybe that is what you want. To get from him something Jamie didn't. To prove to yourself you're the more worthy partner.
You are a twisted and sick man,
Shannon said with a hint of anger in his tone.
I didn't expect you to understand. I know what you think about your son's relationship with his partners. So I understand you're just being an ass.
Eldwar looked over at him, a cold anger growing in himself as well. Shannon had no idea what Eldwar had endured, or who he was, or how powerful he was.
All your power, all your thousands of years of living, and you can't even read a healer from Killaban. That must hurt your pride. Blessed of Armand,
he mocked.
Stuck here dealing with a filthy little rat from a cesspool. Don't worry, Shannon, I hate you too. Your perfect face, your perfect nobility, your perfect strength, your incorruptible soul, your redemption. I'd tell you to go to hell, but then you have already been there.
He looked back out the window, his heart pounding at how wrong what he was saying was, and at the thought Shannon might grab him and force him to see and endure a backlash of Eldwar's own sins. Shannon could hurt him in ways no physical pain could, and they both knew it.
Are you purposely trying to piss me off?
Shannon asked sharply. No, Eldwar thought to himself. No, he wasn't trying to do it. But he had no other way to talk to Shannon, and no other tools to protect himself with. If Shannon could not forgive him, no one would ever be able to, and he would be cast into torment, and he knew it. He glared out the window. An elite came in to refill the coffee mugs they held and put a new pot for them, along with a bowl of breads, fruits, and some small honey-topped buns. Eldwar didn't feel like eating and was too upset to eat even if he had been hungry before.
Eldwar,
Shannon demanded once the elite stepped back.
I am not in any mood for you to mess with me. You want to pick a fight with me? You'd best stick to it, or I will think the worst, and at that point I will remind you who I am and why I dislike you so much.
Eldwar felt sweat bead along his spine in a fearful reaction to Shannon's threat. He had been touched by Shannon once, and that was enough. He would rather walk into flames than that. He clenched his teeth and fought to master himself and his emotions. Part of his mind told him that maybe, just maybe, he could earn a hint of respect from Shannon in the moment if he dealt with this well.
My drunken and insane dealing with my son was to perhaps drive him to kill me, or to force him to hate me and run away, to overcome his childhood if even out of nothing but spite.
He forced the words to come out.
When he failed to either heal me or kill me, rage exploded, and my pain, my desperation was aimed at the only one who might end it. You have no idea what my life has been or why.
He dared to look over.
So tell me, help me understand why.
Eldwar looked back to the window. How could he talk about it? Just thinking about it this close made his mind feel like it was starting to fracture, and reality started to splinter. Time and space were trying to turn into reflections in a million-faceted crystal. He swallowed hard and forced himself to focus. Eldwar had no idea how long he sat and fought to stay sane, fought to stay where he was, and to think around the fear, the confusion, and the whisperings of dark things that wanted to pull him back into their embrace.
What happened to you?
Shannon asked. This time he asked softly, almost as if he wasn't really even asking, but thinking out loud. Eldwar didn't look over this time.
I had a partner once,
he said, refusing to submit to the insanity that was so close. This time, if he cracked and was lost, Shannon would stop him, would kill him, would make certain he never went that far again.
Our souls were like chambers of the same heart. We spun magic that was dangerous, but we had such hope, such desire. Then Armand let her die. Magic shattered. Alcohol silences the screaming insanity that ever threatens my mind. You, of all men, should understand that.
He folded his arms over his chest, suddenly very cold and shivering.
Explain to me the way the mind worked, the why and hows, and what you were thinking when you raped Tavia. And you have answered your question as to how I could have done the sins I have. I ask no forgiveness, there is none. I broke sacred laws and thought I could handle it. I was an arrogant fool, and it cost me my soul, my beloved, my son. Forgive my rage and bitterness, but Armand had to have known what would happen to me, and he allowed it. I will grip a whiskey bottle, hold my pain and rage close if it protects my mind from falling back into that madness. At least it was not Armand who tore you apart, but a demon. Not so for me. You got a new partner, and I get to watch others bathe in the power and glory of a bond, be healed and renewed, while my reward is the disgust of a demon, the hatred of Malkazadon, the fear, pain, and shame in my son's eyes, and being forced to play nice with people who have no idea what pain is. You have no idea what I would do to have Oirion.
Eldwar could say no more. There was no more to say. He swallowed hard to try to choke down the knot in his throat. He refused to cry, refused to be broken. He would never talk of it again, and he would never say another word of it to Shannon. When Eldwar woke, the train had stopped. Getting up, he found there were clothes for him on the small table under the window of the bunk room. Outside the window, the North District train station bustled with people on their task of loading and unloading. He wondered a moment why he had not been awakened, but didn't worry about it too long as he pulled off his rumpled clothes and took hold of the new things. They were not healer's robes at all, but were very formal. The outfit was a Norwood style cut with pants of a woven flax and wool mix that was very soft and yet sturdy. He had been given a blouse of black silk and a tight vest of the same Norwood wool as the pants, all in black. The vest and pants had the small bone hooks that seemed to be a new fashion of Norwood, and not the ties or buttons of the rest of the empire. Over that went a very expensive robe of dark purple wool with borders of black fur, something he guessed was rabbit fur, but couldn't swear to. The purple had cords of dark gray, flat-braided silk that twisted and twined over the entire garment, in a mimic of the way the lines of power ran along the walls of the ancient places. The robe hooked up the front, and he noticed it had the same low, stiff collar that Shannon and his elites wore. The long robe fell just to the floor in 4 overlapping lengths, so that if he had to ride, he could. It fit him perfectly, and the weight almost seemed a shield, almost seemed to make him feel stronger, more centered, powerful in a way he had never felt. He could tell there was magic woven into the fabric, likely in the cords of gray. But it was so skillfully done, he couldn't actually locate the source. Never in his life had Eldwar touched anything so fine, so beautiful, or so expensive. He did not understand Shannon. Was such a thing so easy for him to give away? Although Shannon seemed to be utterly disgusted by him, here he was, dressed like a king and traveling in the Emperor's company. Somehow he was touched in a way he could not even explain. He trailed his fingers along the line of the gray cord, feeling it warm under his hand, almost as if it was alive. He looked over as the door opened. Shannon stepped in looking like an angel. The Emperor wore a robe so simple, of such fine fabric, that it seemed almost to gleam. It fell in utter elegance. Silvery blue, with delicate holy lines embroidered across his chest and along the trim to accent his build and height. The robe was impressive. About his waist was the long scarlet sash of his rank, with the details of the holy albatross across the ends. The long tassels mixed with gold, silver, and a single knot worth of the dark green of Norwood. Eldwar caught his breath and had to stop himself from sinking to a knee before his liege lord. He tested for a lure magic that might have played against his shields. He scowled.
"You may as well cast out lures dressed like that,"
he said, as Shannon offered him a pair of boots with socks tucked into the top. Eldwar took the boots, snatching them away, afraid to risk touching Shannon's hand. Just because Eldwar couldn't see the magic didn't mean it wasn't there.
"I do not use that magic except in the most severe cases,"
Shannon said as Eldwar sat on the bedside to pull the boots on.
"I will, however, take that as a compliment."
"You look like a living Saint Tyrell."
"If anyone would, I suppose that would be me,"
Shannon said with a hint of a smile. Eldwar grunted.
"You play with people's heads doing that."
"But Eldwar, I am Tyrell. You know that. Why should I not use that to help Pert? I should get some benefit of having been that man once."
Eldwar was amazed at how comfortable the boots were, but didn't want to seem to be. He stood up and faced Shannon, took in a deep breath and huffed it out.
"Believe it or not, I love Pert. Enough so to play the role of your devoted and humble servant. But you need to at least tell me what sort of role I am supposed to be playing. You dress me like this, and they will think you have had a falling out with Oirion and taken a new companion."
"Brush your hair."
Shannon held out a comb. Eldwar took it with a scowl and obeyed, brushing his hair back and smooth. Shannon shook his head and took over despite Eldwar's attempt to not give back the comb. He snatched the comb from Eldwar's hand with a motion so fast Eldwar couldn't even say he saw it. Eldwar was rather certain he had never been so uncomfortable in his life as having the Emperor of Pert comb his hair. Shannon drew back the top and pinned it in place. He stepped around and looked at Eldwar and nodded a little.
"Better,"
he said.
"The beard, well, we don't have time to deal with that."
"I like my beard."
Shannon lifted an eyebrow.
"I suppose it hides how pure-blooded you are, but it's a mess, Eldwar. You might try trimming it into shape at least. Even the Izirans groom their beards."
"Or not,"
Eldwar muttered.
"So, what role am I supposed to play for the crowds today?"
he asked, with a hint of contempt, but with the hope it was something personal and close. He hated that he felt that way, but he couldn't help it.
"You play the role of Master Eldwar, a Dean of Healing, a son of Gaulerant, and a dangerous politician that the lords of Kil Aben should fear."
"Obviously, with a robe like this. I meant in regard to you. You want me to be an honorable slave like the elites, A grovelling disciple like Cardan, a friend like Tharadon. What do you want?
Shannon looked at him a long moment.
You'll have to figure that out, I guess. I don't know exactly what I want from you, Eldwar. I normally just kill men like you, or cast them out, and have Oirion deal with them. However, you managed to impress my mother and Tivalor. Be the man they seem to think you are.
You did not tell them why.
Eldwar faltered, suddenly off balance and uncertain of everything. He could not understand why that revelation meant so much or hit him so deeply. For so long he had been judged on the abuse he had inflicted on Jamie. To have someone who hated him for it keep it secret and give him a new basis for others' judgments was very unexpected.
Of course I didn't tell them,
Shannon said sternly.
Just don't disappoint my mother's faith in your ability and heart. Fake it for her sake, if nothing else.
He led the way out of the car and to the door where two elites waited. They bowed to him and opened the door. Eldwar went first and was stunned as cheering erupted. The platform was filled with people. Elites formed a barrier of guards to an open carriage that waited for them. When Shannon stepped out, the crowd went silent and sank with a sound of nothing but gasps and the rustle of the fabric they wore. Eldwar had never seen such a thing in his life, and the energy from it was awesome and breathtaking in its own. The elite at the carriage door opened it and held it for Eldwar. He stepped up and in, taking a seat. He looked back to Shannon, who had paused on this walk to rest his hand on the head of a child and whisper something. With the power and grace only Shannon could display, he stepped up into the carriage and sat beside Eldwar. Elites on horses formed up and moved forward, followed by the ranks of elites with the carriage, creating an instant parade.
You planned this?
Eldwar asked.
No,
Shannon said.
But it was no secret I was coming, and I have very skilled people who work for me.
Your pet vampires?
Men who were wronged, broken and driven insane,
Shannon explained.
I had to break through to them, yes, but they are their own masters, with me as a safeguard for their souls. They are people with lives, with ideas and skills like any others. They just all happen to be very powerful and a threat to Jerome, at one time or another.
Eldwar was in awe at how many people had come to crowd the street, and how the elites were forced to push them away and keep them back as they passed. The normal fear that ruled the city was exchanged for hope and curiosity. It was a strange face for Kil'abin.
Wave to them,
Shannon said of people on a bridge that crossed over the street, connecting high buildings in a way that helped with the congested and overcrowded lower streets. Eldwar lifted his hand, and from above he heard them cry out and wave back. Several collapsed to their knees, and he wondered if they were embarrassed to be seen or if it was something else. They reached a large open courtyard, and there met the mounted guard of the lazy King Denny. They formed up with the elites to create a great parade up to the palace of Kil'abin. Looking at the palace this close, it seemed to Eldwar like a fat cat, basking in the sun. It spread out in lazy enjoyment, with none of the soaring grace of the palace of Ulumbak, but seemed to spill fat rolls across the hilltop that it lay on. Eldwar had hoped the king was not there, but at Rathdrum. He had met him more than once, and disliked the man immensely. With so many troops here in the parade that had formed, there was little doubt that Denny was here for the party, and had planned this day with the men who worked for Shannon. Eldwar felt his heart pick up speed, and anxious nerves start to build. He knew not just the king, but many of the lords of the high places of the city. They came to him for healing of the ills of men who indulge in vice. The governors would be outraged and insulted by the parade, by the show of power, by the people coming out in support. The moment Eldwar was alone, they would pounce on him for fear he might whisper to Shannon of things they did not want known. Worse, if they knew Shannon was coming, and they felt their power threatened, they might act.
Breathe,
Shannon said softly to him.
This is maybe not a good idea,
Eldwar said, suddenly very afraid for his emperor. He could see 1,000 places archers could hide and rise up to fire a single well-placed arrow.
I have been thinking the same thing about this entire trip,
Shannon muttered.
Relax, Eldwar. You have never been safer. Wave to the people.
Why don't you wave?
I'm the emperor. I don't wave. I nod. The motion of my hand has a different meaning than yours. Wave.
Eldwar waved to the people far above and to the people along the street edges. They often fought excited cries and sank to their knees.
Why are they so impressed by me?
He asked Shannon suspiciously.
The women act like I'd expect they'd react to you, and the men puff with pride at my attention.
You are a powerful and handsome Perton Lord. Why wouldn't they be impressed?
It's stupid,
Eldwar grumbled, but tried to smile and wave.
Indeed,
Shannon agreed a bit sourly. They entered the palace itself, and the two of them walked flanked with elites into the gaudy and wealth-plastered palace of the royal family. Eldwar tried not to think about how comfortable it felt to match Shannon's stride, their cloaks blowing back off their shoulders as their steps fell in perfect unison. He felt a pang of sympathy for Oirion. How in the hell did that man stay anything but a devoted servant to Shannon? Eldwar growled and scowled to himself, but his steps never faltered. They took side halls that were empty and guarded by elites only. They entered a small room with long benches along the walls. There were no windows, and only a table in the center with a tray of fruits, a decanter of wine, and a number of glasses. Eldwar studied the fresco art on the walls, each panel lit by lamps of directional light. They were all images of decadence and vice. There was even one with the angel Armand in an almost too obvious act, about to take a queen while her drunk husband dozed beside her in the grass of a fantasy garden. Eldwar turned with a comment on the arrogance of the person to have commissioned the art, but saw Shannon pacing with a look of troubled concern.
Why are you pacing? You look positively troubled.
Shannon glanced over, then went to pour himself a glass of wine. He held it a moment before taking a drink.
Shannon?
Eldwar said seriously.
What is so terrible? You look worried.
Shannon set the glass down, leaned on the table, and looked at Eldwar.
I have not made up my mind about what I am about to do. The words I say, the things I am about to do will affect millions of souls, and I am uncertain. In fact, I am very uneasy with it.
So why do it?
Because it must be done and done now. I value the insight of some, the advice of others, and I know I have good reasons, but my own personal feelings tell me not to.
I'm still not certain what you are planning, but whatever you do with Gauleran, you need to do it without doubt, or the hounds in the shadows will smell that doubt and attack and tear at that doubt until your fear proves true. Trust that you look like a power and one to be humbled by, inspired by, and feared at the same time. You look like the son of an angel. People see it. Do not fracture that with mortal self-doubt. It looks rather disgusting on you.
Shannon considered him a long moment, long enough that Eldwar started to feel very stupid for saying such to Shannon. He wanted a drink, and yet he knew if he had one, he would have another, and he would end up passed out in the gutter, hated and despised. He gripped his hands behind his back to prevent himself from reaching for a glass and the endless wine that he knew he could obtain for it.
Careful what you do while you are here,
Shannon said, as if reading Eldwar's desire for a drink and his fear of it.
I do not trust you. I do not have faith you will remain in self-control. I cannot forgive you for what you did to Jamie. I cannot forget it. If you stray, if you hurt another child, if you bring shame to Jamie, or create any doubt in the people as to my choices, I fear I will react very badly. The fact you could so easily bring out the darkest part of me makes me very unhappy with my mother's belief in you. If love of your son cannot keep you in self-control, if spirituality has failed you, then, by God, you better fear me because I will lose my temper with you.
An elite stepped in the door and nodded once. Shannon drained his wine and set the glass down carefully and looked at Eldwar again.
When it's time, escort Eldwar to the doors,
he said before leaving the room. Eldwar stood a bit shaken. Shannon had no idea how Eldwar felt. For all his insight and power, Shannon seemed unable to read Eldwar at all. He sank to a bench with a little chuckle to himself. Fear? Oh yes. Eldwar feared Shannon, but not because of torment. Eldwar deserved that. That sort of fear would not stop him in the end, and he knew it. What might stop him was the fear of disappointing Shannon, the fear of failing and proving Shannon right and Elishara wrong. He almost laughed at himself, at the same time wanting to cry. He clenched his hands between his knees, leaning forward to try to breathe and stay calm. He questioned if Shannon had used Allure again. If he didn't know better, if he heard his own thoughts from someone else, he would say that that person had gone and fallen in love. It wasn't love, at least not in the sense that one thinks of it. He pressed the heels of his hands into his eyes and tried to pretend that what Shannon thought of him didn't matter.
Stupid healer. Stupid!
He growled at himself, trying to catch his breath and be calm, cold, and aloof.
Your Grace,
An elite said in the door.
it is time.
Eldwar rose and followed the man in black. They stopped outside a double door that was open to a balcony. From below, Eldwar could hear what sounded like a list of crimes being read, but his mind came up short when he saw Kasha. His focus snapped from his own struggles to the sight of his daughter. He had not seen her in years, and never had he seen her dressed in the gown of a princess, her hair brushed smooth and gleaming. Gold strands had been woven into delicate braids pulled back from her temples. Her grace and pertinent heritage made his heart swell with pride and love, but his feet stayed rooted where he was.
Papa,
She said, a bit shocked by his appearance.
you look good.
He swallowed hard as she looked him over. She likely had not seen him sober or cleaned up since she was a child, and that turned love and pride into self-hatred and shame. He wanted to say something snide and cold, but he just couldn't. There were no words. His torn emotions and constant war for sanity simply left him standing there exposed and helpless. She smiled and offered her hand to him. He moved slowly and offered his arm, but she took his hand and held it.
It is good to see you, to really see you, Papa.
She whispered.
It has been too long.
Eldwar and his daughter Tyrakasha.
Someone called.
Go!
The elite motioned them to step forward. Together they walked out on the balcony. Eldwar felt his feet stop when he saw the great chamber below was full of thousands of people. All were silent and looking up at them. Kasha squeezed his hand reassuringly, and with her help, he started moving. They descended the gently curved steps that started at the middle of the east wall, curving down to the great main doors on the south wall. Another elite motioned them to move up the center aisle. They walked up the center of the hall toward where Shannon stood, with the very obese King Denny. Eldwar had no idea what was going on, but suspected Shannon was going to have Denny give him a full pardon for all his crimes. Maybe he would even get a position as a healer in the palace. He dared not hope for such, but nothing else made sense. As they walked, he recognized a majority of the faces. He could not place names, but many of the people here had come to him more than once. He knew them, but none of them seemed to realize he was the healer from the taverns of the slums. Time away, sobriety, and new clothes had left him unrecognizable. Near the front, the governors, all 12 of them, were on their knees, hands cuffed behind their backs. Eldwar felt a part of his stomach go cold. If they knew he was behind their arrest, and if Shannon left him here, he would be a dead man. Eldwar tried to stay calm and not think about it. They came to the throne platform where the Emperor and the King stood 3 steps above them. Eldwar took his daughter's guidance, and they sank to their right knees before the Emperor.
With your permission, Your Eminence,
Denny said. Shannon motioned, and the king lifted his great crown off his head and came forward.
Eldwar, great-grandson of Merden von Gallerant and grandson of Tyradanel von Kine, by right of blood and birth, by will of angels, and by will of me, I willingly and joyfully surrender my lands, my titles, and all of Gallerant to you,
he said, and set the crown on Eldwar's head. Eldwar could hear the unhidden excitement in the king's voice, and for a moment he thought it a sick joke, but one look up to Shannon's face and he knew it wasn't. Shannon stood before him looking as calm and self-assured as he ever did, but there was a stern coldness to him that said the words were not in jest. Eldwar knew exactly what he was supposed to do and say. His grandmother had played this game with him as a boy. He didn't want to do this. He was never more terrified in his life. On the other hand, his own words of advice to Shannon came back, and he watched his hand take the hand of the Emperor. He swallowed hard. He felt sick.
ShaHaNon,
he breathed, not to the Emperor, but to the demon behind the mortal body. This was no game, no joke, nothing he dared fake. Demons would seek him out, enemies of Pert would try to drive him insane, and it would be far too easy. He could not do this alone. The motion of him taking Shannon's hand set it up, and he was going to take it to his own advantage. He was shaking and fought to hide it, but he knew Shannon had to feel how terrifyingly serious he was. In the back of his mind, he screamed at Shannon to not let this happen, to stop it, to go back in time and kill him at the water trough. This could not happen. He was too weak. He cleared his throat.
I give my loyalty to you, to the welfare of Pert, to the kingdom of Golran, to oversee its needs and welfare, to command fairly and justly, to be good and merciful in the laws and likeness of your own rule. I will seek always the welfare of my people over my own. I beg you accept me and thus Golorant as yours, seeking what protection, aid, and support you can give.
Eldwar threw all his focus, all his soul, and all the strength he had into his words and into the deal he was forcing the demon that he knew was Shannon to make. He lifted up his hands, and in them the key to his soul in a gesture as old as Pert itself. He felt tears on his cheeks like fire, but bowed his head to hide them. Shannon was slow and graceful as he reached out to touch Eldwar's uplifted palms with the fingertips of his left hand, but Eldwar moved faster and grabbed hold in a firm grip. The only way to not make the deal would be for Shannon to pull away, and that would revoke the kingship being offered.
So be it,
Shannon said, sealing the deal into place. Power flared down Eldwar's arms with such force and pain, he had to clench his teeth and squeeze his eyes shut against crying out. Shannon pulled him up to his feet.
I name you Taeldwar von Kain, King of Golorant,
Shannon said. A new power flared. It flooded Eldwar with light, and a sound like a great bell filled his mind. He wavered and nearly fell, but at the same time felt as if he was lifted off the ground. He could not breathe, and as he had at the steps of the Yard of Angels, he was bathed in a harmonic chord of sound that hummed through all the cores of his soul. He felt Armand whisper to him, even if he could not understand.
I would move your capital from the city of Rathdrum to the city of Kil'abin, that so needs you,
Shannon was saying, but Eldwar could barely focus.
May that gift and power be a blessing to this city and to all of Golorant.
Shannon moved to stand before Kasha. Eldwar was still trying to breathe, to focus, to hear over the sound of the energy he was swept up in.
300 years ago, Kain was absorbed by Golorant, but in honor and love of the angel Kain, I restore that kingdom to its ancient place and border, and name Tirakasha, daughter of Taeldwar, sister to His Holiness, great-granddaughter of the last king of Kain, the new king of Kain.
Shannon said, as he set a gold and silver crown on her head. Eldwar nearly fell over as the bell rang again. Rakasha lifted Shannon's left hand to her forehead and tried to speak, but her words failed in the overwhelming rush of the power she had been given. Eldwar could not hear, and he could not blink the tears away enough to see or hear his daughter go through the same ritual he had a moment before. He was terrified to even try, as he might pass out. The best he could do was try to breathe and stay on his feet. Jamie would understand that Shannon had not stolen the souls of the father and sister of Armin's high priest, but to many great powers it might seem as if Shannon had done just that very thing. The Emperor was only doing the exact magics of the Emperors and Masters of Pert, since even before the angels had come to them. It was simply that Shannon was far more than any of those previous souls had been. He needed the power to protect them. He had no choice but to make Kasha a king. She simply had to be safeguarded in that way. Shannon pulled her to her feet and held her hands, looking at her alone.
You have a remarkable ability to have mercy and faith in what seems hopeless, and I pray that never gets tarnished. Help your father.
She lifted Shannon's hands to her lips and kissed them. He brushed away her tears using the back of his gloved left hand.
If ever there is anything I can do to ease your pain,
She whispered. He gave her the saddest smile and touched her cheek softly.
Help your father.
He whispered. Shannon looked past them to the crowded hall.
Let the celebration begin.
He turned and led them to a set of 3 thrones that waited for them. He took the center one with each of them on either side. Eldwar sat. Denny happily took a chair just to Eldwar's left. It was a large chair, comfortable and clearly made for his size, but not a throne.
I pity you, Eldwar,
the former king said sideways to him as a table was set before them. Other tables were brought in to go along the side walls with food for the hall to share. Servants rapidly spread a feast across the high table as musicians were set up.
Some here will recognize you sooner or later,
Denny said with a smirk.
You do clean up nicely, though.
He patted Eldwar's arm in a gesture of twisted pleasure. Eldwar leaned his elbow arm toward the king. He hated that fat man and the things that he had done for him. He wasn't a drunk beggar in the slums anymore, though. Now he had Shannon's protection.
As easily as I take away disease, I can give it back,
Eldwar said with a smile for the crowd.
Being recognized by men whom I know more about than they do of themselves is not a bad thing.
He looked over to Denny with a cold hatred for him alone to see.
Do not forget that.
Denny chuckled, but snatched back his hand.
Well, honestly, I look forward to a fat life in Ulumbak. You may just have the claws to survive here, but I still am glad I got out.
Eldwar sat up as the servants stepped up to serve them wine and pour sweet teas as well. The music started, and with it came dancers, women in little more than silk slips with little bells on their belts, wrists, and ankles. Eldwar took only the tea, despite his very deep desire to drown in the wine. One drink, one more drink, and he'd drink a bottle, and then another, and he would not stop until he forgot why he was drinking to begin with.
You had the governors removed?
Eldwar asked Shannon, unable to get over the worry about them coming later to stab him in the back. The effects of the Song of Heaven had faded, and now the reality of the position he was in could not be ignored. Stress had made Eldwar's stomach cold, and fear made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end.
Yes,
Shannon said, glancing over.
Crimes stacked up, and they will already have been executed. Their property is being formally confiscated as we speak, and their families will be removed from Golorant. I will give them small estates elsewhere to ease them away.
You moved swiftly.
Eldwar had to admit he was impressed at how cleanly Shannon had set it up.
So do you,
Shannon accused, with a hint of stern anger under his tone. Eldwar knew at once that Shannon was referring to the vow being turned into a deal.
Well, if you had told me what you were planning, I would have sided with your personal feelings and told you that it was a bad idea and not to do it,
he said, right back under his breath.
You have no idea what I deal with in my head, and adding stress like this to it is a very bad idea. I am mortified you'd think otherwise.
I do think it a bad idea, but making a deal doesn't make it better, Eldwar. I have enough other issues. I don't need you buzzing in the back of my head every time you want to do something stupid or selfish.
They will come for me now, and you know it.
Eldwar breathed at him, taking hold of Shannon's wrist, where it rested on the arm of the throne that was so close to his own.
I am already a broken man, and you get a demon messing with me and I will crumble. I do not want to be the next Jerome. Don't you want the assurance that I can't be turned against Pert or against you?
Shannon clenched his fist.
It's more complex than that,
he breathed, looking at Eldwar.
Admit it. It's a good idea. I knew you'd be angry, but you left me no other choice. If I could have refused and faced Armand, I would have. His anger would be better than a demon's torment.
Just eat and smile at the people.
Shannon made himself look back to the crowd and try to seem in a pleasant mood, but Eldwar could feel the tension in the man. Eldwar didn't want to take his hand away, but he did, and he did his best to smile and watch the performers and seem happy. If he had not been a healer, he would not have been able to eat at all, but he managed, and as far as he knew. Only Shannon was aware he wasn't in a good mood. Once he ate, he escaped. An elite was there to lead him to his new chambers. He reached his new room and pulled the crown off and threw it to a chair, shaky and upset. He was about to collapse into tears when he saw Shannon at a table to the side, with a pen in his hand. The Emperor rose. Eldwar had not noticed Shannon leave the dining hall and wondered how the man had gotten there before him.
I thought these were supposed to be my rooms. Or have you been away from your wife too long?
I came to leave a note about the changes I made,
Shannon said, tossing the pen to a stack of papers.
I suppose I shouldn't have to, as I only took your advice on it anyway.
You're an idiot!
Eldwar all but yelled, pointing a finger at him.
What in God's name were you thinking?
He bit back his tears and flung himself into a chair.
You have the bloodline. Eldwar, you have been sober and active in a very high role for 2 years.
I can drown in healing!
Eldwar snapped back, cutting off the Emperor.
I can forget who I am doing that, but not in being a king. You set me up to fail, and I hate you for it. I will never forgive you.
Shannon was very still. Eldwar continued.
You set up everyone who loves you, and might better serve you if they were near you. You do it to Oirion, you do it to Rochelle, and now you do it to me. You're so damned afraid to trust or love, and are so convinced of betrayal, you all but demand it. You just cannot stand to have anyone who loves you at all near you, just in case. Well, I assure you sooner or later I will live up to your hopes and you can cast me deeper into my own hell.
He was furious he had said so much, furious he meant every word, and furious that he had tears in his eyes. He refused to wipe them away. He was damned and he knew it. What did it matter what Shannon knew about him now? He would know it all sooner or later.
You don't understand,
Shannon started.
I'm not as stupid as I seem. I understand plenty.
You can't play that game with me, Eldwar. You don't love me. You never have, and you never will. You just can't help yourself from behaving toward me in ways far above your position to just prove you can.
You know nothing,
Eldwar snarled.
Think whatever you want in order to feel better about what you do. I am the last man to ever have suggested I'd rather be with you than elsewhere. So just go away and leave me to my purgatory.
It took a while, but Shannon rose and left the room. When the door shut, and only after it shut, did Eldwar collapse. He had not even faced the reality, and already the stress was overwhelming. He would do everything he could as long as he could, but sooner or later he would fail. He was simply doomed. End of Chapter 19. Continue with Chapter 20, Private Conversations. Regent's Way, Chapter 20, Private Conversations. Allora watched the current empress put aside her cloak and gloves with a sad, weary motion. Salma had been a bright light for a moment in the house. Then as suddenly as the little woman had arrived, she had simply left. That lack of happy chatter had woken Tavia up a little, but the woman was haunted, and it showed. Allora poured the tea she had made and brought a cup to Tavia. They shared the nursery, had adjoining chambers, and yet in all the time they had spent together barely spoke at all. It wasn't healthy, and for the sake of her grandson and both of her sons, she had to help the woman.
How is the work going?
Allora asked.
This city is in terrible shape. The poverty is deeper than starvation, and it has turned many into biting rats.
I keep meaning to go out and do something, anything, but I cannot stand to see the city in the shape it is now.
Allora admitted.
I am very grateful that you are able to do what I am not.
Tavia smiled faintly and took a sip of the tea.
How are the boys?
Sleeping.
Allora glanced at the bed where the boys slept side by side.
Valen was dropped off earlier, and I have had the 3 of them. They seem to find comfort in each other.
Ara seems to trust you in a way she trusts no one else.
When she was very young, she was my maid. In many ways, I was more a mother to her than her own mother. Her parents were busy people?
She smiled faintly and moved to sit in the group of chairs near the window that overlooked the garden below.
She and Riddell were only a few years apart. Many expected they would be together. Rel was furious when that was not the case.
Was she always so serious?
Tavia asked.
Or is that due to her years of imprisonment?
Tavia took a seat with the small table between her and Allora.
She has always been much like that. She tried to be everything Rel wanted. His attitude and sense of manner was impressed on her, and where Riddell rejected that same thing, she embraced it.
Tavia shifted uncomfortable and studied her tea a moment.
Have you spoken to Riddell?
She asked.
Yes, I see him most days.
Tavia nodded a little.
How is he?
She glanced over, but did not meet Allora's eyes.
Very burdened. He asks about you.
Tavia smiled faintly and took a sip of her tea. She said nothing. The haunted sadness seemed almost to overwhelm her. Allora gently cast out what she could, the magic of her empathy, not pressing, just offering a loving support. Tavia glanced over, feeling it. For a moment their eyes met, and again Allora had the feeling that the woman was far more than she seemed, and far, far older than anyone might guess.
It's nothing you can help me with,
Tavia said.
But thank you.
I do not understand you two at all,
Allora said.
I am certainly not unaware of difficult marriages, but you have to understand, one moment I was here with 9 grandchildren and the whole empire. The next I am a figure from history in a shattered empire, and my family is as broken as pert. I look at my son, and one moment I see him, but the next he is a stranger. Please help me understand what is going on with him.
Understand Shannon?
Tavia almost laughed.
That is not going to happen.
Can you at least tell me how you met him? Tell me why Armand would make you his wife? You are unlike Alicia in every way I can imagine. Did he do it to make you Empress only? Maybe part of you has some small measure of affection for my son.
She asked hopefully. Tavia looked at her a long moment. She got up to get into a small wooden box she had set aside near the fire and pulled out a tea mix. She started to make tea while she thought about it. Thinking about Shannon was difficult, but as much as she didn't want to, it was unavoidable. If Allora wanted to know about it, Tavia had to admit talking might help. She tried to shake the current tension in her heart and think of the days back then and how it had been. She had to choke down the rush and conflict of energy that always came with thoughts of Shannon now. The touch of both demon and vampire was a magic that the soul did not easily forget. She activated the magic on the teapot that made the water almost boil in just a breath of time. She poured the steaming water over her own mix of herbs.
We were a shipwrecked little group of desperate people. He did not need to stay. He could have taken Dave and just left us in the night, but he didn't. I still do not know why. He stayed and then humbled himself enough to lead us out of that place and into the deeper lands inside the barrier.
She sighed heavily.
You were inside?
Allora asked, awed and fascinated all at once. Clearly it was possible, as Salma was from inside, but the idea was still hard to grasp, and it had never been spoken of to her directly.
Yes. Jerome blew the ship through the barrier, and we crashed on the northern shore.
What was it like?
Wild in places. Full of new things. But it is ready to be part of the world again. There are places little more wild than the depth of Et or the wilderlands of Avaren. Most of it is little worse off than we are right now here in Ulambak.
He stayed and guided you?
Allora brought the topic back to her son.
He stayed. While he seemed not to, he kept us fed, safe and moving, all the while being argued with and pestered. He never asked for credit and rarely even let us know how much he was doing for us. I remember the first time I understood he was keeping secrets and knew he was more than he seemed to be. It was when we came to this pond.
She smiled.
Ivan went blundering in like an idiot. It woke whatever that thing in the water was, and Shannon ran down the hill. I'd never seen him ever exert himself in any manner, ever graceful and calm always, and never strained. All at once he ran. I don't think I had ever seen a Perton run before.
Her thoughts went back to that day and that time. She tried to remember how she had felt then, but all she got was a rush of energy from the vampire lure. She forced the erotic flush down and focused on her story.
He saved Orion's life.
She brought the tea over and refilled Elishara's cup.
He chopped the monster's head off. He was splattered with the thing's insides as it came down. I expected him to be upset having to run, at being made filthy, or for even being not listened to, but he was just angry because Oirion had put himself at a greater risk than necessary.
She smiled, thinking of Ivan. She took her seat again. Ivan had changed as they traveled. His crude defensive arrogance had become a rough charm, and he had become a friend by time they made it to the nomads. It was odd to imagine him as king of Azir, and yet the idea made her feel the world might be all right.
When do you think Riddell noticed you?
Elishara asked.
It wasn't like that,
Tavia said with a faint smile. They had never been like that. She sighed and tried to explain.
I kept camp and played mother. He played the role of a father to the others. He never noticed me exactly. It was just the survival of the group. He left me there, inside the barrier with the nomads in the heart of a warp storm.
She looked to Shannon's mother.
It took me almost 10 years to escape the barrier. I suppose he thought me safe and had to run after the others who had been swept down a river. But he came back for Theo, just Theo.
I don't understand. Armin's own words say that marriage, certainly that of the Emperor, should be founded on love and respect, not politics. I cannot believe there was no love for him to seal your marriage.
That was for Rajak, I am certain. Shannon's son is, after all, Armin's younger brother.
She got up, not wanting to talk of it or think of it.
Tavia,
Elishara said, suddenly sad and troubled. It was almost an apology.
When I question things deeply, I tend to dream of them, to see them. I would rather you just tell me. It is the magic of foresight, and it will show me. Maybe it is better I don't see too much.
Tavia closed her eyes, seeing Shannon's face.
I don't understand the magic, but I know he was under attack. It wasn't his fault.
She could not forget the tears on his face as he fought to break the cuffs that locked her in that room, him desperately begging the magics to not betray him. She fought to hold her hands steady and master her energies. His tears, his pleading with the magic didn't matter. The magic had won, and she could not shake the touch of it any more than a burn victim can shake the fear and pain of fire. Fire does not seek to ruin, but the effect is the same.
It does not change the effect,
she whispered.
But he found himself. Fought back?
Elishara asked softly. The strain she could see in the slight tremble of Tavia's hands and the tension in her breath could not be mistaken. Elishara was not sure she wanted to know the details or to think of her son as caught in his curse, but she had to get Tavia to move through it.
With the help of the Regent and Theradon.
They sipped tea in silence.
What does Rajak mean?
Elishara asked. Her mind kept going around the fact that whatever had happened in that moment had left Tavia trembling and had produced a child.
It is the great black star at the core of the star spiral that all other stars spin about,
Tavia said softly.
It is the heartbeat of the spiral we are all part of.
What language?
Dragon.
Tavia looked from her tea to the mother of Shannon.
A very powerful name. Did you know that the name Oirion, as said in the Imperial Perton, means the same thing but with a tone of creative power? Not dark?
Elishara sipped the tea.
No, I guess I did not know that.
My son is a very handsome man, even by Perton standards. Surely at one point you had to imagine him favourably.
Tavia looked at the other woman, shocked a moment, then laughed.
This pleasant figure who walks around offering hope and calm reason is not Shannon. It's a mask he wears to play politics. His cold command of self could make men step back in fear with just a look. The only woman I ever knew to feel at ease with him was Salma. She used to toss flirtatious remarks his way or stretch out in his lap, but the most reaction he ever gave was a tolerant glance.
He didn't have lovers along the way?
Elishara asked, a bit surprised.
No,
Tavia said.
Not one. When he showed any emotion at all, that was when you knew he was getting tired, and that was a bad sign.
But you knew that. You knew him well enough to see it. You had to have had some sort of affection for him.
Tavia looked back on the days of that long hike, of the nights at the campfires. She had never had a company of allies or friends before then. They had no idea how much they each mattered to her, and to be left to be abandoned had hurt.
I cared about him, but not because of his face.
But you don't now.
No.
Tavia shook her head.
I suppose I do care, but some things cannot be forgotten so easily.
She got up.
I need to bathe. Are you going to be here a bit longer?
Yes. I will stay with the boys.
Tavia left Shannon's mother and all her questions to try to shake thoughts of Shannon and to clean up after a very long day in the city.
He did what?
Oirion asked, shocked.
He made Eldwar king of Galorant.
Jamie handed the paper to Oirion. Oirion grabbed it and read the news in growing horror. He wanted to tear the paper or crush it, but he just held it and looked at Jamie.
Just like that, he decided to make him king? Why didn't we hear the bell?
I don't know, but the people of Galorant did. Shannon made Kilaban the new capital and had all the governors executed. It's a new day in Galorant.
Jamie could not hide his bitter sarcasm.
That's why he wanted us out of Ulaanbaatar. I don't think he wanted to hear my reaction to the idea.
He will have bound him with a deal.
And that makes it better? Bloody hell, Oirion. Do you realize you just told the Pontiff of Pert that the Emperor made a demonic deal to keep his chosen king under control? What sort of empire can we hope to build if that's how we work it?
You can trust Eldwar won't hurt anyone the way he hurt you.
Jamie spun and looked about the train Oirion had been working on. It was a horrible shell of a thing, so battered and beaten that the floor had holes in it.
You don't have any whiskey here, do you?
No, but I should. This is a nightmare.
Oirion grumbled, looking at the train.
I can only fix so much of the magic until they repair the holes and rust.
Jamie dropped onto a hard, cushionless bench and leaned on his knees, grumbling at his white robe.
Somewhere in the mountains is a small cabin, its roof likely thinking of collapsing and spiders the only residents.
He sighed heavily.
I want to go home, Ori.
He hung his head.
I belong up there, not here, playing at being a holy man. Not even Gallus has any idea who I truly am. Only you. How do I even begin to face him if he finds out just what I am? I'm sorry, Oirion.
He held his head in his hands, sinking into depression rapidly.
I can only imagine something has gone terribly wrong for me to be in this damned robe.
Oirion sat next to his former partner. He took a deep breath. Jamie needed help, and he knew it. They never spoke of the years as teenagers or what Jamie had done. For Jamie to be so upset as to do so now was a very bad sign. He put a hand on Jamie's knee in support and to try and offer assurance that Oirion had overcome it. He would protect Jamie. He had even back then, and certainly would now. On some level, Oirion had to admit it was nice to have Jamie come to him, even if it was only because he was falling apart. He changed the topic and tried to give Jamie something else to think about.
Maybe we didn't hear the bell because Travis isn't real pleased either.
How am I supposed to respond to this?
Jamie asked, tapping the paper Oirion held.
I don't think Armand is happy about it, and I certainly am not, for my own reasons.
The choice of kings is up to the Emperor. It's a political matter that does not fall to you.
Do you realize that it makes me heir to Galorant?
Pontiff cannot be king,
Oirion said.
No, but if it falls to the Pontiff, he is regent of the kingdom until the Emperor chooses a new king. It's the same thing in the end.
Shannon already put in the announcement that when Rajak comes of age, he will assume the throne of Norwood, so I think Shannon will honor other laws as well. He of all men would know the burden of such a high rank in the church as well as a throne. He wouldn't do that to you.
I didn't think he'd make my father a king, of the largest kingdom, to top it off.
Jamie held his head in his hands.
At least he made your sister king of Cain. 2 for 1 with that.
Jamie looked over and gave Oirion a dirty look.
She should be a healer, not a politician, and he knows it. Putting her on a broken throne is cruel.
She will be a good king, and she will be sure to support healers. We need some powerful figures who prove that magics are a divine gift to be cherished and honored, not outlawed and denied.
You're not cheering me up,
Jamie complained.
I really dislike your partner right now, Oirion.
I know.
Oirion matched Jamie's pose. He folded his hands together and looked over at Jamie.
Other than that, how are you doing with the church?
It's corrupt and full of lies and hatred. I sleep with a blade and want to just start slitting throats.
He rubbed his eyes.
I might need you to help me with a task that I need to get done, but don't really want it known about.
Anything,
Oirion said.
There is some dark magic going on in the city. I'm trying to pinpoint the locations and start hitting them, and going after the sources of them. I don't think it's for novices at all.
Just let me know when so I don't burn out with this.
Oirion gestured to the train and sighed heavily.
What a waste,
he muttered.
Waste. Getting trade moving will help the Empire.
Jamie, I am a very powerful wizard. I could be doing things, helping the weather, shifting storms, finding kings. A million things, but here I am fixing trains like a cadet.
So train a dozen young wizards and give them a good job.
I've been trying. They aren't picking it up very well. I have to go over everything anyway. It's faster if I just do it.
I will try and help you find a king or two. I need to deal with the dark magic first.
Oirion nodded.
Just so you know, you're not the only one of us who feels like he's being punished.
Jamie nodded and pushed himself up.
I suppose I should get back. I just needed to vent a little. No one else would even begin to understand why I wouldn't be pleased. I do not understand how Armand could make me his high priest with so much negative emotions toward my father. I cannot forgive him, Ori. I just can't.
Maybe it's not about your heart, not that way. Gallus is the kind soul, you are a warrior. You have seen things Gallus cannot even begin to understand, and maybe, just maybe, Armand made you pontiff so you could deal with dark magics in a way no one else could. It can't hurt that of all men in the world, you mean more to me than anyone. Only the fate of the world and the deal that binds me would make me ever choose anyone over you. You know that, right? That I have your back, always.
I appreciate it.
Jamie put his hand on Orion's shoulder.
I like to think that. It's good to hear. That means more to me than I think you know. I still have a hard time accepting that Shannon made Eldwa king of Gaulorant.
He tried to smile.
Armand trusts Shannon, you know. So much so he gave up his own body for his sake. Hold on to that. Maybe there is more to it than we can see. Shannon does nothing without great consideration.
Jamie nodded.
I will try to believe that. I think our emperor is just desperate and the bloodline works. I suspect Eldwa was forced into a deal, but it doesn't ease my heart. Anyway, I will send for you in a few days. We will handle this rogue as soon as I locate it.
I am at your service, father.
Oirion smiled. Jamie gave him a dirty look, but chuckled. End of Chapter 20. Continue with Chapter 21. Grandmother. Regent's Way. Chapter 21. Grandmother. Tavia did not know what Victa wanted to show her, but her maid had never disappointed her. So, without question, she slipped out with Rajak and followed the girl. They put on long cloaks with heavy robes and walked through the city calmly as two friends. They circled around under the cliff that held the palace. The destination was a park that was very overgrown and neglected, not just for a few years, but for what seemed to be thousands of years. The fact Jerome had not built up a complex of cheap flats here seemed strange to her. There was something ancient and powerful about the place. Tavia could feel it, almost like the powerful presence of a slumbering master. Victa pushed the way through the brush, slipping through on scarcely seen paths. The young woman clearly felt at home in the tangled forest that stood in the center of Ulambak. They passed a thick stand of some sort of tall brush, and as if a curtain had been drawn back, a camp was set up. Small but wonderfully decorative tents lined the outside of the camp, with a great fire in the center. Smaller fires had people gathered all about them. There were pots on most of them, and the aroma was wonderful. A few were tuning instruments, and children were everywhere. Tavia was reminded of the Wooders in a way, but there was a peace, an ease here that the Wooders had not held. It was wonderful. Tavia could not help but smile. Rajak woke from sleeping on her shoulder and looked around as they entered the crowd. Victa led the way, waving to a few as she did to the great fire. Sitting at the fire was an old woman. She wore a layered robe that had wide bands of embroidery so thick and detailed the fabric was almost stiff. She had her hair down with a number of slender braids throughout, each with ribbons, delicate chains, or strings of charms woven through it. She was talking with another old woman who, while dressed very similarly, was clearly not quite as important. Victa brought Tavia to the oldest woman and sank down beside her.
This is my grandmother.
Victa told Tavia.
Nana, this is Tavia.
Tavia.
The old woman smiled at the name and offered up her hand. Her voice was amazingly soft and timeless. Tavia took it and knelt down with Victa. The old woman was someone Tavia liked at once. Her eyes were full of life and her smile warm and honest.
May I?
She asked of the baby. Tavia handed Rajak over to the old woman. Normally he did not like most people, but he took to the old woman at once, playing with the heavy necklaces she wore. The old woman touched his little hands and watched him. She looked back to Tavia.
Victa has told me you know ancient words,
she said. Victa excused herself to meet her cousin with a hug and stepped away with him.
I suppose I do. I did not realize they were words.
Gypsum-born are like trees,
The old woman said.
Even if the forest is burned down, the seed that sprouts will know it is a tree. It will struggle upward and grow and spread its branches, even if it is unaware it is alone. Tonight,
She gestured to the gathering.
we gather into a forest as best we can. Here we support each other and offer our prayers to the Great Mother and to heaven. We remember together the past.
She smoothed Rajak's head. She smiled warmly at him as he stuck an amulet in his mouth to chew on it.
It is good you are here. You need not stand alone anymore.
I'm not Gypsum,
Tavia said, a little surprised.
Yes, you are.
The old woman said, looking at Tavia seriously.
Oh, I can feel the elves have done terrible things to you, but you are as Gypsum as I am. I, too, was born in an elven slave camp. What task did you serve?
Tavia flinched, almost answered, but couldn't even say the words. To say it would be to open the floodgates of grief for the children that had been stolen from her.
How long?
The old woman whispered with a sadness and understanding to her question.
Time has no meaning. I cannot answer that,
Tavia said honestly. She forced a smile for Rajak's sake as he looked at her, as if knowing something was wrong.
Few survive even a year as a personal servant of a prince.
She looked to the fire.
I thank the mother that I was more useful for other tasks. I tended the wounds, I prayed for my sisters.
She was still a moment.
What prince did you serve? Perhaps I knew your grandmother's.
Tepe.
Tavia whispered the name as if it was a curse that might break the joy and peace of the camp. She had never spoken of it to anyone. Travis had always seemed to know, but she never spoke of it.
Tepe, how did you escape?
With a great deal of patience and much hiding.
Travis? Armand?
He was Tepe's.
Tavia whispered with sadness for her son, both at the loss of him and the horrible blemish he bore being the son of the monster emperor of the elves.
How many children did he steal from you?
The old woman whispered with barely concealed pain, and something else Tavia wasn't sure of.
Travis was the 13th,
Tavia admitted. The old woman looked at her, searching her face.
But you look so young,
She said, amazed.
You say you do not remember being Gypsum?
No, I do not remember anything of being young. I know I worked in a field for a while, but then
The old woman took Tavia's hand with tears in her eyes.
They must have done something to your memory with their dark magics.
She lifted Tavia's hand and kissed it, touching it to her cheek.
You are with us now. It will be better.
She got up with surprising agility for her age.
Come, it is time to talk to the young girls of things,
she said. Still carrying Rajak, she led Tavia to a side fire, where a number of young women, in their late teens by the look of them, had gathered. The old woman took a little low stool to sit on, and passed Rajak to the young woman on her right. She had Tavia sit to her left, and the girls fell silent, but for their oohs and ahs over the red-headed baby.
Tonight I tell you 2 stories of our past,
the old woman said.
First, of the end of the days of the Druids.
She drew a deep, slow breath and switched to their own language. Tavia could feel the slumbering magics Shannon had given her 10 years before whisper to life, and the words were understood as clearly as if she had spoken them all her life.
In the land that is now called Malkut, our ancient people lived before all other races, even the Pertons. In those first days we were as mist, but came to so love the forest of Malkut that we stayed there and in time became as trees. We would rest within them, learn to breathe through their slow, great cycles, and when Malkazadon sealed the gates between realms, he loved us so much that he gave us form, a form that was similar to the Pertons, but we also had the ability to transform into our beloved trees. We were happy, and for a time he dwelt with us, and even had a child. And that daughter became our first queen, Queen of the Wood. She alone was able to have children while in the form of a tree. Her rose-like blooms produced seeds that lifted into the wind and grew into willow-like trees. After 100 years, they could step free as childlike druids. Most became the race known as fairy, only a few did not. They would all come to her and dance and play about her great trunk. In those first few thousand years our numbers grew. We became friendly with the Pertons, and some of us even came north to settle. One of the sons of the Queen of the Wood came to live in Ulambak. When his beloved died, he sank his roots here in this park, and he sheltered the magics until his spirit left the world and his great form lost all life. Still, it stood for many thousands of years. This story, however, is of the last days. It came to be that the grandfather of the current Emperor Tepe-Ipshek, the vile one's name I wish not to say in this sacred place, wished above all things to become a god. He thought that he could force a body to be born worthy of a god, and if he moved his soul into it just after birth, he would be no less. After many thousands of years, he learned that the only way to do that would be to use a druid woman and his own pollen, and so he came to the forest and demanded that the most powerful daughter be given him as a wife. The forest ignored him. He came then with an army and he set the forest on fire. For a winter he rampaged with his gods on his side, using his magics compiled over a great time. He butchered all males, young and old, every tree he cut down, and the females that he captured he took. The queen was killed in her fight against him. Her daughter and all the other young druids fled the fight and hid in a deep valley, but all were eventually captured. When those of us who were far north at the time came to the place, we could not find her. The valley was burned, stumps smoldered, and she was lost to us. The battles were such that the land was ruined, the stone was melted, the soil was blasted away. The chosen of the queen, father of the princess, fought on. He fought every step with his back to Pert, praying for Pert to come to his aid. He fought until, in the place now called Et, he ran no more. He cast up all his power, calling up Gia herself, and sank the vile one into a brine of salt, entombing him in a prison of obsidian and crystal. So massive was the magic that the depression flooded with water and is now the Pusan Sea. Pert came too late. Our forest was no more. The royal family was gone. The blood of Malkazadon lost.
She bowed her head.
Those girls were taken to the elven lands and forced to work as slaves. They would toil in the fields as their hands worked magic and life into any plant they touched. But when the vile one's son needed a concubine, they would drag one from the field and twist her with magic to force conception, and then he would rape her until the magic took hold. He had taken his father's study and made it his own. It is rumored that he was murdered by the lost granddaughter of the queen when she managed to slip her bonds for but a moment. If it was true, or if it was another, we do not know. But he was killed by one of our daughters, and so his son Tepi took over and carried on. To this day, the daughters of the forest of Malkut are kept as sacred slaves of the elven houses, raped and kept for one goal alone, to ensure there are more to be had, and to offer up a body worthy of a god. Some would say not, some would deny our truths, and so we keep them to ourselves. But I assure you, daughters, I was such a girl, born of a mother in a field. I tended the wounds of the concubines, and escaped only at the cost of my own mother's life. And Tavia,
she gestured,
endured such a fate. And Tepe succeeded indeed, but our sister escaped, and so not a vile dark elven god did the world receive, but blessed Armand, and through her now, the promised child of Norwood. He is ours, she is ours. We are one forest with many branches, and perhaps we are like this park, broken, tangled, and struggling, but we are one, and in time we will find peace. We will find balance, and we will find a home again. Our grace given by Malkazadon may be lost, but we are the last of the druids, and our magics still whisper in us. Do not let the harsh actions or words of younger races break you, for even broken off, we sprout new limbs.
Rajak had been passed all the way around and back to Tavia, whom he happily went to. She had never seen him so alert and happy, and could not help but smile at him.
Now, of the sad note, I will tell you of love, and how Norwood became known as Norwood. It is the story of the Persian Empress and the son of the Queen of the Wood, how they fell in love, and how they fell together in the heart of the kingdom named after their love.
Tavia had heard the story before, several versions of it, so she paid more attention to her son, who happily kissed her face and giggled as he hugged her neck. She had never had a more wonderful time with him. When the story ended, and she knew she had to get back, the old woman walked with her and Victa to the edge of the camp. She touched Tavia's shoulder.
You are home. Do not doubt that. Ancients foretold one day a druid would indeed marry the line of Norwood, that the bond between them would decide the fate of the age. No matter what sin has been done against the son of Armand, he is the line of Norwood, and so part of us as well. And I assure you, sister, he loves you. It was sworn to us that the love of this union would be safeguarded by Malkazadon. You are not alone. You are surrounded by family.
She hugged Tavia and Rajak and kissed them both.
We could not be happier to have you back. We love you and will always support you.
Thank you,
Tavia whispered, not sure what else to say. She felt the love, warm and strong against her own shields, and it seemed to pass through to her heart in a way nothing else could.
It will heal. The pain will heal,
she told Tavia.
Try to be kind to him. Know it will heal for you, but it might not for him.
I will try,
Tavia promised. She and Victa left the camp and walked back to the palace while Rajak fell back to sleep, and so they arrived as they had left. They did not speak until they were back in the chambers and Rajak settled into bed.
Do you feel better?
Victa asked.
Yes, Vicka, I do. For the first time, I have the hope that I can overcome. I will be okay. I must just be patient with myself.
Victa hugged her, bowed, and left for her own room. Tavia smiled and crawled into bed with her son. Touching his little round cheek, she smiled, her heart warming. For the first time, she did not fear him, nor fear for him. He was perfect as he should be. She kissed his forehead, snuggled him into her arm, and drifted to sleep. At peace. End of Regent's Way. The saga continues with Book 4, Princes of Pert.